Chapter 1. Rice Cake Red Bean Soup. Yahorahoro, Yahorahoro. Bink sake, sent to you. A melodic tune roused Logan from his slumbering consciousness. The young man gradually opened his eyes, only to be momentarily blinded by a blinding white light. Ugh! Logan tilted his head, raising a hand to shield his face as he struggled to adjust to the surrounding brightness. Minutes passed as Logan stared vacantly at the entirely unfamiliar environment, his mind a blank slate. Logan-chan, you're finally awake. Suddenly, an exuberant voice rang in his ears, so loud that it made Logan's ears buzz. Frowning, Logan turned to see a rather peculiar man gazing back at him. Logan silently scrutinized the man. With purple eyeshadow, red lipstick, a pink dress, an overwhelming scent of perfume, and an out-of-season snow-white fox fur scarf, the man's appearance, combined with the gender, inevitably led Logan to associate him with a particular group. Upon noticing Logan's unblinking stare, Nelson's eyes instantly sparkled with an astonishing light. His heart rejoiced, pounding violently in his chest. Logan-chan is actually looking at me. He's looking at me. Look, his eyes are fixed on my beautiful face without so much as a blink. What a fervent, aggressive gaze. Could it be that he is finally willing to accept me? At this thought, Nelson trembled with excitement, unable to contain himself, as tears poured forth from his eyes like a fountain. The tears splashed onto the bed covers, startling Logan, who quickly shifted to sit up. He clutched the blanket, panic-stricken, as he looked at the suddenly sobbing man, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. What in the world is this place? Wasn't I on my way home? Could it be that I was drugged at some point? Damn it! I knew that water on the vehicle tasted off. There was definitely something wrong. That damn driver, where has he sold me off to? Damn it! Just as Logan thought he had encountered a misfortune, a sharp pain erupted from the depths of his soul, accompanied by a flood of fragmented memories. Logan's toes curled, his body arching painfully like a shrimp in distress. Rip, rip. With each sound of tearing fabric, the thin bed sheets disintegrated into a pile of ragged strips under Logan's desperate grip. Nelson's cries abruptly ceased, seeing Logan suddenly contorted in agony. He panicked. Logan-chan, what's wrong? Ship's doctor. Ship's doctor. Nelson leaped up from the bedside as if stepping on a hot iron, shouting loudly towards the door. The pain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, lasting only a brief few seconds. Yet to Logan, those seconds felt like an eternity. He felt utterly weak, his clothes soaked with sweat, and he could only lie on the bed, gasping for breath. He heard Nelson's frantic shouts and managed to croak, "Don't shout. I'm fine, just be quiet." Though he was unsure of what was happening, the fatal injury that had once plagued his abdomen had suddenly healed as if by magic. If the ship's doctor were to discover this, it would undoubtedly attract unnecessary attention, and Logan, at present, wished to avoid the spotlight. Nelson was quick to heed Logan's words, immediately covering his mouth and standing rigidly in place, not making a sound. Logan glanced at him helplessly and mustered his strength to say softly, "I'm sorry. Nelson, I'm a bit hungry. Could you please help me get something to eat?" Nelson's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously, then cautiously retreated, still covering his mouth. With a soft click, the door closed behind him, leaving Logan alone with his heavy breathing. I crossed over. Is it truly a crossover? Logan stared vacantly at the ceiling, his gaze devoid of emotion. After a while, he raised his arm, examining this clearly unfamiliar body, his eyes gradually filling with bitterness. The clamor in his ears, the subtle sway beneath him, the sudden influx of memories in his mind, and this body that undeniably did not belong to him. All of these elements conveyed an undeniable and cruel message to Logan. He had indeed crossed over. Moreover, through the peculiar terms within the fragmented memories, Logan was decidedly certain that he had been transported to the world of One Piece, specifically in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. Upon realizing this, Logan felt utterly despondent. 2 years prior, due to a single utterance from Roger, dangerous individuals hidden in the corners of the world surged toward the seas in pursuit of wealth and chaos, embroiled in endless battles. Violence, chaos, oppression, and enslavement were the defining themes of this era. Only the strong could navigate these treacherous waters without a care, while the weak were consumed entirely, much like moths drawn to a flame. Florentino Crotto Logan, age 17, was but a small moth venturing into this cruel sea. A year ago, Logan embarked on his journey as a pirate. 8 months ago, he entered the Grand Line, joining the Barton Pirates as a combatant aboard their ship. Half a month ago, he followed the Barton Pirates into the New World, engaging in plunder and pillage. 3 days ago, while raiding a massive merchant convoy, the original body suffered a fatal stab to the abdomen and succumbed. The once spirited youth thus met his untimely end. Logan sighed, mourning both the deceased youth and reflecting upon his own fate. He touched the bandages wrapped around his abdomen, where there was no trace of pain. The wound had healed remarkably. Is this what they call a benefit of being a crossover? Logan's lips curled into a wry smile. Creak. The door quietly opened. Nelson cradled a steaming bowl of food as if it were a treasure, placing it before Logan's bed with a beaming smile. Logan-chan, this is a rice cake red bean soup I personally prepared for you. I guarantee you'll feel revitalized after drinking it. The warm steam wafted toward Logan, who sniffed the air, detecting a faint hint of sweetness. Gurgle. His stomach audibly protested. Indeed, this body had not eaten in 3 days. It was only natural to feel hungry. Nelson, hearing the sounds emanating from Logan's stomach, smiled widely, his eyes crescent-shaped. Logan-chan, eat up. Logan did not immediately reach for the food. Instead, he blinked his obsidian-like eyes at Nelson. Without the need for any special abilities, Logan could clearly sense the kindness emanating from Nelson. It was a warmth akin to the sun on a winter's day. Thank you. Logan sat up, speaking with utmost sincerity. To suddenly find oneself in such a perilous world, to become a pirate living on the edge, and to encounter someone who treated him with such kindness, it was indeed something worthy of gratitude. Ah, thank you? Logan-chan actually said thank you to me? Nelson was taken aback, standing there as if struck by lightning. Logan laughed heartily, the shadows lingering in his heart gradually dissipating with that sound. Nelson's worldview was once again profoundly shaken, to the point where his jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he incredulously murmured, Logan-chan, you actually smiled at me. Logan recalled the reckless deeds of the original body and felt a twinge of embarrassment as he turned his head, scratching the back of his neck and saying, well, I used to be a real jerk, treating you so poorly and making you suffer so much. I truly apologize. No, Nelson cried, tears streaming down his face, each droplet hitting the ground. This was all my choice. I like you, Logan. Logan quickly grasped Nelson's shoulders, interrupting him with a serious tone. A romantic relationship is absolutely out of the question. Absolutely. Logan-chan. Nelson's eyes glistened with tears as he softly called Logan's name, a sound that tugged at the heartstrings. Phew. Logan took a deep breath, steadied himself, and earnestly said, Nelson, while we may never become lovers, we can certainly be the best of friends. As long as we acknowledge each other, it's entirely possible to remain friends without becoming lovers. Right? Best friends? Nelson repeated, his head bowed as he mulled over the words, his eyes growing brighter. Soon, he lifted his head, beaming, and exclaimed, though I still want to be Logankin's lover, let us first become the best of friends. Logan extended his hand, smiling, we will be the best of friends for all eternity. Clap. Their hands clasped firmly together, a bond of friendship forged. Gurgle. An untimely sound suddenly erupted. Nelson retracted his hand, lamenting as he smacked his forehead. I forgot Logan-chan is still hungry. It's all my fault. Oh no, the red bean soup has gone cold. Don't worry about the details, we are, after all, the best of friends. As Logan spoke, he laughed heartily while taking the bowl from Nelson's hands. Gazing at the perfectly blended red and white rice cake red bean soup, Logan, however, held no great expectations. After all, one could not reasonably expect a powerful pirate obsessed with the art of makeup to possess remarkable culinary skills. Could they? Well, this is a testament to my friendship with Nelson, even if it's a culinary disaster. I shall finish it all. With a resolute determination, Logan closed his eyes and scooped a generous spoonful of red bean soup into his mouth. What is this flavor? Logan's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth instinctively chewing. The delicious broth, with its perfect balance of sweetness and richness, slid down his tongue into his stomach, accompanied by chunks of soft and chewy, glutinous rice cake, the indescribable deliciousness nearly melting his tongue away. So delicious, incredibly delicious, surprisingly delicious. For some reason, as Logan continued to eat, he began to chuckle. A few seconds later, savoring the moment, Logan licked his lips. "Logan-chan, is it good?" Nielsen twisted the hem of his shirt with anxious anticipation, much like a schoolboy awaiting the results of an exam. Logan wiped his mouth and handed the bowl to Nielsen, exclaiming with delight, "Another bowl, please." Chapter 2. Captain Barton of the pirate ship. How wonderful! Nielsen was so excited he seemed ready to leap into the air. He took the empty bowl, unable to contain the surge of emotions swelling in his chest, twisting his body into an shape as he shouted and dashed outside. The door burst open, leaving a human-shaped hole, and Nielsen, undeterred, leaped from the second floor, crashing into the crowd gathered for the feast. Hey, you rascal, what are you doing?" Logan heard the disgruntled roars of the other pirates. How splendid! Logan couldn't help but smile from the heart. The red bean soup was truly delightful. Moreover, it contained a unique energy. This energy coursed through his limbs, invigorating his strength. A warm sensation began to emanate from deep within his body. But compared to the warmth in his body, Logan felt an even greater warmth in his heart. At this moment, all the unease, anger, and fear that had clouded his mind vanished, replaced by a bright and gentle radiance. And the catalyst for this transformation was a humble bowl of red bean soup. A bowl of glutinous rice and red bean soup awakened the warmth buried deep within Logan's heart. Razanandi, Kare Suraku, the valiant warriors Karlgra and Ace. He remembered that this world harbored not only repugnant darkness, but also individuals as warm as the sun. A smile graced Logan's face as he glanced out the window and stretched his arms in a grand yawn. Well then, since I am here, I might as well embrace it. After all, this is a world I once fantasized about. Experiencing it firsthand is rather delightful. Logan tossed aside the covers and swiftly donned his attire. Speaking of which, this body is remarkably tall. At just 17 years of age, he stands at least 6 feet 3 inches. At this rate, he certainly has the potential to become an admiral in the Navy. However, that seems unlikely, for he has already attracted a bounty from the Navy. It would be wiser to simply aim to become the Pirate King. Logan gazed at his reflection in the mirror, contentedly lost in thought for a moment before reaching for the saber resting on the table. The cool touch of the blade instantly invigorated Logan. The sword measured approximately 5 feet in length, with a straight blade that curved at the tip and featured a double edge. The scabbard was crafted from rare white shark skin, and the hilt was entwined with slender, chestnut-colored vines, while the guard boasted exquisite ice floral patterns. Magnificent! Logan's eyes were instantly captivated by this exquisite weapon. He murmured as he drew forth a segment of the glistening white blade, his gaze entranced by the delicate, cloud-like light blue ice patterns etched upon it. Though it appeared as a flawless work of art, the sword exuded an aura of resilience, as steadfast as rock rather than fragile as glass. Logan could no longer conceal his delight. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the entire blade and, within the confines of the not-so-spacious room, began to wield it with the practiced motions of memory. The blade glimmered, frost billowed forth, and, as the blade danced, delicate frost flowers fell like petals. As he completed a series of maneuvers, Logan stood poised, extending his hand to catch a fallen frost flower. Clad in a sailor's vest, Logan shivered momentarily, quickly brushing off the frost and sheathing the blade. Enchanting yet chilling, utterly breathtaking. Standing by the window, Logan childishly doodled on the frosted glass with his finger while caressing the scabbard with his fingertips. The sword, named Ice Vein, was not one of the 83 legendary blades renowned across the seas. Rather, it was a parting gift from Logan's father, said to be forged from the essence of cold iron found in the deep sea, possessing a hardness rivaling that of diamonds and a chilling aura that penetrates the soul. As if crafted from ice, this supreme weapon rekindled Logan's long-lost passion. The boundless sea, a world of dreams. A radiant glow shone in Logan's eyes as he reverently hung the ice vein at his waist and boldly pushed the broken door open, striding outside. "World, here I come." The bright moon hung low, stars twinkled, and a gentle sea breeze caressed him, lifting his spirits. Yet the raucous noise emanating from the lower deck cast a shadow over his elation. "Drink up. Hey, that's my meat. Get lost, do you want to die?" The clinking of mugs, shouts of anger, singing, and even the sounds of blades clashing melded into a cacophony louder than 100 cawing crows. A scruffy pirate, covered in hair, pranced around the deck, singing and dancing, but his clumsy steps and ear-piercing voice made him the target of many kicks as he passed by. Amidst this rowdy group of pirates lay heaps of treasures, gleaming with a dazzling brilliance. Gold, berries, spices, and exquisite jewelry. Logan's gaze lingered on these treasures for a few fleeting moments. It was precisely these possessions that had buried the dreams of piracy he once held. "White Fang, you scoundrel, are you still alive?" A boisterous shout, tinged with drunkenness, pierced through the clamor and struck directly into Logan's ears. Fixing his eyes on the source, he beheld a muscular man, his arms as thick as a thigh, brandishing a bottle of liquor while glaring at him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Logan recognized him as the ship's sharpshooter, a man named Tuka, known by the moniker Cold Gun, with a bounty of 20 million berries as for the name White Fang that Tuka had uttered. It was the moniker listed on Logan's bounty notice. The Navy's nicknames were invariably straightforward and unembellished. Although this name carried a certain narrative weight, Logan found himself partial to more flamboyant titles. Perhaps he would seek an opportunity to have the Navy amended. "Hey, you little brat, I'm talking to you." Tuka suddenly erupted in fury, raising his burly arm and hurling the empty bottle towards Logan with might. The rush of wind startled Logan, prompting him to duck instinctively. With a resounding crash, the bottle, propelled with tremendous force, grazed Logan's hair and shattered against the staircase. Tuka swayed slightly, muttering, "Did I really miss?" He then resumed, drinking from another bottle as if nothing had transpired. Damn it! Logan felt the hairs on his body stand on end, instinctively reaching for his knife, ready to charge down and take Tuka's head for a trim. But then a thought crossed his mind, and he restrained himself. Scoundrel! Filth! Logan had now formed a tangible judgment about the kind of creatures pirates were. Gripping his knife, he steadied his anger and moved towards the crowd. He did not wish to engage with the dregs, yet sometimes one had no choice but to do so. With a stoic expression, Logan navigated past drunken pirates, finally standing before a pirate who towered over him by a head. This individual appeared to be in his 50s, with graying hair and an emaciated frame, so thin that Logan suspected he might appear even frilier without his skeletal structure. It was rumored that such a condition was an illness, and Logan believed it to be true, for the old pirate's face bore a sickly pallor. However, aboard this ship, no one dared to underestimate this frail-looking stick. The reason was simple. He was the captain of the vessel, Angor Barton, the notorious brutal pig Barton, with a bounty of 128 million berries. Barton toyed with a goblet in his hand, his scarlet eyes devoid of emotion as they scrutinized Logan. The aura of a ruthless pirate bore down heavily upon Logan, instilling within him a sense of dread akin to that of facing a prehistoric beast, suppressing the urge to grasp his knife. Logan steeled himself and declared, "Captain, I am awake." Barton nodded slightly, downing a sip of the crimson liquid, and grinned. What a pity! Logan's gaze fell upon the red-stained teeth of Barton, and he felt a chill run down his spine. That was blood, not wine, but genuine human blood. This man was an unrepentant cannibal. There was an unspoken rule on this ship. Any pirate who remained unconscious for 3 days would face execution. This was precisely why Logan sought out Barton upon regaining consciousness. Had he arrived any later, he would have been delivered straight to Barton's private kitchen. "Captain, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I sense my wounds throbbing." Logan had no desire to linger in the presence of this monster. Barton cast a glance at him, leisurely raising his gaze to the bright yellow moon, and coldly stated, "Endure it. I have an announcement to make." Logan's complexion paled, and he retreated silently to a corner of the deck, leaning against the ship's railing. The bold ambitions he had once proclaimed, aspiring to become an admiral of the Navy or the pirate king, had completely evaporated, replaced by a singular desire to escape this old monstrosity. Confusion, anger, fear. These emotions swirled within Logan's complex expression as Barton ascended the platform beneath the mainmast. Then, a most bizarre scene unfolded that Barton's gaunt head suddenly began to swell. His needle-like black hair growing rapidly, his mouth splitting open to reveal two thick, menacing fangs, and his crimson eyes exuding a savage aura. "Lads," Barton bellowed, unleashing a terrifying presence that enveloped the deck. The inebriated pirates collectively shuddered, breaking into a cold sweat, more effective than any sobering remedy. Gazing at the monstrous visage illuminated by moonlight, Logan's heart raced uncontrollably, and he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. "Logan, what brings you here?" Nelson appeared from seemingly nowhere, waving his hand before Logan's eyes. Nelson. Logan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling slightly. Upon noticing his state, Nelson quickly positioned himself in front of Logan, glaring angrily at Barton, muttering fiercely, "Damn Barton, does he not realize Logan is a severely injured man, daring to unleash such an unrestrained aura?" Logan stared blankly at Nelson's back, astonished. How formidable! Nelson appeared entirely unaffected by Barton's intimidating presence. "Logan, return to your quarters. The ship's doctor insists you require rest." Nelson suddenly turned around, gently placing a hand on Logan's shoulder as he urged him. Logan felt warmth surge within him. Just then, Barton roared once more. Silence! The ancient beastly aura once again struck fear into everyone present. Yet with Nelson by his side, Logan felt considerably more at ease. He patted Nelson's hand and smiled gently. "I'm fine. Let's see what he has to say." Reluctantly, Nelson nodded and plopped down in front of Logan, sulking as he rested his chin in his hands. Logan chuckled softly, lifting his gaze to Barton. "Lads, did you enjoy the festivities over the past 3 days?" The pirates reminisced about the madness of those days, forgetting their captain's fearsome nature, and erupted in enthusiastic shouts. "Joy. Exceedingly joyful." Barton nodded in satisfaction, reverting to his human form, and then asked again, "Do you desire more treasure? More fine wines? More women?" "Yes." The pirates responded with fervent excitement. Logan furrowed his brow, suddenly noticing a rolled-up piece of paper in Barton's right hand that a sense of unease began to stir within him. As if foreboding misfortune loomed ahead. Sure enough, Barton unfurled the scroll with his bony right hand, letting the paper billow in the wind. It was a bounty notice, adorned with a captain's hat that exuded authority. Flowing golden hair, and a crescent-shaped white mustache. At this moment, the fright Logan experienced was no less than when he first encountered Barton's beastly transformation. Whitebeard, though the depiction on this bounty notice differed significantly from 2 decades hence. Logan recognized the identity immediately. Edward Newgate, the legendary Whitebeard, was depicted in his prime, laughing heartily on that yellowed parchment. Logan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as Barton's gaunt visage loomed larger in his perception. Surely this foolish pirate did not intend to challenge Whitebeard, did he? It must be a mere jest, surely? Barton could not possibly be revealing this bounty notice to warn his crew against provoking Whitebeard. Could he? It had to be, surely. Logan clenched his teeth. Even knowing the improbability, even recognizing the embarrassment of such thoughts, Logan could not help but cling to a glimmer of hope. He did not wish to meet his demise. Though he had stumbled into this world by chance, he certainly did not want to depart from it in ignorance. However, Barton's subsequent words ruthlessly shattered his hopes. "Lads, after Roger's death, Whitebeard is the man closest to the grand treasure. If we kill him, we shall claim the fabled treasure of the Pirate King, the ultimate bounty that binds them all together." Barton raised the bounty notice high, his tone no longer calm, but infused with frenzied fervor. At that moment, eternal life, wealth, power, fame, everything. Once we seize the grand treasure, we shall possess it all. All we need to do is slay Whitebeard and take his head, and everything shall be within our grasp. Kill, 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 spurred by Barton's incitement. The pirates erupted into a frenzy, brandishing their fists and shouting with fervor. Barton was evidently pleased with their response. He pressed his hands down to quiet them, then proclaimed loudly, to celebrate the wise and magnificent decision made by the Barton pirate crew. I, the captain, have decided to share the spoils of our plunder with everyone. He emphasized once more, with everyone. The pirates paused for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. The loudest cries came from a few gaunt figures with a pallid complexion. They were the expendable pirates aboard the ship on the Baton. A strict hierarchy was evident, comprising the captain, combatants, ordinary pirates, and the expendable ones, all organized in a foreboding order. Among them, the combatants were the pirates with bounties on their heads. While the ordinary pirates had to complete a 10-man kill to gain their status after joining the Baton crew, AS for the lowest rank, the expendable pirates were mere commoners abducted from towns. These expendable pirates played the role of slaves aboard the vessel. Devoid of any human rights in past plunder distributions, they could only watch enviously, not even entitled to lick the bowls. Yet this time, the captain unexpectedly relinquished his 60% share, a sum that represented a staggering fortune. The expendables were on the verge of fainting from sheer joy. Now, let the revelry commence. Oh, little ones. In stark contrast to the vibrant atmosphere, Logan in the corner felt as though he were drowning in gray. His mood was utterly dismal. What captain? What ogre? What supernova? All utter nonsense. He was merely a clown who couldn't see his own worth. Bang! Crack! Logan turned and struck the ship's side with a heavy fist. Splintering wood flying in all directions. Nielsen was startled, watching Logan in helpless concern. Logan, are you okay? Logan, with his back turned to Nielsen, replied solemnly, I'm fine. Nielsen wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Logan raising a hand. I'm sorry, Nielsen. I need some quiet. Nielsen opened his mouth, finally speaking gently. If something's wrong, you must tell me. We're the best of friends. Also, I've left some red bean soup on the table. Remember to eat it. After his long-winded message, Nielsen reluctantly walked away to tea that moment. A faint voice reached his ears. Can we defeat Whitebeard? Nielsen's ears perked up, and his eyes widened as he looked around. Huh. Logan, did you just hear? Nielsen turned to see Logan gazing intently at him. Logan enunciated each word with conviction. I asked, can we prevail against Whitebeard? Nielsen scratched his head. Uncertain, we should be able to, although Whitebeard's bounty is frighteningly high. No one has seen him fight. Perhaps he is just an empty threat. No. Logan's voice was resolute. That monster is absolutely not someone we can defeat. Nielsen stared at Logan, feeling a twinge of absurdity. In his mind, Logan was a rebellious spirit, unyielding to anyone, his sharp gaze as cold as a blade. Yet now, Logan uttered words of absolute defeat. Had he conceded? No, that couldn't be right. He felt no hint of despair from Logan. His edge had not dulled. Yet why did he speak such words? Nielsen felt overwhelmed. Nielsen! Logan fixed his clear gaze upon Nielsen, his eyes shining brightly. The understanding of one who has died once differs from that of one who has not. This vast ocean is boundless. We are but a small fish, lacking the right to confront a great whale. Logan approached Nielsen, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Nielsen, I intend to escape this ship and create my own pirate crew, starting as a small fish and growing into a colossal whale that swallows the sky. Will you be my first crewmate? Logan's eyes were ablaze with anticipation. Nielsen seemed taken aback by Logan's perilous declaration. Standing frozen, motionless in the distance, Batten tossed handfuls of gold coins into the air, pirates scrambling to seize them, the sounds of revelry crescendoing. Time ticked by, yet Nielsen remained rooted, unresponsive. Had he failed? The light in Logan's eyes gradually dimmed. Resignedly closing his eyes, unaware of how tightly he had clenched his fists, he did not blame Nielsen. The path of defection was fraught with danger, and besides, Batten's promises were indeed alluring. Defeating Whitebeard would lead to becoming the pirate king and obtaining everything in the world. What a splendid vision! To watch Nielsen chase his dreams, to see him challenge Whitebeard, to witness him flutter towards the blazing bonfire like a moth. No, I cannot allow this. Logan's forehead throbbed. How could he stand by and watch his best friend march to his doom? He must persuade Nielsen, not just for himself, but for Nielsen too. Resolving this, Logan opened his eyes with determination. Unexpectedly, Logan was taken aback by the sight before him. There stood Nielsen, tears streaming down his face. Silently weeping, his makeup smeared across his cheeks. Despite his crying, Nielsen's mouth was wide open in an exaggerated grin, a sight both ridiculous and endearing. "Logan, no. Captain," Nielsen choked out. "This is my wish." Chapter 4. Logan's pirate crew. Logan suddenly felt as if his heart were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. His nose tinged with discomfort. Images like bubbles floated from the depths of his memory. He recalled an incident from 2 months prior that on a tranquil sea, a peculiar figure clung desperately to a piece of driftwood, rising and falling with the waves. The figure was grotesquely bloated from the salt water, covered in a tangle of deep-sea weeds, repulsive yet unmistakably human. Bored, Logan sought to wager with someone about whether the person was dead or alive. However, due to Logan's despicable stakes, the irritable pirates refused to gamble with him. In a fit of anger, Logan forced an expendable pirate to wager against him. If he won, the expendable would be killed. If he lost, the expendable would feast. The expendable, unable to refuse, retrieved the person from the sea and summoned the foul-mouthed ship's doctor for an examination. As it turned out, Logan lost in a fit of rage. He killed the expendable and attempted to kick the rescued individual back into the sea. However, Batten recognized the person as the bounty head of 34 million berries, the aroma demon Elisa Nielsen. A valuable asset, Batten decided to bring Nielsen aboard, thus forcefully preventing Logan from acting further. Soon after, Nielsen awakened and, upon learning of the situation, readily agreed to join the Batten crew. Yet his reason for boarding was not what Batten expected. "I have fallen in love with Logan. I wish to join his crew," Nielsen declared. Perhaps the seawater had muddled his brain, as Nielsen believed Logan to be his savior and fell for him at first sight. Some self-proclaimed wise pirates speculated that Nielsen was enacting a form of revenge on Logan, intending to let him suffer in disgust and fear until his demise. Logan thought so too. However, a week later, following a minor incident, Logan became convinced that Nielsen genuinely loved him, and it was a love of the most humble kind. Realizing this, Logan twisted his smile into one of cruel delight, starting to shamelessly command Nielsen. Relying on Nielsen's borrowed authority, he bullied and plundered from other pirates, dumping all menial tasks onto Nielsen, regardless of how Logan treated him, whether it was trampling his meticulously prepared breakfast into the dirt, hiding poisonous beehives in his cabinet, or framing him for theft. Nielsen accepted everything with a smile. The memories blurred into reality, and Logan's gaze grew increasingly hazy as he looked at Nielsen, crying like a child, and feigned nonchalance as he wiped the corner of his eye, muttering softly, "What a fool. All right, stop crying, my first crewmate." Logan, his eyes reddening, reached out to wipe Nielsen's tears and snot away. "I have my own pirate crew now." "Logan's pirate crew, Captain." "Logan's pirate crew, you say?" Logan chuckled. "What a splendid name." The bright moon rose gradually, casting a silver mist over the sea. "Let's go to my room." Logan glanced at the reveling pirates and smiled at Nielsen. "But it's so late to go to Logan's room," Nielsen stammered, his face flushed, steam seemingly rising from his head. Smack. "You're as red as a teapot." Logan jumped up and slapped him on the head, roaring with a scowl. "Don't think wrongly, you idiot." Nielsen clutched his head with both hands, tears brimming in his eyes, gazing at Logan with a look of pitiful grievance, resembling a wronged little wife. Logan shivered, delivering a sharp slap. "It's disgraceful to act cute. Back to your room." With that, Logan strode directly towards the room on the second floor. Meanwhile, Nielsen gingerly rubbed the spot where Logan had struck him, then followed suit with a silly grin. Logan symbolically closed the dilapidated door and seated himself opposite Nielsen. Before them on the table sat 2 bowls of steaming sweet rice cake and red bean soup. As Nielsen ate, he puzzled aloud. "Logan-chan, is it truly necessary to devise a plan? Can't we simply commandeer a small boat and flee?" Logan lifted his spoon and countered, "What if we get discovered? Can you defeat Barton? How long do you think you could last under his command?" Nielsen, wrapping his scarf tighter, pondered seriously. "I believe I could last about half an hour." "Half an hour? That's ample time for other pirates to slay me 8 times over," Logan stated gravely. "What we are about to undertake must remain undiscovered by others, otherwise adrift upon the vast ocean." We would have nowhere to escape. Nielsen nodded thoughtfully. Logan reiterated, life and death are no trifles. We must be exceedingly cautious. Nielsen earnestly thumped his chest, assuring, rest assured, I will heed your every word henceforth, and I shall safeguard the captain's safety with unwavering resolve. Logan gave him another light slap, exclaiming irritably, fool, first ensure your own safety. You're the most crucial member of my pirate crew. Hee. Enough of idle banter. Logan wiped his mouth, pushed their bowls aside, and laid out paper and pen on the table. Nielsen, instantly filled with fervor, clenched his fists. Speak, Captain. When shall we act? I am eager to flee right now. Logan gazed out the window, listening to the raucous sounds from the deck, then turned back and pointed at the paper, his tone tinged with resignation. Regrettably, although the ship is in disarray and the patrols have lowered their vigilance, Barton remains quite alert. He is not one to indulge in drink. Nielsen clapped his hands, a look of realization dawning upon him. That old coot possesses the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit. His senses are exceptionally acute. Escaping while he is awake will be a formidable challenge. Should we drug him, or perhaps strike him down when he's distracted? Stop! Seeing Nielsen growing increasingly enthusiastic, Logan quickly intervened to halt these perilous notions. Drugging? Ambushing? Logan inquired darkly. Do you truly believe Barton could be caught off guard? The scent of a giant forest boar is 2,000 times more sensitive than that of an ordinary human. It is utterly impossible. Ah, what a bother! Nielsen frantically scratched his head, sulking as he rested his forehead on the table. Muttering, creatures with heightened senses are the most troublesome. Logan remained silent, engrossed in sketching something on the paper. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, the daunting presence of Barton's formidable strength looming over them like a mountain. Captain, when shall we make our move? Surely we must wait until your injury has healed? Nielsen raised his hand, breaking the tense silence. Tonight? Logan replied, still focused on his writing, as if casually stating the matter. Nanny, your body can truly handle it. That gaping wound, Nielsen exclaimed in shock. Did you not just say it was unwise? Now is now, and tonight is tonight. They are not the same, Logan replied without lifting his gaze. I know my body. It is fine. But there are no buts. I'm a captain, Logan declared with a sweeping gesture, asserting his authority. Understood, Captain, Nielsen replied, loudly. As a crew member, he had no right to oppose the captain's decisions. His sole duty was to ensure the captain's safety, nothing more. In truth, our chances are quite favorable. Logan smirked slightly, redirecting his focus to the paper, continuing to write as he spoke. You see, pigs are rather slothful creatures, and devil fruits possess the power to alter the host's habits. Therefore, Barton is also slothful. Nielsen interjected eagerly, like an excitable schoolboy. Logan gave him a thumbs up. According to my recollection, Barton invariably sleeps before midnight and does not awaken until after 10 the following morning. Would you not agree? Nielsen tilted his head, reflecting carefully before saying, though my time aboard has been brief, that does seem accurate. Then we have no issues. Be prudent. We shall act at 1 o'clock in the morning. Those rascals have been partying for 3 consecutive days. Even the toughest among them cannot endure another all-nighter. Logan made the final stroke on the paper, gently blowing on it to hasten its drying, while determining the timing for their operation. Naturally, Nielsen would not oppose, or rather, he merely nodded absently, his attention drawn to something far more intriguing. Wow. Captain, what exactly are you writing? Nielsen leaned heavily over the table, straining to glimpse the contents of the paper. Logan, brimming with pride, handed the paper to Nielsen. This is a treasure of our pirate crew. At that moment, Nielsen's eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a rare gem, and he exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, a pirate flag. The bold skull, the crossed blade and scabbard of the ice vein, and my beloved scarf. Captain, I am absolutely enamored with this pirate flag. Nielsen cradled the drawing of the pirate flag against his chest, as if to imprint its design upon his very being. The pirate flag is the soul of the crew. With this flag, we have truly established the Logan Pirate Crew. Logan Pirate Crew! Nielsen shouted joyfully. Logan motioned for silence, reminding, all right, lower your voice. Do not let Barton and the others overhear. Despite his efforts to muffle his voice, Nielsen appeared ready to leap with joy. Logan shook his head with a chuckle, glancing at the wall clock. 11:45. 1 hour and 15 minutes left. A fine number indeed. Chapter 5. A rough plan. Stop grinning like a fool. There will be plenty of time for merriment later. Logan beckoned. Come, let us discuss the plan. To your command, Captain. Nielsen instantly assumed a serious demeanor. Executing a perfect salute, Logan retrieved another sheet of paper, writing as he spoke, assuming the best-case scenario. After 1 o'clock, Barton will be sound asleep, and most pirates will be thoroughly intoxicated. The only areas still operational on the ship will be 3. The first is the cannon fodder patrol, composed of 5 to 8 lowly pirates. They lack combat prowess but are scattered throughout the ship, making them difficult to evade. The 2 combat pirates on lookout duty in the crow's nest represent the second area. By the way, who is on duty tonight? Nielsen tapped his head in thought. It is Beck and Lude. That's manageable, Logan replied. They are notoriously lackadaisical. They are likely playing cards right now. Just one punch, and they'll be sent flying. Nielsen flexed his muscles. Logan smirked, continuing, the final area is the guards outside the storage room. The storage room is the second most crucial location on the ship, aside from Barton's quarters, so there are always 2 guards stationed outside. Even at this moment. Nielsen snorted derisively. Those fellows are not only weak, but are also Barton's staunchest underlings. They do whatever he commands, like machines devoid of any pirate spirit. Logan remained noncommittal, raising 3 fingers. In any case, barring unforeseen circumstances, the forces we must contend with are as outlined, that we shall split into 2 teams. Nielsen immediately raised his hand in protest. I want to be with the captain. Acting separately will expedite our efforts. Logan firmly rejected, primarily out of concern that Nielsen might notice he was not actually injured during the confrontation. Nielsen did not press further, lowering his head momentarily before looking up earnestly. Then, Logan-chan, you must ensure your own safety. Logan nodded, assigning, your task is to eliminate all eyes on the ship, including the cannon fodder patrol and the lookouts. Only by eliminating them can we secure more time for ourselves. Nielsen rubbed his hands together, his eagerness palpable. Leave it to me. Logan, wary of any oversight, could not help but caution. The 2 pirates stationed at the lookout tower are both bountied and formidable. Possessing keen eyesight and the ability to sound the alarm at any moment, we must not underestimate them. We absolutely cannot afford to give them a chance to alert others. Absolutely fine. Nelson flashed a wide grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, and gestured a victory sign. Logan couldn't help but chuckle. Nelson, you truly provide me with great reassurance. Oh dear, you shouldn't flatter me like that, or I might just become shy. Nelson's scarf fluttered in the air, swirling into a heart shape as he sinuously leaned closer to Logan. All right, Logan quickly interjected. Let's return to our plans. I will take care of the guards at the remaining storage compartments. Captain, perhaps I should handle this. Your injuries are quite severe, and I fear something may go awry. Nelson, anxious that Logan might refuse, hastily added, I don't mean to imply that you are incapable of dealing with those 2 guards. Rather, I am concerned that if your wounds flare up, it could give the guard an opportunity to raise the alarm, jeopardizing our plan. Not a problem, Logan reassured, thumping his chest with confidence. Thanks to your rice cake and red bean soup, I feel invigorated. Taking down those 2 guards will be a piece of cake. Nelson bit his lip, still filled with concern. However, he chose to keep it to himself and resolved to swiftly deal with the patrol and lookout tower. Vowing to reunite with the captain, even at the cost of his own life, to ensure Logan's safety. Observing the worry etched on Nelson's face, Logan felt a pang of guilt. He was tempted to unveil his shirt to show Nelson that he had fully recovered. Yet reason prevailed, reminding him of the difficulty in explaining. How could he tell Nelson that the Logan he loved was gone, and that the being speaking to him was an otherworldly entity that had taken over his body? The consequences of such revelations were unfathomable for Logan. Thus, he resolved to conceal the truth from Nelson until the moment was right. By the way, we still need a record pointer, Nelson suddenly exclaimed. Without it in the new world, we won't be able to go anywhere. This statement pulled Logan back to reality. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, the only pointer on board is with Navigator URU. I'll go. I'm quite adept at stealth. Nelson did not object. URU was nearly 70 years old, and aside from his extensive navigational expertise, he possessed no combat capability. Logan going was a source of reassurance for him. However, a thought struck him, and he proposed, "Since you are going to steal the pointer, allow me to take on the task of commandeering the ship." Logan laughed and pointed at him, saying, "You should conserve your strength for rowing. That's quite a physical endeavor." "All right, fine," Nelson replied, looking quite dejected. Logan chuckled softly and glanced at the clock on the wall. 12:05. "It's already 12, Logan murmured as he approached the window, from where he could survey the deck in its entirety. The deck was as raucous as ever, with rowdy pirates celebrating, spilling liquor all over the place. The haggard crew members weaved through the chaos, plastered smiles on their faces while casting greedy glances at the piles of gold. However, there was no sign of Barton, suggesting he had gone to sleep, which was a good omen. Logan stood quietly at the window, counting the number of pirates at a total of 89, with 33 lying on the ground in drunken stupor. And that number was steadily rising. Everything was unfolding as Logan had envisioned. If this continued, success was within reach. Suddenly, Logan felt a surge of strength coursing through him, as if the path ahead was illuminated. His heart raced with an indescribable excitement, prompting him to begin pacing in front of the window before abruptly sitting back down in his chair. "No, I must remain calm at this moment." Logan slapped his face lightly, took a few deep breaths, and forced himself to regain composure. Nelson watched the captain, who was behaving like an exuberant schoolboy anticipating a holiday, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "What are you laughing at, you rascal?" Logan shot a glance at him, which only made him chuckle even more. Nelson covered his mouth, his voice tinged with mirth seeping through his fingers. "Captain, you're truly adorable." "Ha ha! In my eyes, you are equally charming, Nelson." "Really? Of course. Oh dear, you're making me blush." Logan quickly pushed Nelson's eager face away and said, By the way, do you have anything you need to bring? Hurry and prepare." Reluctantly, Nelson sat back down, pointing to the scarf around his neck. "Other than this, there's nothing else to worry about." Logan, intrigued, inquired, "Does this scarf hold any special significance for you?" Not really a special significance, just something very important." Nelson laughed, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further on the subject. "Captain, you should pack your belongings. I will go below to scout the enemy's situation and report back to you shortly." Before Logan could respond, Nelson dashed out the door. Logan scratched his head, realizing he had discovered the right approach to maintain distance from Nelson. Chapter 6. The Sandwolf pirate crew, at this very moment, in another part of this maritime expanse. A pirate ship adorned with a wolf's head lay anchored. Dozens of battered and bruised pirates sprawled across the deck, lamenting their misfortune. Not far from them, the fearsome pirate Klaus Jeremy gasped for breath, slumped beneath the wolf's head at the bow of the ship. "Am I not even worthy of facing your blade?" Jeremy roared, his arms and face marred with contusions, his weapon shattered, but the emotion swelling within him was not fear, but an almost overflowing rage. Nearby, a broad-shouldered man, his chest exposed, leaned gracefully against the ship's railing, nonchalantly polishing his sword before sheathing it. How intolerable! Jeremy felt an unprecedented humiliation wash over him as he staggered to his feet. Pointing a broken claw at the man, his voice a furious shout. "Answer me, Whitebeard Pirates 5th Division Captain. Flower Sword Bista. Respond to me." Bista straightened his slightly wrinkled clothing, a gentlemanly smile gracing his lips. The second-ranked supernova, with a bounty of 130 million berries, was indeed a vicious newcomer. "Are you attempting to insult me?" "No." Bista stepped away from the railing, his open-collared cape fluttering in the sea breeze. As he approached, he suddenly removed the white glove from his right hand and extended it toward Jeremy with a radiant smile. "Brave newcomer of the seas, join my father's pirate crew." "What?" This unexpected turn of events caught Jeremy off guard, as well as the fallen crew members, who gasped in astonishment. The hand, a symbol of acceptance and recognition, lingered before Jeremy's eyes. Then, with a resounding slap, Jeremy thundered, "What kind of joke is this? I am your enemy." His cheeks were adorned with a faint grayish hue of fur, exposing his sharp fangs in a wolfish grimace. Bista tenderly blew on the red mark on the back of his hand, replying with an air of resignation, "I am quite serious." Jeremy fell silent, glaring at Bista for a moment, before his massive frame suddenly toppled backward. Bista blinked, moving to stand before Jeremy, gazing down into his eyes. Is everyone from the Whitebeard pirates so arrogant? What? Bista scratched his head, somewhat confused. You could easily eliminate me, yet you take the trouble to invite me to your crew, thinking I pose no threat to you? Ah! Bista burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Ah, pardon me. Pardon me. Bista wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, pointing to the bloodstains on his chest. It's not as if I can eliminate you effortlessly. Jeremy's temper flared, and he bared his teeth, growling, Are you mocking me, you bastard? Bista's gaze burned intensely into Jeremy's eyes. Jeremy closed his eyes, and suddenly 2 plumes of vapor erupted from his nostrils. Then he abruptly opened his eyes. Leaping to his feet, his form expanding, his mouth elongating, claws sprouting from his limbs, and a thick, bushy wolf tail erupting from behind, a beast type. You know me, sand wolf form? Bastard, I still can't accept this. I am destined to become the Pirate King. How could I bow to anyone? Arg! A violent aura swept across the ship like a whirlwind. Oh no! Captain! The pirates' subordinates, who had been effortlessly defeated by Bista, suddenly sprang to their feet, as if infused with a surge of adrenaline. Brandishing their weapons and encircling him, Jeremy let out a raucous laugh, bellowing, Come on, Flower Sword. Let's have another round. This time, I assure you, I'll make you feel the blade. Bista, with a headache, shook his head and raised his hands in surrender, saying, Spare me, I haven't had dinner yet. What? Are you conceding? Say what you will. I'm so hungry. Is the kitchen this way? Do you have any leftover dinner? With that, Bista casually pushed through the circle of pirates and, to their astonishment, strolled into the kitchen with ease. After a while, he emerged holding a plate of cold rice topped with meat that I'm digging in. Bista removed one of his white gloves, pressed his hands together, and began to eat like a gentleman, oblivious to the world around him. Gulp. The pirates collectively swallowed hard. Though they had no clue how Bista had accurately located the kitchen, they understood that this was not the time for such considerations. The first mate, Mike, leaned toward Jeremy and whispered, Boss, are we still going to fight? Jeremy shot him a glare and gruffly replied, How should I know? Also, tell that cook to prepare some meat. I'm hungry too. Huh. Understood. 40 minutes later. Hey, is this for real? This taste is on par with what Sachi makes. Your ship's cook is truly impressive, Bista exclaimed, savoring a mouthful of well-done steak. Jeremy, across from him, was tearing into a hefty piece of meat, and merely grunted in acknowledgement while slightly raising his chin. Hey, what are you lot standing there for? Get over here and eat. Jeremy barked at the pirates who had retreated to a safe distance. The pirates shuddered collectively, nervously pushing Mike forward to be boss. Mike stammered, gripping his trembling knife, his face pale as he nodded toward Bista. This guy's a dangerous enemy. How can you share a meal with him? What if he suddenly attacks you? Jeremy scoffed dismissively. So what? It's mealtime. I'm not that kind of malicious person, Bista retorted, fork in hand, displeased. Jeremy shot him a sidelong glance before turning back to his subordinates. Bellowing, You worthless lot, if you're not going to eat, then scram. The pirates exchanged glances, and Jeremy remained silent, continuing to devour his meal while extending 3 fingers toward them. The pirates trembled, scattering in a panic. Only when the last pirate had scurried out of Jeremy's sight did he finally lower one finger. Bista observed the scene with keen interest, extending another invitation. Are you really not joining us? Jeremy ignored him completely. Well then, Bista seemed to relent, expressing regret. I suppose we must bid farewell at Fort Dwarding. Jeremy coldly replied, Fort Dwarding is not a destination on my list, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. Bista donned his white gloves, resting his hands on the hilt of his swords with a relaxed smile. It will be the damn Flower Sword. Jeremy instantly transformed, glaring ferociously at Bista. Bista drew his twin swords, blades pointing downward. As the inky darkness rapidly engulfed the pristine whiteness of the blades, Jeremy's heart sank, his gaze fixated on the ominous hue. This power. He sensed that this black energy significantly augmented Bista's offensive and defensive capabilities. Otherwise, he could hardly believe that his proud technique barely pierced Bista's skin. Suddenly, an idea struck Jeremy, his eyes gleaming with greedy anticipation. I can take you to Fort Dwarding, but you must teach me this formidable power. Bista paused, lifting his swords with a smile. The power of Haki, you say? Jeremy's heart quickened, committing the term Haki to memory as he grinned. So what do you say? Will you agree? To his surprise, Bista readily nodded. Yet before Jeremy could recover from his astonishment, Bista swiftly reversed the blades and lunged at him. In a hasty response, Jeremy was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily against the mast. Damn it. Is that your way of declining? Jeremy shook his dazed head, baring his teeth at Bista. Bista's smile widened, devoid of malice, as he said, taking a beating is the fastest way to comprehend Haki. Your physique is already sufficient. I estimate that after a few more hits, you will naturally grasp it. Jeremy regarded him with skepticism. Bista firmly reassured him and advanced. Ah, you bastard. That hurts. Ah. A howl of fury echoed through the air. The pirates hiding in the cabin trembled in fear. After several minutes, Bista, looking invigorated, sheathed his swords. At his feet lay the bruised Jeremy. Delve into it. Don't lose focus. The fierce wolf, sprawled on the deck, rolled its eyes before dedicating itself wholly to understanding the power known as Haki through the pain. Gradually, his furrowed brow relaxed, as if a unique force was indeed surfacing from deep within his being. Boss, so much treasure. So much, so much. My eyes are nearly blinded by the gleam of gold. A booming voice erupted from the lookout tower, interrupting Jeremy's contemplation. Damn it. Jeremy's rage ignited instantly, propelling him straight from the deck and crashing into the lookout tower. Boss. The pirate's subordinates paled in fright, collapsing to the ground. Jeremy shot a menacing glare at him, wanting to roar. Do you have any idea how many hits I took? Yet what escaped his lips instead was, where's the treasure? The subordinate sighed in relief, trembling as he handed over a telescope and pointed in a direction. Jeremy snatched it, snorting as he raised it to his eyes. What met his gaze was a large ship adorned with the tusked head of a wild boar at its prow. But that was inconsequential. What mattered were the heaps of golden treasures piled on the deck, like a flock of sheep awaiting the caress of a ravenous wolf. The ship opposite belongs to the Barton pirate crew, led by Captain Angor Barton, nicknamed Violent Boar, with a bounty of 128 million, a supernova 1 rank below you, the pirate's subordinate excitedly informed him. Jeremy grinned with a cruel smile. Who cares who he is? Yetta, sound the battle horn. It's time for war. With that, Jeremy leaped from the lookout tower. The subordinate complied, puffing his cheeks to blow the horn. The wailing call, akin to a wolf's howl, shattered the night's tranquility, prompting the pirates hiding in the cabin to rush out, weapons in hand. Bista stroked his chin, murmuring, last time we covered the bar tab. I suppose old man needs some cash. Jeremy, overhearing, coldly replied, this is my prey. Don't even think about it. Bista clapped his dual blades together. Of course, whoever seizes it first gets it. And, with so many of you, do you think I'm afraid of just 2 hands? Jeremy grunted in annoyance, but ignored him, turning to the assembled pirate subordinates and bellowing, I see gold. Glorious gold. Mountains of gold. And Guardian are merely a bunch of drunken sheep. Show your wolfish fangs. Take all the gold. Slaughter every sheep. Rob, rob, rob. Kill, kill, kill. The pirates howled fiercely, unable to contain their innate desire to plunder. Chapter 7. The plan in motion. They're all asleep. Nelson burst into Logan's room, his voice hushed with excitement. Good, Logan exclaimed, slapping his thigh, decisively declaring, let us commence the operation. Nelson glanced at the clock, puzzled, but it's not even 1 no matter, Logan replied, donning a stylish black and red cloak, as he explained. Plans rarely survive contact with reality. We're in a race, so the sooner, the better. Stop overthinking and act swiftly. Once I secure the ship, I'll wait for you on the sea beneath the storage compartment. Let us see who arrives first. I, Captain Nelson, shedding his usual playful demeanor, responded solemnly. We must be quick. Logan was the first to exit, heading straight for her S-room. Nielsen swiftly followed, his feet barely touching the ground as he rushed towards the lookout tower. At the age of 68, Ewer should have been enjoying his twilight years. However, he had been coerced and seduced by Barton into joining the ship, becoming its sole navigator. The old man appeared to have fallen into a deep slumber. Enveloped in an eerie silence, Logan employed a piece of wire to unlatch the door, stealthily entering the room in search of the solitary recording pointer. After a thorough and frantic rummage, Logan's gaze settled upon Ur. Curiously, the old man slept in his clothes, yet Logan had no inclination to ponder this detail further. There was nothing on his hands, nothing on his feet, nothing around his neck, and nothing in the pockets of his clothing. Logan glanced beneath the pillow. Tentatively, he prodded Ur's chest, yet there was no response. However, the old man was a light sleeper, and disturbing his pillow might rouse him. Gritting his teeth, Logan contemplated his knife's hilt. Never mind, he reassured himself. He was merely an unarmed old man. Even if he awoke, what could he possibly do? Resolute, Logan readied one hand to cover the old man's mouth while the other ventured beneath the pillow. Yet, chaos erupted. A bony hand suddenly emerged, seizing Logan's wrist with a grip so fierce it sent pain shooting through him. A wave of shock coursed through Logan, and cold sweat broke out upon his brow. Ur slowly sat up, his eyes gleaming with clarity, starkly contrasting his usual murky demeanor. Stifling yawn, he glared at Logan and exclaimed, "Ah, you little thief!" Logan remained silent, his mind racing as he quickly devised a response. "Look at the knife!" he barked, then swiftly kicked Ur's arm. The old man, caught off guard, recoiled. Seizing the opportunity, Logan retracted his hand and drew his knife in a flash. "Wait!" Ur shouted urgently, hastily producing an object from his trousers. "The recording pointer is here." Logan immediately lessened the pressure of his attack, yet the sharp blade still left a frostbitten mark upon Ur's nose. The old man shuddered, trembling as he raised the item in his grasp. "The recording pointer, the direction to the next island, is here." Logan eyed the object in Ur's hand with a cold expression, his lips twitching in disbelief. "Isn't it uncomfortable to sleep in your clothes?" He coughed, lowering his voice to threaten. "Hand it over, or I shall kill you." Upon hearing this, Ur appeared relieved, casually pushing away the knife's blade while brushing the frost from his face. "That I can give it to you. But you must agree to one condition. Speak. Take this old man with you." Logan was momentarily taken aback. Take the old man. He wishes to return to the North Sea. Ur clutched the recording pointer tightly to his chest. Raising his voice a notch, Logan glared at Ur, his grip on the knife tightening and loosening in a tumultuous rhythm. Ur, sensing the stakes, declared defiantly, "If you do not take me along, I shall crush this pointer. I am confident I can destroy it before you can act." Logan's gaze hardened, and his grip on the knife slackened slightly. The glimmer of triumph flashed in Ur's eyes as he pleaded. "I am a navigator. The nearest island is 7 days away. Without me, you are in grave danger. Take me along. I am of great use." Logan's mind wrestled with conflicting thoughts before he finally gritted his teeth and acquiesced. "Fine, just for your audacity in threatening me." "I agree." Ur trembled with joy, bowing deeply in a most earnest gesture of gratitude. "Enough of these formalities. Hand me the recording pointer," Logan said impatiently, extending his hand. Ur replied apologetically, "If I may be so bold, I can only give it to you once you have taken me off this ship." Logan had not expected to simply take it. He understood that the recording pointer was Ur's sole bargaining chip. Not easily relinquished, he nodded. "Very well, but you must obey my commands without question." "No problem." 3 seconds, then we leave this room. With that, Logan turned and strode towards the exit. Ur quickly hopped out of bed, donned a pair of straw sandals, and followed closely behind Logan. Their movements were fluid, as if rehearsed countless times. Logan cast a surprised glance at him, but said nothing, quickening his pace towards the storage hold. Along the way, they encountered several fallen pirates with broken necks, unmistakably the handiwork of Nielsen. Logan offered a silent tribute to them, casually grabbing 2 bottles of inferior wine before hastening onward. Ur trailed closely behind, like his second shadow. Before long, they approached the storage hold. The 2 men concealed themselves in the shadows, observing 2 pirate guards illuminated by a distant flicker of light. The guards were not particularly formidable, yet their demeanor was commendable. They were far superior to the scum on the deck that Logan had encountered previously. Logan concealed his icy blade beneath his cloak and turned to Ur, whispering, "Stay here and do not move, that I will call for you when the time is right." Ur nodded silently. Logan slapped his cheeks, forcing a smile as he stepped out of the darkness, 2 bottles of wine in hand. "Gentlemen, on this joyous occasion, why not indulge in a drink?" he greeted, approaching the two guards. They had been drowsy, but Logan's voice startled them awake. "Who?" One of them reached for the alarm bell. Logan quickly replied, "It's me, Logan." The guards leaned closer, and upon realizing it was indeed Logan, exchanged glances and released their grip on the alarm. "Mr. Logan, what brings you here at such a late hour?" A flicker of disdain crossed their eyes. But given Logan's notorious bounty, they treated him with a begrudging respect. Logan feigned ignorance to their disdain, warmly handing the bottles to them. "Why, door is broken. I came to fetch some tools for repairs." The guards stared in astonishment at the bottles in their hands, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Yet, when they confirmed Logan's identity, their mouths gaped even wider. After all, who among the crew of the Barton pirate group was unaware of Logan's infamous reputation? To say he was ruthless, domineering, and utterly shameless would be an understatement. Especially since he had gained Nielsen's backing, he had become utterly insufferable. Yet now, this scoundrel was offering them 2 bottles of fine wine. For a moment, the two simple-minded pirates were taken aback. However, they were not entirely foolish and cautiously inquired, "Mr. Logan, why not have the shipwright repair such a trivial matter for you? Why go through the trouble yourself?" Logan sighed in exasperation. "That fellow is dead to the world. No matter what, I can't wake him, but we'll fix it tomorrow. It's too late tonight." "No way. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep." Logan's tone was resolute. The guards exchanged knowing glances, reading each other's reluctance. "Very well, Mr. Logan, we concede to you." One guard turned to open the door, while the other retrieved 2 cups from beneath the table. He poured the wine. He remarked, "To be honest, he'd been craving the aroma of this wine all night." "Ha!" Logan nodded along with a smile, yet his hand rested on the hilt of his knife. The guards were completely unprepared. It was the perfect moment. Without hesitation, Logan drew his blade with a swift motion, delivering a decisive strike to the throat. As frost-like petals fell, he lunged forward, thrusting his blade once more, slaying another. Thud! The guard whose throat had been sliced fell onto the table, droplets of crimson splattering into the wine glasses. The guard who had been pierced through the heart turned to glare at Logan, still grinning. Logan withdrew the blade, a searing pain tearing through his nerves. A torrent of crimson blood surged forth, yet the dutiful guard remained silent, gritting his teeth as he reached desperately for the police cordon, the light in his eyes gradually dimming until it faded into dullness. Despite it being his first act of murder, Logan felt no unusual sensation. As if he had merely taken a sip of water or washed his hands, he understood that this was a consequence of the original owner's memories. Although this callous disregard for life was terrifying, Logan did not find it distasteful. At least not at this moment, as he quietly observed the second guard succumb entirely to the absence of vital signs. He flicked the droplets of blood from his blade, sheathed it, and turned to exit. As he passed the table, he casually poured the mixture of pirate blood and liquor over the 2 pirates' bodies, considering it a tribute. Chapter 8. The turn of events. Uller stood obediently where Logan had instructed him to remain still, his aged face as weathered as tree bark. "They've left." Logan waved his hand, and Uller immediately followed with quick steps. Logan guided Uller into the storage chamber, swiftly locating the section where the small boats were kept. "Choose the finest one, then scuttle the others. Hurry!" As Logan issued rapid commands to Uller, he busied himself scavenging for supplies. The storage chamber, vast and stocked with numerous valuable items, left Logan feeling dazzled. However, the limited capacity of the small boat meant he could only take a handful of provisions, including a stash of jerky and sour limes, alongside a few quality knives and firearms. By the time Logan returned with his bounty, Uller had completed the task Logan had assigned. Well done. With dawn approaching, Logan no longer held back his praise. A hint of a smile broke through the wrinkles on Uller's face. "Now, let's push the small boat into the water." The storage chamber of the Barton pirate crew led directly to the sea, specifically designed for the small boats, which greatly facilitated Logan's efforts. After some exertion, the duo successfully launched the small boat onto the dark, silent waters, a shadowy vessel appearing beside the grand ship. "Mr. Logan, the old man must fulfill his promise now," Uller said, producing a recording pointer from his pocket and offering it to Logan. "It serves me no purpose. You are the navigator, so you should take it. The recording pointer was pushed back with a single hand. And Uller's lips quivered slightly, but he said nothing further, silently fastening the pointer to his wrist and standing quietly beside Logan. Logan wrapped his cloak tighter around himself, glancing at Uller with unexpected intrigue. It seems you knew I was waiting for someone. Uller replied earnestly, to escape, we must eliminate the spies aboard the ship. When I visited the storage chamber, I noticed several bodies of cannon fodder on the deck, which did not appear to be your doing. Hence, I dared to speculate that you had companions. Logan laughed heartily. You are quite astute. I have merely lived long enough, Uller replied. Logan smiled gently. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby, shaking both men into tense alertness. Moments later, a fiery blast erupted from the opposite side of the grand ship. Logan could no longer contain himself, exclaiming a traditional expletive, "What the hell?" It was well known that artillery fire in this world rarely struck its target. However, the grand ship had taken 3 solid cannon shots, indicating that the enemy was alarmingly close enough that random shots could find their mark. What did this imply? It meant the lookout on the ship was gone. Logan clenched his fist and whispered urgently to Uller, "Grab the oars. Be ready to flee at any moment." Uller rolled up his sleeves, grasping the 2 large oars as if they were mere toys. The skillful and wild motion instilled a sense of reassurance in Logan, who tightened his grip on the ice-veined blade hidden beneath his cloak, excitement etched on his face. Yet, as a minute passed, then too, the grand ship remained ablaze with lights and the sounds of fierce battle. But Nelson did not appear. Mr. Logan, if we do not leave now, it will be too late. We must flee, Uller urged, his grip tightening on the oars. Logan gritted his teeth. Just wait a little longer. I could at least let the old man row the boat to a different location. Staying here makes us too easy to spot. No, Logan declared resolutely. I have arranged to meet him here. Uller insisted. If he sees you are absent, he will undoubtedly come looking for you. That fellow isn't that clever, Logan retorted, refusing to budge, no matter Uller's arguments. Sighing, Uller suddenly tossed aside the oars, picking up a steel knife from the ship, lamenting, I have waited an entire year for you. At this point, I am willing to take a chance. Logan, momentarily distracted by concern, asked incredulously, You have been waiting for me? Uller shook his head. I have merely been waiting for someone who wishes to escape this ship. Logan began to grasp the situation, pondering. So you sleep in your clothes and hide the recording pointer there for today? Uller nodded, then shook his head. I do not sleep at night. Not sleep? Logan was genuinely taken aback. Because he is the only navigator on board, he assumed that anyone wishing to escape would seek him out. With such a naive yet ridiculous notion, this nearly 70-year-old man had stubbornly persisted for a year, even resorting to self-harm. No wonder he always appeared dazed during the day. It was due to prolonged sleep deprivation. How had he endured? What drove him to be so obstinate? Did he not fear exhausting himself to death? After the shock, a flurry of questions flooded Logan's mind. That aren't you afraid? He could not help but ask, what if no one escapes? What if the one who does escape never finds you? What if the one who escapes kills you outright? Enough with the what-ifs. Uller interrupted decisively, his tone unwavering. I have my reasons for needing to escape from here. Logan stared blankly at the elderly man before him, who suddenly pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and presented it, depicting a skull flag, the ice vein blade, the sheath, and a snow-white scarf. Uller gazed at the drawing, utterly confused. This is the flag of Logan's pirate crew, Logan said, smiling as he extended his hand. Would you like to be my ship's navigator? Uller was momentarily taken aback, then pointed to his disheveled white hair, shaking his head that I won't be around much longer. Logan clapped a hand on his arm, laughing heartily. What nonsense! You still possess considerable strength. Come, Uller, join my ship. With utmost sincerity, Logan extended his invitation. Uller still wore a bitter smile. Mr. Logan, I'm honored by your regard, but I truly do not wish to join any organization again. I am old and weary of the life of slaughter on the high seas. I simply wish to return to the North Sea, back to my homeland. That is of no concern, Logan replied, winking with an unwavering smile. I will escort you back to the North Sea. But before that, please serve as my ship's navigator. Uller expressed surprise. You wish to return me to the North Sea. Aren't you venturing into the New World? Logan shrugged. The New World is still far too perilous for me. Regardless, returning to the North Sea to develop is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Uller felt a stirring in his heart, exclaiming, Mr. Logan, you do not resemble the typical rookie pirate at all. Would a rookie pirate flee from the Barton pirate crew, like I did? They are a renowned, up-and-coming crew. Hearty laughter erupted from Uller. Indeed. So, will you join my ship? Logan extended his hand once more. It would be my utmost honor. The hands of youth and age clasped tightly together. Boom, boom. Another two deafening explosions erupted near Logan's ears. Moments later, a shock wave from the blast hurled several whaling pirates into the air, and Logan watched helplessly as they plummeted into the nearby sea. Splash, splash, splash. When the nearly drowning pirates caught sight of Logan in the small boat, tears nearly streamed down their faces. Lord Logan, did you come specifically to rescue us? We truly misunderstood you before. The pirates wept openly, flailing toward the small boat. Logan found himself momentarily bewildered by their words. Looking at the small boat laden with supplies and the newly acquired navigator, he could not fathom that they thought he was there to save them. How peculiar were these pirates' thought processes? As Logan stood in confusion, Uller nudged his shoulder, signaling with his knife. After a brief moment of contemplation, Logan nodded in agreement. Kill, and do it swiftly. With Logan's affirmation, Yul silently tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife. His body slightly crouched, resembling an old leopard fixated on its prey. A gazelle. Logan too quietly grasped the hilt of his knife, revealing a warm smile to the pirates floundering in the water. Brothers, hurry up. The water is freezing. Wah! The pirates cried like children searching for their father. Slap. Slap. Several pirates' hands nearly simultaneously clawed their way onto the ship's railing. However, what awaited them was not the warm embrace of a father, but two icy and sharp blades. Swoosh, 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 thud. The blade sliced through flesh, and the sound of the knife piercing the heart marked a bloody end to the lives of these pirates. Chapter 9. The Floral Blade Bista Mister. Logan, we are about to be discovered. Yul warned, having cleaned the blood-stained deck and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Logan leaned against the cabin, distracted, and merely hummed in acknowledgement. As time passed, his thoughts had long since drifted away. Bang, bang! Two stray bullets pierced the night, striking the small boat. Yul's expression grew increasingly alert. After 2 minutes, the sounds of fierce combat from the larger ship became ever clearer. Logan remained oblivious, his mind consumed by thoughts of Nelson. Why hasn't he arrived yet? They had eliminated the lookout, completed the mission, agreed to rendezvous here, and were poised to escape. What on earth happened? Had he been discovered by Barton? Or had he encountered enemies attacking the Barton pirate crew? What could have transpired? Logan shook his head vigorously, attempting to force his mind from these thoughts, but he found it utterly impossible. Although he had known Nelson for only a few hours, the kindness, gentleness, and unreserved concern he had shown made Logan feel the world's benevolence. He was the first person Logan had encountered in this strange world, the first ray of dazzling sunlight, though slightly ashamed to admit it. Nelson had undeniably become someone of great importance to Logan. So, my dear friend, please do not come harm. Bang! Bang! Clang! A bullet was deftly intercepted by Yul just before it struck Logan. Logan, Yul turned sharply, his voice a commanding bark. As captain, you must remain composed at all times. Steady yourself, Captain. Yul's fist struck Logan's chest, then he grasped the latter's shoulders, his weathered gaze ablaze with the fires of dusk. Logan felt a sharp pain, Yul's fervent stare igniting him, awakening him from his stupor. But he trembled, staring deeply into the eyes of the elder. After a long moment, Logan pushed Yul's arms aside, withdrew the ice vein blade, and pressed its cold blade against his forehead. The chilling sensation coursed through him, and he inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, as though releasing all his unease and worries. That Yul's aged lips curled into a faint smile as he gazed towards the brightly lit ship. Captain, tell this old man your companion's name, and I shall bring him back. Logan shook his head. I cannot allow that. It's too dangerous. Rather than sitting idly by, we must take the initiative. You promised to obey my commands unconditionally. Ah, the wind is too strong. It's messing with this old man's ears. You'll scratch his ear, feigning frailty. But soon the old man grinned slyly, nimbly leaping over Logan, landing on the ship's railing. With a sudden burst of strength, he charged onto the larger vessel. The small boat rocked violently, nearly capsizing, as Logan hurriedly steadied himself. Regaining his composure, he glared at Yule, his voice low but forceful. "You do not know who he is. Come back, you old fool." Yule stood on a larger ship, the sea breeze tousling his white hair. "A team must be Nelson. I shall fetch him, Captain." With that, Yule vanished from Logan's sight. Logan spat vehemently, "Old man, clever as a fox." Splash! Almost immediately after, another loud splash echoed. Yet another unfortunate soul had fallen. Logan took a deep breath, slapped his cheeks, and forced a less grotesque smile. "You little brat!" Before Logan could utter another word, the fallen man let out a furious roar. Logan squinted, recognizing the figure after a moment's hesitation. Tuka, the very detestable pirate who had hurled a bottle at Logan. It was no fault of Logan's that he had difficulty recognizing him. The man's disfigurement was too severe. A horrific scar stretched from his brow over his left eye to his chin, blood streaming down his head and face. A similar massive gash marred his chest. Flesh torn and grotesque, staining the seawater. It was evident that both wounds were inflicted by a single blade. Goodness, how tragic. Logan rubbed his arms, which were covered in goosebumps, and chuckled unkindly. "You scoundrel! What are you doing here?" Tuka glared at Logan with a blood-red eye, his large hands slapping the water with a resounding crack. This fellow possessed far superior swimming skills compared to the previous few. Logan mused to himself, yet replied, "I'm here to rescue my brothers. It's the only thing I can do as an injured man to ha 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 ha." Tuka suddenly burst into manic laughter, causing blood to spill from his wounds. "Are you kidding? You, a filthy scoundrel who regards human life as mere fodder, would actually save someone. Don't make me laugh." Bang! Tuka's laughter was abruptly silenced as a bullet pierced through his forehead. Logan watched as Tuka's body sank slowly, coolly blowing the smoke from his gun and disdainfully remarking, "Calling yourself a sniper, yet you didn't even notice me after all this time. Pathetic," though he feigned indifference. Logan's heart raced, not out of concern for Tuka, but for those who had attacked the Barton pirate crew. Tuka was a veteran of the crew, an experienced sniper who was always well protected during battles. The fact that even he, a core combatant, had been taken out indicated that the enemy was formidable, a threat capable of troubling the Barton pirate crew. Had Nelson truly engaged them in a fierce struggle? Should he refrain from acting tonight? As he listened to the sounds of fierce combat and screams from the ship, Logan felt lost. Suddenly, a pair of eyes, seemingly ablaze, flashed into Logan's mind. "You are the captain." "I am the captain," Logan whispered to himself. "I am the captain. I am here, always here, waiting for you." With a resolute heart, Logan dismissed his confusion, holding his gun in his left hand and his knife in his right. Standing firmly at the bow of the ship, minutes passed once more. "Spare me! Spare me! Demon! Demon! You are a demon!" Several pirates tumbled from the large ship like dumplings, blood spraying into the air. Logan's eyes sharpened. He seemed to glimpse an extraordinary figure among them. Squinting, he stared intently, and suddenly felt a jolt. It was indeed him. Maxime Bivise, the first mate aboard the ship, Barton's right-hand man, a formidable pirate with a bounty of 67 million berries. To see such a man being felled like a mere lackey, tossed into the sea like a chick, was unfathomable. "Save me!" Bivise caught sight of Logan, a desperate glimmer igniting in his dim eyes. "Help me!" He stretched out his hand towards the small boat. It was futile. Logan raised his gun, aiming at Bivise's forehead. Blood covered him, especially from a horrific gash torn open on his chest, shattered internal organs spilling into the sea. It was too late. This injury was enough to claim any ordinary man's life, and even Bivise would only linger for a few more minutes. Bang! 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 In mere seconds, Logan emptied his revolver, and Bivise, along with the other fallen pirates, were dispatched. "You've got some guts, young man." A light-hearted laugh suddenly echoed from above. Logan jolted in surprise, swiftly turning his gun, but then remembered it was empty. He quickly discarded the pistol and gripped the ice-veined blade tightly. Cursing himself for his carelessness, he looked up, and when he saw the man standing there, his mind went blank. The figure stood against the moonlight, clad in a flowing cloak, white-gloved hands gripping dual swords with red and blue hilts. The blades slowly dripping with crimson blood. Logan's throat tightened. He realized he had encountered someone even more formidable, a robust figure, with a straight fringe and a ponytail, dual sword scabbards at his waist, and a relaxed smile on his face. Although he had yet to grow the signature dark beard or don a gentleman's top hat and large earrings, Logan felt he had not misidentified him. It was Bista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Bista, taken by surprise upon encountering Logan, remarked, "It seems you are familiar with me." Logan let out a bitter laugh and replied with difficulty, "The formidable subordinate of the great pirate Whitebeard. The reputation of Flower Sword is well known even among the children of the North Sea." Bista burst into a hearty laugh, clearly pleased, his long ponytail swaying joyfully behind him. Logan exhaled in relief, feeling as though he had escaped peril. Indeed, it was evident from the original text that Bista was not a bloodthirsty fiend. There was absolutely no need for him to eliminate a small pirate who posed no threat whatsoever. Contemplating this, Logan's gaze softened as he looked at Bista, and he lowered his raised sword slightly. However, Bista's next words sent a chill down Logan's spine. "Young man, your compliment brings me great joy," Bista said, raising his twin swords, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "But father despises those who harm their companions." Chapter 10. Setting sail. Under the piercing gaze of Bista, Logan felt a wave of icy dread surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He sensed a killing intent, a cold, viscous, almost tangible blood-red malice. Before him, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood seemed to materialize, the surging crimson liquid creeping over his ankles, engulfing his chest, and drowning him entirely. What the hell? Isn't he the Flower Sword? Why does it feel as if I am facing a ruthless butcher? Logan clenched his chest, gritting his teeth to suppress the panic, while his other hand instinctively raised the blade to shield himself. The sturdy sword provided slight respite against the suffocating pressure. Bista sneered, "Is this the caliber of man I face? No wonder you could be so ruthless towards your companions." His condescending tone made Logan want to resist, but then he thought, if there's no chance of survival, why bother restraining himself? Summoning an unexpected surge of courage, Logan thrust his sword into the ground, his furious eyes glaring fiercely as he shouted, "Ridiculous! The illustrious Flower Sword turns out to be such a childish fool. Harming companions. Do you really think everyone on the same ship is a companion? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that. Only a man of such caliber? Yes, I am indeed that kind of man. Am I laughable? Am I childish?" Bista, enraged, laughed in turn, raising his sword in a menacing gesture. "Do you wish to test the sharpness of my twin swords? My sword is no less formidable." Logan retorted fiercely, raising his blade directly at Bista. In that moment, the fierce aura that erupted momentarily caught Bista off guard, and he blinked, seemingly lost in thought. Soon, to Logan's astonishment, Bista lowered his swords, the murderous intent around him gradually dissipating. "Well, never mind, I have more important matters to attend to and won't waste my time here." A relaxed smile graced Bista's face as he turned to leave without hesitation. However, after taking a few steps, he paused, turning to point at the small boat beneath Logan, saying, "In the New World, one cannot survive with such a vessel. Good luck, young man." With that, Bista strode away with a light-hearted gait. Logan gripped his sword tightly, his face alternating between pale and flushed, a surge of hostility rising within him. In that moment, the halo surrounding the characters from the original text shattered completely. The Bista from the original story was gentle, elegant, and always wore a carefree smile, a remarkably reliable and amiable individual. Yet the Bista Logan faced now was fierce, cruel, and utterly unyielding, a man who would kill without a second thought. The late arriving sensation of dread after confronting death made it abundantly clear to Logan that had it not been for the more important matter Bista mentioned, he might very well have been a cold corpse by now. This terrifying thought left Logan in a prolonged state of shock, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear. After what felt like an eternity, Logan sheathed his sword, releasing his grip on the hilt and vigorously patting his stiff cheeks. He suddenly realized this was the real world, and the personalities of the characters from the original story did not wholly apply to the flesh and blood individuals he would encounter. Or rather, the benevolent traits exhibited by the characters were only directed towards those they deemed worthy. Just like the Bista he had encountered, Logan had initially perceived him as akin to a member of the Whitebeard pirates, like Ace, and thus viewed him as gentle and reliable. But the reality was that Logan had no connection to Bista whatsoever. His gentleness and reliability held no relevance to Logan. What he had to confront were even Bista's sharp twin swords. It was imperative to remain vigilant against original characters, to discard all preconceived notions, and to abandon any frivolous mindset. This was not an anime. This was not an anime. This was not an anime. Logan gazed in the direction Bista had departed, resolutely reminding himself. Yet upon reflection, it was rather amusing. Logan looked at the burning ships around him, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude. Just moments ago, Barton had announced his intent to confront Whitebeard, and yet within a single night, Whitebeard's son had come to engage him. TSK, what terrible luck! While secretly chuckling, Logan suddenly felt a sense of unease. Oh no! Logan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Could it be that Nelson is truly clashing with the Whitebeard pirates? As this thought emerged, it spread through him like a wild weed. Igniting a sense of urgency, he forced himself to suppress the anxiousness within, straining his ears to discern any sounds from the ship, desperately hoping to catch even a hint of Nelson's voice. Just then, an unexpected cacophony erupted. Logan's heart raced as he looked up, only to witness the main mast of the ship, towering over 10 meters and as thick as 3 men combined, being violently snapped in half. The black pirate flag plummeting into the sea alongside the shattered wood. The broken mast crashed down, collapsing the cabin, and amid the wreckage stood a massive boar. Its body mangled point, one of its vicious tusks had been violently torn away. Bits of blood and flesh hanging from its mouth, and a significant portion of its coarse back was missing. Crimson blood gushing forth freely, staining the beast's body. The excruciating pain rendered Barton nearly insane. As he rampaged through his surroundings, his beast-like eyes gleaming with brutal red fury. Those 2 crimson points in the darkness were visible even to Logan, who was still on the small boat. Logan's expression darkened as he clenched the hilt of his sword, knowing that Barton would lose, but he had not anticipated such a swift and devastating defeat. The Whitebeard pirates were truly terrifying. Nelson, you are you. I'll count to 10. If you don't return, I'll come looking for you. Logan resolved internally. Nelson and URU had trusted him enough to board his ship, and he could never abandon them to escape alone. Even if death awaited, they would face it together. With a determined expression, Logan slowly began to count. 1, 2, 3. Captain, we're back. A familiar voice suddenly rang out from the ship. Though soft, it was filled with vitality. Tears nearly brimmed in Logan's eyes. He quickly wiped them away, fixating intently on Nelson and URU rushing towards him from the ship. They appeared unscathed, apart from a slightly disheveled hairstyle. Both Nelson and URU returned in perfect condition. Logan bit down hard on his trembling lips, desperate to suppress any embarrassing sound from escaping. Thud! Thud! Nelson and URU landed on the small boat, nearly capsizing it. Nelson showed no sign of remorse, merely grinning foolishly while clutching a small wooden box. URU also looked elated, as if he had stumbled upon some grand treasure. Nelson, pretending to be mysterious, leaned in and whispered, "Captain, guess what?" "Enough," Logan interrupted, pointing at the large oars on the small boat. "Get to rowing. Now." Immediately, Logan kicked him in the rear, growling, "What do you think you're doing?" URU's expression stiffened, and sensing the mood, he rolled up his sleeves and turned to grasp one of the large oars. Nelson blinked, tucking the small wooden box into his pocket, obediently taking hold of the other oar. Logan nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Excellent. I hereby announce that the Logan pirates are fully assembled and ready to set sail. Now I issue my first command as captain." Nelson and URU's expressions turned serious, their arms gripping the oars tightly. Taking a deep breath, Logan, suppressing the tumult within, shouted, "In 10 minutes, I want to see no trace of that damned Barton pirates. Partners, we set sail." "Oh, Chapter 11. The Stolen Fruit Fool. It's on the other side. Can't you see the whirlpool over there?" The small boat echoed with Yu's aged yet commanding voice. "Ah, Captain, let us toss him overboard. This old man is just too annoying. Humph. Toss me overboard, and you can expect to feed the fish." Two fellows were bickering loudly, and Logan, seated cross-legged at the stern of the boat, wore a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, revealing a shallow dimple on his left cheek. His spirits were high, for the distant horizon no longer bore the shadow of the Baton pirate crew. The surroundings were enveloped in tranquility, a veritable sanctuary. The ice-veined blade rested upon his knee while his two companions playfully exchanged jibes behind him. In this serene atmosphere, Logan propped his chin on one hand and gazed at the shimmering sea. Having distanced himself from danger, a sense of leisurely appreciation for the scenery blossomed within him. Previously, he had lived inland, having only glimpsed the ocean through screens. This was his first experience of being so close to the sea, feeling its essence at any moment. After squinting in contemplation for a while, Logan turned to inquire, "How long shall we drift upon the sea?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yu replied, "At this pace, we shall reach Afei Island in 2.5 days. "A splendid place indeed." Just as Logan was about to nod in agreement, a sudden thought struck him, and he silently shook his head, chuckling, "You old rascal, didn't you say it would take at least 7 days while on the Baton ship?" Realizing he had misspoken, Yu chuckled awkwardly. Who could have anticipated Mr. Nilsson's strength? "If it were just me rowing, we might not even make it in 7 days." Nilsson shot a fierce glare back at Yu and turned to Logan, saying, "This old fellow is certainly not trustworthy. We ought to toss him overboard." Hey, I was the one who brought you down from the ship. How could you repay kindness with enmity?" Nilsson retorted, narrowing his eyes. "I don't care. You hinder my world with Logan." "World with Logan?" Yu caught an unusual undertone in this ambiguous phrase. He was aware of Nilsson's pursuit of the captain, yet hadn't the captain always been resolutely rejecting? No. If the captain could convince Nilsson to flee together, perhaps there were matters unknown to him between the two. The more he pondered, the more peculiar his gaze towards Logan became. Hey, what unsavory thoughts are you harboring?" Logan felt a chill as he detected the fiery spark of gossip igniting in Yu's eyes. "Cut it out," Logan admonished, sternly declaring, "Cast aside those filthy notions from your mind. My relationship with Nilsson is purely innocent." Nilsson nodded vigorously. "Indeed, my bond with the captain is utterly pure." Yu glanced from Nilsson to Logan, then suddenly lowered his head, unable to suppress the quaking of his shoulders. Logan, visibly frustrated, looked at Nilsson, who appeared bewildered and innocent, and felt a surge of irritation. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Logan snapped, "I haven't even asked you yet. What did you do after taking down the lookout? Why didn't you stick to the plan?" "Oh yes," Logan finally can't contain his curiosity. Nilsson's heart soared, though his expression remained nonchalantly composed. That was because the Sand Wolf pirate crew's sudden appearance disrupted my plans." Logan paused. "The Supernova pirate crew? Isn't that the Whitebeard pirates? Why would Bista team up with Sand Wolf?" However, Logan didn't dwell on it too much, as it wasn't directly related to him. He cast a glance at the scarf, now shaped like a heart, and glared at the feigning calmness of Nilsson, stating, "Don't even start." From the moment the cannon fire began until the battle truly commenced, there was at least a 10-minute window. Ample time for you to escape the ship. Confess, what were you really doing? Does it relate to that box in your hand? Nilsson's face turned pale with shock, "But I was acting so well." Yu interjected, "With your acting skills, not even the captain would be fooled, let alone a 3-year-old. Just as Nilsson was about to counter, Logan swiftly interjected, All right, enough arguing. Nilsson's acting isn't as terrible as you claim." "Humph." Nilsson proudly lifted his chin, directing his nostrils toward Yu. Yu, undeterred, hummed an ancient song from the North Sea, and continued, "I found him in the captain's quarters. This little sly fox sneaked in while Baton was fighting the fierce wolf, stealing a great treasure from the captain." "What? He went to find Baton?" Logan exclaimed, a mix of surprise and anger coursing through him. He hurried over to Nilsson, inspecting him from head to toe to ensure he was unscathed before letting out a sigh of relief. Nilsson, bewildered, allowed Logan to examine him freely. "You truly frightened me." Logan grasped Nilsson's shoulders, speaking earnestly. "Remember, no treasure is worth your life. Without you, how could I survive in this treacherous sea?" Nilsson felt warmth in his heart. Gazing at Logan with tear-filled eyes, Ewer paused his paddling, looked up at the sky, cleared his throat, and said, "Captain, you should take a look at what Nilsson has brought you. It is sure to astonish you." Nilsson, unusually agreeing with Ewer's sentiment, excitedly pulled out a small wooden box from his pocket, saying mysteriously, "Captain, can you guess what this is?" Without hesitation, Logan replied, "A devil fruit." Nilsson's eyes widened in shock. "How did you know? Were you still awake when Batten took the items?" Logan merely smiled, for he had long learned that a small, tightly sealed box could only contain either a treasure map or a devil fruit. Considering that a treasure map wouldn't excite Nilsson and Ewer this much, it was evident that the box contained something that could swiftly enhance the captain's power. Thus, Logan boldly declared that the box held a devil fruit. Laughing heartily, Logan seized the wooden box from Nilsson, casually asking, "Do you know what kind of fruit it is?" Both Nilsson and Ewer shook their heads in unison. Ewer, with a mysterious tone and a sense of wonder, remarked, "I've heard that each devil fruit is a treasure of the sea. The one who consumes it transforms into a landlubber while gaining extraordinary powers. Having lived this long, I've only witnessed one such devil fruit." "What a coincidence, it's my first time too, ha." While speaking, Logan opened the box and extracted its contents. The devil fruit was roughly the size of a fist, entirely black-purple, adorned with red spiral patterns resembling a vine, and shaped like an outstretched right hand. Ewer stroked his beard, marveling, "What a peculiar fruit." Logan scrutinized it for a moment before asking, "This devil fruit was stolen from a merchant ship a couple of days ago, right? Did Batten mention what kind it is?" "He didn't say." "I suspect he doesn't know either." Logan speculated, "I think it resembles a paramecia-type devil fruit, but I can't tell if it is superhuman type, a superpower type, or a creation type. If it's a powerful ability, then splendid. But if luck is against me, and I end up with a worthless ability, that would be a great loss." Logan's expression grew conflicted as he hesitated over whether to consume it. Nilsson thumped his chest, declaring, "No matter what it is, I shall protect the captain well." Observing Nilsson's earnest demeanor, Logan suddenly resolved, "I shall eat it. As captain, how can I always rely on my crew for protection? Whatever the ability, even if it's worthless, I shall make it work." Logan leaned over the side of the boat to cleanse the devil fruit and, standing upright, cast a determined glance at Nilsson and Ewer before tilting his head back and swallowing the entire fruit. Ewer's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "So, how is it?" Logan suppressed the nausea rising in his stomach, forcing a smile. "It tastes delightful, not of this earthly realm. I shall certainly let you have a whole one in the future." Ewer shook his head, chuckling as he stroked his grizzled beard. Nilsson shot him an exasperated glare and eagerly asked, "Captain, what ability does it grant?" As the queasiness began to subside, Logan closed his eyes to concentrate. Devil fruits were remarkable. Upon consumption, the user instantly understood the nature of the fruit they had ingested. Thus, Logan quickly sensed a surge of unique power coursing through him. He attempted to reach out, to comprehend, and to embrace it. After a lengthy moment, Logan opened his eyes, wearing an expression of bewilderment. Nilsson, increasingly curious, urged, "What ability does it grant? Is it much stronger than Batten's?" Logan remained silent, playfully mysterious as he walked past Ewer, discreetly tapping him with his finger before smiling and moving to the bow of the ship, fiddling with the log pose and jesting. Whether it surpasses Batten or not is hard to say. However, it certainly suits the identity of a pirate quite well. Nilsson blinked in confusion, while Ewer, astonished, touched his empty wrist and exclaimed, "Captain, how did the log pose end up with you?" Logan laughed heartily as he tossed the pointer back to Ewer, bowing and declaring, "From this moment forth, I shall be known as the master thief who has consumed the stealth fruit. Please refer to me as the Grand Master of Thievery. To take without permission is indeed thievery." The stealth fruit, a type of paramecia devil fruit, grants the extraordinary ability to pilfer anything in existence. However, activating this power requires the fulfillment of 3 conditions. First, one must clearly identify the target of the theft. This is quite reasonable, for a thief with good professional ethics must have a definite objective. Second, when activating the ability, one must not be perceived as a threat by the target. This too is sensible, as taking from another under strict vigilance is not stealing, but robbery. Third, the ability must be activated within a specific range of the target. which is also quite logical. Otherwise, without any distance limitations, merely glancing at something on television would mean it is all mine. Alas, the only flaw is that his current effective range is merely 30 centimeters. Overall, the limitations are considerable, yet the potential for operation is substantial. It is indeed a commendable ability. What a splendid power! Exclaimed Nelson, dancing with J.O.Y.T.O. celebrate the Grand Master of Thievery's newfound ability. Let's hold a banquet. Only wine, you say? No matter, let us have a gathering solely for wine. Chapter 12. A sudden turn of events. The banquet concluded, and dawn was upon them. A resplendent sun leaped above the horizon, casting a warm glow that illuminated the vast expanse of the sea. Logan leaned against the ship's railing, half closing his eyes to relish the enchanting maritime scenery. Yawning contentedly, Nelson danced joyfully at the center of the vessel, while Yule at the stern transformed empty wine bottles into makeshift drift bottles, casting them into the ocean. After releasing the last drift bottle, Yule stretched and remarked, "This has been a most delightful night I have experienced in a year." Logan turned back with a smile. "Yule, why not take a short rest? Nelson and I will ensure the course is steady." Though he too felt weary, Yule, at 68 years of age, truly needed the respite. Warmth filled Yule's heart as a broader smile graced his face. He stroked his beard and approached Logan, removing the record pointer and handing it to him. "In my youth, I traversed this maritime route, calm and serene, occasionally catching a favorable breeze, reaching Effie's island directly." Logan accepted the pointer, listening attentively as Yule continued to advise. "In my estimation, as long as you follow the direction of this most stable pointer, you shall encounter no issues. However, given the passage of time, it is possible that certain sea areas may have changed. Thus, should the record pointer indicate any alterations, you must awaken me immediately." Logan fastened the record pointer to his wrist, responding earnestly, "Understood. Now, please do get some rest. Then I shall entrust the ship to you, Captain." Yule yawned and made his way to the small cabin. Soon, the resounding sound of his snores filled the air. Logan waved his hand, signaling Nelson to quiet down so as not to disturb Yule's rest. Though reluctant, Nelson complied and leaned against the opposite railing, gazing longingly at Logan. Before long, he cast his displeasure aside and broke into a wide grin. Logan glanced at him, shifted to a more comfortable position, and closed his eyes, inquiring, after a night of activity, "Are you not weary?" Nelson chuckled and flexed his arms, showcasing his impressive biceps, exclaiming, "Do not underestimate the new humans." New humans? Logan's mind stirred as he suddenly recalled something, opening his eyes to ask, "Are you familiar with the Makabaka Kingdom? I have heard that the people there are just like you." Nelson paused for a moment, then suddenly pounded his left fist into his right hand, realizing, "You must be referring to the Peach Island of the Makabaka Kingdom. It is indeed a realm of new humans, but they found it too dull and ventured out." Logan responded with an "oh," closed his eyes again, and chuckled. "No wonder the red bean soup you made was so delightful." Nelson exclaimed excitedly, "I can prepare even more vibrant and delicious dishes for you in the future." Logan's eyelids fluttered, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he imagined savoring the delicacies Nelson described. Noticing Logan's growing drowsiness, Nelson promptly volunteered, "I shall keep watch, Logan. You should take a brief rest." Logan, without hesitation, removed the record pointer and handed it to Nelson, repeating Yule's instructions before resting his arms on the deck and drifting into slumber. Before long, Logan found himself in a state of half-sleep, half-wakefulness. Just yesterday, he had been an ordinary university student, and in a mere night's time, he had experienced events that would be inconceivable to an average person in a lifetime, had he remained tense. Perhaps he would not feel so fatigued. However, after a night of indulgence, his defenses had relaxed, and exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave. The wooden vessel, imbued with the fragrance of timber, glided gently through the waves of the ocean, lulling Logan into a deep slumber, akin to resting in a cradle. A.S. Nelson beheld Logan's sleeping countenance. He leaped up with excitement, performing a cautious ballet. From now on, I could be with Logan every day. How delightful! Nelson whimsically tucked the record pointer into his pocket, joyfully bouncing around the deck. "Oh, let me surprise Logan." Filled with anticipation, Nelson made his way to the rear of the small boat, shooing away resting seagulls, and grasped 2 oars with enthusiasm. "All right, let us paddle straight to Effie's Island." Nelson swung the oars vigorously, envisioning Logan's astonished expression upon waking in Nelson's capable hands. The oars moved swiftly, and the little boat shot forward like an arrow towards the rising sun. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Logan felt as if he were submerged in a vast tank of cold water, discomfort enveloping him. Believing he was merely dreaming, he paid it no mind, even wishing to see how this dream would unfold. But then, an unexpected itch arose on his belly, prompting Logan to reach down to scratch it. However, before his fingers could touch his skin, they encountered something peculiar. The sensation was slippery and icy, akin to jelly. Instinctively, Logan squeezed it, only for the jelly-like substance to suddenly ensnare his finger, causing a slight sting. This jolt of pain startled Logan awake, and he abruptly sat up on the deck. At that moment, it appeared to be dusk, and with the last rays of sunlight, Logan discerned the nature of the substance wrapped around his finger. It was a smooth tentacle, adorned with tiny suction cups that were fervently clinging to his digit. Following the tentacle, he discovered a pink octopus about the size of a basketball, resting on his belly, its 2 black eyes wide and fixed upon him. Logan blinked, his still dazed mind finally clearing, and he swiftly brushed the innocent-looking octopus off his body, tossing it far into the sea. However, he soon noticed another strange occurrence. Water seemed to be everywhere on the boat. The icy seawater had submerged half of his backside, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that a significant portion of the small vessel was submerged, with the bottom seemingly leaking, icy water gushing in and quickly covering his entire rear. Logan looked around again, but Nelson was nowhere to be seen. He attempted to call out, but there was no response that, so this was merely a dream. It feels like ages since I had such a vivid dream. Believing he had uncovered the truth, Logan breathed a sigh of relief. A relaxed smile spreading across his face, he then leaned back, resting his arms beneath his head, and closed his eyes. Splash! The suffocating sensation of being submerged in water, coupled with the helplessness of a power user sinking into the sea, instantly coursed through him. Ugh! This is not a dream. Logan finally grasped this reality, but it was too late. His eyes widened in panic as he struggled to escape, only to quickly realize he was utterly immobilized, unable to move even a fingertip. The amount of water that barely covered him felt insurmountable, and the mere inches separating him from air seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Time ticked away, and the oxygen in his lungs dwindled. An overwhelming sense of despair rising within him. I cannot be the first power user to drown on a ship. That would surely be the most tragic fate among all who have traversed worlds. Furthermore, where has that rascal Nelson gone? How long have I been asleep? I cannot breathe. The seawater is dreadful, so suffocating and uncomfortable that Logan's thoughts spiraled into despair as his vision dimmed. Am I to perish? In the moment just before he nearly lost consciousness, a pair of aged eyes surfaced in his mind. You are the captain. Logan jolted awake, a surge of clarity washing over him. That I am the captain. I cannot die. A powerful conviction surged suddenly within Logan's heart, and an inexplicable strength compelled him to open his eyes wide, desperately attempting to move his fingers. He did it. His fingers trembled slightly, and Logan felt as though he had shattered some form of restraint, his body regaining a flicker of strength. However, before he could savor the moment of delight, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation seized his chest. The oxygen was gone. Logan's face instantly flushed crimson, as if his lungs were about to explode. Was this it? Am I truly a man of such limited capacity? I refuse to accept this. Logan's eyes bulged with fury as he roared internally. Just then, a series of hurried splashes echoed from a distance, rapidly approaching. Someone was coming. Logan's heart quivered, and a powerful instinct for survival kept him lucid. He yearned to see who was arriving. Closer, closer. The urgent footsteps drew near, and a pair of large hands swiftly broke through the water's surface, pulling Logan from the depths. A familiar white scarf, a familiar scent. Bathed in the twilight's glow, Logan discerned the face of the person who held him. It was Nelson, drenched to the bone, his clothing in disarray. That a sense of calm settled within Logan as he laboriously raised a finger towards Nelson, intending to speak, only to expel mouthfuls of briny seawater instead. "I'm so sorry, Logan-chan. It's all my fault." Seeing Logan's frail state, Nelson burst into tears, his tears flowing freely. Logan furrowed his brow, disregarding his discomfort, and forcefully shoved Nelson away, rising to his feet. At this moment, the water level had risen to Logan's calves, and a wave of debilitating weakness surged through his body, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. Nelson, witnessing this, instinctively reached out to support him, only to be met with a sharp slap from Logan. "Don't mind me. The boat is leaking. Hurry and fix it," Logan urged, pushing Nelson, who stood frozen in place. With urgency, "Go now." Nelson nodded through his tears, turned, and grabbed the tools to repair the boat, plunging into the water as he swiftly patched the gaping hole in the hull. Logan retrieved 2 empty wooden barrels, fighting against his weakness as he slowly maneuvered to the ship's edge, clinging to the side while fervently scooping water out of the vessel with his arms. Chapter 13. Aquatic Sovereign. At this point, it was not yet too late. The accumulated water aboard had not yet reached the critical threshold that would doom their small craft to the depths of the sea. Had they discovered the leak a few moments later, they would have been feeding fish. Fortunately, Nelson worked with remarkable efficiency, sealing the large hole in mere seconds. Logan was left astounded by this terrifying speed. So much so that he scarcely noticed the 2 empty barrels slip from his grasp. After driving in the last nail, Nelson straightened up from the water, wiped the droplets from his face, discarded his tools, and sprinted towards Logan that he truly was running, as if the formidable resistance of the seawater posed no hindrance to his legs. In the blink of an eye, Nelson stood before Logan. Without waiting for any response from Logan, he hoisted him onto his shoulder and, with a powerful leap, ascended to the ship's cabin. "Nelson, what are you doing?" In an instant, Logan found himself from the edge of the boat to the top of the cabin, and the sudden change of position left him momentarily disoriented. "Logan-chan, brace yourself," Nelson uttered nonsensically, then pressed Logan down into a seated position, swiftly unwrapping the scarf from around his neck and wrapping it around Logan, securing him to the cabin. After executing this dizzying sequence of actions, Nelson turned and leaped back into the water, leaving Logan bewildered amidst the sea breeze. The scarf, made of an unknown material, was incredibly flexible and tightened the more Logan struggled. Just as he contemplated exerting more effort, he suddenly recalled that this scarf was a cherished item of Nelson's. Thus, Logan smiled and ceased his struggles, opting instead for a comfortable position. Lying back, he was not concerned that Nelson would harm him. He was simply curious about what Nelson intended to do. Nelson did not keep him waiting long. He soon revealed his intentions. He dove into the ocean, swimming beneath the boat, and emerged at the bow. With extraordinary balance, he floated on the surface as if standing on solid ground. Then, rolling up his sleeves, he gripped the prow tightly, his arms bulging with muscle and veins standing out on his thick neck. Logan swallowed hard. He seemed to comprehend what Nelson was about to do. The next moment, as if to confirm his suspicions, the small boat began to sway, and with a sudden acceleration, it broke free from the constraints of the water. Leaping towards the twilight sky, Logan's eyes widened, and he momentarily lost his breath. "Hey, there's no need for such theatrics." The small boat tilted skyward, and the calm sea suddenly surged like a torrential waterfall towards Nelson. With a tremendous roar, a deluge of seawater, along with the cargo aboard, cascaded into the depths, accompanied by a thunderous clap. Logan gasped, feeling the intense airflow from this instantaneous shift buffet his face painfully, as if his scalp were about to detach from his head. However, before he could catch his breath, the entire small vessel plunged downward again. Boom! Water splashed everywhere. Logan dry heaved a couple of times. The thrilling ups and downs felt akin to a roller coaster, and he wished never to experience it again. Lying there like a lifeless corpse for a while, Logan eventually felt the sky stabilize before his eyes. A commotion arose beneath him, and a furious ewer, nursing a large bump on his head, stormed out of the cabin, ready to demand an explanation, only to find the deck eerily vacant, leaving him momentarily stunned. He staggered to the center of the deck, spinning around in confusion. "Am I dreaming?" he muttered out a dream. Logan's lips twitched slightly, thinking, "I truly wish this were a dream." "Hey, old man, come down and help retrieve the cargo." A muffled shout echoed from the distant sea. Ewer turned in surprise towards the source of the voice. There was Nelson, holding Logan's knife in his mouth, a large wooden chest cradled in his left hand, a barrel of wine in his right, and a bundle of jerky precariously balanced on his head, kicking his legs as he swam towards the boat. Ewer was bewildered, struggling to suppress a laugh. Finally asking, "What on earth is happening?" Nelson urgently gestured toward the direction. "No time for questions. Hurry! Your recording pointer fell into the sea over there. Go retrieve it." Ewer's expression shifted instantly, without time for further dialogue. He hastily stripped off his clothes, leaped from the small boat, and dove in the direction Nelson indicated. Nelson tossed everything onto the boat and, noticing Logan still bound, smacked his forehead, intent on climbing back aboard. "Logan, don't worry about me. Go help Ewer find the recording pointer," Logan called out urgently. Nelson hesitated, glancing between the ship's edge and Logan. Seeing this, Logan smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine. Go." Nelson nodded, turned, and swam away, but halfway back he resurfaced, scratching his head and glancing at his beloved scarf. Ultimately, as if summoning immense resolve, Nelson said to Logan, "Logan-chan, if you're truly uncomfortable, feel free to tear it off." Logan was taken aback, and warmth blossomed within his heart, coursing through his limbs. Though he did not fully grasp the significance of this white scarf to Nelson, he was certain it was precious to him. Yet for Logan's sake, Nelson had unhesitatingly used his cherished item as a makeshift rope. And now, merely to grant Logan a little more comfort, he was willing to suggest tearing it apart. Such camaraderie was indeed profound. Logan hesitated, a torrent of words bubbling within him. Yet he could only utter two soft words. "Go ahead." Nelson cast one last glance at the scarf, then turned resolutely, plunging swiftly into the depths. As the final wave subsided, the sea surface gradually returned to calm, in the vast ocean. Only Logan remained above the waterline. Taking a deep breath, Logan exhaled, and, after a brief respite, the discomfort and weakness for being submerged had completely dissipated. With the crisis averted, Logan finally had the opportunity to contemplate the events that had transpired. First and foremost, his greatest perplexity. What had happened? Why did the boat begin to sink? First, he ruled out an enemy attack, for Nelson bore no injuries, and there were no signs of a struggle nearby. Thus, the most likely cause was a collision with a reef. But hadn't T. Ewer mentioned that this route was very safe? No, that couldn't be right. The New World as climate was notoriously capricious, and the geographical landscape of a particular sea area could change dramatically in just a few decades. After all, this was the New World, just as Logan believed he had uncovered the truth. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a massive shadow lurking beneath the surface of the sea. The small boat beneath him appeared as insignificant as an ant beneath the foot of an elephant in comparison to that shadow. A sea king, a cold sweat immediately trickled down Logan's forehead. Chapter 14. Star Dragon Fish. Damn, that creature must be over 100 meters in length. Where on earth did it come from? Has it been hiding below all this time? Logan, his face ashen, held his breath and endeavored to restrain his movements. Terrified of attracting the attention of the Sea King lurking beneath the waves, he could not afford to be discovered. Otherwise, it would mean certain doom for both him and the vessel. The ocean, after all, was the domain of the Sea Kings. In the presence of this marine overlord, Logan could do nothing but passively pray that it would merely pass by and swiftly depart. Yet, 1 second turned into 2, then 15 seconds passed, that a full minute elapsed, and Logan's face grew crimson, but the deep-sea monster showed no signs of leaving, nor did it appear to be preparing to attack. The surface of the water above that vast shadow remained eerily tranquil. Just as Logan was engulfed in confusion, a sudden splashing sound erupted from another part of the sea. Logan jolted, instantly holding his breath and remaining motionless, fixated on the Sea King until he realized it had not been startled. Only then did he exhale in relief and turn his gaze to the opposite side of the boat. The source of the noise was Ewer, who had successfully located the recording pointer and was leisurely swimming toward them. Logan longed to shout a warning, but instead, he watched as Ewer climbed aboard the small boat, donned his clothing, and began to look around. Logan surmised that Ewer was searching for him, so he coughed softly. "Captain, why did you come up here?" Ewer took a few steps back, looked up to see Logan. and asked, somewhat dazed, "Stop with the questions and hurry up and untie me. I'm coming right now." Ewer replied, his legs propelling him swiftly to Logan's side. "Hey, isn't this Nelson's scarf? Why did he tie you up here?" Ewer inquired, puzzled, as he began to help Logan free himself. Logan remained silent, casting a furtive glance at the large bump on Ewer's head. Ewer paused, then quickly realized, throwing Nelson's scarf to the ground in a fit of rage. "That bastard!" Logan stood up and chuckled, his gaze drifting back to the vast shadow in the distance. "Ewer, could you take a look and see if that is a large sea king? Why is it so still?" "A large sea king?" Ewer immediately tensed up, his eyes sharpening as he focused on the direction Logan indicated. But soon he relaxed, his expression turning peculiar. "It is indeed a sea king. But what?" Logan pressed eagerly. Ewer pondered for a moment, then suddenly removed his clothing and executed a graceful dive into the sea, swimming toward the shadow. Logan intended to stop him, but Ewer swam with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the shadow above and then diving beneath the surface. Seconds later, with a tremendous splash, a colossal sea king was hurled into the air by It was a bizarre creature, its upper body resembling that of a dragonfish, while its lower half, where one would expect a fishtail, transformed into a grand and exquisite ribbon that extended nearly 100 meters. In that twilight hour, the enormous ribbon shimmered with a brilliant blue luminescence, as if the celestial river of stars had descended to the earth, a sight utterly breathtaking. Logan was momentarily entranced by this extraordinary spectacle, at a loss for words. Ewer swam back to Logan, wiping the faint blue blood from his face, and excitedly explained, "This is the star dragon fish, one of the rarest sea kings that dwells only in the deep sea. It is said that its flesh is extraordinarily delicious, emitting a unique fragrance upon minimal cooking, a scent so potent that it can even cure those afflicted with severe anorexia instantly." Logan, captivated, stared intently at the radiant ribbon, murmuring, "Even without such miraculous properties, this ribbon, sparkling like the stars, would surely captivate many gazes." Ewer chuckled, "Of course. In my youth, I witnessed a mere foot-long ribbon fetch over 10 million berries at auction." 10 million berries? Logan's breath grew heavy at that moment. A foot for 10 million. How many feet was this before him? How much would it be worth? 100 million? 1 billion? 100 billion? Logan's eyes transformed into the shape of berries. It wasn't a lack of self-control. Rather, the prospect was simply overwhelming. However, just as Logan reveled in this promising future, a voice suddenly echoed from below. Logan-chan. "Don't let him fool you." Logan, puzzled, leaned over to look down, exchanging glances with Ewer before jumping down together. "Hey, you bastard, who are you calling a liar?" Ewer, upon seeing Nelson, felt a nagging headache and couldn't help but retort. Nelson set down the pile of items he was holding, sneering derisively, "Oh, old man, just because you learned the name of the star dragonfish, you think you can show off? Do you even know what the real ribbon is? Do you know its purpose? Are you aware of the medicinal value of the star dragonfish?" The barrage of 3 questions left Ewer speechless, and he huffed in frustration. Nelson wore a victorious grin, mockingly raising his middle finger in derision. Ignorance, indeed. Coughing a couple of times, Logan patted Ewer's shoulder and then turned back, shoving the scarf into Ewer's arms. Glaring at him, "Stop messing around. Ewer is simply more magnanimous than you. Think about it. If he were to ask you some professional knowledge about navigation, would you be able to answer? Remember, do not seek a sense of superiority over outsiders based on your own expertise." Nelson stuck out his tongue, feigning innocence. Ewer scoffed, "At least the captain is reasonable." Logan, with an impassive expression, remarked, "I merely wanted to prevent Nelson from questioning me. So, I took the initiative." The other 2 paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Logan also cracked a slight smile. Once the laughter subsided, Logan surveyed the somewhat chaotic small boat and asked, "This must all be related to the star dragon fish, right? Pray tell, what exactly transpired?" Nelson, remorseful, lowered his gaze to his feet and murmured, "About half an hour ago, I inadvertently spotted the star dragon fish and chased after it. But while attempting to capture it, I accidentally punctured the bottom of the boat. The rest you already know that I knew it was your doing." Ewer punched Nelson on the chest. "You owe me for that." "You owe me nothing. Nelson shot him a glare, then turned to Logan, pointing excitedly at the star dragon fish floating not far away. Not only does the flesh of the star dragon fish tantalize the taste buds, but also possesses extraordinary medicinal value that can rapidly heal external injuries. Just consuming its flesh will expedite your recovery. Logan was overwhelmed with gratitude and immediately embraced Nelson in a bear hug. Ewer looked up, squinting as he rubbed the bump on his forehead, seemingly feeling less pain. Humph. Out of respect for the captain, I'll begrudgingly forgive you. Nelson, blissfully pulled from Logan's embrace, wiped the corner of his mouth, and declared, without further ado, I shall prepare this star dragon fish for you. Oh ho. Can't wait. Chapter 15. The Navy. The last rays of the sun vanished beyond the horizon, and night swiftly followed. Unlike last night, the sky today was rather desolate, devoid of the moon, with only a smattering of stars visible. However, the dimness of the sky accentuated the brilliance of the star dragon fish's ribbon. Remembering what Nelson had just said, Logan curiously asked, Nelson, what did you mean by the real ribbon? Isn't what we have here the genuine article? Ewer also perked up his ears, clearly intrigued. Nelson chuckled softly, brandishing a chef's knife at the star dragon fish, and mysteriously replied, You'll find out soon enough. Logan shook his head with a smile and leaped onto the deck of the boat, where the view was better, allowing him to take in the immense star dragon fish in its entirety. Ewer followed Logan up, eager to witness how Nelson would prepare such a sizable star dragon fish. For such an opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. Nelson moved his body with great anticipation, preparing to present a magnificent dissection feast for the two at that moment. A speck resembling a grain of rice suddenly appeared on the distant sea. Though small, it stood out starkly against the pitch-black waters. Ol was the first to notice this glimmer, and he quickly alerted Logan and the others. Logan, momentarily taken aback, immediately leapt from the ship's cabin, grasping the oar, and commanded urgently, Quickly, cut off the most valuable parts of the star dragon fish and prepare to set sail. Ol swiftly followed suit, hastily retrieving a telescope from the cabin to gaze at the distant point of light, a naval flag. It's the Navy, the fleet of the G7 branch, Ol exclaimed, his face pale with dread. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships, a large standard warship, and 3 smaller naval vessels. Damn it, are they planning to annihilate a nation? Ol shouted, his voice trembling as he gripped the telescope. Logan felt as if he had plunged into a frozen abyss, his limbs turning icy. 4 warships, one of which was equipped with a Demon Slayer order. Such terrifying military might was beyond their current capacity to contend with. Trembling with fear, Logan tightly clutched the wooden oar, glancing at the distraught Ol and the hurriedly dissecting Nelson. Gritting his teeth, the weight of being captain steadied him. Ol, hand me the telescope and row the boat. Nelson, forget about it and come up quickly. Logan declared, setting down the oar, drawing his ice-veined blade from its sheath and bellowing with a grave expression. This is a matter of life and death. Logan's composure influenced the other two. Ol instinctively passed the telescope over and seized the oar. Nelson swiftly emerged from the star dragon fish, clutching a palm-sized heart, encircled by a shimmering, ribbon-like substance. Standing atop the star dragon fish, he held his chef's knife before his chest, bowing 3 times with utmost seriousness, then rising with a deep sigh of regret. I apologize for not allowing you to witness my greatest respect for you. Logan could surmise that, as a chef, not utilizing the finest ingredients to their fullest was the utmost disrespect towards them. He did not rush Nelson, allowing him to bid a quiet farewell to the star dragon fish. With a leap, Nelson boarded the larger ship, handing the heart to Logan, who, distracted, accepted it absent-mindedly and tucked it away. Nelson nodded and moved to the other side to grasp the oar. Logan made his way to the stern, gazing into the distance. The naval fleet was advancing rapidly. What had once appeared as a mere speck was now discernible as a looming silhouette. Logan immediately inquired, Oh, are we still on our original course? Can you tell how far we are from Effie Island? Ol hurriedly glanced at the recording pointer, and upon raising his head, he exchanged a surprised look with Nelson before responding. We are still on course. The pointer is stable now, and we are quite close to Effie Island. I estimate that we should see its outline in no more than 2 hours. Excellent. Logan pointed the blade towards the bow, exclaiming excitedly, "Full speed ahead. We are going to the island." Meanwhile, the radiant glow of the star dragonfish's ribbon caught the attention of the lookout on the large standard warship. Simultaneously, he noticed Logan and his crew hastily fleeing. The lookout immediately reported to Admiral Calfan at the G7 branch base. "Report, Admiral Calfan. A small ship has been spotted 300 nautical miles ahead, carrying the notorious scented demon girl Elisa Nielsen, with a bounty of 43 million berries. And White 2 Florentino Crotto Logan, with a bounty of 1.2 million berries. Both are affiliated with the Barton pirate crew, and there are no signs of Barton." Admiral Calfan, cigar in mouth, nodded and gestured for the lookout to continue his reconnaissance. A nearby aide approached and inquired, "Admiral, should we dispatch a warship to sink them?" Calfan exhaled a cloud of smoke, gazing into the distance with a serious expression. "No need. Our current mission is of greater importance." Yet, the lookout's voice rang out again. "Admiral Calfan, the pirate ship is accelerating towards Effie Island." Calfan cast a sidelong glance at his aide and calmly replied, "Is there still a need to deliberate?" The aide saluted sharply, declaring, "No, sir." With that, the aide turned his gaze towards Effie Island, a smirk of glee forming on his face. "Captain, is the Navy catching up?" All asked, laboriously rowing the boat. Logan stood at the stern, closely monitoring the naval fleet through his telescope, responding, "Not yet. Do not worry. The Navy will surely not catch up to us." Nielsen, unfazed, displayed unwavering confidence. You truly are optimistic," Logan remarked with a smile, feeling somewhat reassured. Ole's spirits lifted as well, and he cheerfully declared, "Let me sing a song for you too." Without waiting for their consent, Ole began to sing boisterously that compasses and such are but sources of stagnation. Steering freely under the blazing sun, Ole indeed possessed a talent for singing, especially now, infused with the gravitas of age. His voice was captivating. Logan and Nielsen couldn't help but join in softly. Under the night sky, the small vessel sped forth, embraced by the melody. Over an hour later, as Logan intently observed the naval fleet, Ole's singing abruptly ceased, replaced by a panicked exclamation. Without turning back, Logan inquired, "What happened?" Ole hastily dropped the oar, rushed to Logan, and raised his arm, exclaiming, "The recording pointer has suddenly malfunctioned." Startled, Logan immediately set down his telescope to inspect the pointer on Ole's wrist. The outer pointer showed no change, but the central one was trembling violently, then inexplicably angled towards the sky. The sky. Logan looked up at the pitch-black heavens, pondering, could there be a vast sky island hovering above this sea? Had the pointer's recording been seized in an instant by the sky island? Having read the original work, Logan could only arrive at this conclusion, for Effie Island could not possibly float in the sky. Could it? Shaking his head, he relayed his speculation to ULTO. His surprise, Ole responded skeptically. A sky island? Isn't it a tale from a fairy story? Are there really islands that float in the air? Even Nielsen, usually steadfast in his belief, seemed hesitant to accept the existence of a sky island at this moment. Just as Logan was about to explain, their small vessel jolted violently, as if struck by something. Nielsen dashed forward, inspecting the situation with bewilderment. "It's a pile of broken wood," Logan queried in confusion. "How could there be broken wood here? Does ship sink?" Nielsen leaned over the side, retrieving a piece of debris to scrutinize, exclaiming, "This doesn't resemble wood from a ship. It looks more like it's from a rooftop, and it seems to be a very precious type of wood." "A rooftop?" Ole couldn't help but laugh. "Are you suggesting someone built a house on the ocean? That sounds utterly implausible." Unfazed, Nielsen tossed the piece of wood towards Ole, retorting, "Take a look for yourself." Ole clumsily caught it, retorting defiantly, I'll look." Upon examining the wood closely, Ole found it strange, as it indeed resembled a piece of roofing. In no way could it be that I'm unable to see clearly due to the darkness? Nielsen scoffed. "You've lived for so many years and can't even distinguish between roofing wood and ship wood?" Ole furrowed his brow and refrained from retorting, focusing intently on the wood's intricate patterns. Suddenly, Ole's eyes widened in horror, as if he had seen something terrifying, repeatedly confirming what he saw in disbelief. "How can this be?" Ole murmured in shock. Logan furrowed his brow, asking, "What is going on?" Ol swallowed hard and handed the wood to Logan, saying, "This is lionheart wood, named for its internal grain resembling a lion's head. This tree is regarded as a sacred tree by the inhabitants of Effie Island. It is extremely precious that in my youth, I visited Effie Island, and only one building was worthy of being constructed from lionheart wood." Pausing, Ol's tone grew somber. "That is the sacred lion cathedral located in the very center of Effie Island. And this piece of wood is from the cathedral's roof." Chapter 16 Farewell. Effie Island. Logan's expression suddenly changed, and the splintered wood slipped helplessly from his grasp. Did this mean something had happened to Effie Island? Olin nodded gravely, his tone somber as he replied, "And it certainly won't be a trivial matter. It is highly likely that it has suffered a catastrophic disaster." Logan lowered his head and began to pace slowly, then abruptly lifted his gaze to ask, "So now, where do we go?" Ol, his demeanor shadowed, bowed his head, biting his lip in silence, that a palpable tension immediately enveloped the small boat. Nelson anxiously tugged at his ears. He was indifferent to where they would go next, but witnessing Logan's distress and feeling utterly helpless left him in a state of fretful agitation. Was there not a topic to lighten the mood? Nelson glanced around, seeking a conversation starter, when suddenly a peculiar sight on the horizon caught his attention. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, he exclaimed dramatically, "Logan, look! The sky over there is so strange. Is that a storm cloud?" Logan instinctively glanced upward, offering a half-hearted acknowledgement before lowering his head once more. However, suddenly, a string in Logan's mind seemed to be plucked, prompting him to jerk his head back toward that patch of unusual sky. No, that was not the sky. It was an island. Logan hurriedly raced to the boat's deck, standing on tiptoe, his eyes wide as he gazed at the darkened expanse above an island. It was indeed an island. Logan nearly shouted this revelation, trembling with urgency at all. Coming to his senses, swiftly jumped onto the deck, glancing at the sky, and then at the recording device on his wrist. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his cheek as his pupils constricted in fear to mere pinpricks. Grasping Logan's arm, he struggled to steady his violently shaking body, his gaze fixated on the colossal entity obscured by the night, a wave of absurdity and dizziness crashing against his mind, rendering the seasoned sailor unable to utter a single word. His lips quivering uncontrollably, Logan, his expression a complex mixture of emotions, gently patted Ol's back and turned sharply to Nelson, commanding, "Get some water." "Oh, right." Nelson quickly brought over a cup of water, and at Logan's gesture, he assisted Ol in drinking it. Honestly, for someone of his age, needing to be fed was rather ridiculous. Nelson grimaced as he flicked away the droplets on his hands and positioned himself beside Logan. Ol did not respond to Nelson's remarks. Instead, he released his grip on Logan's arm and staggered a few steps forward, pointing toward the massive island silhouetted against the sky, his pallor evident as he spoke. "That island is Effie Island, the land that venerates the splendor and prosperity of lion culture." Logan, filled with sorrow, closed his eyes. The moment he discerned that the strange sky was in fact an island, he had anticipated this grim truth. Nelson, having been the first to notice the anomaly, appeared somewhat bewildered, incredulously asking Ol, "Effie Island is actually a floating island?" "Not at all." Ol turned, his expression forlorn as he explained, "Effie Island is situated in the Strian Sea. In my youth, I spent 3 years there." Nelson blinked, pressing on with his inquiry. "Then why is it floating in the sky?" "It is the work of Captain Don Quixote da Flamingo." Logan interjected to answer his question. "The possessor of the float fruit, a legendary pirate who was once on par with the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, and Whitebeard, the captain of the Flying Lion Pirates. He once cornered Roger during the Battle of Whitewall and was the notorious fiend who wreaked havoc at Marine headquarters on the day of Roger's execution." Logan gazed skyward, murmuring, aside from him, "I cannot fathom anyone capable of lifting an entire island into the air." Ol staggered slightly, his expression turning pale as he exclaimed, "It is he. I recall now, 2 months ago. The Navy reissued his bounty. This demon has returned to the seas." Logan found Ol's reaction oddly intense. It seemed excessive. Had he encountered the flying lion before? Yet before he could voice his curiosity, Ol confessed, wiping the sweat from his brow with a bitter smile, You may laugh, but about 20 years ago, I encountered the flying lion on an island when I was following my captain. At that time, my captain was a formidable man who suppressed a nation in the North Sea, yet he was pierced through the heart by the flying lion with a single blow. We, his subordinates, were so overwhelmed by his presence that we fell to our knees, trembling, and in the end, we didn't even dare to retrieve our captain's body, fleeing in a panic. After finishing his tale, Hull let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Logan empathetically patted his back, and Nelson did not mock Hull. Rather, he secretly admired his courage to confess. Who would not flee upon encountering such a monstrous foe capable of manipulating an entire island? Nelson naturally thumped his chest, signaling to Hull that there was no need to dwell on the past. Wait a moment. Nelson suddenly realized, pointing at the vast ocean behind them, those naval ships earlier. Could they be here to capture the flying lion? Logan nodded solemnly. Not just those. I suspect there are also high-ranking naval forces on Effie Island. What should we do now? Should we still attempt to land on the island? Logan skeptically touched Nelson's forehead, then compared it to his own. That you're not feverish. So why the sudden nonsense? Nelson shook his head, saying, Logan, you still haven't answered my question. Logan found himself both amused and exasperated, retorting, what a ridiculous notion. Setting aside whether you can even reach the island, would you dare to go if you could? Nelson answered with utmost seriousness, as long as you go, I will go. Logan facepalmed. Enough, stop the banter at all. We need to gather our spirits. He patted Hull's shoulder, indicating the recording device. We must choose a different route and hurry before we enter the island's danger zone. Hull quickly regained his composure and decisively chose the left path. Logan, not one to delay, immediately pulled Nelson down from the deck, seizing an oar and determining their direction. Hull followed suit, but when he reached out for the oar, Logan pushed him away. Logan asserted, neither of us has been to Effie Island. But you have spent 3 years there. You should lead us. Hull did not protest, his expression somber as he turned, silently standing at the stern, gazing at the sky where Effie Island loomed. His silhouette seemed to hunch slightly in that moment. Logan lowered his gaze, turning to the poised Nelson beside him, and quietly instructed, set sail. Farewell to you, Effie Island, which I have never laid eyes upon. Chapter 17, What kind of pirates beneath the pitch-black night? A proud streak of gold loomed over the sea, casting its gaze upon the trembling islands below. Ka! The flying lion, puffing on a cigar, looked down at the middle-aged naval officer with disdainful laughter, exclaiming, Kapu! How did you find me? Were you keeping an eye on that Whitebeard fellow? Quite the commendable effort. Shiki. Kapu's eyes blazed with fury as he surveyed the meager remnants of civilians he had fought to protect. Barely a fraction of the original island's inhabitants, the survivors stood helplessly amidst the ruins of their homes, bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been joyously dining with family and friends, only to blink and find their loved ones gone, their homes obliterated. Those still alive had not even grasped the reality that their sanctuary had vanished before their tears and cries could even begin to surface. Shiki, I will kill you. Hearing the cries of infants nearby ignited Kapu's rage, prompting him to tear off his navy coat and pound his fists against his chest. The darkness of his haki swirled around him, threatening to consume even the surrounding night. The trembling island swiftly fell silent beneath the overwhelming aura, as if it were a kitten confronting a tiger. Kaha! The flying lion laughed exaggeratedly. What an extravagant display of Haki! Come on, let me witness it once more. Kapu shot forth from the island, his terrifying speed igniting sparks as he tore through the air. Like a meteor shooting from the earth into the sky, the immense pressure bore down suddenly, yet the flying lion did not flinch. Distorting his face, he raised both hands, commanding the island beneath him, and bellowed, lion's might, earthquake. The uneven ground was completely upheaved by the flying lion, rapidly reshaping itself into a massive lion's head that guarded him, then lunging ferociously toward Kapu. Get away! Kapu let out a thunderous roar, accelerating his moonwalk once more, his fist striking with the ferocity of a pitch-black spear aimed at the heavens, effortlessly shattering the lion-headed figure's defenses. Without losing momentum, Kapu charged towards the golden lion, flames of crimson igniting around his fists, his eyes brimming with a chilling intent to kill. Meteor, fallen bona. The golden lion's expression twisted in horror, cold sweat pouring down his brow. However, as a formidable force of the seas, he quickly regained his composure. He raised his right leg high, gathering all of his haki into the deadwood, the fierce sword aura surging intensely and compressing until it was powerful enough to annihilate the very air itself. Lion, battle might sword. The golden lion extinguished his cigar, a frenzied look overtaking his face, and with a sudden surge of power, he boldly confronted the enraged Kapu. One black-red, one gold-white, they collided with a cataclysmic force. The world fell into a profound silence. Dazed civilians stared at the two combatants, but in the next heartbeat, a brilliant light erupted violently between them. Boom! Accompanied by a radiance as intense as the sun. A wave powerful enough to obliterate the heavens and earth surged outward from the battling duo, sweeping rapidly in all directions. Civilians collapsed in agony, blood streaming from their shut eyes and ears. Bogart and the other naval soldiers gritted their teeth, shielding the civilians behind them, their bodies lacerated by the fierce aftershocks. Yet they did not retreat an inch. Golden Lion, Kapu. The two clashed fiercely in midair. The winds of their fists howling, the sword aura slicing through the night, dazzling flashes of light intermittently illuminating the dark sky, while the powerful aftershocks left Afei Island riddled with destruction. Plop, from afar. You gazed helplessly at Afei Island, sinking to his knees. The murky old eyes reflected the distant brilliance, and the pointer on his wrist, aimed at Afei Island, trembled slightly. He knew that Afei Island was crumbling. A place that had existed for millions of years and held 3 years of his youthful happiness was on the verge of turning to dust. Logan sighed deeply, furrowing his brow. If you felt this way, what must the residents who had lived on Afei Island for generations be experiencing? Watching the land that buried their ancestors gradually turn to powder, while they could do nothing, that feeling must be utterly despairing. Nelson bit his lip, gazing towards Afei Island, and suddenly asked Logan with a complex expression, what kind of pirate does Logan-chan aspire to be? U's ears perked up, seemingly waiting for Logan's reply. Logan scratched his asked the captain. Shouldn't he say something grand, like becoming the pirate king or ruling the world? After all, only a captain with lofty dreams could inspire the crew's enthusiasm. However, after some thought, Logan decided to speak his truth. If possible, I do not wish to become a pirate. Logan shrugged at the astonished expressions of the two, continuing, what is so good about being a pirate? Not only must one be hunted by the Navy, but also despised by civilians, and even fellow pirates are untrustworthy. There is hardly a worse profession than this. Yet now, there is no turning back. As I'm already on the wanted list, and I cannot kneel before the Navy to beg for peace or redemption to have the bounty lifted. If I must say what kind of pirate I want to be, I am quite lazy. I do not wish to provoke the Navy or other pirates. I simply want to quietly and joyfully adventure at sea with my beloved friends at a civilian-style pirate. You frowned and interjected. No, Logan corrected. It's a monarch-style pirate. You suddenly turned his head, staring at Logan in shock that a pirate emperor. Logan nodded, explaining at a leisurely pace. In this chaotic world, if you seek tranquility, others will not allow you that peace. What can be done but to take action to silence them? Only when they are quiet can we joyfully venture across the seas. My dream is to become a maritime emperor who protects a region, establishing laws and regulations for my subjects, ensuring they live in civility and order. Eventually, I will await the arrival of a destined hero to liberate the world, at which point I shall retire to the 4 seas. At this, Logan paused and gazed solemnly at the distant battle. I hope that when I retire, such tragedies as those on Afei Island will no longer occur in this world. You stood in stunned silence, eventually sighing deeply. When aboard the Barton's ship, I thought you were a pirate scum. Later, I discovered you were a wise, patient old man. Now I find you even more deranged than Barton. Captain, I truly cannot fathom you. Nonsense. Could Logan-chan allow you to see through him? Nelson's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Logan, exclaiming, an emperor. Then I shall be a minister of the monster. You interjected mercilessly. Bastard. Then you shall be an old man minister, a minister of the monster. Old Man Minister. Chapter 18. No fisherman. Logan smiled warmly, raising his fist. For our dreams of emperors and ministers, we must survive. Nelson and URU exchanged glances, raising their fists in unison, shouting, "Survive! Captain, let me handle this." URU rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, eager to take the paddle from Logan. Logan shook his head, pulling out a telescope from his pocket and handing it to him. Smiling, "No need. Your task now is to constantly monitor the recording pointer. Our lives depend entirely on you." URU felt the weight of responsibility and nodded seriously, moving to the bow to guide their course. The three of them were all doing their utmost for the future of Logan's pirate crew. Minutes later, as the small boat cut through the waves, the deafening sounds from a Fey island became faint, with only the sporadic flashes of light still dazzling in the dark night behind them. Danger seemed to have receded from them. However, before Logan could breathe a sigh of relief, URU spotted a new development. "A ship! Damn it! More Navy!" URU shouted, holding up the telescope. Logan's expression changed, exchanging glances with Nelson and simultaneously stopping the paddling. "Which branch is it?" Logan asked, taking the telescope from URU's hands. "The Navy's G5 branch, and there are 4 warships." Logan nodded, peering through the telescope at the approaching Navy vessels. In the original story, the Navy's G5 branch had been infiltrated by the Don Quixote family, making it as porous as a sieve. Their military conduct was also problematic, being disorganized and unruly, even openly mocking superiors and brutally slaughtering pirates, embodying a rogue army entirely contrary to the Navy's traditional justice. However, the Navy appearing before Logan now bore little resemblance to the G7 branch. Their soldiers wore standardized Navy uniforms, and their discipline appeared strict, not giving Logan the impression of being lax. Had something occurred before the storyline began that caused such a drastic shift in this army's values? A flicker of doubt crossed Logan's mind. Nonetheless, he did not delve deeper, for regardless of the G5 branch's conduct, they were the enemies he was about to confront. URU glanced at the recording pointer, his aged brows knitting together. The New World climate was notoriously unpredictable, and the ocean currents were often abnormal. Recklessly choosing a different route could be perilously unwise. Nelson clenched his fists, licking his lips with fervor, and declared, "If that's the case, then we must fight. Logan-chan, leave it to me." Logan pondered for a moment, then smiled calmly, declaring boldly, "Since the Navy can pass this route, it means their path is safe, which signifies that our choice was correct. Therefore, we shall not flee, but rather confront them head-on." Nelson stepped to the bow, his fists cracking with excitement as he grinned widely. "Let us create a ruckus." Hey, don't put on that goofy, luffy face." Logan shook his head, pulling Nelson down from the bow and tossing him a piece of black cloth as Logan tied the cloth around his face. He remarked, "We're not going to raid a gallows. Why must we fight? Isn't that exhausting?" "Then what are you suggesting?" Although Nelson wrapped the cloth around his face as well, he still did not grasp Logan's intention. Logan patiently explained, "We will pose as fishermen returning from the sea only to find their home vanished, fleeing in terror. They're preoccupied with the golden lion and, given the darkness, they question us too closely, allowing us to pass. You and I are both bountied pirates, so cover your faces. Just focus on paddling. You will negotiate with the Navy." "Understood, but just what?" "Just what?" Ewer, with a slight headache, pointed at Nelson's flamboyant attire and lamented, "This hardly resembles that of a fisherman, does it?" Nelson immediately took offense, digging his hands into the black void to create 2 openings, glaring at Ewer in protest. "When I was in the kingdom of Makabaka, I was known as the Little Prince of Fishing." Ewer chose not to argue, turning instead to Logan, who appeared troubled and shrugged his shoulders. Logan pondered for a moment, then removed his cloak and wrapped it around Nelson, instructing, "Bear with it for a while. Once we pass this hurdle, I shall take it off you." Nelson clutched the collar of the cloak tightly, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle, exclaiming, "No rush, no rush. I could wear Logan's clothes for a lifetime." Ewer smirked slightly, muttering under his breath, "No ambition." Logan clapped his hands and reminded Ewer, "Adapt to the situation. Remember, we are fishermen. Rest assured, I have lived long enough not to be foolish." Ewer thumped his chest and vowed earnestly, I assure you. All right, set sail. Logan and Nelson, with a spirited determination to escape, vigorously rowed the boat, while Ewer swiftly shed his upper garment, tucking the recording pointer into his trousers. Meanwhile, the Navy had also detected Logan's presence. Report to Admiral Latong. We have spotted a small boat approaching from the direction of a Fey island, heading straight towards us. The situation on board is unclear, but there should be no more than 5 individuals. Due to the darkness, the lookout could not discern Logan and his companions' faces. In fact, had it not been for the glow of the star dragonfish, the G7 branch's lookout would have been unable to see them clearly. Admiral Latong furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "Survivors, perhaps? Officer, allow them to come aboard the warship. We must ensure their safety." "Yes, sir." 10 minutes later, Logan could easily see the stern face of a naval officer on the flagship. "Stop the boat." A commanding voice boomed from the warship, prompting Logan and Nelson to feign shock and drop their oars. The small boat gently collided with the warship and came to a halt. Looking up at the 4 iron behemoths above, Ewer felt an unusual tension, clenching his fists tightly and inwardly cursing. The captain's life is unhesitatingly entrusted to this old fool. Get a grip. He took several deep breaths, just as he was about to speak, when suddenly a beam of light from the warship illuminated the small boat completely, followed by a rope ladder being lowered. Logan's heart sank. We're done for. The only item on this boat that could be remotely associated with fishing is a single fishing rod. I cannot believe that a mere rod could deceive the astute Navy. Logan's mind raced as he subtly shifted his stance to step on the ice-veined dagger, preparing to act should the situation become dire. Ewer was equally startled, but decades of experience kept him from losing his composure. The elderly man, with a head full of white hair, wrinkled his face and raised his hands, crying out in despair, "Noble Navy, we are mere fishermen from a Fey island. We mean no harm." Ewer's voice echoed across the water. Yet the warship remained silent. Unable to restrain himself, Ewer glanced back at Logan, who shook his head, signaling him to remain calm. "Make way." A loud shout suddenly rang from above, followed by a naval officer adorned with a specially crafted firearm leaping down from the warship. The small boat rocked violently, nearly toppling Logan and the others into the water. My apologies." The young naval officer, realizing the disruption he caused, hurriedly bowed and apologized, rice grains tumbling from his mouth like rain. He appeared rather dim-witted. Ewer forced a smile, quickly interjecting, "No worries, noble Navy. We truly are not bad people. We just returned from fishing and intended to rest, but the entire Fey island is floated into the sky, and there is nothing left in the sea. We were utterly terrified." As he spoke, Ewer's eyes reddened, his voice tinged with fear, sorrow, tremors, and lingering shock. Logan couldn't help but admire Ewer's performance, mentally vowing to reward him with a small golden statue. The naval officer, taken in by Ewer's masterful acting, quickly reassured him, saying, "Do not worry, old man. We Navy are here to rescue a Fey island, and we believe you are not bad people. By the way, why are those 2 covering their heads?" Ewer, momentarily caught off guard, struggled to find an explanation, but Logan seized the opportunity to respond, "Sir, we have contracted a contagious illness and are covering our faces to prevent spreading it." Upon hearing this, the naval officer sighed, "To be sick yet still work hard, truly commendable. It's all for the sake of our families." After uttering this, Logan himself was momentarily stunned, realizing his words, and quickly glanced toward the Fey island before lowering his head in silence. The naval officer's eyes welled up with tears, and with a firm grip on Logan's shoulder, he choked out, "Brother." Admiral Latong, observing this scene, tightened his grip on his sword, gazing toward a Fey island, gritting his teeth. "Damn pirates!" Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Frowning, Admiral Latong turned to see a young deckhand rushing towards him with a broom in hand. Upon recognizing the individual, Admiral Latong's expression softened somewhat. After the deckhand saluted, he reprimanded with a stern face, "Do you not know the rules aboard a warship?" "Yes, I apologize," the deckhand replied, his eyes reddened as he saluted. "But why has the warship stopped? A Fey island is so close." Admiral Latong's expression lightened a bit as he adjusted the deckhand's disheveled collar, then pointed below to explain, "The warship has spotted a small boat. It is fishermen escaping from your hometown." I imagine you would be eager to see them. Fisherman? The deckhand paused, skepticism creeping into his voice. But the church issued a fishing ban 10 years ago. Chapter 19. Exposed. A fishing ban? Admiral Litong frowned. Stepping forward to survey Logan and his companions, who appeared like lost dogs, still skeptical of their claims, he muttered to himself as if seeking self-validation. Could they be poachers? Upon hearing this, the deckhand hurried to the bow, peering down to investigate. Immediately, he noticed something amiss, turning back to Admiral Litong, exclaiming, "Admiral, they are lying. They are not from a Fey island at all." "Explain." The deckhand saluted, maintaining eye contact and speaking politely. "First, their small boat is not a legitimate fishing vessel. Second, there are no fishing tools aboard. While they may have some justification for the first 2 points, the third absolutely reveals their deceit." The deckhand paused, then asserted with conviction. That is, their boat bears no blessing from the sacred lion. In a Fey island, all boats are required to have a large lion head carved on the deck to seek divine favor. Yet this boat has none, which is utterly inconceivable to the Fey people. Admiral Litong momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly recovered, patting the deckhand on the shoulder, praising, "Well done, soldier." The deckhand, however, did not exhibit joy at the compliment. Instead, he shouted as if staked his naval career. "Admiral, please resolve this matter swiftly. I can almost hear the anguished cries of my family." 2 soldiers approached to escort the deckhand away, but Admiral Litong waved them off, wiping away the tears from the deckhand's eyes with his calloused fingers. He solemnly vowed, "Child, I assure you, I will not let any pirate who harms civilians escape." With that, Admiral Litong leaped down from the warship, landing squarely in the center of the small boat. The beleaguered vessel creaked under the strain, as if invisible cracks were spreading from within. Nelson's eyes widened, a surge of anger welling up inside him as he clenched his fists tightly. Logan quickly signaled to Nelson to restrain his burgeoning desire for confrontation. Ewer swiftly positioned himself in front of Nelson, bowing and saying, "Noble Navy, you are not fishermen, nor are you fishermen from a Fey island." Major Litton's demeanor was notably cold and unyielding as he brusquely interrupted Ewell's words. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, startling Logan and his companions into a state of stunned silence, their hearts racing with trepidation. Observing their reaction, Major Litton felt an even stronger conviction in the words of the conscripted soldiers. To think they have the audacity to deceive the Navy. These pirates possess quite the nerve, particularly as he noted the 2 pieces of black cloth obscuring Logan and Nelson's faces. It felt as though he were being subjected to a torrent of mockery. Drawing his blade with a glint of menacing light, he coldly demanded, "State your names, pirates." The bumbling aide, whose hand had rested on Logan's shoulder, momentarily froze, blinking in realization before hastily retracting his hand and retreating to Major Litton's side, instinctively placing his right hand on his weapon. Logan swallowed hard, striving for composure as he stammered, "Sir, we are indeed fishermen." "Why do you claim otherwise?" Major Litton advanced with his sword, a sardonic smile upon his lips, still feigning innocence. "The fishing ban on Effie Island was enacted a decade ago. What sort of fisherman are you?" Before Logan could respond, Ewell stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. "And oh, fisherman, it is my fault that everyone is in peril." A wave of guilt surged through the elderly man's heart. Logan quickly glanced at the dazed Ewell, his mind racing as a plausible excuse crystallized. Adopting a defiant stance, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Yes, there is a fishing ban. Since we've been discovered, there's no need for pretense. We are poachers." Major Litton stamped his foot on the small boat, continuing to sneer, "And with this flimsy vessel, how much could you possibly steal?" "Not at all." Logan quickly retorted, "Our larger fishing vessel was destroyed by falling debris from the sky. This small boat is merely for our escape." Recalling the ample supplies in the cabin, he emphasized, "This is strictly an escape vessel." Major Litton paused, furrowing his brow. "Effie Islanders. Indeed. And what is it that you hold most sacred?" "The Heartwood." "Thanks to you," Logan could answer without hesitation. Major Litton surveyed the surroundings, even glancing into the corners of the small boat, ensuring he did not overlook anything, before coldly stating, "Then why is there no blessing of the sacred lion upon your vessel?" How can you still claim to be from Effie Island? Logan's mind raced, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he found himself at a loss for words that he was utterly unfamiliar with Effie Island and had no idea what to say. Who says there's none? Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from behind, redirecting the attention of those aboard the ship. Emerging with a gaunt upper body, the resolute elder you'll approach slowly. Old man, you mustn't falter. The captain is desperately trying to save us. You'll cast a determined glance at Logan, who understood it as a signal. Leave the rest of me. Captain, Logan exhaled, his expression gradually calming. He had faith in Yule and his crew. Major Lytton regarded Yule, who was now steadily advancing toward him, with uncertainty, sensing an inexplicable familiarity about this elderly man who had just moments ago been so obsequious. What was it? A fierce determination to protect something dear. This elder is not to be underestimated. Out of a respect he could not fully articulate, Major Lytton slightly lowered the point of his sword. Sir, Yule proclaimed loudly, we are poachers, and we do not wish to bring shame upon the deity. Hence we have not dared to carve the blessings upon our vessel. However, Yule's voice suddenly swelled with fervor, as if brimming with tears. As children of the divine, how could we ever bear to leave the embrace of our mother? Before the last words faded, Yule abruptly turned, resting his hand on his belt, and swiftly pulled it down. In the blink of an eye, Nelson dashed in front of Logan, covering his eyes protectively. Yet on the other side, Major Lytton and his aide were bombarded with an overwhelming shock to their senses. You, the aide exclaimed in disbelief, hastily turning away and covering his mouth. Major Lytton staggered back a few steps, a look of disdain on his face as he pointed his sword at Yule, scolding, You shameless old man. What are you doing? Yule managed to squeeze out a couple of tears, pointing over his shoulder at a tattoo on his rear. He bellowed, Did you not say I was not a child of Effie? Then look at this. Divine One, open your eyes and behold your child. Your child is being subjected to baseless doubts. The elder's emotional outburst was heart-wrenching, causing tears in the eyes of all who witnessed it. In that moment, Yule felt an immense gratitude for the woman he had met decades earlier on Effie Island. Marina, I wronged you. Your foresight was truly remarkable. Surely, the divine must have bestowed you with a revelation that night. As Yule reminisced about the golden days of his youth, Major Lytton fell into a contemplative silence. This did not appear to be an act. He glanced at Logan and Nelson's concealed faces, contemplating whether to have them remove the cloths. But upon seeing Yule nearly fainting from distress, his resolve wavered. Just as Major Lytton hesitated, a sudden, thunderous explosion reverberated across the horizon. The aide swiftly retrieved a telescope from his pocket and handed it to Major Lytton. Upon looking through it, cold sweat instantly dripped from his forehead. In the distance, Effie Island suddenly fractured into pieces, a tremendous force sending fragments crashing into the sea, generating a colossal tsunami that surged in every direction. The wave was so immense that it filled the entire lens of the telescope. Crack! Major Lytton crushed the telescope in his grip, overwhelmed by shock. All hands return to base at once. Major Lytton bellowed to the crew aboard the warship, before vanishing from the small boat in an instant. However, the force of his departure shattered the deck beneath him. Water surged up through the cracks. Damn it! Aide, bring them aboard as well. Major Lytton smacked his forehead in frustration at the small boat he had damaged, urgently commanding his aide, Get them up here. Understood. The aide immediately went to grasp Nelson's shoulder, but Nelson instinctively recoiled, causing the aide's hand to reach for the cloth obscuring Nelson's face. Just as Logan was regaining his composure after the thunderous noise, his heart nearly leapt from his chest to the sight. He hurriedly reached out to pull Nelson back, but it was too late. Rip! The aide yanked the cloth off Nelson's face. Huh. The aide scrutinized Nelson's visage, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Your face seems somewhat familiar. Chapter 20. A cornered beast still fights on. It feels as though I have seen you somewhere before. The aide scratched his head, frowning in concentration as he searched his memories. Meanwhile, Logan's body tensed, cold sweat pouring down his back. Given the circumstances, the arrow was on the string. It was time to act. Attack! Logan shouted fiercely, activating his fruit powers. The specially crafted gun hanging from the aide's waist instantly transferred to Logan's hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed as a specially made lead bullet, scarcely smaller than a cannonball, shot forth, hurtling toward the aide's chest. At the sound of the gunfire, the aide's body instinctively tensed, yet in that fleeting moment, the bullet, which had claimed countless pirate lives before, closed in on his chest. In this critical moment, the aide disregarded his shock and swiftly engaged in the Navy's strongest defense technique. Iron block. Thud. The bullet struck home, the immense impact sending the aide hurtling backward, a vibrant spray of blood erupting from his chest, staining the night sky. Ultimately, the hastily executed iron block could not withstand the sudden ferocity of the attack. From the moment Logan made his move to the instant the aide plummeted into the sea, only mere seconds had elapsed. Nelson and Yule reacted immediately, the latter hastily pulling up his trousers to join Nelson at Logan's side. Major Lytton watched helplessly as his aide was struck by the bullet and plunged into the depths, his fate uncertain, while the pirates brazenly stood before him, mocking his authority, consumed by an uncontrollable rage against the very pirates he despised. He roared, "Pirates!" Major Lytton chose to disregard the impending tsunami, abandon the 4 waiting warships, and ignore the calls of the Navy soldiers behind him. With a sudden, furious roar, he leaped down, drawing his blade with intent to strike at Logan and his companions. Logan, retreat. Nelson cautiously removed Logan's cloak and laid it on the ground, then boldly took a defensive stance, raising one leg and preparing to counterattack with a fierce cry. Demon fist technique. Toe kick. General Lytton's eyes were bloodshot, his hands tightly gripping the hilt of his sword as he forcefully swung downward. Lu Sanyue Quangzhan. In an instant, it seemed as though a myriad of sword lights had materialized, forming an impenetrable net of sword energy that descended upon Nelson. Logan gasped in shock, preparing to draw his ice vein blade to assist. But Yule urgently restrained him, intoning gravely, "This is not a battle for you or this old man to intervene in. The small boat can no longer withstand the strain. We must board the warship. For that is our battlefield." Yule pointed toward the rope ladder dangling from the warship, his voice booming. Logan gritted his teeth, shaking off Yule's hand, and dashed toward the ladder with fervor. Just as they climbed up the rope ladder, General Lytton ruthlessly broke through Nelson's defenses, crashing heavily onto the small boat, shattering it into countless splinters. Damn pirates! General Lytton clutched a piece of wood, his right hand raising the sword to unleash a fierce wave of sword energy toward the rope ladder. "Our battle is far from over." Nelson suddenly erupted from beneath the waves, positioning himself in front of Logan, shattering the sword energy with a kick. Then he plunged into the sea, bracing another piece of wood as he fiercely confronted General Lytton. Nelson, Logan's eyes brimmed with tears, for Nelson was covered in countless small wounds, blood staining the surrounding waters crimson. The angle and ferocity of that sword net were truly merciless. "Captain," Yule tugged at Logan's pant leg, urgently warning, "A tsunami is about to strike. We must seize a warship before it arrives. Otherwise, we are doomed." Logan's body jolted, and upon seeing Yule's aged white hair and resolute expression, he nodded heavily. "What are you waiting for?" "Cut the rope ladder," General Lytton suddenly bellowed at the warship. Thud. The naval soldiers swallowed hard, jolted from a series of intense events, hastily drawing their swords to sever the ropes. Too late. Logan had already reached the top of the rope ladder, mere inches away from the naval soldiers. Ability activation. Rat's theft gravity. A beam of white light burst forth from the soldier's body and entered Logan, causing him to feel a weight increase, allowing him to stand more firmly against the raging sea wind. In stark contrast, the naval soldier felt suddenly light, buffeted by the ship's wind, nearly lifting him off his feet, prompting him to kneel and clutch his sword desperately. "Corporal Will, be careful," a panicked voice rang out. But it had little effect. Corporal Will gritted his teeth and looked up, only to be met with the chilling sight of an icy blade. Swoosh! Blood gushed forth as Logan mercilessly sliced open the young corporal's throat. In that fleeting moment of the sailor's demise, Logan immediately dissipated the weight from the fallen soldier, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching group of a dozen naval soldiers, vigilant while swiftly analyzing their combat capabilities. Although this warship was fully equipped to carry between 800 to 1,000 men, he knew that the G5 branch had only 300 personnel across 6 warships, meaning this vessel likely housed no more than 50. Since a vice admiral was personally leading the charge, it was certain that the rear admirals and captains remained at the naval branch. Logan's eyes darted around until he finally spotted a burly figure with a full beard. Wielding a massive shield, Lieutenant. This naval lieutenant stood confidently at the rear, directing the soldiers to encircle Logan. A lieutenant, indeed, a formidable individual capable of commanding a ship, as I recall some forum members mentioning that officers of such rank are equivalent to million-bear-level pirates. How terrifying! Logan clicked his tongue, discarding the officer's gun, gripping his ice-vein blade firmly. It was becoming increasingly challenging to utilize his abilities, as the naval soldiers aboard were now on high alert, making it difficult to steal from anyone. The only viable course of action was close-quarters combat. Yul licked his lips, brandishing the sword he had snatched from Will's corpse, a glimmer of combat fervor illuminating his wrinkled, elderly face. This old man seemed to be stirred with youthful zeal. Mantivis, Yul suddenly interposed himself before Logan, uttering what sounded like a place name. What? Logan sidestepped cautiously while keeping an eye on the Navy. Inquiring, Yul appeared to smile faintly, explaining, Mantivis, my old hometown, a truly beautiful place. Captain, should I perish today, do remember to return to my homeland for me. Logan was momentarily taken aback, but soon nudged Yul's shoulder, chiding, What nonsense are you speaking? You still have to serve as my minister, old man. Yul's lips twitched slightly. There were indeed some benefits to aging as the thunderous roar of the impending tsunami echoed in his occasionally ringing ears. And as his slightly clouded eyes beheld the array of weapons brandished by the Navy before him, the innate sensitivity of an elder towards death told him. The odds were grim. Damn pirates! The shield-bearing lieutenant was incensed by the two pirates' banter aboard the warship, slamming his shield against the deck, bellowing attack. In an instant, the circle of naval soldiers tightened. Logan said, You distract them as best you can. I'll use my ability. Yul nodded and immediately let out a battle cry. Charging ahead, Logan followed closely, and the melee commenced. Within the encirclement of the Navy, Logan and Yul formed a fierce duo, resembling a spiky hedgehog, making it difficult for the soldiers to find an opening. In fact, two soldiers were completely ensnared by Yul's wrath, allowing Logan to seize the opportunity to stealthily sap their strength or gravity, leading to their immediate downfall. The lieutenant commanding the naval soldiers from the periphery was sharp-eyed and quickly discerned the situation, shouting a warning. That young pirate with a bounty of 1.2 million berries, White Tooth, is an ability user. Be cautious of him. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the naval soldiers shifted their focus to Logan. Damn it. Logan spat angrily onto the deck. He had been extremely careful when activating his ability, believing he had concealed it well, only to find it had still been detected. As the battle progressed, the heightened attention from the Navy increased the pressure on Logan. Time ticked away, and the thunderous sound of the tsunami drew ever nearer. A wave of despair surged within Logan that if this continued, even if he managed to seize a warship, escape would be impossible. A dignified traveler, truly unable to survive even 3 days in this world. The more Logan pondered, the more pessimistic he became, his grip on the blade slackening slightly. Humph! Suddenly, a muffled grunt echoed from behind him. Logan quickly turned to see Yul standing protectively behind him, 2 fresh wounds bleeding profusely across his chest. Yul shook his head, gritting his teeth, his aged eyes ablaze with fierce determination. That familiar flame jolted Logan's body. Damn it, this is all my fault. To hell with it. If I must die, I will take a few Navy men with me. Logan's resolve hardened, an immense force surged within him, and he began to push the Navy back. Humph! A cornered beast still fights, the lieutenant with the shield snorted disdainfully, yet continued to watch Logan warily. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, he looked up. What was that sound? The deafening roar of the tsunami had ceased. The lieutenant quickly raised his head, but the terrifying sight that met his eyes caused this battle-hardened warrior to freeze in shock. Trembling uncontrollably, Chapter 21. The tsunami reverses clang. The lieutenant's shield slipped from his grasp uncontrollably, crashing against the deck with a sharp sound. The naval soldiers engaged in battle were distracted by the strange noise caused by their own lieutenant. Turning to look back in confusion, a perfect opportunity. Logan and Yule instinctively launched a coordinated attack in a single direction, swiftly taking down two naval soldiers and breaking through their encirclement in the blink of an eye. Leaning against the ship's railing, Logan panted heavily, his mind taut as he focused on the approaching navy. The navy of the Four Seas was indeed incomparable to that of the New World. Under equivalent ranks, the disparity in combat effectiveness was staggering. After the fierce battle just fought, Logan was utterly convinced of this. Wait, why do these soldiers appear so terrified? Logan suddenly noticed something was amiss among the naval soldiers. They looked as if they had seen something horrifying, their hands trembling violently even as they clutched their weapons. Just then, Yule nudged his shoulder incredulously, signaling him to look back. Logan turned with suspicion, casting a swift glance, and was instantly struck dumb. In the vastness of the night, a colossal tsunami loomed like a blue behemoth between heaven and earth, its claws poised as if to devour every living being in its path. Its earth-shattering roar threatening to obliterate any obstacles in its way. Yet in a mere instant, the rampaging beast was subdued, reduced to a pitiful whimper, akin to a fawn caught in a bear trap. The tsunami thrashed desperately, sending ripples across the water, but could do nothing to alter its confined fate. Ha! Wild, maniacal laugh suddenly echoed, resonating through the sky and sea. That voice was... Logan's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively pulling Yule back a step. The very next moment, a man with an audacious demeanor, crowned with a ship's wheel upon his head, soared toward them from the distance, halting abruptly above the tumultuous waves. Ha! Carp, relish the parting gift I bestow upon you. The golden lion stands aloft in the vast sky, laughing heartily, unfazed even by the wounds etched upon his visage. Lion's wrath, imperial domain, with a thunderous roar. The golden lion raises his hands, and under his whimsical control, billions of tons of seawater morph into towering lion heads, each several meters high. These lion heads tilt back and roar at the heavens, conjuring a colossal tsunami that surges towards the location of Vice Admiral Carp with cataclysmic force. Gulp! Old Yule's weathered face trembles, deeply shaken by the apocalyptic power exhibited by the golden lion. The sailors fare no better, their souls stripped away as they gaze in horror at the massive tsunami barreling toward their naval hero, Vice Admiral Carp. A harrowing question festers in their hearts. Can Vice Admiral Carp truly survive such a cataclysmic force? Logan, his expression grave, gazes towards the retreating tsunami, yet his heart is void of joy, for the golden lion is drawing near. A flash of gold cuts through the air, and Logan finds himself momentarily dazed as the golden lion abruptly appears on the deck. Navy, you dare to underestimate me, sending merely this handful of men. The golden lion bellows furiously at the navy. The sailors, now thoroughly intimidated by the golden lion's ferocious aura and the earth-shattering power he just displayed, retreat in disarray. A navy lieutenant grits his teeth, picks up a fallen shield, and stands defiantly before his comrades, quaking yet resolute. Pirate, demon, for justice, enough. The golden lion's expression darkens as he raises his right leg, unleashing a colossal wave of slashing energy that cleaves through the ship's deck, hurtling towards the lieutenant's shield. The lieutenant clutches the shield tightly, only to be sent flying, the steel shield splitting in twain. Blood spilling into the air. Gulp! The sailors sweat profusely, gripping their weapons tightly to stave off the encroaching despair. Is this the terror of a top-tier pirate? Logan muses inwardly. Just then, a figure leaps onto the warship, swiftly raising a blade against the golden lion. Tiger, Gale's absolute slash. The sword's aura surges forth like a tempest towards the golden lion. The golden lion's gaze sharpens as he ascends into the air, slashing two waves of energy to counter the attack. Bang! Bang! The sword auras explode in mid-air, dissipating into nothingness. A Vice Admiral of the Navy, is it? The golden lion taunts, his eyes wandering off into the distance as he grins broadly. How fortunate that I'm in the mood today. I'll entertain you a bit longer. Wait. Just as the golden lion prepares to unleash his skills, a frail voice halts him. The golden lion, puzzled, scans the surroundings, his head bobbing like a rooster. Who dares command me? Ignoring Logan's bewildered gaze, Old Yule steps forward respectfully, Golden Lion, we too are pirates. Take us with you. Logan's heart trembles as he watches the aged Yule bow before the Golden Lion. Feeling a rush of emotion that he certainly doesn't perceive Yule's actions as cowardice. Rather, to humbly plead for mercy from a former foe, all for the sake of survival. What tremendous courage that embodies. The Golden Lion finally registers Yule's presence and bursts into exaggerated laughter. Oh, so there are pirates here. How strange. What did you just say? Yule, with lowered eyes, replies, please take us with you. We are also pirates. My lord? Pirates? Huh. The Golden Lion's laughter booms. Such spineless pirates. Roger. Oh, Roger, what kind of dross has your era of great pirates brought forth? After his boisterous laughter, his demeanor darkens as he raises his hands, cruelly declaring, I refuse. Go accompany the Navy to their graves. The new age of pirates. Venomous serpent. The Golden Lion suddenly ascends, causing the warship to shake violently. As if losing buoyancy, it rockets skyward. Sailors tumble to the ground. Rolling across the deck, Logan grips the despairing Yule with one hand while holding onto the ship's railing with the other. Damn you, Golden Lion. Lieutenant Lytton struggles to maintain his balance, raising his sword in a furious cry towards the sky-bound Golden Lion. Ha! The Golden Lion extends his right hand, fingers dancing, and the warship accelerates toward 3 other naval vessels on the sea. You dare? Lytton's body trembles, his eyes wide with rage. The Golden Lion cackles madly. Akin to a child toying with ants. Watch out. Logan's pupils constrict, pulling Yule down, clutching his head tightly. The next moment, the warship swings down like the Grim Reaper's scythe, hurtling towards the 3 vessels below. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 thunderous explosions, the 3 warships are obliterated, shattered into countless fragments. Hundreds of sailors perish instantly, the survivors plunging into the sea, grievously wounded. The warship manipulated by the Golden Lion is left in tatters, nearly contorting into a grotesque shape from the successive, suicide-like collisions. Logan stares blankly at Yule's crumpled form atop him, his mind buzzing that he only recalls a metallic object flying towards him, then a fleeting shadow. Logan trembles as he touches Yule's back, only to feel a slick, warm sensation. With trembling hands, Logan lifts them, drenched in crimson blood. Captain, old and weary, merely a bit fatigued, Yule struggles to lift his eyelids, a bloodied smile tugging at his lips. Yule. Logan sits dazed, feeling the world slip away from him, but he sits there, cradling Yule's body, his mind rendered blank. Get up! A fierce shout suddenly pierces the air. Lieutenant Lytton dispels his armor and, gritting his teeth through the pain, pulls himself from the wreckage of the deck, surveying the chaos around him. Filled with broken vessels and the blood of his comrades, a tremendous fury surges within him. Golden Lion, I will have your head. With a furious roar, Lieutenant Lytton propels himself skyward, blade poised to strike at the Golden Lion. Seeking death, venomous serpent, the Golden Lion's face contorts as he flips his palm, the warship surging upward, crashing violently into Lytton's back. Then flipping over, plummeting toward the sea. Chapter 22. Pain. The warship's violent jolt rouses Logan from his stupor. The heart of the Star Dragon fish. A sudden realization strikes Logan. He remembers the heart nestled in the greatcoat. Nelson claimed it could staunch bleeding, could save lives. Where's the coat? Nelson must have placed it on the small boat, but the boat is shattered, adrift in the sea. Logan's eyes sharpen, determination flooding back as he clings tightly to Yule, fighting against the fierce winds generated by the ship's descent. Gritting his teeth and summoning all his strength to break free from the sinking vessel, plunging directly into the sea. Nelson, you must come for me. Splash, crash. As Logan hits the water, the warship crashes down. The immense impact splinters the ship into pieces, sending towering waves surging. Logan is swept away by the tumultuous waters, just as he is about to be engulfed. He swiftly tears his clothing, binding his hand to Yule's in the next instant. The water envelopes him, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him as he and Yule sink beneath the waves. Yet within Logan's eyes, there is no trace of fear or hesitation, for he firmly believes Nelson will surely come to his aid. Sure enough, within mere seconds, a reliable figure bursts through the surface, swiftly swimming towards Logan and Yule. It is Nelson. To Logan's delight, he clutches the great coat. Gulp. Logan sprawls upon the wooden board Nelson had found, sputtering out seawater. Yet he pays no heed to his own weakness, urgently pointing at the coat. Quick, take out the heart of the star dragon fish. Nelson hesitates for a moment, then responds, the heart of the star dragon fish cannot be eaten raw, especially not at sea, for consuming it will release a scent that is a deadly lure to marine life. You will be attacked. Logan is taken aback, but upon seeing Yule's increasingly pallid face and the nearly imperceptible breath, he insists, we can't afford to worry about that. Hurry, take it out. Nelson grits his teeth and swiftly retrieves the heart from the coat's pocket. Holding to Logan's lips, Logan shakes his head, quickly adjusting Yule, who has fallen into unconsciousness, urgently stating, feed it to him. He was gravely injured saving me. Quickly, Nelson hesitates briefly, then swiftly tears off the sash of the greatcoat, shoving the entire heart into Yule's mouth. As Ewer consumed the heart, Logan exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Nelson reassured him, do not fret, Logan-chan. The heart of the star dragon fish is an exceptionally potent ingredient. Indeed a medicinal treasure. Even if the old fellow has but one breath left, he can be revived. Logan nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Nelson, you must be quite fatigued as well. You haven't rested since the day before yesterday. At that moment, Logan noticed the weariness etched on Nelson's face and raised his hand to tenderly wipe the bloodstains from him. Just as Nelson was about to speak, a booming laughter erupted from above. Keek, keek, keek. The little pirate of the new era has quite the luck, doesn't he? Both Logan and Nelson were taken aback, swiftly turning towards the source of the sound. There stood the Golden Lion, perched upon a fragment of a warship, with the unconscious rear Admiral Litong beneath his feet. Upon witnessing this, Nelson wasted no time, swiftly untying the scarf from around his neck and binding both the exhausted Logan and the unconscious Ewer to a plank. Stop it! Logan, sensing the urgency, shouted, Nelson, I command you to cease in the name of the captain. Nelson remained silent, tightening the bindings around the struggling Logan and Ewer before with all his might. He pushed them away. Nelson, I fear not death. If we are to die, let us die together. Nelson. Logan thrashed violently, veins bulging on his forehead, but Nelson's bindings were resolute, and the plank drifted further away, swiftly disappearing into the distance. Nelson, release me. I am a captain. What kind of captain flees? Logan, overwhelmed with anxiety, struggled desperately, aware that if they truly escaped this time, he would lose Nelson forever, losing his first ray of sunshine. Nelson exhaled slowly, a radiant smile gracing his face that Logan-chan, you must live well. You are destined to become the emperor of the sea. Keek, keek, keek. A pirate neither man nor woman, you are doing splendidly. The Golden Lion clapped his hands in mirthful praise. Bah, Nelson retorted, forming a stance with his orchid fist. He is a new human. The Golden Lion chuckled dismissively, unfazed by Nelson's battle readiness, that he glanced at the drifting Logan and Ewer, a mocking smile creeping across his face, and remarked, truth be told, I never intended to kill you, but since you distrust me so, I shall oblige this time. With that, the Golden Lion slowly ascended, his foot trembling as a brilliant golden sword aura sliced through the air. Wave slash! Nelson dove down to evade, yet the Golden Lion's attack cleaved through the sea itself. Despite summoning all his strength to evade, Nelson was still grazed on his left arm, the wound deep enough to expose bone. Blood gushing forth. Hiss! Nelson gasped, enduring the pain as he swam towards the floating Golden Lion. He intended to attack, not for harm, but to buy Logan some time. The Golden Lion sneered, his observation Haki revealing that Nelson had nowhere to hide. Human Demon Fist. Elegant waltz. Nelson burst forth from the water, hands clasped above his head, his body spinning rapidly like a spiraling drill aimed at the Golden Lion, water splashing around him in a dazzling display. A cruel smile appeared on the Golden Lion's face as his left leg, wielding the famed sword Sakura 10, became enveloped in a dark coating of Haki, and he lunged towards the center of Nelson's elegant spiral. Bang! In mere seconds of standoff, Nelson's chest was pierced by the sharp blade. The Golden Lion lifted Nelson's body high, blood spraying forth, droplets splattering across the golden lion's face. Ah, keek. The golden lion laughed maniacally, reveling in the act of slaughter. Ah! From a distance, Logan watched in horror as Nelson was skewered by the golden lion sword. In that instant, it felt as though his heart had been pierced with a dagger. A heart-wrenching pain. Golden lion, curse your ancestors! Logan roared in fury, vowing to summon every last ounce of strength within him. Rip! The fibers of Nelson's scarf began to fray on the blade of the golden lion. Nelson slowly raised his head, his vision blurred by blood, gazing in Logan's direction. The new human forced a smile through gritted teeth, revealing 8 blood-stained teeth, and declared, "Logan-chan, press forward. Do not look back. Press forward." The golden lion twitched his ears, a contemptuous smile curling his lips before discarding Nelson as one would a piece of refuse. Nelson's body fell through the air like a withered leaf, and Logan's frantic struggles faltered as if a string in his mind had snapped. "Golden lion, I will kill you!" Logan howled to the heavens. In that instant, the raging sea held its breath, the howling winds bowed in submission, and the world fell eerily silent. The golden lion was momentarily taken aback, his cigar plummeting from his lips. In the next moment, a tremendous, oppressive aura erupted from Logan, engulfed in a tempest of seething rage directed at the golden lion. The golden lion, in disbelief, murmured, "This intensity of Conqueror's Haki. Has it truly just awakened? Wait, this is merely a little pirate of the new era. How can this be so exaggerated?" Before the golden lion could fully comprehend, the fierce Conqueror's Haki surged towards him like a violent storm. Ah! The golden lion cried out in pain, feeling as though his brain had been struck by an unseen force, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His body swayed in the air, nearly tumbling down. The ferocious Conqueror's Haki was swift to arrive and equally swift to depart. The golden lion stumbled onto a fragment of a warship, rubbing his temples in discomfort while gazing at the now unconscious Logan. His expression darkening to reach such a level upon first awakening. This little brat's future mastery of Conqueror's Haki will undoubtedly rival that of Roger. Afterward, the golden lion hesitated, musing, should I capture him or not? If I do, I have killed his companion, and this little brat will undoubtedly harbor a grudge against me, seeking every opportunity to oppose me. However, if I do not capture him, it would be such a waste. Ah, this is truly troublesome. Yet just as the golden lion wavered, an even more terrifying voice surged closer. "Shiki, today, I shall take your head." The golden lion looked up in alarm to see Carp, enveloped in a pitch-black coating of Haki, rapidly descending from the sky. With each step he took, the surrounding air seemed to lament, unable to withstand the sheer force. "You bastard." The golden lion ascended, swiftly making a decision to fly towards Logan. Thinking, if I cannot deal with Roger, how could I not handle a little pirate of the new era? Let's do this. Chapter 23, An Old Man's Return Home. However, just as the golden lion resolved to take Logan away, a massive shadow suddenly emerged from the depths of the sea, swiftly engulfing Logan and Ewer, sweeping them several nautical miles away. A school of sea fish. The golden lion gaped in shock, his outstretched hand caught in the turbulent winds. Damn it! How can such a colossal school of fish appear here? Is this little brat the Sea King? The golden lion's thoughts raced, his expression twisting with rage. He intended to fly over and seize Logan immediately. But Carp was closing in fast. Damn it! Such a massive tsunami, capable of effortlessly obliterating a city, has taken far too long to gather. This old man's power rivals out of the legendary rocks. The golden lion's face darkened, as if it could drip water. Damn it! I cannot afford to linger with Carp any longer. Otherwise, the true high-level combatants of the Navy will surely arrive, and escaping will become impossible. Besides, I have already obtained what I sought. There is no need to remain in danger. With this thought, the golden lion felt the contents of his pocket. I am destined to be the man who rules the seas from the sky. How can I be trapped here? The golden lion cast a lingering glance at the direction Logan had drifted before decisively soaring into the sky, speeding away. Golden lion, today, I shall surely twist your dog head off. Carp bellowed, his eyes ablaze, his body engulfed in tangible black flames of Haki. accelerating with moon steps, suddenly stomping on the void, creating a massive vortex in the ocean that spanned over 10 meters in diameter. Carp shot into the sky, like a meteor pursuing the golden lion, and astonishingly, his speed matched that of the latter's full-powered flight. The golden lion cast a backward glance, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. "This monster, Carp, are you not going to save those civilians and sailors? I have not killed them all. If I allow you to escape today, it would be the greatest irresponsibility to them. Keek, keek, keek. The more you chase me, the more they will be devoured by fish. Give up, Carp. You cannot catch me. You will tire yourself out." Kapu pressed his lips together in silence, his feet quickening their pace as if he were about to transform into a streak of shadowy light. The golden lion spat contemptuously, summoning all his strength to accelerate once more, morphing into a golden flash that swiftly distanced itself from Kapu. "Ha ha! When we meet again, I shall surely surprise you, Kapu." The golden lion's lips oozed blood as his frenzied voice cut through the howling winds, forcefully penetrating Kapu's ears. With a crunch, Kapu shattered his teeth, helplessly watching the golden lion make a brazen escape, his eyes nearly bleeding with fury. Yet there was nothing he could do. After all, he remained human, unable to surpass the power of the devil fruit. His heart brimming with unbridled anger with no outlet, he inadvertently spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Kapu plummeted toward the ocean below, his hair losing its luster at an alarming rate, turning gray as if aged by decades in that fleeting moment. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the survivors on Effie Island being engulfed by a tsunami, including his own Vice Admiral Bogart, swept into the sea. Their fates unknown. As this naval hero faced the onslaught of the tsunami, all he could do was save himself. He and team managed to rescue a single soul after braving the surging waves. Kapu surveyed his surroundings. The vast ocean revealed no signs of life, and in that instant his chest swelled with rage. The very culprit lay before him, yet he allowed him to flee. Shame, anger, and helplessness flooded the heart of this naval hero, stripping him of all defenses as he plunged straight into the sea. In the distance, a colossal naval fleet raced toward the scene, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru standing at the bow, their faces etched with anxiety as they gazed in the direction of Effie Island. Just a day prior, they had received word of the Golden Lion through a monitoring ship from Whitebeard, in a bid to restore the tarnished reputation of the underwater prison. Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong had even gone so far as to forcibly extract the deputy commander of the flying pirates from the 6th level of Impel Down without reporting to the world government. Using him as bait, spreading rumors, and assembling all available elite forces in the New World to lay a heavy ambush on a deserted island, preparing to capture the Golden Lion. However, he never anticipated that the Golden Lion would boldly make his way to Effie Island instead. Fortunately, Kapu was stationed nearby at the Naval G3 branch, and he immediately took secret action, intending to swiftly evacuate the civilians and then subdue the Golden Lion, awaiting Sengoku's arrival. Yet now, a day and night had passed without a single word from Kapu. And how could Sengoku not be consumed by anxiety? Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at the frantically calling communications officer and sighed. The permanent pointer pointing to Effie Island has gone awry. Effie Island has been destroyed. Prepare to search for survivors. Humph. Sengoku furiously struck the ship's side with his fist, gritting his teeth. Damn the Golden Lion. Vice Admiral Tsuru turned her gaze toward the inky darkness, saying, if only Borisolino were here. His light fruit could at least provide swift support. Now, they could only place their faith in Kapu. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Uru was jolted awake by a searing pain in his abdomen, trembling as he opened his eyes to the horrifying sight of numerous thumb-sized, sharp-toothed fish voraciously tearing at his belly. Uru gasped in shock, hastily reaching to fend them off, but when he looked at his hand, he nearly fainted from fear. His arms were likewise covered in the sharp-toothed fish, the flesh of his palms completely gone, exposing the stark white of his bones. The intense agony surged through his body as if it had only just registered. Uru cried out in panic, struggling and shrieking, inadvertently pushing Logan off the wooden plank. Quick on his feet, Uru used his legs, also crawling with sharp-toothed fish, to scoop Logan back up. He then frantically attempted to drive the fish off Logan. Yet, there were countless sharp-toothed fish, a dark mass encroaching from every direction. As soon as he drove one group away, another would pounce upon them like ravenous dogs. In the end, URU could only lie atop Logan, shielding him beneath his body while frantically kicking the wooden plank, determinately swimming in a single direction. The agonizing pain and tearing sensation in his back relentlessly challenged his nerves, yet URU gritted his teeth in silence. Time flowed on, and finally, amidst the oppressive darkness of the fish swarm, URU spotted a glimmer of light. By then, his back and thighs had lost all sensation. However, URU paid it no mind, gazing at the distant light as he trembled. Removing Logan's clothing, firmly securing him to the plank, he then struggled to retrieve the log pointer and a long-chain pocket watch from his pants, trembling as he hung them around Logan's neck. "Captain, take this old man home," URU silently prayed, using his last ounce of strength to push Logan away from the fish swarm. Boom! The surrounding fish went into a frenzy, surging toward URU, before being embraced by death. URU gazed intently at the direction Logan had drifted away. Chapter 24. The Conqueror's Haki. The waves surged, the moon waxing and waning. On this deep night, a desolate beach cradled a battered wooden plank and a bloated figure. It seemed even the heavens could not bear to let Nelson and URU sacrifice themselves in vain. Logan had finally reached the shore safely. After an unknown passage of time, Logan slowly awakened. Opening his swollen, slit-like eyes, staring vacantly at the sky, he could not discern whether it was the wailing wind of the beach that roused him, the claws of a crab on his face, or the nightmares from his slumber. Dream? Was it merely a dream? Nelson had been stabbed, blood flowing incessantly, his corpse drifting into the sea like a withered leaf. A sharp pang pierced Logan's chest, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. That was no dream. It was not a dream. Nelson was truly dead. It was all my fault. My weakness forced him to confront such terrifying foes alone. If I hadn't brought him down from the Barton ship, perhaps he would still be alive. Logan was ensnared by the immense shadow of grief and guilt, struggling to breathe. Just when he felt he might be crushed beneath this dreadful weight, a pair of resolute, aged eyes suddenly surfaced in his mind. "You are the captain." A thunderous voice echoed in his mind like a clap of thunder. A flicker of light returned to Logan's dim eyes as he recalled that URU had been sent away alongside him by Nelson. URU! URU! Logan struggled to rise, searching for URU's figure. Yet on the desolate beach and the boundless sea, there was not a trace of the old man. A wave of profound disappointment crashed over him, as if the entire world had forsaken him, plunging him into an endless abyss. Logan fell to his knees, collapsing onto the beach, curling up like a lost shrimp. His heart ached painfully. He opened his mouth to scream, yet no sound emerged. Everything was gone. It was all gone. Damn Captain, I am nothing but a fool. A damned fool. Silent tears streamed down his face, flowing into his heart, piercing his chest with unbearable pain. After an indeterminate time, Logan's face suddenly grazed something cold. Through the blurred tears, he saw it and was immediately struck by lightning. It was the log pointer and the pocket watch. Logan scrambled to his feet, frantically calling for URU. But there was no response. Logan's face darkened, like a soulless husk, as he removed the watch from his neck, took the log pointer, and opened the cover to see the contents by moonlight. It was a yellowed photograph of a small boy wearing a naval cap that was too large, obscuring his entire forehead. Inscribed on the watch's casing were the words, "To my dearest grandson. Your loving grandfather, Clebe URU." Logan was struck as if by lightning. Tears blurred Logan's vision once more. He embraced the watch tightly against his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Thank you, URU. I truly appreciate you, URU," before seeing the watch. Logan had contemplated ending his life. That it was this watch, this photograph, and URU's profound love for his grandson that pulled him back from the brink of death. He would live on, returning to the North Sea, seeking out URU's homeland of Mantivus, where he would personally hand this watch to URU's grandson. Wiping the tears from his face, Logan struggled to rise, unsteadily finding his footing, holding the watch high above his head. Closing his eyes as he silently vowed, "URU, Nelson, do not worry. I am still alive and well. I will return to the North Sea to fulfill Uru's dying wish. I will find the golden lion and take his head as a tribute for you. I shall become the ruler of the seas, and my name will resonate throughout the heavens. Watch over me from above." Logan carefully donned the watch around his neck, placing it closest to his heart. Suddenly, Logan felt a sharp pain in his foot. Looking down, he saw a crab leisurely pinching his toes with its massive claws. Logan realized it was the very same crab that had previously pinched his face. Now it had come back for revenge. Logan muttered, "To approach me without any guard. I suppose you had it coming." Speaking thus, Logan activated his fruit ability. Keenly sensing the essence within the crab, he exclaimed decisively, "Life theft." A small emerald-green orb, no larger than a thumb, emerged from the crab's body and vanished into Logan. The crab fell silent, its formidable pincers collapsing weakly at Logan's feet, its shell color rapidly fading to a dull gray. The technique of life theft encompassed a broad range. It siphoned the crab's vitality, resilience, stamina, and all the forces that sustained its existence. With a single move, the crab was instantly dispatched. Of course, this was primarily due to the vast disparity in their life levels, compounded by the crab's utter lack of defenses, resulting in such a terrifying outcome. Otherwise, had anyone else been in Logan's place, even without any preparation, this technique would have merely drained some immunity or stamina, certainly not leading to death. However, Logan felt neither elated nor disheartened. After all, his experience with the stealth fruit was still in its infancy, leaving him ample time to hone its capabilities. After absorbing the crab's life force, Logan felt significantly rejuvenated, the swelling in his body noticeably diminished. Exhaling, he bent down to retrieve the recording pointer and fasten it to his wrist. A flicker of solace accompanied his sorrow. His ice vein blade remained intact, albeit with a damaged sheath. Cradling the blade against his cheek, he gently called out, "Ice vein, oh, ice vein." The ice vein blade seemed to possess a spirit, shimmering with a blue glow through its tattered sheath. With heavy footsteps, Logan approached the wooden board, kneeling beside it. The board bore indelible bloodstains and tattered fabric, his, Yule's, and Nelson's. Logan knelt in silence for a moment before suddenly digging a pit in the sand, burying the fabric within, forming a small mound that he then lifted the wooden board, etching upon it with the ice vein blade. Beloved friend Nelson, Yule's grave, captain of the Logan pirate crew. Rising, Logan positioned the board in front of the mound. Serving as a gravestone, he lingered quietly for a while, gazing up at the sky, before turning to walk into the dense forest. Though his steps were faltering, they were resolutely steadfast from this moment forth. He bore the weight of 3 destinies. As night fell, the wilderness teemed with beasts. Logan had not ventured far when a bone-chilling wolf howl pierced the air. Drawing the ice vein blade, he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. 2 greenish eyes emerged silently from the darkness, paws treading softly upon the thick carpet of decayed leaves, stealthily approaching Logan from behind. Logan's ears twitched, sharply discerning the solitary wolf's intent. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 1.2 million. Even in his weakened state, dispatching a wild wolf would pose no challenge. Yet just as Logan was about to pivot and swiftly deal with the wolf, a thought flashed in his mind. He recalled that before losing consciousness, he had seemingly triggered a latent power. That power appeared to be Conqueror's Haki, a trait that could not be cultivated through mere training. It was a rare quality possessed by one in hundreds of thousands. In a fit of rage over Nelson's death, Logan had awakened his royal potential. Contemplating this, Logan fell silent. He would rather never wield Conqueror's Haki than awaken it through the death of a dear friend. How? Seizing the opportunity of Logan's distraction, the wolf lunged ferociously from the underbrush, extending its claws toward Logan's vulnerable back. A chill ran down Logan's spine, snapping him back to reality. In a frantic motion, he turned and swung his blade. Clang! The ice vein blade clashed with the wolf's claws, emitting a sound reminiscent of metal on metal. How? The biting cold, radiating from the ice vein blade, startled the wolf, causing it to recoil several meters, crouching low, baring its teeth, fangs glimmering ominously. The wolf, realizing its stealthy attack had failed, shifted to a full-on assault, leaping forward with electric speed, its gaping maw aimed directly at Logan's neck. Logan snorted disdainfully, raising his blade and shouting, seeking death. An invisible aura of dominance erupted from him, the wolf letting out a whimper as it rolled over, its eyes turning white, crashing heavily to the ground. Where the aura passed, all other sounds in the forest fell silent, leaving a desolate stillness for hundreds of meters. Logan blinked, equally astonished. Clearly, he had not anticipated that he would truly awaken Conqueror's Haki. This was his first use after awakening, and it was astonishingly effective. After a moment of stunned silence, Logan, undeterred, activated Conqueror's Haki several more times, each instance met with unerring success. This was simply unbelievable. Even the world-renowned Luffy, upon first awakening his Conqueror's Haki, could not achieve such mastery. Of course, Logan still had his limitations. He required a fierce gaze to activate his Haki and could not yet control its selective application. Nevertheless, he felt immense satisfaction. After a few more attempts, Logan began to feel lightheaded, prompting him to sit down and reflect on what he had previously read online regarding Conqueror's Haki in the world of One Piece. Haki levels lacked a fixed standard, but someone on a forum had stated that Conqueror's Haki was divided into 4 tiers. Basic, where one could only randomly unleash it through heightened emotions and luck after awakening. Advanced, where one could deliberately release Haki and filter those who could withstand its pressure. Top tier, where one could exude a powerful aura effortlessly, employing advanced combat techniques entwined with Conqueror's Haki. And divine, known as the domain of the Conqueror. It was said that the domain could only be accessed upon a complete awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Under its influence, the wielder could merge with nature, converse with all living things, gain their loyalty, and even alter the natural laws of the world around them. Undoubtedly, this was the realm of the divine. Logan assessed himself against this standard and concluded that he likely remained at the basic level, as he had only managed to release Haki at will, without the ability to select targets. However, his basic level might be among the elite, and with the defeat of a few more formidable foes, he could very well ascend to the advanced tier. This realization invigorated Logan, revealing a high innate talent in Haki. He speculated that Haki was connected to the strength of one's soul, and having merged with his original self-spirit, he was inherently stronger than others, hence his remarkable aptitude for Haki. This was fortuitous. Only by growing stronger could he fulfill the promises made to Nelson and Yule. Chapter 25. King of Undelic thinking of his 2 crew members. Logan's gaze firmed, he looked at the dazed wolf, extended his hand, and activated his ability. A mass of emerald light, twice the size of the one drawn from the crab, floated from the wolf's body and seamlessly entered Logan. The wolf's life force drained rapidly, its fur losing its luster, and in the blink of an eye, it resembled the desolate winter grass. Logan let out a contented sigh, feeling a refreshing chill seep into his core. Every cell in his body rejoicing, he twirled in place, noting that the swelling had vanished, and even his lingering weakness had greatly lessened, that a smile crept onto Logan's face as he bent down to check the wolf's breath. Still alive? He activated his ability once more, siphoning away the last vestiges of life from the wolf. Good wolf. Logan nodded appreciatively at the now lifeless creature before turning to venture deeper into the forest. After about half an hour, Logan's body had fully recovered its health through the absorption of the life force from the stunned animals. However, his stomach began to grumble. He had intended to steal the satiety from those creatures to trick his belly, only to discover with dismay that the beasts were even hungrier than he was. Alas, self-sufficiency is the way to go, Logan remarked, holding a rabbit by its ear, resigned, just as he was about to start a fire to roast the rabbit. He suddenly spotted a stone spear lodged in a large tree. Logan furrowed his brow, discarding the rabbit and pulling out the spear. Though crude, it indicated that this was not a deserted island. There are people here. It was said that the technological development in the world of One Piece was quite uneven, with the Navy employing warships, pirates using sailing ships, and now even primitive stone spears surfacing. Logan understood this was due to the transportation difficulties. Cultural exchange among the islands of the Grand Line was largely hindered. Some islands were highly advanced, like the small sky island of Visalia, which not only mastered artificial rain technology, but could even generate massive storms. Meanwhile, others had made no progress for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, remaining in a primitive state. Like the prehistoric dinosaurs of Little Garden and the semi-primitive, semi-agricultural lifestyle of Amazon Lily, Tio Prosper, one must first build roads. Logan lamented as he waved his stone spear a few times before casting it aside onto the ground. He had lost all desire to kindle a fire to roast the rabbit, for revealing his position in the face of unknown adversaries was perilously unwise. Thanks to the dark laws of the forest, he had come to understand this truth. After a moment of contemplation, Logan grasped the ice vein blade, cautiously probing in the direction from which the spear had been thrown. He concluded that rather than living in fear of being discovered by the wild men, it would be far better to take the initiative and catch them off guard. Logan pricked up his ears and, with utmost caution, scoured the area for over an hour, until he finally caught a glimpse of something amiss. As he crossed a narrow river gorge, Logan keenly observed signs of recent deforestation in a thicket of bushes. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found a concealed path. Holding his breath, he advanced with heightened vigilance along the dense underbrush flanking the trail. After approximately 10 minutes of cautious travel, Logan stumbled upon his first male corpse, a man lying beneath a large tree, clutching a stone crossbow, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, as if he had fallen from the tree to his demise. The deceased appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, emaciated, with a dark visage adorned by faint golden markings, dressed in a scanty garment made of leaves. Undoubtedly a wild man. Had he been attacked by members of another tribe? Logan pondered. However, after straining his ears for a moment, he discerned no sounds of battle ahead. Driven by curiosity, he pressed onward. Within less than 10 minutes, Logan encountered several more corpses of primitive men, some clutching stone bows, others wielding stone axes, and still others grasping stone spears. Yet, without exception, their bodies appeared gaunt, emaciated, and showing signs of malnutrition, with the youngest among them already bearing wrinkles and gray hair. Observing them, Logan scratched the back of his head, pondering the alarmingly low birth rates and their frail appearances. Could this tribe have already been annihilated? Nevertheless, having come this far, he felt compelled to uncover the truth. Moreover, if enemies were present, it would provide an excellent opportunity to test his fruit abilities. With renewed determination, Logan cautiously ventured deeper into the encroaching darkness. Minutes later, the path suddenly narrowed, with ancient trees casting shadows and vines entwining the way. Yet upon closer inspection, he noted that the ground had shifted from dirt to a cobblestone path. Puzzled, Logan took a few steps forward, only to feel a sticky sensation beneath his feet, as if he had stepped into some viscous liquid. His shoes had been ruined by the sea, leaving his bare soles to directly make contact with the ground, amplifying the chilling and viscous sensation. Raising his foot, he flared his nostrils, and suddenly his expression changed dramatically. Blood! This sticky fluid was indeed blood. In the pitch-black forest where the moonlight was obscured, the foul, acrid odor was unmistakably pungent. Logan immediately crouched down, widening his eyes, cautiously scanning his surroundings. After a few minutes, Logan found no trace of enemies, which allowed him to exhale a sigh of relief. However, the discovery of blood only intensified his curiosity about what lay ahead. Logan slipped into the thicket, continuing to push through the tangled vines. Yet the further he advanced, the stronger the sticky sensation beneath his feet, and the more potent the stench of blood became, overwhelming to the point that it stung his eyes. Yet Logan kept his eyes wide open, determined to uncover what had transpired to cause such a deluge of blood. Was it a massacre? Having once been a citizen of the Celestial Empire, Logan felt no sympathy for mass killings. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace. Suddenly, beams of light pierced through the foliage. Logan pushed aside the final vines and emerged from the thicket. He looked up at the moon, inhaling a few deep breaths, only to be struck by a wave of nausea. Without the fragrant cover of vegetation, the faint putrid scent became overwhelmingly apparent, provoking a gag reflex. Yet Logan did not retch, for the scene that met his eyes was so incredulous that he felt a loss of composure, forgetting everything else. The pale moonlight illuminated a dilapidated stone square, approximately 100 meters in diameter, encircled by 8 broken stone pillars, draped in withered vines, evoking an atmosphere of desolation and antiquity. Hundreds of emaciated figures knelt in unison around the square, bowing reverently towards its center. Without exception, their hearts had been pierced by stone knives. Stone swords, stone spears, and even stone spikes. Blood streamed along the worn patterns of the square, flowing into the thicket, such that after the deaths of these hundreds, the square bore scarcely a trace of blood. They had committed suicide. What a tragic spectacle! Logan covered his mouth, involuntarily stepping onto the square. Standing at the edge, he was engulfed by this harrowing scene. "Young friend, please approach and speak," a feeble voice suddenly rang out, piercing the silence of the night with unsettling clarity. Logan was taken aback, immediately brandishing his blade. "Young friend, please approach and speak," the frail voice repeated. This time, Logan discerned the source of the voice. It came from the center of the square. Looking up, Logan saw what might have once been a grand statue, now reduced to a half-ruined pedestal. Perched upon this pedestal sat a gaunt old man, dressed in warrior garb with his hair styled in a warrior's topknot. Logan scrutinized the old man, refraining from approaching, instead raising his weapon and warily inquiring, "Are you a warrior of the kingdom of He? What brings you here?" The emaciated elder's murky eyes flickered, his lips quivering as he weakly replied, "I am not a warrior of He, but the king of the kingdom of Yundelik." Logan surveyed the old man from head to toe, noting that aside from the purple blade resting on his knee, he bore all the hallmarks of a fallen warrior, rather than the so-called king he professed to be. With a skeptical gaze, Logan retorted, "Your appearance hardly resembles that of a king, and furthermore, where is this Yundelik?" "Here," the frail elder replied. Logan blinked in disbelief, suspecting he had misheard, and asked again, "Where?" "Here," the old man reiterated. Logan glanced around at the encroaching thicket, the dilapidated square, and the deceased individuals, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. As if to say, "Are you jesting? Where is your kingdom? Where is your palace? Where are your subjects?" Logan interrogated without mercy. The old man fell silent for a long moment before finally whispering, "Wherever you have set foot since arriving on this island is the kingdom of Yundelik. And the very ground you tread upon is the palace of Yundelik, while the individuals you see before you are the subjects of Yundelik." Logan nearly retorted, but the sight of the old man's resolute expression beneath the moonlight compelled him to swallow his words. Perhaps he truly was a king. Such an absurd notion took root in Logan's mind. He hastily shook his head, dispelling the thought, and pointed to the corpses lying on the square, demanding, "You claim to be a king. So what is the meaning of this? As you can see, the kingdom of Yundelik is doomed." The elder's voice trembled with a hint of sorrow, casting a chill over the moonlit night. Logan fell silent. The answer he sought was not this. Yet upon hearing the elder's mournful tone, he found it impossible to voice his follow-up questions. He was at a loss for words and could only maintain his grip on the blade, watching the old man with guarded vigilance. "Young friend, there is no need to be anxious that I am gravely injured and unable to move. I am but a flickering candle in the wind. Please come closer, that I might speak more easily." The old man's voice grew even weaker. Yet Logan remained distrustful, primarily due to the spectacle of hundreds committing suicide, which was indeed a haunting sight that sent chills down his spine. What if this old man were some sinister devil fruit user, seeking to drag him down with him in his dying moments? With this thought in mind, Logan heightened his alertness. "Young friend, if you choose not to approach, then do as you wish. That I merely hope you will grant me one favor. I can offer you this great blade, Jin Yushun, one of the 21 craftsman blades, as a reward." Logan glanced at the blade, responding, "Once you are dead, that blade will be mine." Chapter 26. The old king's confession. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Logan cleared his throat and scratched the back of his head, stating, "Speak, and if it is within my power, I will consider it." "Thank you, young friend." The old king's eyes brightened with earnestness. "Please help me bury these people." "Bury them?" Logan's expression turned to one of shock as he pointed at the hundreds who had committed suicide in the square. Swallowing hard. "All of them?" The old king's murky eyes glimmered with a hint of tears as he rasped. "They have already endured too much suffering. I do not wish to see their bodies left to rot in the wilderness." This was a task that rightfully belonged to him, the sovereign, yet he found himself powerless despite his intentions. His frail voice, barely concealing his sorrow, echoed across the square, enveloped in an overwhelming and inescapable sense of grief and desolation. Logan abruptly set down his sword, seated himself cross-legged on the ground, and gazed at the king, his voice heavy with melancholy as he inquired, "May I know why they chose to take their own lives?" Though phrased as a question, his tone conveyed an unwavering determination to uncover the truth. The king's cracked lips trembled as he stammered, two streams of murky old tears cascading down his face. Logan fixed his gaze upon him intently. With a deep, sorrowful sigh, the king lamented, "Their hearts have long since perished." The kingdom of Yundelik was a realm reborn from the ashes 4 centuries ago. The ancient Yundelik was ravaged by war, obliterating its history and culture, leaving only a young princess and a few thousand citizens to languish amidst the charred remains. The king wept as he recounted, in the following 200 years, our ancestors braved countless hardships, rebuilding our homeland upon the ruins of blood and tears, gradually restoring the kingdom's former glory. However, 200 years ago, the world government launched an unprovoked assault on the nascent Yundelik, mercilessly devastating cities and slaughtering the royal family and its subject in the blink of an eye. The reborn Yundelik was all but annihilated. After that fateful night, only a handful of souls remained, retreating into the depths of the forest, procreating and living in constant companionship with wild beasts, nearly devolving into savagery. The king was overcome with sorrow, choking back tears. Logan furrowed his brow, fixating on a particular detail. 400 years ago, wasn't the famed Golden City, the now floating Zandora, also thrust into the sky for centuries past? What connection could exist between the two? As Logan pondered this, the old king's sobs gradually subsided. Seizing the moment, Logan questioned, "Why does the world government harbor such animosity towards you? Even if the ancient Yundelik was at odds with them, what concern is it of the new Yundelik? After all, you share only a name, and the cultural lineage has been severed." Upon hearing Logan's words, the old king seemed to reach his breaking point. His once stagnant gaze surged with intensity as he forcefully asserted, "There has always been but one Yundelik." Coughing violently due to his agitation, the old king spat blood. Aware of his misstep, Logan hurriedly apologized. After an extended bout of coughing, the king's voice grew weaker, though we cannot fathom the nature of the ancient kingdom. A sacred promise, passed down through generations, binds us to our ancestors that Logan's heart stirred, and he pressed, "What promise?" The king fell silent for a moment, grappling with his thoughts before finally managing a bitter smile. "Alas, the capital is on the brink of demise. What purpose does the promise serve now? I shall divulge it to you." Logan listened intently. With solemn demeanor, the king recited, "O king of Yundelik, steadfastly await our return. To endure is both a promise and a curse." The old king painfully shut his eyes, tears rolling down his weathered cheeks. Logan hesitantly asked, "Await whom?" "Kill your boy." The king shook his head, weeping. "It is our ancestors, the forebears of Yundelik from countless years past." Logan was taken aback. "Ancestors? Are they still alive?" The old king opened his tear-filled eyes, rasping, "This king does not know. However, the promise has persisted for centuries." Logan fell silent. Time and tide had altered the world, and the two downfalls of Yundelik might have obscured the details of this oral tradition. What a tragic nation it was. Yet as Logan gazed upon the emaciated figures committing self-immolation in the square, he could not suppress his fury, demanding, "With such a formidable blade, you must be no mere nobody. Why do you not lead your people to rebuild their homeland? Why must you witness their suicides? It is I who have abandoned them." Upon hearing Logan's inquiry, a profound sense of guilt washed over the old king's visage. He closed his eyes in anguish, murmuring, 40 years ago, I discovered an ancient text on an island, glimpsing a fragment of our glorious past, and thus vowed to restore our nation, even if it meant inciting the world government's wrath once more. How foolish I was to depart Yundelik without informing anyone. To secretly seek wisdom in the land of harmony. 20 years ago, I completed my studies, only to fall victim to treachery, rendering me powerless and imprisoning me underground. It was not until 3 years past that I escaped amidst chaos, wandering until I returned home just 2 days ago. But alas, the old king's words faltered, and he was overwhelmed with grief. Logan silently rose and walked step by step to the old king's side. It was then that he noticed the king's frail frame, even more emaciated than those kneeling in suicide. His garments were stained with blood, tattered, and reeking of an unbearable odor. Most shocking of all, 4 9-inch iron spikes were driven into the king's arms and legs. Logan sighed and sat beside the old king, listening to his weeping. The king, suppressing immense sorrow and rage, trembled as he spoke. Upon my return, I beheld my people, naked and gaunt, regarded by the nobles of neighboring kingdoms as mere game. Did I feel so powerless? Logan, sharing in his despair, responded somberly. The old king bit his lip, his parched skin quivering. They have no strength left. They can only hide deep within the forest. You are seen as prey by the ferocious beasts. They have long wished for death. For 40 years, since my departure, they lost their last hope. They have not borne children in all this time. They refuse to let their offspring live a life of fear and savagery. The only reason they continue to exist like mere shadows is to await my return. To hear me say, "O king, let this ancient promise end with our generation. The future of Unblemished should not bear such a heavy burden. They are exhausted. They can no longer endure. This is their final farewell." The old king's eyes turned red, bloody tears cascading down his face. Logan silently regarded the nearest elderly man who had taken his own life. The stone blade, driven into his heart, was so resolute, so definitive. On the man's numb face lingered a hint of relief. Logan pondered, is an unfounded promise truly more valuable than life itself? He contemplated for an extended period, unable to make sense of it. Finally, Logan resolved to let it go. He turned to the old king and declared, "I promise you, I will bury these individuals. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." The old king expressed his gratitude, his face lighting up with appreciation for the first time since Logan had encountered him. After a moment's reflection, Logan asked, "What should be inscribed on the tombstones?" The old king closed his eyes, pondering for a while before saying, "Do not write anything. Leave them blank." Logan remained silent, nodding in agreement. "By the way, will you be buried as well?" "No," the old king asserted firmly. "Once the tomb is completed, allow me to kneel before the gravestone. Unblemished perished by my hand. I owe them, and the kings of your—" An apology. Logan pressed his lips together, choosing not to respond. An air of silence settled once more between the two. Cough, cough. The old king suddenly coughed twice, his life force waning. Logan, sitting beside him, felt the king's breath like a fragile thread. This must be what it means to breathe on the brink of death. "Young friend, upon my demise, please take care of it. I once wielded it to slay a deity." Logan nodded, understanding that the old king referred to the formidable blade known as Jinyu God. However, he suspected the old king's claim of slaying a deity was likely an exaggeration. Well, if he can boast such a feat, he must possess considerable skill. Logan then recalled something and casually inquired, "Is your swordsmanship quite remarkable?" The old king discerned Logan's curiosity and, mustering his strength, forced a smile. "Alas, I regret that I cannot impart it to you." "Haki matters not," Logan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he stood and moved behind the old king. "Instructing, do not resist. Relax and try to forget my presence." Though the old king was perplexed, he nonetheless followed Logan's instructions, closing his eyes, lowering his guard, and striving to forget that another person was present behind him. Logan continuously recited the principles of swordsmanship in his mind, while his fingers pressed gently against the crown of the old king's head, activating his abilities instantly. Soon, a mass of purple light, the size of an infant's fist, floated out from the old king's mind and entered Logan's brow. Boom! A torrent of knowledge about swordsmanship surged into Logan's consciousness, encompassing styles of 1-sword, 2-sword, and even 3-sword techniques, with a significant portion dedicated to the 2-sword style. Logan perused the information hastily, discovering key movements of various swordsmanship schools, fundamental techniques, a plethora of sword moves, and the profound insights of a great swordsman accumulated over decades. Indeed, the old king before him was a formidable swordsman. "What an unexpected delight! What have you done to me? I feel so unaccustomed with my sword," the old king inquired, still oblivious to the loss of memories within his mind, only noticing the subtle changes through the keen instincts of a great swordsman. Logan rubbed his throbbing temples, his mind slightly aching from the sudden influx of memories. He did not respond to the old king's query, but countered with a question. Are you proficient in the two-sword style? The old king replied, You have an eye for detail, young friend. However, one of my swords is broken, so I cannot provide it to you. Logan patted his ice vein and said, I possess a fine blade as well. The old king marveled. Its chill is piercing. Indeed, it is a superb sword. Logan smiled and asked, Are you familiar with Haki? What about flowing cherry? The old king replied, I have a slight understanding. Chapter 27. The realm of the swordmaster. Logan cradled his aching head, feeling as though the old king was indulging in a display of grandeur. Within that vast mass of darkness lay an abundance of knowledge regarding the three types of Haki. The most detailed was the Armament Haki, covering everything from wrapping and external projection to flowing and internal destruction, along with insights and comprehension, all presented in a comprehensive manner. Coupled with the previously acquired swordsmanship knowledge, the overwhelming influx of information nearly caused Logan's mind to crash. He had no choice but to slump beside the old king, groaning and rubbing his temples. Despite the physical discomfort, his heart was brimming with excitement. This was undoubtedly a tremendous gain, the sword techniques of a great swordsman. Alongside high-level Haki, even one of these could easily elevate him to a formidable presence upon the seas. However, after the initial thrill, Logan gradually calmed himself and began to grasp certain truths. What he had acquired was merely the old king's knowledge. He had not usurped the old king's essence. In other words, he had received only the highlights outlined by a teacher, not a test paper filled with correct answers, much like the technological interconnectedness envisioned 20 years hence by Vegapunk, which aimed to download the knowledge of all into a library for everyone's reference. Could simply downloading all of Mihawk's swordsmanship into the minds of Navy soldiers guarantee that they would all become the world's greatest swordsmen? Impossible. The soldier's physical attributes, comprehension abilities, and the fierce spirit of a true warrior could never match Mihawk's. They could never reach his heights. At best, they might avoid many detours and save considerable time, ultimately achieving greater accomplishments than through their own explorations, yet they would never become Mihawk. Logan was somewhat more fortunate. He possessed the steel fruit, allowing him to steal physical prowess if his own was lacking, or comprehension abilities if his were insufficient. To extract the essence of all things and supplement oneself. That was the true might of the steel fruit. However, every advantage comes with drawbacks. Embarking on a shortcut to cultivation also risks losing the tempering of one's cultivation mindset, making it easy to fall into obsession. Thus, one must constantly restrain oneself, engaging in sparring with strong individuals to refine one's mindset. Only then can one grow into a true powerhouse. There remained a long road ahead. As Logan continued to groan in discomfort, he envisioned the path that lay before him. Meanwhile, as he pondered, the old king's thoughts began to drift away amidst the groans. Suddenly, he realized what Logan had done to him and smiled faintly. After a lifetime of toil, he never expected to end up sewing garments for another. How cruel fate can be! Alas, alas, my people are weary, and I too am fatigued. Let it be as it is. Lost in thought, 2 drops of murky blood tears involuntarily rolled down the old king's cheeks. As the moon descended in the west, a cool breeze rustled the surrounding leaves. After my demise, you shall be the last in this world to know of Yundlerik. The old king suddenly regained his vigor, his eyes sparkling with intensity as they fixed upon Logan, uttering a disjointed statement. Logan pressed one hand against his forehead while the other obstructed the old king's face, stifling his forthcoming words. Stop, stop. Do not speak so mournfully, nor try to bind me with any shackles. That I have accepted your favor. I shall merely ensure that your country's cemetery is grand and beautiful, and nothing more. The old king clicked his tongue in regret, not pressing further, but instead gazing toward the square, towards those who had liberated themselves through suicide, and towards the broken pillars standing at the square's edge. Softly murmuring, Yundlerik is a nation that reveres the sun. Let us carve a sun upon the gravestones. Logan nodded in agreement. After a moment, he quietly asked, Could you tell me who imprisoned you? Perhaps one day I might seek vengeance. No response came. Logan removed his hand from his forehead and looked up, only to find the old king silent, eyes closed in eternal rest. Lowering his hands, Logan knelt before the old king, bowing his head. Accepting the old king's swordsmanship and blade, it was only fitting to pay his respects. Rising, Logan gazed quietly at the old king's remains, refraining from hastily claiming the blade known as Jianyushin. Instead, he returned to sit beside the old king. As he stared ahead at the square, his thoughts became somewhat disordered. Before long, the sun emerged. The first rays of sunlight fell upon the old king's face. Yet though dawn had arrived, some would forever remain in the darkness of the previous night. Logan sat until the light brightened the sky, the forest echoing with the roars of beasts. The rich scent of blood attracted the famished creatures lurking in the shadows. The roars grew closer. A multitude of wild beasts converging upon the square, eager to partake in a sumptuous feast. Logan waited quietly until the first claw emerged from the thicket, followed by the appearance of a vulture soaring above the square. You wish to feast upon them, while I wish to feast upon you. This is not a problem, is it? Logan smirked slightly, and waves of blue and purple conqueror's Haki radiated outward, sweeping in all directions. Having inherited the old king's legacy, Logan's aura had elevated. At this moment, his conqueror's Haki was on the threshold of advanced mastery, no longer requiring fierce glares to activate. The cacophony of beastly roars came to an abrupt halt, replaced by the sound of bodies thudding to the ground. Logan stood and walked toward the thicket, spending an hour gathering all the stunned beasts and piling them into a small mountain. Unfortunately, they were mostly smaller beasts. The true rulers of the forest had not arrived. Logan felt no great regret. After all, facing them all at once would not guarantee his victory. It was better they did not come now. Sorting through the small mountain of beasts, he selected the finest for roasting, while discarding the inedible far away, adhering to the principles of sustainability. Lacking salt and spices, the roasted meat was not particularly flavorful. However, hunger took precedence, and Logan paid little heed to such details. His appetite remained unchanged, and he was full after consuming half a wild boar. With a contented belch, Logan reclined by the riverside, casually picking his teeth, when suddenly he heard rustling sounds behind him. Turning around, he found himself locked in gaze with a 2-meter-tall, vividly patterned tiger. The tiger, displaying an almost human-like bewilderment, pawed at its head before tightly closing its eyes. Feigning unconsciousness, Logan's lips twitched slightly as he assessed the tiger. It's a female. It lacks what I desire. Logan turned his head and waved his hand dismissively. Leave. The fierce tiger twitched its ears, cautiously opening one eye and tentatively extending a paw. Upon realizing that Logan remained motionless, it sprang up joyfully, emitting a low growl before swiftly darting into the depths of the thicket. Over the next half hour, those beasts that Logan deemed fit for consumption and had spared began to awaken one by one, hastily fleeing as if they had survived a calamity. Only one wild dog, baring its teeth menacingly, lunged at Logan, only to be skinned by him and coldly submerged in the creek, destined to become tonight's meal. After a bit of physical exertion and feeling slightly less full, Logan gazed toward the square. It was time to fulfill his promise. He moved the bodies of those who had perished on the path to the square, counted heads, and selected a spacious area within the eastern thickets to commence the task of felling trees and clearing shrubs. Preparing to establish a cemetery, Logan did not wish to merely dig a mass grave and hastily dispose of them. Rather, he aspired to construct individual graves, each marked with a sun. Life was so arduous. Surely, in death, they deserved to enjoy some peace. Naturally, Logan's motivations were not solely altruistic. He also sought personal gain during the process of clearing the cemetery, particularly in enhancing his swordsmanship in the worldview of the Pirate King. There were no distinctly defined ranks for swordsmanship, yet could generally be categorized in a swordsman, swordmasters, great swordmasters, and the world's greatest swordmaster, based on the terminology used at sea. Anyone who could wield a blade with even a modicum of skill was deemed a swordsman. Logan had previously belonged to this classification. Although he had established his identity under the name White Fang, his actual swordsmanship left much to be desired. A bounty of 1.2 million berries bore witness to the fact that a substantial portion was attributed to his ice vein blade. A shaky foundation leads to instability. His swordsmanship was plagued by an unsteady foundation, with his grip, stance, and movements all teetering on the brink of correctness. This severely constrained his speed and power in strikes, and over time could even jeopardize his health. Fortunately, he had acquired the swordsmanship legacy from the old king, allowing him to rectify these issues at the tender age of 17, unlike the foundational sword techniques Logan learned in his youth. The old king's teachings included a breathing method known as Shundao Tana Fa. This technique was a complementary breathing method to the Shundao Thunder Gate style of swordsmanship. Logan resolved to practice the Shundao Thunder Gate style. Although the old king was more adept at dual wielding and possessed limited insights in his single sword techniques, Logan chose the latter without hesitation. Simply put, he preferred the single sword style over the dual wielding. It was as straightforward as that. Moreover, some of the techniques associated with the Shundao Thunder Gate style sounded incredibly impressive, such as Shundao, Divine Void Manifestation, and Thundergate, Tiger's Fall Flute. They not only hinted at formidable power, but also promised to instill fear in adversaries. However, these potent techniques demanded a robust physique and countless hours of sword training to support them, making it premature for Logan to dwell on such aspirations. For now, his focus was on solidifying his foundation, practicing swordsmanship, and striving to join the ranks of the iron-cutting sword masters. Strengthening his foundation began with adjusting his breath. With this realization, Logan cast aside all distractions and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the seemingly mundane yet extraordinary act of breathing. The Shundao Tana Fa was a unique breathing technique designed to stimulate one's internal energy and blood flow, refining every corner of the physical body. This distinctive breathing method not only honed the body, but also calmed the mind, aiding concentration in battle, and was truly a rare gem among breathing techniques. However, mastering it proved quite challenging. He demanded meticulous attention to the length and depth of each breath. Too fast, too slow, too deep, or too shallow were all unacceptable. In essence, every rhythmic breath had to be executed with pinpoint accuracy, akin to the precision of a second hand on a clock. Fortunately, with the old king's insights into breathing, it felt as though he were being guided across a river, making the practice remarkably efficient. In less than half an hour, Logan found his footing. His breaths became long and flowing, his gaze bright and clear, his feet grounded, and his posture significantly improved. The most evident manifestation of his progress was his efficiency in felling trees. Initially, it often took 4 or 5 strikes to land 2 in the same spot, requiring a dozen blows to bring down a single tree. Gradually, however, the number of strikes landing in the same spot increased, the sounds transforming from chaotic to harmoniously unified, immersed in the crisp, thudding sounds. Logan lost himself, as if entering a realm that was both elusive and extraordinary. All other sounds faded away, leaving only the blade in his hand and the tree before him. Thump, thump. It was as if the tree itself breathed in rhythm. A lifeline pulsated, magnifying in Logan's vision with unparalleled clarity. He swung his blade, and the great tree fell, its cut surface smooth and even, exuding a chilling aura. The breath of all things, the realm of iron cutting. At that moment, Logan had officially stepped into the ranks of sword masters. Seizing the momentum, Logan swiftly cleared all the large trees, shrubs, and even 2 massive stones from the cemetery site, firmly establishing his mastery of the iron-cutting realm. Emerging from this epiphany, Logan gazed at his blade and the fallen tree, a radiant smile illuminating his face. In a mere half-day, he had transitioned from swordsman to swordmaster, a testament to the formidable legacy of the old king's swordsmanship. Logan marveled at his progress, only to suddenly realize that dusk had fallen and a powerful hunger gnawed at his stomach. Chapter 28. The 4 noble young masters. Undeniably, dog meat was quite delectable. However, it was, insufficient. The wild dog, as large as a half-calf, had vanished into his belly without leaving a trace. Logan, rubbing his rumbling stomach, felt a mix of helplessness and astonishment. He had not anticipated such a remarkable increase in his appetite after merely half a day's effort. A tenfold enhancement compared to lunchtime. Nevertheless, the more one consumed, the greater the energy expenditure of one's cells, leading to a rapid increase in physical strength. That be able to eat could indeed be described as a fortunate dilemma. Yet, regardless of thoughts, the matter of hunger still demanded resolution. Logan licked his lips and swaggered into the twilight-drenched thickets. The hunt had begun. Found it. A golden-haired youth, adorned in luxurious garments, emerged from the underbrush, triumphantly holding up a water-stained leaf and exclaiming in delight. The others, hearing the commotion, immediately abandoned their tasks and hurried over to join him. Another elegant youth, unable to conceal his excitement, exclaimed joyfully, "Now we can truly rescue the princess. As long as we find it, the princess will once again beam with joy. What a monumental achievement." Turnad, a rugged youth, bearing a scar on his face, clapped the golden-haired youth on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "No, Yuan, that's not correct," Turnad replied, shaking his head. "This is everyone's accomplishment. It is the collective effort that has brought us to this point." Hearing this, the proud youth named Lucy touched his nose, then stepped forward to firmly grasp Turnad's raised hand, proclaiming loudly, "Indeed, as you said, Turnad, it is our united cooperation that has yielded this result. I, Lucy, firmly believe in this. Absolutely." The faces of the group blossomed with assured smiles. However, since Turnad had already discovered a clue, it was essential to summon Byway back. Lucy pondered for a moment before instructing Baru, a burly man standing respectfully behind him with a massive axe on his back. "Baru, please go fetch Byway." "As you command, young Master Lucy." Baru bowed his head, his expression devoid of emotion, and replied before striding off with heavy, stiff steps. Meanwhile, Lucy, Turnad, and Yuan eagerly inhaled the remarkable fragrance emanating from the leaf, their faces alight with rapture. Indeed, it was as renowned as rumored. Merely inhaling this lingering, faint aroma transported them as if they were in a warm celestial garden, utterly entrancing. Only such an exquisite scent could leave the beautiful princess so preoccupied with thoughts of it. Forsaking meals and sleep, I feel the same way. Soon, the crescent moon hung low in the sky, and amidst the wafting fragrance, it became even more serene and elegant. Lucy suddenly shook his head vigorously, stepping back a few paces with tremendous willpower to push the leaf away, pinching his nose and declaring loudly, "No, we cannot indulge ourselves like this. We came for that individual. How can we tarry for a mere whiff of fragrance?" Yuan shivered, nodding vigorously, mimicking Lucy as he pinched his nose and sprinted away. Turnard inhaled deeply, carefully placing the leaves into his inner lining, and concurred, "Indeed, we have come here for that creature, the fox-tailed aroma mongoose. We cannot be ensnared by its mere fragrance." Lucy, vigilant, surveyed the surrounding shadows of the dense forest and remarked, "That creature only leaves its aromatic essence around its territory, so it must be nearby." Turnard, sensing the faint fragrance wafting from his body, cautioned, "The fox-tailed aroma mongoose is not only swift in its movements, but its scent can also summon ferocious beasts to fight on its behalf. We must tread carefully, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain if it eludes us." Turnard, you remain as cautious as ever." A boisterous voice echoed from the nearby underbrush. Lucy and the others smiled knowingly, turning to see a small, gray-haired youth perched on the shoulders of a burly man wielding a giant axe, parting the foliage as he swiftly approached. As long as the four young nobles are gathered, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. We have been invincible since the beginning." The gray-haired boy, Byway, exclaimed with a grin, leaping down from the giant's shoulders and casually hooking his arm behind his head. Yuan scratched his head, beaming with admiration as he gazed at Lucy's face. Chuckling, "We may not be invincible, but brother Lucy certainly is. He is a once-in-a-generation genius who can incapacitate the kingdom's greatest warrior with just one hand." Turnard and Byway exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement, clearly sharing this conviction that, "Oh dear, that was purely General's kindness towards me, allowing me a stroke of luck to gain some fame. Otherwise, I would not be so formidable on my own." Lucy said, his face slightly flushed as he bashfully rubbed his nose. "Lucy, do I not often remind you that excessive humility can be off-putting?" Byway said, looking up at Lucy with a frown of discontent. "My apologies that if there's one flaw in Lucy, it is his excessive humility and gentleness. Point one day. This gentleness may lead to your own downfall," Turnard added sternly, feigning anger without mercy. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Hee hee. Thank you all for your concern. The stern expressions on Turnard and Byway's faces melted away, and the four shared a hearty laugh. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves broke the moment that a girl from the cat fur tribe, with beautiful snow-white hair, emerged from the thicket. She was petite, her ears barely reaching Lucy's chest, yet her beauty rivaled that of the most exquisite human maidens. Her round, endearing eyes, slender legs, and alluring curves drew attention. The girl was panting, her hair adorned with small twigs and leaves, her steps unsteady, and no wonder, for she carried an enormous backpack that seemed disproportionate to her size, unlike the light load of Lucy and his companions. She bore a weight akin to a mountain. "You're too slow, you filthy cat," Byway scolded, his playful demeanor replaced by disdain. "I am terribly sorry for being late, meow." The moment she bowed her head to apologize, the girl stumbled slightly. Meow. Clang. Several exquisite golden cooking utensils fell from her backpack, scattering across the ground. Flustered, the girl hurriedly set her backpack down, anxiously attempting to retrieve the utensils. However, a powerful gust of wind struck her, followed by a sharp pain in her chest. "Bakey!" Lucy's lips trembled with rage. Meow. Bakey's back collided violently with a large tree, intense pain coursing through her body, yet she bit her lip, suppressing any cries of agony. Bakey collapsed helplessly to the ground. "Get up!" The diminutive Byway seized Bakey's arm, dragging her across the ground before forcefully tossing her in front of Lucy. Bakey trembled in fear, her gaze fixated on Lucy, whose fists shook with fury. The four stared at Bakey with icy glares, their expressions rife with anger, contempt, and loathing. "Those utensils were personally selected by Princess for our arrival. Even if we do not cook, these items are of no use to us. Yet you dare to discard what the Princess painstakingly chose for us." Turnard's eyes blazed with fury, his handsome features twisted in disgust. "Why? Why must you? Filthy cat, always act so outrageously." Bakey knelt trembling, her fearful eyes glued to the ground as she stammered, "I am profoundly sorry, meow. Mr. Turnard, and everyone, I should not have acted so outrageously, meow." Bakey is truly reflecting on her actions. "You always just talk." Ewan spat coldly. Turnard then viciously stepped on Bakey's hand. Meow. Bakey could no longer contain her pain, letting out a wail, yet she dared not resist, allowing Turnard to mercilessly grind her hands beneath his foot. "You have not truly reflected at all. You think that merely kneeling suffices as a sincere apology, yet you have never shown the most crucial element of sincerity. Be very sorry, meow." Bakey, as everyone says, is quite foolish, so she does not understand how to sincerely apologize, meow. In any case, I'm truly very sorry, meow. Still the same, so bothersome. Why can't you even muster a semblance of genuine effort? Byway scoffed, turning away to scratch his head. Lucy suddenly stomped on Bakey's head. "Your head is too high. Your forehead barely touches the ground. You call this an apology? Are you serious? Truly, truly very sorry, meow." Bakey desperately pressed her forehead against the ground and pleaded. "You are right, meow. I beg you all for forgiveness, meow." Byway, who had been fixated on his nails, finally let out a weary sigh, so indecisive. This creature should not wait for others to prompt her. She should take the initiative to recognize her faults. "It is truly vexing. Do you lack the capacity for thought?" Ewan threw a small stone, striking Bakey on the temple. "Meow? Don't make that noise, making it seem as if I am the villain here. Stand up, filthy cat. WL, if you could kindly remove your foot, Bakey would be immensely grateful. Meow. Now is the time to demonstrate your resolve." Turnard pressed down harder on Bakey. "Your resolve is utterly inadequate. Are you belittling me?" "Stand up," Turnard roared in frustration. "Enough." Lucy withdrew his foot from Bakey's head, his sharp gaze piercing through her. "Stand up, Bakey. Turnard, you too, remove your foot." Turnard obediently lifted his foot, and together with Ewan, they grasped Bakey's hands. Pulling her upright, at last, Bakey stood. "Filthy cat, I am giving you a chance for redemption. What conditions must you meet if you wish to continue as our noble for young master's servant? Until now, you have never provided a correct answer, and I am nearing my limit of patience. You quickly, sincerity, meow. Wrong." With a resounding thud, A fist imbued with a fierce wind struck Beiki, sending her hurtling through the air. Crashing violently against a sturdy tree, crack, the tree splintered under the impact. Beiki's head also suffered a severe blow. "You better reflect on this properly, you filthy cat," Lucy bellowed in fury. Yet Beiki lay motionless beside the broken tree. "Hey, filthy cat, get up. Hey, are you still alive?" Yuan furrowed his brow and commanded the towering figure of the axe-wielding man, Baru, who had stood like a statue nearby. "Go check on her. To your service, young Master Yuan." Baru trudged heavily toward Beiki. Chapter 29. The young masters in action. Baru flipped Beiki over as if she were a lifeless fish, extending his rough fingers to feel beneath her nose. Her ashen eyes revealed no sign of life. Baru stood and reported to Yuan, "Young Master Yuan, Beiki is not dead. She has merely fainted." "What a useless creature!" Yuan spat vehemently onto the ground, then began to rub his foot against the earth incessantly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he cast a malevolent glance at Baru, Lucy's elder brother. "It seems that the slave you brought along exhibits quite a cold demeanor towards us." Lucy, flexing his wrists, looked at Baru with a gaze full of resignation and sighed. "It is solely due to our father's indulgence that this fellow has become somewhat oblivious to his own position. Truth be told, I never wished to bring him along, yet our father insisted, and I find myself utterly defenseless against his wishes." Tennard burst into hearty laughter, approvingly exclaiming, "Lucy is a dutiful son." "Shh! Everyone, quiet down." Baiwei suddenly gestured for silence, then swiftly crouched down, pressing his ear to the ground. A faint tremor resonated through the earth, reaching Baiwei's ears. This was a unique skill passed down through their family, perhaps a divine compensation for the diminutive stature of the male lineage, regardless of its origin. This skill proved invaluable at that moment. Baiwei closed his eyes, rapidly analyzing the multitude of chaotic information he received, organizing and categorizing it. The beast tide is off. Why has it suddenly dispersed and diminished? Ah, it has converged toward this singular direction. But the numbers remain sparse. 1,000 meters, 900 meters. Baiwei sprang to his feet and declared, 800 meters remaining. Prepare yourselves. The fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon approaches. Excellent, Lucy exclaimed, joyfully kicking the unconscious Beiki aside, retrieving a straight-edged sword from his large backpack, his face alight with excitement. "We need not seek it. It is coming to us." Tennard followed suit, drawing a katana, simultaneously inquiring, "What magnitude of beast tide are we facing?" "This is not a beast tide. It amounts to no more than 30 creatures. Likely that fellow has yet to reach maturity." While speaking, Baiwei retrieved his bow and swiftly ascended to a higher branch. Scanning the distance, Yuan donned his iron gauntlets, a bloodthirsty grin curling at the corners of his mouth as he boisterously declared, "Lucy, mere dozens of beasts are no match for me. I alone can take them all down." "Ha ha!" Lucy laughed heartily, shaking his head at the forthright Yuan, cautioning, "Make sure not to harm the fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon. The princess requires it alive." With that, Lucy turned to Baru and commanded coldly, "You are not permitted to intervene. Step aside." "As you command, young Master Lucy." Baru obediently retreated to a distance, appearing like a cold, unyielding stone in the darkness. Moments later, Baiwei knocked an arrow and softly called out, "They are coming." The three men positioned themselves in a triangular formation beneath the tree, their fighting spirit boiling. Yuan fixated on the trembling leaves ahead, cracking his knuckles and proclaiming, "Do not interfere. I alone am sufficient." Tennard chuckled mockingly. "Look, this foolish lad wishes to claim all the glory for himself to win the princess's favor." Lucy pressed his lips together, focusing intently on gripping his sword. "Here they come," Yuan whispered sharply, channeling his energy as he propelled himself towards the thicket. Bang! A dull thud resounded as his powerful fist struck the head of a black wolf. As the saying goes, a wolf possesses a head of bronze and legs of iron. Yet under Yuan's steel fist, the hardest wolf's head shattered like tofu, leaving no time for the black wolf to emit even a muffled sound before succumbing to death. But this was merely the first. Another black wolf darted towards Yuan like a shadow, viciously biting his arm. Yuan, far from alarmed, was instead elated, his mouth stretching into an exaggerated, frenzied grin as he raised his other iron fist and struck down upon the wolf's head. Bang! The steel fist pierced through the wolf's skull, unleashing a gory mist. Yuan discarded the lifeless black wolf, plucking the fangs lodged in his arm, then extended his tongue to lick the salty blood, the scars on his face twisting like a centipede. The beast following the two black wolves hesitated, whimpering in fear at Yuan's display. However, a soft, resonant growl emanated from the depths of the forest, awakening the primal fury within the beasts. Their eyes glazed with bloodlust as they charged towards Yuan, without fear of death. "Come, let your wildness run free," Yuan roared like a beast, raising his fists in a frenzied stance as he charged forward. Bang! Boom! Thud! Howl! Roars erupted endlessly. Cries of anguish filled the air, blood splattered everywhere. The beasts fell like weak mice before Yuan's merciless slaughter. Behind them, Tennard leaned on his katana, resting his chin in amusement as he observed the scene, remarking, "Why does this fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon seem so reckless with its life, knowing full well how formidable we are, yet still choosing to seek its demise? After all, it is but a beast. Naturally, it will attempt to expel us upon feeling its territory encroached upon, especially since it believes it can command such a multitude of beasts. Its intellect is merely a touch less dull than that of other creatures." Baiwei retorted, concealed among the branches, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Lucy hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, gazing towards the dense forest behind the battlefield, declaring loudly, "Baiwei, keep a close watch on the fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon. When the beasts begin to fall, it is bound to flee, and we must ensure it does not escape. Rest assured, my arrow remains firmly trained on it," Baiwei replied. Lucy shot Baiwei a glance, hesitated, and finally cautioned, "Do not harm it. Fear not." Baiwei flipped upside down, waving his bow and arrow at Lucy with a grin. These arrows are specially crafted. Once released, they transform into nets, ensuring the little fragrant raccoon remains unharmed. Lucy sighed in relief, a smile blossoming on his face as he nodded. "Thank you." Hey, just then Baiwei, while scratching his head in mirth, suddenly sensed something amiss. Lucy and Tennard inquired in confusion, "What is it?" Baiwei, his face pale, extended a finger towards a certain direction. Following his gaze, the two men's faces turned equally ashen. Beneath the broken tree branch lay the very Bakey who should have been unconscious. Gone. That wretched cat. Baiwei exclaimed, his irritation boiling over as he tugged at his hair, suppressing his anger as he growled, "I shall retrieve her." "No, you focus on the fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon," Tennard replied, his expression cold as he brandished his katana and strode towards the direction Bakey had fled. His voice chilling, "I will handle this. This time, if I catch her, I'll make sure to blind her and cut off her ears," Baiwei shouted in exasperation, standing atop the branch. Lucy nodded in agreement, softly stating, "We have spoiled Bakey in the past. It is time she learns a lesson. Fortunately, we never allow her to fill her belly or sleep well. She won't be able to run too far. Return quickly. I can hardly wait to teach her a good lesson." Tennard nodded, disappearing into the dark forest. Logan, feeling somewhat helpless, noted that a full 2 hours had elapsed, yet his only reward was the lifeless form of a large, despondent rabbit dangling from his shoulder. With a hint of disheartenment, Logan flicked the rabbit's forehead, only for his stomach to audibly grumble in protest. The rabbit trembled, its beady eyes pleadingly gazing at Logan's profile. Logan dared not meet its gaze and, "Oh, just hold on a little longer." Logan had uttered such comforting words to his stomach countless times over the past 2 hours. His belly grew increasingly impatient, yearning desperately for the large rabbit perched on his shoulder. However, Logan hesitated to act on this desire, knowing full well that if he were to indulge, the rabbit would barely satisfy his hunger. His stomach would undoubtedly protest even more fiercely. Perhaps leaving him too weak to walk that it was better to keep the rabbit for now, providing his belly with a glimmer of hope that it was akin to dangling a carrot before a donkey. Yes, a tantalizing promise to stave off hunger. Logan, feeling utterly bored, consoled himself with such thoughts at the last. In truth, Logan would not have even managed to catch this rabbit. For reasons unknown, upon entering the forest, it had grown eerily silent. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard, let alone larger beasts. Perhaps it was due to the animals he had released at noon alerting one another. Umph! How foolish of me to spare you. Had I known, I would have slain you all without hesitation. Just as Logan fumed over this matter, guess what happened? A beast tide, a throng of fragrant food. Oh no, wild beasts came rushing towards Logan in that moment. He was so astonished he could hardly react. However, in the blink of an eye, upon spotting him, the beast tide screeched to a halt, as if they had seen a ghost, and within a mere 0.01 seconds, they scattered in panic. In that fleeting moment, Logan hurriedly unleashed his conqueror's Haki. However, this group of wild beasts fled with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they dashed out of Logan's conqueror's Haki coverage. Logan was infuriated. Fortunately, a fainted rabbit lay at the edge of his Haki's influence. Logan hurriedly picked it up, carefully selecting a sturdy vine to bind it, the weighty creature dangling from his shoulder. It must be said, this rabbit brought great shame to its ancestors that it is said that rabbits are as swift as the wind. Logically, they should be the fastest of all. Yet, in Logan's fleeting glance, he even spotted wild boars, and to his astonishment, the last one to arrive was a rabbit. Alas, what a disgrace! Just think about how to explain this to your ancestors later. Logan cast a meaningful glance at the plump rabbit, causing it to hurriedly lower its ears to hide its face. However, upon noticing the claw marks on its long ears, the rabbit's heart surged with indignation. Damn that tiger. You run your own race. But why trample on me and send me flying? You made it out, but what about me? Just wait. In the next life, I shall turn your home into a sieve, and my offspring will bear your surname. The rabbit trembled with rage. Logan observed the quivering creature with a hint of curiosity. Chapter 30. The Young Master Countdown. Just moments ago cautious and wary, why had it suddenly become so bold? Had it given up? Alas, I still need to keep you around for a while. Logan shook his head and strode deeper into the thicket. Before long, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes ahead. Leaves scattering and dancing in disarray. Logan paused, a smile gracing his face as he grasped his knife, ready to confront the source. No need for Conqueror's Haki. It was rare to encounter someone daring enough to charge directly at him. And naturally, this brave soul deserved appropriate treatment. Soon, a dark figure burst forth from the lush underbrush. Just as Logan was about to bring his knife down, he halted upon discerning the outline that it was a person. Alas, the initial thrill of surprise deflated like a punctured balloon, disappointment creasing his brow. Meanwhile, from the thicket, a cold blade suddenly appeared, startling Becky. However, upon seeing the blade retract, Becky's heart brightened, and she quickly lifted her head with her mouth agape. What greeted her was a ragged young man gazing at her with a sorrowful expression, as if she had taken something of immense importance from him. Becky paused for a second and stammered. Please, hurry and escape. Meow, a peculiar speech pattern. Logan raised an eyebrow in confusion. He had only discerned the human figure had dashed out, but had not caught a clear view of its features. Driven by curiosity, Logan stepped forward to peer closer, attempting to see Becky's face in the moonlight. Becky, frightened, shut her eyes tightly, her petite frame trembling. I am sorry, meow. Huh. Logan pondered for a moment, scratched his head, and took a few steps forward, narrowing the distance between them to a mere step, finally able to see Becky's appearance. Cat ears? The person before him was a girl of the feline fur tribe, adorned with beautiful snowy hair. Logan's eyes sparkled. It is well known that in the world of One Piece, there exists a multitude of special races, including giants, dwarves, long-armed tribes, and long-legged tribes, among others. Yet the two races Logan anticipated the most were the merfolk dwelling 10,000 meters beneath the sea and the fur tribe residing high above the elephants. Especially the fur tribe beauties who often indulge in playful antics and can transform into moon lions. Such a stunning sight. Ahem, of course, Logan was not a furry enthusiast. He merely appreciated beauty with a spirit of freedom in the vast expanse of frost. Becky, unable to perceive Logan's movements, cautiously opened a sliver of her eyes, only to find a ragged young man staring at her with an odd glimmer in his eyes. Startled, Becky immediately closed her eyes and nervously shifted to the side, timidly repeating, Master, please, hurry and escape. Is she a timid creature? Logan wiped the corner of his mouth. adjusted his tattered clothing, and asked with a serious demeanor, "What, is someone chasing you?" Upon hearing Logan's inquiry, Becky opened her eyes to confirm her surroundings. Her anxious heart easing slightly. "Why, yes, a terrifying beast has appeared, meow. I came to this area to gather a rare medicinal herb, but unexpectedly fell victim to a beast attack, and now I desperately fled here. So please, master, also escape quickly." "Becky, is that the name of this cat-eared girl?" Becky pointed to the left, saying, "If you head that way, you'll exit the thicket, meow." Immediately after, she pointed in the direction behind Logan, her tone shifting from timid to resolute as she declared, "Becky will escape that way, meow." Logan blinked and asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" "Meow. Although I don't know if master will believe me, Becky must distract the beast, so you should escape during this time." "Meow." Logan narrowed his eyes skeptically. Just now, the cat-eared girl had yet to lift her head when she opened her mouth. What was she about to say? Becky, puffing with pride, confidently proclaimed, "It's nothing, meow." Becky is very fast. As you can see, though slightly injured from the beast attack, Becky is, contrary to appearances, quite robust, meow. You need not worry. So please, master, hurry and escape in that direction, meow. Becky will go first. Becky took off in a sprint. However, as she passed by Logan, he called out to her, "I want to ask you a question." "W, what is it, meow?" "We must escape quickly." Logan circled around Becky, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the trembling figure of the girl, saying, "At first, when you appeared before me, I could tell you wanted to say save me, right?" Becky abruptly halted, her round eyes widening in shock as she stammered, "Why you overthinking it, meow?" Logan raised a finger and waved it in front of Becky, asserting, "You're lying. Be Becky, I am terribly sorry, meow." Becky suddenly turned around and knelt, bowing her head. In truth, someone is pursuing Becky to take her life. The humans chasing her are exceptionally strong, meow. It's possible that you, master, may also be drawn into this, meow. So please, master, hurry and flee this place, meow." Logan paused. This child named Becky, despite being in peril herself, still wished for me to escape while she chose to venture deeper into the thicket to buy time for my flight. Not only that, Becky swallowed her nearly uttered plea for help and lied about a beast pursuing her. Typically, when one finds themselves in a life-threatening situation, they would seek aid from anyone, even a seemingly unreliable young man. But this girl, how kind-hearted she is. Logan's gaze softened as he extended a hand to help Becky up. However, during this process, Logan accidentally brushed against Becky's arm, causing her to gasp in surprise. Logan's mind raced. Disregarding Becky's pleading eyes and carefully rolled up her sleeve, his gaze instantly fixed on the slender arm of the girl, white fur stained crimson with blood, some areas already darkened and scabbed, while others bled profusely. Seeping blood, her entire snowy arm bore no semblance of healthy flesh. Becky tightly closed her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, the rabbit dangling from Logan's shoulder let out a sharp cry, its small eyes wide with terror. Fixated on the wounds on Becky's arm, this torment was worse than death for the rabbit. Logan, silent, released Becky's sleeve, his expression darkening. It turned out that her tremors were not merely from fear, but rather the unending pain and dread. The fear of being beaten without cause. "Master, meow." Becky tried to distance herself from Logan, forcing a smile as she said, "Please, master, run. They are about to catch up." Logan nodded, lifted the rabbit from his shoulder, and placed it into Becky's hands, gently saying, "I apologize for taking up your precious time to escape. You must hurry." However, Becky stood frozen in place. Logan assumed she was taken aback by receiving kindness from a human for the first time. So he spoke, striving to make his tone sound warm and gentle. "Do not worry. This is my apology, and besides, the rabbit is quite delicious." The rabbit trembled like a leaf. "No, that's not it, meow," Becky said. Torn with conflict, Becky does not eat animals with fur, meow. The rabbit's small eyes shone with an unprecedented light. "Oh, I see. I completely forgot." Logan scratched his head, recalling that the original text mentioned the fur tribe does not consume animals with fur. "Then please return it to me." Logan took back the rabbit from Becky's hands, skillfully placing it back on his shoulder. After all, one must not waste food, right? The light in the rabbit's eyes swiftly dimmed, akin to dead ashes. The rabbit lord pondered too much. "No. Regardless, I must thank you, my esteemed sir. Baki bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to the former, and no need for that. Hurry and flee for your life. Yes, my lord, please escape quickly as well. Dumb watching Logan nod. Baki let out a sigh of relief, then turned and sped away into the darkness. Indeed, Baki moved with remarkable speed, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. And her footsteps were utterly silent. She was truly suited for an assassin's role. Logan mused as he leaned against a massive stone. The rabbit, struggling, stole a glance at Logan's leisurely demeanor and felt a twinge of unease. Weren't they supposed to escape? Could it be that he was too hungry to move? Does this mean it's all over? The rabbit lord is doomed. Logan sensed a stirring on his shoulder, lifted the rabbit, and tossed it before him, cradling its chin as he regarded it. The rabbit lay rigid, pretending to be dead. Move? Why are you not moving? A hint of a smile curled at the corner of Logan's mouth as he prodded the rabbit's belly with his toe. Not moving. The rabbit lord is dead. Logan continued to play with the rabbit's soft abdomen, unable to suppress a light chuckle at its antics. Quite amusing. The animals in the world of One Piece generally possess high intelligence and can comprehend human speech. This indeed provided Logan with considerable amusement. Time slipped away as Logan fiddled with the rabbit's toes, approximately 10 minutes passing. Suddenly, a rustling noise echoed from afar that Logan's actions remained relentless, though a cold glint flickered in his eyes. The rabbit shivered involuntarily. It wanted to open its eyes to see what was happening, but fear held it back. The underbrush was pushed aside, revealing a handsome, golden-haired youth. Oh, you finally arrived. I've been waiting so long my toes have gone numb. A somewhat flippant voice rang out, and Ternate immediately gripped the hilt of his sword, his sharp gaze searching for the source of the sound. Then he spotted Logan, ragged and barefoot, a savage. Ternate's sunlit visage suddenly twisted into a sneer, his grip on the sword loosening as he adopted a condescending posture. Savage, I have no time to hunt you now, so be gone. Hunt. Savage. Logan mulled over these terms, his expression darkening abruptly. Are your ears deaf? Logan kicked the rabbit aside, sneering. Did you not hear that I've been waiting for you? Ternate's face turned icy, drawing his saber and pointing it menacingly at Logan. A mere savage dares to speak to me like that. You are courting death. Before the word death could fully escape his lips, Ternate exerted force beneath his feet, raising his sword in a heavy strike towards Logan, intent on cleaving him in twain with a thunderous momentum. The speed of the blade was astonishing, the gleaming white edge reflecting the pale moonlight, resembling a streak of pure white silk. Logan remained unmoved, displaying no sign of action, as if paralyzed by fear. Savages are indeed savages. The disdain in Ternade's eyes intensified, and he applied even greater force. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the air, emitting a heart-stirring shriek. The rabbit, having been kicked aside, turned pale at this sight. Hastily covering its eyes with its ears, too terrified to witness the impending carnage. As the blade rapidly approached, mere inches from cleaving Logan's head, he suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, Logan raised his left hand, extending his index and middle fingers like lightning, and astonishingly clamped the white saber between them. In an instant, the blade, which bore the momentum to cleave the land, ceased its movement, caught effortlessly by Logan's fingers. The stark contrast between intense motion and utter stillness rendered the air seemingly stagnant. At that moment, Logan quietly uttered within, "Steel stone skin." Indeed, in that fleeting instant, Logan had appropriated the hard characteristics of the massive stone behind him. If one were to observe closely, they would notice Logan's entire body emanated a peculiar gray-black sheen. Ternade's expression froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, filled with overwhelming shock. Impossible. This cannot be. Ternate gritted his teeth, attempting to cleave Logan's fingers apart. Yet those two fingers felt as though they were forged from steel, refusing to budge. Logan coldly regarded Ternate, who struggled futilely, a hint of scorn gracing his lips. From a moment Ternate made his move, Logan had discerned him to be a mere bluster. Despite his fearsome demeanor, his flaws were glaringly evident. Such insight stemmed from a grandmaster swordsman. The legacy from the old king encompassed not merely swordsmanship and enlightenment, but also decades of battle experience and the keen vision of a master swordsman. "You scoundrel!" Ternate, noticing the disdain curling at Logan's lips, was immediately consumed by rage, his face contorting grotesquely. "You scoundrel! Release me." "At once!" Ternate bellowed in a frenzied rage. Thankfully, due to Logan's presence, the surrounding birds had fled the thicket. Otherwise, his shout would have startled numerous fowl. "Very well. I shall release you." Logan, with impatience, scratched his ear, releasing his grip. Causing Ternate to stagger backward under the force of inertia, Logan's gaze sharpened, his foot pivoting as he unleashed the ice pulse blade, striking diagonally with a swift motion. Robe slash. A crimson line of blood emerged from Ternate's shoulder down to his abdomen, followed by a gushing torrent of blood. "Ah!" Ternate toppled to the ground, his wails echoing through the thicket. Logan waved his hand, returning the stone skin to the boulder, then leisurely approached Ternate. Crouching down, he plugged his ears and said, "Stop your howling. It's as if I've done something to you." Who are you?" Ternate, clutching his bleeding wound with his arm, gazed at Logan with unbridled hatred. Logan paused for a moment, then stood, pressing his filthy foot against Ternate's face, grinding it as he spoke. "Is your brain malfunctioning? Even in this state, you dare glare at me?" Ternate stared in disbelief at the dark foot trampling his face, his mind momentarily blank. It wasn't until an unbearable stench invaded his nostrils that he realized this person was genuinely stepping on him. The humiliation, an overwhelming sense of disgrace, surged within Ternate, as if a string in his mind had snapped. With a disdainful expression, Logan withdrew his right foot, wiping off the saliva from his toes onto Ternate's clothing. Yet Ternate suddenly sat up, startling Logan, who then observed Ternate fiercely clawing at his mouth, only stopping when he coughed up blood. Ternate then frantically scrubbed the dark footprint from his face, howling in furious despair. "Savage! Beast! Lowly creature! How dare you treat me this way? Do you know who I am?" Bang! Logan delivered a kick, sending Ternate crashing to the ground. The tip of the ice pulse blade pressed against his neck, declaring, "I care not who you are. Are you not pursuing a fur tribe named Baki?" Ternate was struck by the unique chill of the ice pulse blade, sending shivers down his spine, and his venomous screech abruptly ceased, as if a bucket of ice water had doused his fury. However, upon hearing Logan's inquiry, he froze, incredulity washing over him. "You attacked me for that filthy cat." Logan nodded. "I owe her a debt of gratitude. I initially intended merely to intercept you, but it seems you are rather pathetic." Ternate trembled violently, his expression morphing into one of shock greater than when Logan had effortlessly overwhelmed him. Veins bulged on Ternate's face as he thrashed and screamed. "You are a human. I am your kin. Why help a beast? Why?" Bang! Logan forcefully pressed Ternate's face into the mud, cold words squeezing through his clenched teeth. "Human! You dare claim such a title? I initially intended to spare your life, but it seems that is unnecessary now." "You!" Ternate's mouth buried in the soil, muffled sobs resonated as his palms clawed at the earth, carving chaotic furrows. Logan chuckled coldly. "Fear not. I shall not kill you just yet." With that, Logan delivered a powerful kick, knocking Ternate unconscious. Logan gazed intently in the direction where Becky had vanished, exhaling deeply before sheathing the icy veined blade back into its tattered scabbard. Had he known the pursuers were so feeble, he wouldn't have allowed Becky to escape. After all, she was a cat-eared maiden, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, a robust protest emanated from his stomach. In the distance, the rabbit jolted, abruptly halting its furtive movements towards the thicket. After a moment, not sensing any grip around its neck, the rabbit mustered its courage and quickly cast a glance backward, its heart racing furiously. Its relief. Logan was fixated on the human lying on the ground, completely oblivious to its presence. The rabbit was on the verge of exclaiming in joy, but managed to stifle itself, cautiously inching into the thicket until it was fully concealed, its heart still pounding as if it might leap from its throat. Watching Logan, who was entirely unaware of its existence, tears nearly welled up in the rabbit's eyes. Rabbit dad, rabbit mom, rabbit ancestors, rabbit is on the rise. The rabbit believed Logan had not noticed it. In truth, Logan was indeed oblivious. His focus remained steadfastly on Turnad. He aimed to experiment with his hypothesis regarding the steel fruit's capabilities, seeking to develop its potential. The devil fruit was a wondrous entity. The moment Logan consumed the steel fruit, he instinctively acquired the skill of thievery. Hence, the essence of development lay in exercising creativity to conceive novel applications for the fruit's powers, followed by relentless practice to enhance the proficiency of these new methods. It was a test of ingenuity. Naturally, human imagination knows no bounds, and some ideas cannot be realized through the devil fruit, necessitating the user to meticulously experiment to discern which concepts are feasible and which are not. As for the development process of the steel fruit, it was straightforward. Continuously pilfer various items under the premises of the target principle, the unguarded principle, and the distance principle. Treasures, weapons, skills, memories, lifespans, all that could be stolen must be attempted, followed by improving the speed of thievery and expanding the range of theft. If, in the end, the ability could be activated swiftly enough to steal before the target became wary, then that would be true progress. For this aspiration, Logan resolutely fixed his gaze upon the unconscious, defenseless Turnad. First and foremost, he needed to address his hunger. Logan focused on Turnad's abdomen, silently conjuring a sense of satiety, and extended his hand to activate his ability. Steel satiation. After approximately 2 seconds, a small gray orb floated from Turnad's belly and landed in Logan's palm. He waved his hand, and the orb merged into his own abdomen, instantly silencing his hunger, a wave of fullness washing over him. However, this was merely an illusion of satiety. It could deceive his senses but provided no actual energy for Logan's body. Thus, he invoked steel energy. A small, colorful orb emerged from Turnad's body and was swiftly consumed by Logan. In an instant, he felt invigorated, brimming with energy. Logan circled the unconscious Turnad twice before abruptly extending his palm, activating his ability once more. False experience. This time, after about 3 seconds, a large golden-edged humanoid orb was extracted from all parts of Turnad's body. Logan controlled the humanoid orb to hover beside him, his gaze oscillating between the orb and Turnad to Tio his eyes. Turnad was distinctly Turnad, and the orb was unmistakably the orb, with a clear distinction. However, if others were present, they would bizarrely perceive Turnad standing next to Logan, while the spot where Turnad should be lying was entirely vacant. A void experience, an extraordinary skill for stealing presence. Alas, what a pity! Logan waved his hand, and the orb representing Turnad's presence re-entered his body. The void experience undoubtedly possessed the potential to yield remarkable effects in combat, yet could not be utilized on oneself. All things arise in accordance with desire. Every cause has its effect. The devil fruits are manifestations of humanity's yearning to transcend the limitations of the human body and to escape the shackles of impotence. The steel fruit, therefore, is born from the desire for unrestrained thievery of all things. Consequently, the steel fruit is inherently selfish, capable only of pilfering that which lies beyond oneself, unable to seize anything from within. Even employing tricks like hypnosis to satisfy the 3 fundamental principles of its activation would prove futile. The inability to utilize the ability on oneself is an ironclad law Logan understood the moment he consumed the steel fruit. Well, in life, one must learn to be content. Logan tapped his forehead, reminding himself not to overthink and to grasp what was rightfully his. With that, he extended his hand towards Turnad once more. Steel heart. No sooner had he uttered the phrase than Turnad's chest trembled, and an infant-sized heart slowly emerged, floating towards Logan's hand. Logan examined the heart closely, observing a white orb encasing it, severing the blood vessels. In Logan's grasp, the heart continued to pulsate vigorously, maintaining a mysterious connection with its host. Logan stroked his chin, crouching down to lift Turnad's shirt on the surface. Nothing appeared amiss, but when Logan pressed against the spot where the heart should be, a depression formed in his palm. Pondering, Logan suddenly squeezed the heart in his hand. Turnad emitted a muffled groan in his unconscious state, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Logan chuckled. It bore a resemblance to Law's skills. Chapter 32. Fruit Development Recalling Law's Technique. Logan was reminded of another move. Personality exchange. This was the technique that fulfilled Sanji's dreams in the original story. Observing the unconscious Turnad, Logan stroked his chin and extended his hand, silently determining his target. Steel personality. Approximately 3 seconds passed, and a pink orb leapt from Turnad's chest, floating into Logan's hand. Well, who should he exchange with? There was no one else around at that moment. Logan finally thought of the rabbit, but when he turned his head, there was no trace of the rabbit to be found. Logan rubbed his eyes and hurriedly followed the rabbit's trail, only to discover a chewed vine and a flurry of small paw prints in a thicket. Beyond that, he had no idea where to chase. Logan felt utterly heartbroken. My little rabbit! Yet, now that the situation had come to this, lamenting would serve no purpose. Reluctantly, Logan trudged back to Turnad's side. He waved his hand, returning the pink orb to its rightful place. Turnad remained deeply unconscious. This time, Logan directed his attention to his soul. This inspiration came from Big Mom in the original story. This was the advantage of being a transmigrator. Understanding the abilities of all characters from the original work could serve as a reference to develop one's own fruit. The world of One Piece is imbued with the essence of souls, as evidenced by Brook's return from the underworld and Big Mom's soul fruit. Moreover, from the homies created by Big Mom, it is evident that the soul of a being is intricately linked with memories, lifespan, and other attributes. If it were indeed possible to steal lifespan, it would signify that Logan could realize one of humanity's ultimate dreams, immortality. This thought was tantalizing, igniting a fervor within Logan as he eagerly extended his hand, silently chanting, "Steal soul." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, a full minute passed without any response from Turnad's body. Logan furrowed his brow. He could sense the soul within Turnad and had established a connection with it. Yet why could he not extract it? It wasn't a matter of inability. In Logan's perception, the steal fruit ability seemed to entwine Turnad's soul like threads. Since it could entwine, it should be possible to steal. So what was the reason? With careful scrutiny and unwavering focus, Logan finally discerned the issue. Unlike the items he had previously stolen, which felt weightless, Turnad's soul felt as heavy as a mountain. And no matter how much strength Logan exerted, the soul remained steadfast, and the force of the threads was insufficient to extract it from Turnad's body. Realizing this, Logan relaxed his brow. The strength of the threads was closely tied to his desires, mental fortitude, physical strength, and fruit proficiency. He was still too weak, lacking the power to steal his soul. Thus, if the soul could not be taken, what about merely memories or lifespan? Without hesitation, Logan silently invoked Steal Memory, and a thread extended from his hand, penetrating Turnad's body, quickly wrapping around something. Logan tugged at it. It was movable. A flicker of joy surged within Logan's heart as he swiftly activated the strands of thievery. In less than 3 seconds, a luminous, ethereal orb of white light floated forth from Turnad's consciousness, as Logan made contact with it. The orb flowed into his mind like a stream of data. It contained approximately a month's worth of memories, recollections from when Turnad was merely 4 years old. Aside from a few maids, the memories held little substance. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Logan returned the memories, unwilling to allow such trivialities to taint his pristine, unblemished thoughts. As he pondered, he mused that while memories could be pilfered, perhaps lifespan could be as well. Stroking his chin, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. He silently intoned thief of lifespan and extended his hand. The strands of thievery spread forth, ensnaring Turnad's lifespan. Yet Logan found himself thwarted by an unyielding weight. Not even a single moment could he steal. Withdrawing his ability, Logan sighed in disappointment. How weak I am, at that moment. The moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light cascading over the earth like flowing water. Suddenly, Logan's gaze caught something, and his expression sharpened. Shadows. It seemed that Moria had a formidable technique that absorbed others' shadows to amplify his own power. What was it called again? Ah, yes, Shadow Collection. Logan's eyes fixated on Turnad's shadow, contemplating whether it was a power of the shadow fruit, or if all shadows possess such an effect. Regardless, he resolved to test it first. With determination, Logan reached out toward the shadow cast by Turnad under the moonlight, murmuring thief of shadows. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time trickled by, and beads of sweat began to form on Logan's brow. The shadow beneath the moonlight remained still. Yet, Logan did not relent. Rather, a hint of elation flickered across his features, for he could feel the strands of thievery ensnaring Tenard's shadow, a force potent enough to shift its weight. Finally, through his relentless effort, the shadow's right hand began to tremble, lifting from the ground as if swept by the wind. That Logan's face brightened, unwavering in his focus on the shadow. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The corner of the lifted shadow emitted a tearing sound, fracturing away from Tenard's shadow. In an instant, the shadow of the right hand transformed into a dark orb, hurtling into Logan's grasp, causing Tenard to emit a muffled groan. Sinking deeper into unconsciousness. Was that a severance? To exert all my strength and only manage to steal a hand. How pathetic I am. Logan regarded the quietly floating dark orb in his hand, his lips twitching in irritation. According to Moria's techniques, a shadow served as a second soul for its master, encompassing their personality and combat abilities. Could this single hand represent Tenard's combat prowess? Contemplating this, Logan absorbed the dark orb into his body. Instantly, he sensed a surge in his strength, particularly in his right hand. It was not monumental, but the enhancement was undeniably palpable. To verify this newfound power, Logan approached a tree, robust enough for 3 adults to encircle. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and positioned his legs shoulder-width apart, clenching his right fist and drawing it back to gather momentum. He tightened his legs, waist, and right arm, channeling all his strength into his right fist. The next moment, Logan opened his eyes, a gleam of determination in his gaze, and unleashed his full force. Boom! Crack! A resounding roar erupted as the stout trunk was cleaved in two. The section bearing the brunt of Logan's strike reduced to a flurry of wood chips. Logan stepped back, distancing himself from the swirling dust, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the shadow collection is a divine technique. To achieve such an enhancement from merely a hand shadow, imagine the devastation of 1,000 shadows. Obliterating an island would be but a dream. Just as Logan reveled his triumph, a nauseating sensation suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. His expression darkened, recognizing it as the twisted disposition cultivated over years by Tenard, a pampered noble scion. Logan beckoned, extracting the shadow orb from within. The moment it detached, a wave of relief washed over him. Gazing at the shadow in hand, he silently intoned personality and activated his ability. Yet, there was no response. It was not that he could not pull it, but rather that the strands of thievery had not manifested at all. Logan pondered, is it impossible to activate an ability on something stolen through my powers? Realizing this, he waved his hand, returning the shadow orb to Tenard's form. Though he could easily suppress Tenard's personality, he knew that through subtle influences, he would inevitably be tainted. Logan was unwilling to harbor remnants of another within his own body. If he could endure it during battle, it might be manageable. However, if he had to persist indefinitely, Logan would surely be driven to revulsion. The shadow orb transformed into a streak of light, reintegrating into Tenard's shadow, seamlessly restoring the right hand's position without a trace of discord. Just then, Logan felt Tenard's breathing rapidly weaken. A moment of surprise flickered across Logan's face as he quickly crouched to assess Tenard's condition. His life signs were swiftly diminishing. How could this be? I was gentle with that last strike. It should have only inflicted severe injury, not life-threatening peril. Logan mused, perplexed. Yet he had completely overlooked the fact that after knocking Tenard unconscious, he had first siphoned away his satiety, then drained most of his bodily energy, and subsequently experimented upon him with various fruit abilities. After such exertions, a severe injury had indeed morphed into a fatal one. How fragile! Logan rolled his eyes at Tenard, then proceeded to remove the latter's clothing to bandage his wounds. Though he had tested his fruit abilities extensively, Logan recalled that the cat-eared girl had referred to them rather than him, implying that this inept noble had accomplices. Logan had intended for these scoundrels to accompany Tenard in his demise, thus he could not allow Tenard to perish so easily. However, even after bandaging, Tenard's life signs continued to plummet. Frustrated, Logan scratched the back of his head and ambled over to a nearby tree, extending his hand to activate his ability. Life Thief. A large emerald green orb of life was drawn forth by Logan's strands of thievery. The branches and leaves of the tree trembled, with withered yellow leaves cascading like rain, until only the cracked trunk remained. Brushing off the fallen leaves from his shoulders, Logan returned to Tenard's side, transferring the entire life orb into Tenard's body. Almost immediately, Tenard's complexion brightened, and his breathing grew stronger. Yet before Logan could breathe a sigh of relief, Tenard's face suddenly turned pale, and his breath weakened once more. Akin to before, the it was as if Tenard's body were a leaky vessel, with the newly infused vitality escaping through its cracks, unable to be retained. Is it due to the severity of his injuries? Logan furrowed his brows. Suddenly, he recalled Bartholomew Kuma's fruit ability from the original story. He possessed a healing technique called Ursa's Shock, capable of expelling all injuries from his body. If the tyrant bear could accomplish this, then surely he could as well. With resolve, Logan murmured Thief of Injuries and extended his hand to activate his ability. The strands of thievery slowly unfurled from his fingertips, delving into Tenard's body. Soon, the strands made contact with their target, rapidly entwining. However, just as Logan attempted to extract the injuries, his movements abruptly froze. In that fleeting moment, he thought of Nelson, of yore. If only he had thought of this technique back then, perhaps they would not have perished. A wave of melancholy washed over Logan, his spirits sinking as the strands of thievery slowly dissipated. He found himself engulfed in memories and guilt. Suddenly, an image of aged eyes surfaced in his mind. As if whispering something, Logan's body jolted, a smile breaking across his lips. Clutching the pocket watch pressed tightly against his chest, he smiled and said, "Rest assured, your captain is far from being such a fragile fellow." Taking a deep breath, Logan retracted his thoughts and returned to reality. He extended his hand once more, activating his fruit ability. The threat of theft drew forth a blood-red orb of injury from Tenard's body. Tenard's wounds immediately stabilized, halting just before the threshold of death. Logan flicked the orb of injury toward the massive boulder behind him, which promptly emitted a series of cracking sounds, in mere seconds. A deep scratch appeared on the stone, resembling a deep cut. Logan nodded thoughtfully and lifted the fabric bandaging Tenard's wound. The scar beneath was indeed much shallower. The bleeding had ceased, and the edges had begun to scab over. Though not fully healed, it sufficed for the moment. Chapter 33. Interrogation. Logan sought out another tree, drawing vitality from it to bestow upon Tenard. Last, Tenard was fully revived. His complexion visibly brightened, his breathing gradually steadied, and his eyelashes trembled, hinting at the impending return of consciousness. Logan stroked his chin, choosing not to knock Tenard unconscious again, but instead utilized his ability to extract Tenard's heart, holding it in his grasp. Without making Logan wait long, Tenard soon opened his eyes. However, having just regained consciousness, he momentarily forgot his predicament. Yet the cold ground beneath him quickly reminded him of the recent events, the beloved youngest son of the Duke of his kingdom, the most favored nephew of the king, the object of affection for countless young ladies from various nations. One of the four noble scions, Rider Tenard, had been defeated by a mere savage. Furthermore, he had been subjected to the most humiliating treatment. Tenard's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl, an overwhelming hatred gleaming in his eyes that he struggled to sit up, glaring at the tattered youth standing not far away, his mouth opening in a furious shout. However, an intense pain surged through his entire body, causing Tenard to collapse pathetically, clutching his chest with all his might. Logan plugged his ears, releasing his grip on Tenard's heart, and said, "Stop howling. Waking you up was not an invitation for you to create noise pollution." As the pain subsided, Tenard, drenched in sweat, clutched his chest. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. His chest seemed to have caved in. "Noticed it?" Logan waved Tenard's heart before his eyes, smiling as he said, "Young trash, your heart is right here." Tenard glanced at his chest, then at the pulsating heart in Logan's hand. Terror, an indescribable fear overwhelmed Tenard's senses, causing him to scream, a powerful wave of dizziness flooding his mind, nearly leading him to faint. Nighttime, the dense forest, the heart-stealing demon. Tenard recalled an ancient fairy tale, his pupils constricting, limbs stiffening, as he desperately attempted to crawl away like a wild dog with broken legs. But his arms and legs had lost all strength. rendered as limp as noodles, unable to rise. "Hey, why are you so cowardly?" Logan frowned and approached Tenard. Please don't come closer. I'm begging you. I was wrong. Please don't come any closer." Tenard suddenly shrieked, tears streaming down his face. Speaking incoherently, utterly terrified, a foul odor wafted into Logan's nostrils, causing him to halt in his tracks and look down at Tenard. Warm liquid dripped down Tenard's pants, pooling into a noxious puddle on the ground. Logan pinched his nose and stepped back, opening his mouth to say something, but found himself utterly speechless before this wretch. Tenard, as if driven mad, howled, his hands shielding his face, his limp body writhing in the puddle. Quite repulsive. Unable to endure any longer, Logan forcefully grasped Tenard's heart, sternly commanding, "Stand up." "Ugh." Tenard clutched his chest, emitting a hoarse groan, his expression one of excruciating pain. "I'll count to 3. If you still lie on the ground like a dog, I'll crush your heart." Logan's tone was frigid. With that, Logan extended his hand, heart in hand, allowing Tenard to clearly see the pulsating veins. 1. Under the moonlight, Tenard once again beheld the heart that had accompanied him for nearly 20 years. With a single glance, his pupils dilated, breath quickened, and tremors coursed through his body uncontrollably. Logan frowned slightly, applying a bit more pressure, coldly stating, 2. Tenard let out a muffled groan, desperately enduring the stabbing pain in his heart as he struggled to rise to his knees. However, the moment he did, his body crumpled again. Opportunities are wasted. Logan shook his head, delivering the final countdown. 3. No. Tenard trembled violently, instinct for survival squeezing every ounce of potential from within him, finally managing to rise to his knees once more. Yet his legs trembled so fiercely he could barely stand, tears streaming down his face. Tenard pleaded with Logan, "I will give you anything. Please spare me. I beg you." Logan furrowed his brow, manipulating the heart to float beside him, then turned toward the boulder. Leaning against it, he beckoned Tenard with a gesture. "Come here. The air over there has already been tainted by you." "Yes. Yes." Tenard's heart surged with joy as he crawled toward Logan's feet. Logan ascended the boulder, gazing down at the kneeling Tenard. Indeed, the air above has become significantly fresher. Tenard cautiously glanced at the heart hovering above him, his eyes filled with dread. Logan waved his hand, holding the heart in his grasp, and spoke in a measured tone. "Next, I will ask, and you shall answer. Should you dare utter even a hint of deceit or concealment, you know the consequences." Yes. Tenard nodded fervently, displaying a humility that surpassed even the most obsequious of servants in historical dramas. "Good." Logan stroked his chin, inquiring, "What is the name of this island?" Though Logan was aware that he was in the kingdom of Yundelik, he was oblivious to the name of the island. Moreover, according to the former king's accounts, the kingdom of Yundelik had perished over 2 centuries ago, leaving him unsure of whether other nations had any record of it. He sought to understand other nations' perceptions of Yundelik. Faced with Logan's first question, Tenard was visibly shaken. The island's name? How could he possibly know? Wasn't this a nameless island? Some nobles referred to it as a hunting ground, calling those savages beasts. Yet Tenard dared not utter those 3 words, for the figure above him might very well be the spirit of those savages. The pitiful child had yet to escape the shadow of fairy tales. Sweat poured down Tenard's brow, his lips quivering, his face pale as a ghost. Logan murmured regretfully, "You don't know?" This whisper fell upon Tenard's ears like the scythe of death, causing him to hastily prostrate himself on the ground. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He recalled seeing savages kneeling before the sun, mumbling something. What was it? Right. Tenard shot his head up, exclaiming in a voice filled with the thrill of survival. "Yundelik." "Yes, it's Yundelik." Logan nodded, casually asking, "Is this a record passed down from your nation?" No. Tenard sighed in relief, saying, "It's what the wild residents of the island say." Logan responded with an "oh," posing his second question, "How many people accompanied you on this trip?" Tenard replied, 5, 6. Logan's voice turned icy. "How many exactly?" Startled, Tenard shivered, stealing a furtive glance at Logan, cautiously asking, "Does that stinky cat count?" Logan glared. "Address her as Lady Becky." "Why, yes," though Tenard's heart protested vehemently. Under Logan's oppressive presence, he obediently corrected himself. Including Lady Becky, there are a total of 7 people. What are their identities? We are the 4 noble scions, along with 3 slaves. 4 noble scions. Logan mulled over this phrase, pondering its absurdity that a hint of pride flickered across Tenard's face, momentarily overshadowing his fear. Yet he did not forget the virtue of humility. It's nothing to boast about, merely an insignificant title. Logan nodded in agreement, then inquired, "Where do you rank among these 4 noble scions?" Tenard, filled with pride, was about to speak, but Logan brandished the ice-veined blade above his head, his voice laced with a chill. "Think carefully before you answer." Tenard shivered, his pride instantly frozen on his face. After a moment of contemplation, he stammered, The very last position. However, my status is of the utmost nobility," Tenard added defiantly. Logan remained noncommittal and pressed further. "How formidable is the strongest? How many moves would it take for them to defeat you?" Tenard's lips twitched, and he raised a single finger, saying, "One, just 1 move. After all, Lucy is a genius capable of defeating even the kingdom's general. It is not disgraceful for me to lose to him." Tenard reassured himself inwardly. Logan narrowed his eyes, intrigued, and inquired again, "Is he a swordsman?" "Yes." "Has he entered the realm of iron cutting? Can he execute aerial slashes?" No. Such feats can only be accomplished by legendary swordsmen. Lucy is merely 20 years old. How could he possibly achieve such things?" Tenard's face glistened with a bead of cold sweat as he trembled in response. Upon hearing Tenard's words, a peculiar expression surfaced on Logan's face. 20 years old, unable to cut iron, and does not perform aerial slashes. What kind of genius is that? Logan pondered a possibility, slightly widening his eyes as he asked, "He hasn't comprehended some form of Haki, has he? Armament Haki, observation Haki, or even conqueror's Haki?" Logan's face was filled with anticipation, but Tenard appeared utterly bewildered. "What is Haki? Is it very powerful?" For a moment, Logan felt as though he were no longer in the New World. Shouldn't everyone in the New World be aware of Haki? Where on earth did this fellow emerge from? Suddenly, Logan developed a keen interest in Tenard's homeland. "What is the name of your country? How large is it? And how many inhabitants does it have?" Tenard's grimy face brightened with a hint of pride as he raised his voice slightly, declaring, "The Kingdom of Josie. Our nation boasts a population of 20,000. Making it the largest kingdom among several surrounding nations." Logan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. 20,000. Wasn't that the combined population of several villages in his past life? A large nation? Well, it certainly aligns with a certain island nation's definition of a large country. Logan scratched his head and asked, "Does your country possess any specialties or unique products, such as advanced craftsmanship or gold and silver mines? Does catching particularly large fish count?" Logan felt a sense of disillusionment. It was merely a minuscule nation that couldn't even compare to the magnetic drum kingdom. What significance could a talent exalted from such a country possibly hold? It was merely a case of the short being elevated among the diminutive, at most equivalent to a character like Chang'u. Logan sighed and jumped down from the boulder. Tenard's heart instinctively followed as it floated beside Logan. Logan dusted himself off and approached Tenard from behind, saying, "Close your eyes, lower your guard, and forget my existence." Although Tenard was uncertain of Logan's intentions, he obediently complied. Logan nodded and silently recited, "Fear." However, the threat of theft did not manifest. Logan furrowed his brows and raised a foot to kick Tenard in the back. With a thud, Tenard collided with the boulder, his forehead instantly gushing blood. Logan coldly stated, "I will say this one last time. Lower your guard." "Why, yes." Tenard gritted his teeth against the pain as he got up, tightly closing his eyes and imagining that his father stood behind him. Gradually, he indeed began to let down his guard. Logan extended his hand and called out, "A hero is fearless." The thread of theft pierced forth, extracting a red orb of light from within Tenard. The orb trembled, as if it were quaking in fear, howling in distress. This was the embodiment of Tenard's fear. Logan waved his hand, shattering the orb of fear, and commanded Tenard, "Stand up." Chapter 34. "You lead the way." Tenard hesitated, his lips moving but remaining still. He wanted to express that his legs felt weak and that he couldn't stand. But he dared not utter the words. Logan showed no leniency and directly kicked Turnard's head, coldly instructing, "Stand up?" "Yes." Turnard trembled all over, and instinctively his legs found strength, propelling him to his feet with a whoosh. "Huh!" Turnard, filled with joy, tested his legs and discovered that they were not weak at all. He looked at Logan and realized that Logan was not as terrifying as he had imagined. In fact, he appeared to be a handsome youth who was even younger than him. Suddenly, Turnard noticed something on the ground, rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming that it was indeed what he thought, his eyes widened in shock, and his mouth fell open, his tongue nearly bursting forth. Turnard pointed at Logan's shadow and exclaimed in astonishment, "Shadow, shadow! You have a shadow. You're not a ghost." Logan rolled his eyes and retorted, "You're the ghost. Your whole family are ghosts." Turnard took a few steps back, pointing at the heart floating beside Logan and stammering, "Then, what's going on here? I'm a devil fruit user. This is my ability," Logan patiently explained, as he was quite indulgent towards those on the brink of death. A devil fruit user. Is it a power bestowed by a demon? Then, are you still human? Turnard gulped, cautiously retreating until his back pressed against a large tree, finally feeling a semblance of safety. "Look at you, so cowardly," Logan scoffed, striding ahead and tossing over his shoulder. "Nonsense." Turnard exhaled a long breath, feeling his body relax considerably. As long as he's human. That's a relief. "Hey, come here." Turnard's heart, which had just settled, leaped again, and he hurriedly jogged toward Logan's direction. "Pick it up." Logan pointed at the sword and sheath that Turnard had dropped on the ground. Turnard quickly complied, instinctively attaching the sword to his waist. Logan watched with interest as Turnard's actions and casually asked, "Your sword looks quite impressive. What is its name?" Turnard, as if touched on a point of pride, slightly raised his head, his chin lifting with an air of arrogance. "It is the famed blade, one of the 50 crafted by the renowned master. The Crescent Moon Blade, a family heirloom of the Raider family." Logan circled around Turnard, stroking his chin, pondering, unaware of Haki, ignorant of devil fruits, yet well-versed in swords and blades. Is it a nation that reveres the way of the sword while remaining narrow-minded? Logan mused thoughtfully. Turnard felt uncomfortable under Logan's gaze, his scalp prickling and his entire being uneasy. He lowered his head to evade Logan's eyes, but suddenly noticed the ornate sheath of the Crescent Moonblade. In that instant, he seemed to understand something, and a bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "I it for this. So be it. For the sake of continuing the family's bloodline, I shall act as a disloyal descendant this once." Turnard took a deep breath, resolutely making up his mind. "If you like it, I shall give it to you." Turnard unsheathed the Crescent Moonblade, presenting it to Logan with great reluctance. Logan blinked, pushing the blade back. Turnard stared at Logan in astonishment. "You seem to have misunderstood my intention," Logan stated. "You are a swordsman, right? How can a swordsman part with their weapon?" Oh. Turnard hurriedly secured the Crescent Moon blade back to his waist. And when he raised his head to look at Logan again, there was a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. "This must be what they call, Stockholm Syndrome." Logan glanced into the distance, reached out to grasp Turnard's heart, and commanded, "Now, lead me to find your companions." Turnard fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. The young man's intentions were unmistakable. Undoubtedly, he sought to eliminate my companions. The question now is, can Lucy and the others contend with this youth? Turnard mused, likely not, setting aside the fact that this young man could effortlessly defeat him with his astonishing swordsmanship. That bizarre, devil-like ability alone ensured that Lucy and the others stood no chance. If I were to lead him to Lucy and the others, would I not become a traitor? Logan noticed Turnard's hesitation, but this time he chose not to resort to force. Instead, he gently coaxed. "Hey, you're a noble, right? A high and mighty noble." Turnard stiffly nodded. Logan stepped back a few paces, raised his hands in a celebratory gesture, and gazed intently at Turnard, proclaiming, "Oh, young noble, think of your future. You will possess a status above thousands, wealth within your grasp, and throngs of beautiful admirers. In the future, wherever you go, people will cheer for you, scream for you, gazing up at you with envy and reverence. You will become the pride of your family. And centuries later, your descendants will point to your portrait and say, 'Look, this is the great person who led our family to its pinnacle. He enjoyed glory in life, and in death, Countless people remember him, praising his achievements. "Young man, you possess an extraordinarily radiant future." Logan stepped forward, his fervent hands resting upon Turner's shoulders, his tone laced with temptation, akin to the serpent that enticed Eve to taste the forbidden fruit. Yet Turner remained blissfully unaware of the seduction at play. From Logan's words, he envisioned himself standing atop the royal city, surrounded by throngs of admirers. Gradually, an insatiable glint ignited in Turner's eyes as he swallowed hard and echoed, "Indeed, I have an incredibly bright future." Logan cleared his throat, withdrew his hands, and a sly smile crept across his face, the look of a schemer whose plot had succeeded. He then tightened his grip slightly around Turner's heart. "Ahem. Now, dear youth, let us return to reality." Logan gestured toward the heart in his hand and continued, "Would you truly forsake your precious life for a handful of inconsequential friends you met in your youth? Would you allow your name to be inscribed in the family lineage in the most inconspicuous manner, prompting future generations to ponder, 'Who is this?' No, I shall not allow it." Turner's forehead bulged with veins as he growled with a fierce expression. "No, I refuse." "Excellent, you have learned to answer promptly," Logan remarked, patting Turner's shoulder meaningfully, "and oh, one knows you are a traitor today. Remember, you encountered an unbeatable beast, and only you returned." "The beast, yes, we faced a beast." Turner's eyes sparkled increasingly as he murmured to himself, reinforcing his resolve. Suddenly, he raised his head, staring intensely at Logan, and threatened, "You must swear to return my heart to me and not kill me, or else I will take my own life." Turner gripped his knife tightly, as if the moment Logan uttered a single negative word, he would instantly thrust it into himself. However, Logan astutely perceived the deep-seated weakness buried within Turner's gaze. This fellow did not dare to die. Yet, Logan chose not to expose him. Instead, he raised 4 fingers before Turner, speaking with grave seriousness. "I swear by the glory of the northern god that I shall return your heart to you once this matter is resolved. And I shall never lay a hand upon you, not even with your feet. Just say you won't kill me." "Very well, I absolutely will not kill you." Only after witnessing Logan take his oath did Turner let out a huge sigh of relief. As if a great weight had been lifted from his chest, Logan pointed ahead and said, "Now, can you lead the way?" "Certainly. Follow me." Turner took a deep breath and pushed through the underbrush, striding eagerly into the depths of the forest. A cold smile played upon Logan's lips. He could easily slay Turner right now, and then follow the path Turner had taken to eliminate his accomplices one by one, but doing so would be far too lenient for such scoundrels. What joy is there in a swift execution compared to allowing them to turn against one another? With this thought, Logan set his feet in the direction Turner was heading, within the dense forest. Turner frequently glanced back. Each time he saw his heart navigating through the thick, rough branches, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Finally, Turner could endure the heart-stopping sensation no longer. He halted, lowering his voice as he pleaded with Logan. "Could you return my heart to me first? It is far too dangerous to leave it exposed like this." Logan withdrew his finger from his nose, and with a flick of thought, he grasped the heart in his hand, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will be careful." "You." Turner's forehead throbbed with bulging veins, his eyes brimming with unending resentment. Logan raised an eyebrow, softly asking him, "Do you have an objection?" "No." Turner quickly turned away, hiding his fury from Logan. Yet his steps grew increasingly heavy, as if he were venting some pent-up emotion. Logan abruptly inquired, "What was the purpose of your expedition to the island?" Initially, Logan had assumed they were there for hunting. But upon reflection, that seemed implausible. It was unlikely they would come with only 6 or 7 individuals for a mere hunt. Turner paused momentarily. To be honest, he was reluctant to divulge the truth to Logan. But the thought of the consequences of lying sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to reluctantly respond. "We are here to capture a fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon for the princess." "A fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon?" Logan queried, puzzled. "What is that?" "It is an exceedingly rare and precious exotic beast, whose fragrance can soothe any deep-seated wounds within one's heart, evoking a sensation akin to being in paradise. Moreover, its scent lingers perpetually, never fading. If reminiscing about the scent of the fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon." Turner closed his eyes in blissful reverie. Upon hearing Turner's description, Logan too felt a hint of a delightful, refreshing aroma wafting through the air. As he inhaled, Logan quickly realized that the fragrance emanated from Turner himself. Without hesitation, Logan kicked Turner from his reverie, commanding him brusquely, "You have that fragrance on you, don't you? Show me." Turner, unable to voice his anger, managed to squeeze out a single word, "Yes." With that, Turner retrieved a well-preserved leaf from his lining, reluctantly offering it to Logan. Logan examined the leaf closely and sniffed it, perplexed as he inquired, "How did this leaf acquire such a scent?" "It appears to be an ordinary leaf. Indeed, it has absorbed a drop of the fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon's aromatic liquid." "Aromatic liquid?" "Yes, it's saliva." "Ugh." Logan, who prided himself on being fastidious about cleanliness regarding other things but hypocritically lenient toward himself, immediately displayed distaste, tossing the leaf to the ground and wiping his hands on his body. Turner hurriedly lunged for the leaf, tenderly blowing on the small cut, and swiftly stowed it back into his lining. Logan grimaced, urging, "Stop dawdling, continue leading the way. The fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon is quite rare. Have you found it?" As they walked through the dense forest, Logan idly questioned. Turner boasted, "Of course, although that creature is elusive and its fragrance attracts numerous beasts. We are nobles." Before Turner could finish, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, the hairs on his neck standing on end, as if he were being watched by a ferocious beast. A wave of panic enveloped him. Turner gulped, stiffly turning his head. What a blazing light! Logan's eyes seemed to burn with fierce flames, making Turner feel as though his skin might ignite. "What did you just say?" Logan inquired, licking his lips, articulating each word with precision. "What can its fragrance do?" Turner quickly averted his gaze from Logan's fiery stare, stammering, "It attracts beasts." That Logan's gaze bore into Turner's, his eyes shining ever brighter. Turner's heart raced. "I. Is there a question?" Logan wiped his mouth and grinned. "Noble, you are far too slow." Chapter 35. Beware of what's above. Although Turner was uncertain why Logan had suddenly displayed such urgency, he obediently quickened his pace. Even when his stomach protested loudly, Turner gritted his teeth, pretending not to hear, and pressed on, fearing that Logan might impulsively harm his heart. Time slipped by quietly as Turner hurried along. After approximately 20 minutes, Turner finally halted, wiping the sweat from his brow, and turned to Logan, announcing, "We've arrived." Logan nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Turner. Turner paused, then uncertainly asked, "Aren't you going to kill them?" Logan nodded and pointed to Turner's chest, declaring, "I want you to do it." Turner instinctively took a step back, his face paling. "Alas," Logan sighed, exasperated by Turner's reaction, "I'm doing this for your own good." "What? You want me to go and kill someone? And you call that for my benefit? Do you think I'm foolish?" Turner's expression radiated intelligence, as if he were saying, "Do not deceive me." Logan shook his head, expressing heartfelt disappointment. "Do you have an elder brother? Is he not more accomplished than you? Will he not inherit your father's title?" Turner pondered, a shadow passing over his eyes, and reluctantly nodded. "Though I am my father's favored child, and the king admires me greatly. My brother is the firstborn and will inherit the dukedom, not I. I refuse to accept this. Why should my worthless brother hold a higher status than I, when I am clearly more capable? I will not yield." The shadows in Turner's eyes grew increasingly dense, and his expression darkened with evident malice. Logan nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Throughout history, those who have achieved great deeds have invariably possessed a heart as black as coal and a fade as thick as armor. If you cannot even eliminate a few friends today, how do you expect to confront your brother in the future, let alone govern the lives of others? What lies before you is a test. Succeeding will demonstrate your capability to bear great responsibilities, while failure shall not be deemed a failure. I stand with you." Logan thumped his chest, presenting a posture that encouraged Turner to steady his resolve. Turner lifted his head, eager to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Logan. "Is there not someone here who has once bested you with a single strike? Eliminate him, sever your heart's demons, and embark upon the path of the strong. You are destined to be the mightiest." With newfound determination, Turner grasped the hilt of his great sword, declaring resolutely. Logan's countenance radiated pleasure. However, Turner hesitated and cautioned, but By Way has exceptionally keen hearing. He may have already detected our presence. Logan's expression momentarily froze, yet he swiftly devised a countermeasure, waving his hand dismissively at Turner. And oh worries, simply regard me as a wild man you have captured. Fortuitously, I can assist you in your ambush. Turner pointed to the blade at Logan's waist and remarked, this tattered attire is manageable, but the wild men of this island do not wield such weapons. Is that so? Logan scratched his head, extending his finger to tap the hilt of the ice vein blade, and softly exclaimed, illusory experience. In the next moment, a cerulean orb of light soared from the ice vein blade, ascending into the heavens under Logan's guidance. What? Turner rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, the blade has vanished. Logan beckoned with a playful grin. Look above your head. Turner, filled with suspicion, glanced upward and beheld the gleaming tip of the ice vein blade. An icy chill flooding through him, causing his body to tremble in fright as he hastily retreated. Logan erupted into hearty laughter, once again beckoning, and the silhouette of the ice vein blade ascended into the sky. For reasons unknown, Logan found himself able to manipulate this stolen orb of light at will, its range extending hundreds, even thousands of meters. However, he could not exert control over external objects like stolen recording pointers, only allowing them to transmit directly between his palm and their original owner. How peculiar! Yet Logan chose not to dwell on this anomaly, dismissing it as a curious limitation of his stealthy abilities. Meanwhile, Turner, gazing at the ice vein blade that had disappeared into the heavens, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and trembled. Please refrain from such jesting in the future. Logan merely smiled non-committally and reminded, it is time to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Turner meticulously adjusted his attire before nodding firmly at the hilt of his sword. Remember, strike to kill. Do not grant them the opportunity to retaliate. Logan urged kindly. Understood, Turner replied, puffing out his chest and adopting a proud demeanor as he strode towards the camp. Logan elevated Turner's heart to the skies, following closely behind, head bowed and shoulders hunched. Resembling a captured slave, as they navigated through dense thickets, an open clearing came into view, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood, nauseatingly potent. Ah, Turner has returned. I have been awaiting your footsteps. By Way greeted with a grin, seated upon the ground as Turner emerged from the underbrush. Now, there is another set of footsteps. Let me see where that foul cat is hiding. By Way's sneer hardened as he rose, tilting his head towards Turner's rear, only to be confronted by a ragged youth. By Way's expression froze, and upon regaining his composure, he pointed at Logan, demanding, where is that foul cat? At this moment, Lucy and Ewan also took note of Logan. Ewan stood amidst the scattered, dismembered limbs, his body smeared with viscera, bits of flesh, and blood, his gaze a deep crimson, a frenzied smile lingering on his face. Sniffing the air, Ewan noticed Logan and approached, treading through the viscous blood as he removed his iron gauntlets. Perplexed, why have you brought back a beast man? Where is that foul cat? Turner sighed. It escaped. Ewan's eyes widened in shock as he bellowed. Escaped? Not far away. Lucy furrowed his brow. However, upon noticing the small creature ensnared in his hunting net, he relaxed and said, if it has fled, then so be it. It is not a grave matter. Nevertheless, as it was bestowed by the king. Ensure to bring more guards next time. We shall capture again. Indeed, indeed. Ewan nodded repeatedly, grinning reassuringly. After all, a foul cat is merely a four-legged beast. It is only natural that it eludes capture. Do not take it too much to heart. Turner observed Ewan's blood-stained hands, a flicker of disdain surfacing in his eyes. Yet he recognized that Ewan, being robust, was incapable of delivering a fatal blow, so he endured and nodded in agreement. Seeing Turner acquiesce, Lucy and the others responded with kind smiles. More importantly, Turner, come here and see what this is. Lucy beckoned cheerfully with the hunting net in hand. He. By Way ceased his inquiries about Bakey, gleefully darting to Lucy's side, pointing at the struggling fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon within the net, exclaiming, the princess will surely be delighted. She will undoubtedly regard the noble four young masters with newfound respect. Turner inhaled deeply. gripping the hilt of his sword as he approached Lucy, leaving Logan standing in place. While Ewan exhibited extraordinary interest in him, Ewan scratched his head, fixating a bloodthirsty gaze upon Logan, grinning widely to reveal his gleaming white teeth. A potent stench of blood wafting through the air. Logan frowned and took a step back. This tender flesh appears more appealing than the previous beastmen. I wonder how many punches you can withstand. Over the years, the beastmen he had hunted had grown increasingly aged. The last one had been reduced to mush with a single blow. With that, Ewan cracked his knuckles, producing a chilling sound, then donned his iron gauntlets once more. Licking the blood from the surface, his visage contorted with menace. Come, little beast man, let us engage in wild abandon. Wild abandon, you say? Logan straightened up, lifting his head with a cold smirk. Earth's affliction. A wave of earthen yellow mist surged forth from beneath Ewan's right foot. And with a resounding crash, the ground beneath Ewan suddenly softened, causing his entire right foot to sink in, while his body instantly lost balance and toppled to the right. In that fleeting moment of Ewan's fall, as the dust had yet to settle, Logan lunged forward, drawing his blade and raising it above his head, delivering a heavy downward strike. One sword-style void slash. As the air howled, an invisible flash of blade light flickered. Thud! Ewan's left arm was severed from his body, the cut smooth and gleaming, as if polished to a mirror finish. At the moment the severed limb hit the ground, a massive burst of blood erupted from Ewan's waist, drenching his entire form in crimson. From the entrapment to severe injury, mere seconds had elapsed, and Ewan hadn't even had time to register the pain. Logan, with a cold expression, approached Ewan, placing a foot upon his right arm, and plunged the ice vein blade into his mouth. Gagging, the mouth was torn asunder, the tongue severed. This torturous agony instantly ignited Ewan's nerves, while the pain from his severed arm and waist surged to his brain. A cacophony of excruciating sensations exploding within him. Gagging. Ewan's veins bulged, thrashing wildly, his eyes bursting with blood as tears streamed down his cheeks. Unmoved, Logan calmly twisted the blade, his voice icy. In your next life, accumulate some virtue with your words. Upon finishing, he exerted force, the razor-sharp, frigid tip piercing Ewan's brain as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Ewan's body convulsed violently, his eyes bulging as they gradually dulled. Logan withdrew the ice vein blade, shaking off the filth, then waved his hand, returning the earthen yellow orb to its origin. Earth's affliction, in a fleeting moment, stole the Earth's solidity, rendering the once rigid ground as pliable as water, ensnaring his enemy within. Having employed it for the first time, its effect was commendable. Logan stroked his chin, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He glanced over at Turner, who, along with his companions, seemed wholly absorbed by the fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events nearby. Clearing his throat, Logan coughed twice, finally capturing Lucy's attention. Ewan. Lucy's words caught in his throat as he beheld the grim sight of Ewan. A dismal figure, lifeless and unable to close his eyes. The fox-tailed incense raccoon slipped helplessly from his grasp and fell to the ground, as Lucy gazed in disbelief at Ewan's lifeless body. Observing his state, Logan bellowed, "Turnard, what are you waiting for?" Startled, Turnard shook himself awake and swiftly drew the crescent moon blade, swinging it menacingly towards Lucy's neck. The hairs on Lucy's neck stood on end as his body instinctively dodged to the side. Swoosh! A line of blood traced through the air as Turnard cleaved a substantial chunk of flesh from Lucy's shoulder. That moment, Lucy could no longer concern himself with Ewan. He hurriedly distanced himself from Turnard to retrieve the large sword he had placed by a tree. Turnard, of course, could not allow him to arm himself, and with a roar, lunged forward with his weapon. Byway stood in a daze, watching the chaotic chase unfold before him, utterly oblivious to the circumstances. Confused youth, do you need my guidance? A voice, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, suddenly echoed from behind, causing Byway to stiffen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Flee. Though unsure of what was transpiring, he instinctively knew to escape. Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground and slithered like a snake into the depths of the forest. Logan's outstretched hand froze in midair, momentarily astonished, but he quickly regained his composure and pursued. However, he was unprepared for by Wei's speed, which rivaled that of true serpents. In the blink of an eye, he was about to vanish into the underbrush. A flash of inspiration struck Logan, and he shouted, "Hey boy, watch your head!" Chapter 36. Annihilation by Wei understood this was Logan's ploy and resolutely decided not to fall for it. Yet in the very next moment, a bone-chilling cold indeed descended upon him from above. Terrified, Bai Wei looked up to see a chilling weapon adorned with ethereal blue patterns plummeting at high velocity. Its target. His head. "Baru, save me! Kill him!" Bai Wei's eyes widened in desperation as he yelled towards the colossal figure of the axe-wielding man in the distance. Then swiftly twisted his body to evade. Logan's eyes lit up, seizing the moment to accelerate and close the gap on Bai Wei before delivering a swift strike, one sword style. Serpent's head slash. Thud! A head was sent flying, its final gaze fixated on the twitching, headless body it had belonged to. Logan shook the blood from his blade, but at that moment, a howling gale surged forth. He sidestepped just in time as the massive battle axe grazed his nose and crashed into the ground, creating a gaping, pitch-black fissure several meters long. Logan's eyes narrowed as he quickly retreated to maintain distance from the newcomer. Before him stood a towering man, 3 meters tall, gripping a battle axe and staring intently at him. "You must be the slave, Baru. Quite the strength you possess." Logan licked his lips, a fierce battle spirit igniting within him. Battle with the strong is the path to becoming strong. "Come on," Logan called out. Without emotion, Baru stepped forward, raising his heavy axe, channeling immense force as he swung it down towards Logan. Logan evaded to the side, summoning all his strength to dash to Baru's left, simultaneously reversing the blade's edge and fiercely slashing across Baru's muscular thigh. One sword style. Tiger's cut. Splat. A crimson line erupted as a deep, 5-centimeter gash appeared on Baru's leg, blood spewing forth like a fountain. Yet before Logan could revel in his triumph, Baru's axe came crashing down from above. Boom! The sound of the axe slicing through the air was a deep, guttural roar as it struck the earth with tremendous force, sending dust flying and creating a long, dark chasm in its wake. As Logan regained his footing, he brushed his fingers over the few strands of hair that had been severed from his head, his expression grim. Had he not reacted swiftly to roll away, he would have sustained grave injuries. Logan stared deeply into Baru's expressionless face, astonished at his lack of pain response. Such a massive wound, yet not a flicker of emotion crossed his features. Undeterred, Baru raised his axe once more, attacking Logan with relentless fury. Heavy strikes, sweeping slashes, upward thrusts. Logan deftly evaded them all. Amidst dodging, he finally discerned something peculiar about Baru. The man's eyes seemed lifeless, devoid of any reaction to the external world. Shrouded in an aura of desolation, that a surge of anger welled within Logan as he realized this man was a noble slave, having long endured relentless torment that had shattered his inner defenses. Now, he existed merely as a puppet, his mind consumed solely by the imperative to obey his master's commands, devoid of anything else. How cruel humanity could be. Logan leaped to a safe distance, observing the advancing Baru, his resolve solidifying. Boom! The axe swung down, but this time Logan did not evade. The heavy axe clashed violently with his ethereal ice blade, causing Logan's body to sink, his feet anchoring into the earth. Yet Logan's eyes sparkled with determination as he met Baru's dull gaze, gripping the hilt with one hand, finding his roots, aligning his body from waist to shoulder, shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist, moving fluidly. Blade technique, blade rebound. The heavy axe was deflected, causing Baru to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Logan leapt up, planting his feet on Baru's chest and wielding the blade with a reverse grip, sweeping it across. One sword style. Dragon S-tail. Splat. The sharp blade sliced through Baru's throat, blood gushing forth as his immense form crashed heavily to the ground. In the twilight of his life, a flicker of color emerged in Baru's eyes. He released the axe, gazing skyward, gradually succumbing to silence. Baru was dead. His lifeless gaze met the resplendent starry sky, a faint smile gracing his lips, leaving one to wonder what thoughts crossed his mind in those final moments. Logan knelt beside him, gently closing his eyes and murmuring, "Safe travels." Having completed this, Logan leaned against a tree, steadying his breath to recover from the impact of Baru's heavy blows, while surveying the fierce struggle between Turnard and Lucy not far off. In the blink of an eye, Bai Wei and Baru had been effortlessly slain by Logan, igniting a fierce anger and a tinge of fear within Lucy, though Logan remained by the tree. Seemingly uninterested in aiding Turnard against him, Lucy could not help but shout over the chaos. "Hey, whatever Turnard promised you, I'll give you double, no, tenfold. Just stand there and don't move." Logan scratched his chin and nodded. Lucy sighed in relief, making a desperate dash toward the large sword. Turnard gritted his teeth, relentlessly attacking Lucy, but each strike was deftly evaded, further aggravating his frustration. Logan's previously somber mood was momentarily lifted by their cat-and-mouse antics. "Hey, Turnard, strike him, to the right. No, up, swing higher. Turnard, why are you so dense?" Logan displayed none of the noble restraint of a spectator, unable to contain his exasperation at Turnard's blunders, lamenting and scolding loudly. Turnard's face turned ashen as he struggled to ignore Logan's taunts. Yet his composure crumbled under the barrage of words. Before long, the once coordinated way in which he fought fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Lucy, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his shoulder, rolled to the side and finally grasped the large sword. With the sword in hand, Lucy felt an instant surge of confidence, standing firm, brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair obscuring his vision, and coldly fixing his gaze upon Turnard. Conversely, Turnard's face twisted in horror at the icy stare directed at him, his grip on the blade trembling. Lucy's forehead pulsed with anger as he shouted, "Lyd Turnard, this is blatant betrayal. For what purpose? The princess's favor." Turnard's face blanched, instinctively glancing at Logan, bitterly proclaiming, "I was forced. Absurd." Lucy laughed in rage, his voice rising several decibels. "You are the son of a high-ranking duke. Who dares to force you? Don't you dare say it was him." Lucy pointed at Logan, furious. "I'm not naive. That guy must be your hired muscle. You had him ambush us on the island. Then deliberately let the filthy cat go, planning to strike us down once we captured the fox-tailed incense raccoon. Claiming it for yourself to win the princess's favor, right?" Though phrased as a question. The conviction in his tone was undeniable. Turnard stood frozen, staring blankly at Lucy, rendered speechless that Logan's gaze shifted towards Lucy, realizing this man was far too talented to be merely a swordsman. He ought to be a playwright. With a cold smirk, Lucy observed Turnard's speechlessness, growing ever more convinced of his own truth. "Despicable coward!" Lucy roared, swinging the large sword horizontally at Turnard. Turnard's face paled as he hurriedly raised his weapon to defend himself. Clang! The clash of metal resonated, and in an instant, Turnard was sent flying by Lucy's furious blow, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Turnard half knelt on the ground, coughing blood, his wide eyes filled with terror as he gazed at the approaching Lucy. Trembling as he shouted, "Help me!" Logan shook his head and voiced a reminder. "Consider where your heart lies." Heart? Lucy, with bloodshot eyes, fixed a penetrating gaze on Turnard and sneered, "Today, I shall extract your heart and see how it truly grows." Turnard's face turned a sickly green as he watched Lucy approach with a deathly gait. Cursing Logan inwardly, he threatened, "I'm the son of a duke. If you kill me, you shall meet your own demise." Lucy, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, showing no intention of halting his advance. "There are so many ferocious beasts on this island. Wouldn't you agree?" Lucy stood before Turnard, towering over him, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "You!" Turnard's pupils dilated, in the next moment, a massive sword descended with terrifying force, piercing Turnard's chest and pinning him to a tree trunk. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Turnard, his face contorting in agony as blood gushed from his mouth, and his body trembled violently. Yet the anticipated death did not arrive. Suddenly, it struck Turnard like a jolt of electricity. "My heart is not here." At that moment, Logan called out from a distance, "Do something, you fool." In an instant before Lucy could react, Turnard steeled himself against the pain in his chest and swung his sword fiercely at Lucy's neck. Splatter! Blood gushed forth. "You!" Lucy, with disbelief etched on his face, clutched the gaping wound on his neck and fell backward. He could not comprehend why Turnard was still moving. His heart should have been pierced. Bang! Dust flew, and he lay unblinking. Turnard, drenched in blood, gasped for breath, relief washing over him as he realized he had survived. Clap, clap, clap. Logan applauded with amusement. Well done. Though Turnard was furious at Logan's inaction, he dared not show it. Suppressing the pain, he forced a smile and pointed at the sword embedded in him, pleading, I beg you. Save me, of course. Logan replied leisurely as he approached Turnard, gesturing for the heart to descend from the sky. With a smile, Logan said, but first, I must fulfill my promise. As he spoke, he directed the heart toward Turnard's body. No, please. Turnard's expression shifted drastically as he hastily discarded his sword, trembling as he attempted to pull out the massive sword. However, it was too late. The heart returned to Turnard's chest and was instantly pierced by the sword. Turnard's body stiffened, life rapidly fading from his eyes. Turnard was dead. Thus, the four noble signs were extinguished. Chapter 37. Will you join me? Logan dispelled the illusion of the ice pulse blade and surveyed the scene. 5 corpses lay before him. Yet Turnard had mentioned a total of 7 individuals, excluding Becky. Where was the other slave? After some contemplation, Logan surmised that the individual likely remained on the ship to guard it. However, this was of little consequence. Stroking his chin, Logan's gaze wandered until it settled in a particular direction. A hint of a smile gracing his lips, he approached, lifting the fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon, exclaiming, This one is important. To be fair, this little creature was rather adorable. Its entire body was snow white, devoid of any stray hairs, resembling a tiny kitten. Yet trailing behind it was a fluffy foxtail. Oh. The fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon curled up in fear, its long tail shielding its body, revealing only a pair of cautious, glistening eyes that peered at Logan. Hey there, little one. I mean you no harm. Logan forced a smile he deemed friendly, greeting the raccoon. Yet the frightened creature let out a sharp squeal, tightly shut its eyes, and trembled uncontrollably. That Logan's outstretched hand froze in midair, and his lips twitched in surprise. However, for the sake of his long-term sustenance, he suppressed his temper and said with a warm smile, I know you can understand my words. How about we make a deal? The fox-tailed, fragrant raccoon raised its tail, revealing a pair of puzzled eyes. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Logan hurriedly proposed, I can set you free. But you must bring me 10, no, 20 wild beasts every day from now on. What do you say? Oh. The raccoon shook its head vigorously, its little head spinning. Logan's expression hardened. If you refuse my offer, do not blame me. With a darkened countenance, he fixed a dangerous gaze on the raccoon, threatening, if you do not comply, I shall feast upon you. As he spoke, he mimicked a grandiose swallowing motion. The raccoon panicked, standing upright from the snare, bowing repeatedly to Logan, then clenched its little paws, its body taut, tail raised, cheeks puffed out, making a determined gesture. Logan blinked in confusion, puzzled by its expression. The little raccoon, sensing the misunderstanding, began to fret, first pointing at the base of its tail, then using its forepaws to mimic an explosive firework, shaking its little head wildly before lying flat. Yet it quickly stood again, its forepaws resting on the trap, its misty eyes gazing longingly at Logan. Woo-woo. Logan fell into deep thought, and after a long pause, scratched his head, saying, You mean to say that those animals were attracted by your, flatulence, but now you've run out of it, and thus cannot lure any beasts? Woo-woo. The raccoon's eyes lit up with realization as it nodded vigorously. Logan felt a shiver run down his spine. This creature was indeed peculiar, capable of attracting humans from above and beasts from below. However, for the sake of his grand scheme, Logan suppressed the urge to discard the raccoon, forcing a smile as he asked, How many days will it take for you to attract beasts again? Woo. The raccoon tilted its head, extending one paw, contemplating, then hesitantly extending a second paw. Woo. 10 days. Logan's expression darkened as he grasped the raccoon's neck through the snare, locking eyes with it. How many days? Woo. The raccoon shivered, hastily retracting one paw and curling up its fingers to 2. Woo-woo. 3 days. The raccoon's adorable face broke into a bashful and pleading smile. Logan let out a soft hum, then gently released the snare, lifting the raccoon to the ground. The little creature joyfully hopped around before sitting obediently, gazing at Logan with innocent, bright eyes that it did not flee. Truly a perceptive little fellow. Logan chuckled, crouching down to point westward, saying, "There lies a square of blue stone. Do you know it?" The raccoon scratched its ear and nodded in acknowledgement. "Approximately 1,000 meters south of the square. There's a small river. From now on, every 3 days, you shall drive 30 wild beasts to me, understood?" The raccoon tilted its head, extending 2 fingers, questioning, "Woo, didn't you just say 20? Think about it." Logan earnestly grasped the raccoon's tiny paw, counting out 6 fingers as he explained, "Previously, you were bringing me 20 every day, which totals 60 over 3 days. But now, you only need to bring me 30 every 3 days." He bent the raccoon's 3 fingers down, pointing at the remaining 3 with a look of concern for its well-being, stating thus, "Your workload has been reduced by half, hasn't it?" The raccoon stared at its tiny paw, pondering, then hesitantly nodded. "Woo. That seems reasonable." Logan, fearing it would overthink, playfully tapped its forehead, saying, "Now off you go. And remember, don't forget to meet me in 3 days. Woo." The raccoon patted its little chest in assurance, then extended its tiny tongue to lick Logan's finger before dashing off into the dense forest. Logan sniffed his finger, which retained a hint of moisture, and indeed, an indescribable fresh aroma lingered. However, his innate cleanliness compelled him to wipe his hand instinctively. Yet suddenly, a tearing sound echoed. Logan froze, glancing down at his attire, which could only be described as tattered rags. He swore he had moved with utmost gentleness. However, this was to be expected, after drifting at sea for so long. This already subpar clothing had reached its limit and had finally met its demise. With a sigh, Logan cast a glance at the 4 corpses lying nearby before swiftly turning away. He did not even think about stripping them of their garments. Suddenly, Logan stumbled upon a large backpack, nearly 2 meters in height, beside a fractured tree, surrounded by several pieces of seemingly valuable kitchenware. Without sparing a glance at the pots and pans, he approached and unzipped the backpack. A fragrant aroma wafted forth, reminiscent of Frisia, refreshing and uplifting. A gentle smile unconsciously graced Logan's lips as he peered inside the backpack. Within, there were 4 compartments, each labeled with a name, and each filled with an assortment of items: clothing, shoes, a compass, lighting equipment, moisture-proof mats, and emergency medications. It was evident that these belonged to those 4 scoundrels. No, to be precise, they now belonged to Logan. He rummaged through the compartments, methodically dismissing each one, standing at 6 feet 3 inches. With a physique akin to that of a top model, he found Ewan's attire too large and Byway's too small. Only the clothes of Turner and Lucy barely met his standards. However, after weighing his options, he ultimately chose Lucy's garments, as Turner's were predominantly yellow and white, while Logan had a preference for black. Though Lucy's black clothing was limited, he could assemble 2 complete outfits for change. Decision made. Logan hoisted the large backpack onto his shoulders, retrieved the katana crescent moon and Lucy's greatsword, securing them to his pack before turning towards the direction of the brook. Incidentally, the same direction that Becky had fled. Perhaps he might encounter the cat-eared girl again, Logan mused eagerly. Having traversed roughly half the distance, Logan abruptly halted, his eyes narrowing on a peculiar movement in a nearby thicket. "Who goes there? Come out." "Meow." To his astonishment, the head that peeked out from the dense foliage belonged to none other than the cat-eared girl who had previously fled in a panic. That Logan's surprise was fleeting, and he quickly relaxed. Waving with a smile, high upon recognizing Logan, Becky's enchanting, round eyes instantly glimmered with tears, and she excitedly dashed from the underbrush, only to trip over a stone in her exuberance, quick as a flash. Logan caught her before she could fall, and it was then that he noticed the object she was clutching. "Oh my, is that a large fat rabbit?" he exclaimed. Yet, the rabbit was in dire condition. Wisps of white smoke emanating from its 3-part mouth, its fur resembling that of a creature freshly electrocuted, exuding a burnt scent, while its plump body twitched intermittently. Remarkably, the rabbit still retained consciousness, its dark eyes rolling until they locked onto a pair of somewhat familiar ones. "Good to see you again," Logan greeted with a grin. However, the rabbit, startled, shrank back, nearly choking in fright. Logan chuckled, ignoring the petrified rabbit, and released his hold on Becky, asking gently, "Shouldn't you be fleeing in the opposite direction? What brings you here?" In response, Becky immediately raised the rabbit above her head and looked up at Logan, her voice brimming with excitement. "I accidentally caught the adult rabbit while running away, and I was worried that the adult might be implicated." So you bravely returned without a second thought? Are you not aware that those villains are after you?" Logan replied with tender concern. Becky trembled in fear, lowering her head as she whispered, "But if the adult gets hurt because of me, I want to be able to survive." Logan paused, then gently placed his palm atop her small head. He could distinctly feel her body stiffen as she fought against the urge to flee, trembling in restraint. With a soft caress, he spoke gently, "You don't even know my name. To you, I am nothing but a stranger. Is it truly worth it?" "Meow." Without hesitation, Becky firmly nodded. Mother said not to trouble others. What a kind-hearted child, Logan thought, his touch growing increasingly tender. Becky stood there with her eyes tightly shut, not daring to resist. Initially, she felt a strong aversion, but gradually, a strange sensation began to blossom within her heart. She felt that Logan's hand bore a warmth both familiar and foreign. It was warm, gentle, akin to the winter sun, evoking an irresistible desire to draw closer, to embrace, to lean on him, a feeling deeply rooted in her memories. Reminiscent of her mother's touch, Becky half closed her round eyes, emitting soft purring sounds. Just as she thought she might drift off to sleep in comfort, a voice pulled her back. "So, will you come with me?" Chapter 38. Becky boards the ship. Becky lazily mewed. "Meow?" Logan smiled softly, repeating, "Will you come with me?" "Meow." Startled, Becky's eyes flew open, and like a frightened kitten, she leaped back, breaking free from Logan's gentle caress. Logan's hand froze in mid-air, disappointment creeping into his voice. "You don't want to?" The warmth above her head dissipated rapidly, and a profound sense of loss welled up within Becky. Yet, she resolutely bit her lip and shook her head. "I would only burden the adult. Since you are safe, I must continue to flee." With that, she shoved the rabbit into Logan's hands and turned to escape. Chirp! The rabbit squeaked in alarm, writhing restlessly in Logan's embrace. He shot a glance and, without hesitation, kicked it away. "Hey!" Logan called out to Becky, then lightly tossed the large backpack in front of her. Becky turned around and, at first sight, was taken aback by the massive backpack towering over her. "Meow, meow, meow," she exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as she pointed at the backpack, stammering in disbelief. "What is this, meow?" Logan peeked out from behind the backpack, grinning. "That you're wondering how this came into my possession, right?" Becky nodded vigorously. Instead of answering, Logan burst into laughter, pointing at the two swords dangling from the backpack, and asked, "What do you think these are?" Becky followed his gaze, her eyes landing on two weapons that frequently haunted her nightmares. Akin to the harbingers of doom. Meow. She shrank back in fear, instinctively raising her arms to shield herself, her round pupils trembling with unease. That Logan's smile faltered, momentarily frozen in shock, before realization dawned upon him. The girl had just escaped from hell, and here he was, presenting her with the very instruments of torment she had fled from, as if inviting her to admire them. How cruel of me. Logan bit his lip, made a decision, and stepped forward, ripping the two weapons from the backpack, holding them in both hands. Becky watched closely. Before her very eyes, Logan activated his skill, Strength Drain. Then, raising the sword in his right hand and the knife in his left, he brought them together with a resounding crash. Crack, crack. The sharp, crackling sounds echoed through the air, as if issuing a command, followed by a cascade of faint, shattering noises. Logan deftly flicked his wrist, and the weapon shattered like a spider's web, leaving only the hilts in his grasp. Without hesitation, he tossed the hilts into the pile of shards, then quickly approached Becky, gently yet firmly lowering her arms and pointing at the debris with an authoritative declaration. "The nightmare is over. The nightmare is over, meow." Becky gazed blankly at the fractured instruments of torture, repeatedly echoing Logan's words. Cold iron chains, damp dungeons, and the stench of rotting food filled her mind, accompanied by malicious, mocking gazes, an incessant threat of brutality that could descend upon her at any moment. Is it really, truly over? As the wreckage blurred before her eyes, shrouded in a haze, she felt a wellspring of emotions bubbling forth from the deepest, most concealed corners of her heart. What is this feeling? All she knew was that she wanted to weep profusely. Wah meow 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 wah meow. Logan gently embraced the girl, who clung tightly to him, letting her heart out in loud sobs. It's all right to cry. Logan gently caressed the top of the girl's head, embracing the torrent of emotions that poured forth from her. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until the cries in his arms finally subsided into intermittent sobs. He patted her back and chuckled lightly. My feet are going numb. With those words, the girl sprang to the side, as if jolted by electricity, her snowy white cat ears tinged with a lovely cherry blossom pink. Her small hands anxiously twisted the hem of her clothing, and her round, expressive eyes fixated intently on the leaves scattered on the ground, as if they concealed some profound mystery of the universe. Logan smiled in silence. I'm so sorry, meow. Becky was so rude. In the midst of silence, Becky suddenly knelt down and bowed her head, loudly apologizing to Logan. Taken aback for a moment, Logan quickly helped her back up. As he brushed off the grass and leaves that clung to her, he spoke earnestly. Becky, you are free now. You need not kneel before anyone ever again. Do you understand? Why, yes, I understand, meow. Becky, startled by Logan's serious demeanor, nodded obediently. The warm smile spread across Logan's face as he softly instructed. Close your eyes, meow. Becky complied and shut her eyes, though she trembled her cat ears in confusion. Let go of all your defenses. I mean you no harm, Logan whispered gently. Meow. Becky nodded, envisioning Logan as the mother she had long cherished in her heart, a tender smile creeping on her lips. Logan silently chanted a spell, strands of energy extending from his fingertips and entering Becky's being, swiftly extracting a dark, crimson orb of light. The moment the orb detached from her, Becky felt a significant alleviation of her pain, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. You can open your eyes now. As soon as the words were spoken, Becky eagerly opened her eyes and cautiously rolled up her sleeves, her beautiful gaze widening in astonishment. The wounds have faded so much. And my chest doesn't hurt at all? Becky exclaimed, moving her arms excitedly like a child. You're amazing, sir. She clasped her hands together, gazing at Logan with adoration, her eyes sparkling like tiny stars. Logan smiled softly, plucking a sphere of life energy from a nearby tree and offering it to her. That if you take this, you'll be completely healed. Trusting him unconditionally, Becky opened her mouth and swallowed the life orb. The vibrant life energy erupted in her mouth, rapidly permeating her body, flowing through her limbs and repairing her injuries with astonishing efficiency. Wow, sir, it's so magical, Becky marveled, her mouth agape in disbelief. Logan ruffled her hair and, hoisting his large backpack onto his shoulder, laughed heartily. Stick with me, and you will encounter even more wonders ahead. He extended a hand toward her, his gaze resolute. Becky froze momentarily, murmuring, Follow you, sir, rubbing her reddened eyes. She looked up at the starry sky and grasped Logan's outstretched hand, nodding earnestly. Logan, too, gazed at the vast heavens, the twinkling stars filling him with determination. Nelson, the Logan pirate crew has gained a new member. I certainly haven't been slacking off, have I? A smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he lowered his head to wipe away the tears at the corners of Becky's eyes, saying, Do not call me sir. I am Florentino Crotto Logan, 17 years old, captain of the Logan pirate crew, with the dream of becoming the emperor of the seas. I'm Becky Meow, 12 years old, and my dream is to sail the vast ocean. She replied earnestly, Captain, I look forward to your guidance. You enjoy saying meow so much. How about I call you Meowki from now on? Logan inquired with a smile as he patted her head. Meowki, meow. Becky repeated the name a few times, a blush creeping on her cheeks. That IT feels a bit embarrassing, meow, but you can call me whatever you like, Captain. Then I'll call you Meowki from now on, Logan said gently. And you may call me brother. Brother, meow. Becky leaped up in excitement, bouncing around like a kitten that had just consumed catnip. But my brother is a pirate captain. How impressive. Becky will be a pirate too, meow. I'm so happy, meow. Becky's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration once more. Logan sighed with a wry smile. Impressive? The crew is down to just me, and I don't even have a ship. Seeing Logan's mood dip, Becky quickly interjected. I know of a place that has a ship. Meow. Is it the ship you came on? Yes, meow. Becky nodded vigorously, spreading her arms wide in an exaggerated gesture. That ship, the Hilbees, is grand and splendid, meow. It has warm beds, warm water, and an abundance of delicious food. Meow. Logan asked, is there only one person left to guard the ship? Meow. It's a very mean old bald man, meow. When she mentioned the old bald man, Becky's pouting expression was adorably fierce. Logan chuckled and tapped her little head. Lead the way. Becky, momentarily stunned, quickly beamed with crescent-shaped eyes, meow. As they made their way to the Hilbees, Logan subtly learned about Becky's past. When she was just 2 years old, her mother had taken her away from Zeo Island, by the age of 5. She encountered a slave ship, resulting in her mother's tragic death, and she herself fell into the clutches of the slave traders. Ultimately sold to the kingdom of Yosi as a prized pet in the royal palace. 3 months prior, she had been bestowed upon the 4th son of a noble, enduring relentless torment at such a tender age. She had witnessed the darkness of the times and borne the world as cruelty. Yet despite this, her innate kindness remained unscathed, a testament to Becky's resilience. Time slipped by unnoticed as Logan and Becky conversed. They soon emerged from the dense forest, and Becky pointed excitedly. That's the Hilbees, meow. Logan nodded, his gaze landing upon the grand, 3-masted ship anchored by the shore, even in the dead of night. It was aglow with lights, exuding an air of noble luxury. The vessel stretched over 50 meters, its golden and white hues intertwining to create a backdrop of opulence, with 5 cannon ports on each side and a heroic statue wielding a sword at the bow. The base adorned with a cannon. What a magnificent ship! Logan exclaimed, his heart stirred with excitement. Meowki, let us hurry! Meow. Old Dauru, hearing the commotion from below deck, scrambled up from the deck, hastily shoving chicken bones under the table and wiping his mouth with a sleeve that glimmered unnaturally. He crouched low, plastering a sycophantic smile upon his face. However, when the footsteps halted before him, he looked up only to find Becky standing there. Old Dauru's expression darkened instantly, and he straightened his back, casting a disdainful gaze upon her. What are you doing here, you filthy cat? Where are your masters? Becky replied truthfully. They are gone, meow. You old Dauru glared furiously, bellowing, You audacious creature! How dare you curse your masters? You must be seeking death. With that, he raised his hand to strike Becky, but suddenly a tremendous force surged forth, sending old Dauru hurtling backward, his frail form crashing through several tables before finally colliding with the ship's railing. Collapsing onto the deck like a heap of discarded refuse, blood trickled down his forehead, painting a grim picture of his demise. Chapter 39. Building the cemetery, Logan withdrew his foot and turned to the dazed Becky, saying, when dealing with such people, there's no need for conversation. Just take action. Meow. Becky stuck out her tiny pink tongue. Who are you? What are you? A voice laced with fury and fear erupted suddenly. Logan glanced over to see old Dauru struggling to rise, his wrinkled face contorted in agony, emitting weak groans. Logan rubbed his chin, muttering, Quite resilient, aren't you? With that, Logan approached old Dauru and delivered a kick that sent him sprawling. Looking down at him from height, old Dauru spat blood, pointing at Logan and shrieking, You bastard! Do you know who I am? Logan placed his foot firmly on his chest, coldly retorting, Just an old dog. Old Dauru gasped in pain, his eyes filled with terror as he realized that the youth before him, clad in garments reminiscent of a wild man, was indeed capable of ending his life. Desperately, old Dauru forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, clinging to Logan's leg and pleading, Spare me. I have done nothing wrong. It was they who compelled me to. A cold smirk graced Logan's lips as he gradually increased the pressure of his foot. The excruciating pain and suffocating weight caused old Dauru to roll his eyes back in despair. Please, spare me. Brother, wait. Suddenly, Becky interjected, grasping Logan's arm. Logan paused, a hint of gravity entering his gaze as he turned to Becky. Had his heart softened, such a sentiment would hardly serve one aspiring to be a pirate. Oblivious to Logan's inner thoughts, Becky pointed at old Dauru and exclaimed, Brother, this ship has a complex operating system. Meow. Beiki is rather foolish and cannot navigate, so I believe he could still be of use, meow. Yes, I'm still of use. Please don't kill me. Old Dailu nodded vigorously, exerting every ounce of strength he had. Is that so? Logan fixed his gaze upon Beiki's eyes and asked seriously, if we disregard this factor, do you wish for him to die? Beiki clenched her teeth and nodded. Of course, meow. This scoundrel has caused the demise of countless innocent companions. I have long desired his end. Logan, detecting no deceit in her eyes, felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a light-hearted chuckle, he declared, then this shall be easily resolved. With that, Logan delivered a swift kick, rendering old Dailu unconscious. He then extended his hand, activating his ability. Skill theft, navigation. A white orb of light floated from old Dailu's body and entered Logan's mind. Instantly, a wealth of information regarding wind direction, steering, and ship operations flooded his consciousness, enabling him to master the art of navigation. The glimmer of brilliance flickered in Logan's eyes as he savored this newfound advantage, casually extracting the general information of the Hillbee's ship before exhaling softly. Stepping back, he turned to Beiki and stated, now, he is of no further use. Proceed. Beiki blinked, unable to see the light orb, thus unaware of the events that had transpired in such a brief moment. However, she harbored no doubt regarding Logan's words. If he said old Dailu was useless, then he indeed was. With this thought, Beiki approached, and with a fierce electric punch, she struck old Dailu's chest, meeting his fearful, pleading gaze head-on. With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed, and old Dailu's vitality swiftly dissipated, his head lolling to the side as he breathed his last. Logan greatly admired Beiki's decisive actions, albeit with a hint of surprise, for he was unaware that she had often been assigned to combat during her time as a rare beast in the royal palace. However, as much as he was taken aback, Logan refrained from inquiring further, deeming it a positive development. There was no need to pry too deeply. Brother, meow, Beiki said, lowering her head as she stood before Logan, revealing her violent side, while she felt joy at having completed Logan's task. A thread of unease flickered within her. Logan smiled gently, ruffling her hair and softly advising, go take a warm bath, then enjoy a restful sleep. Tomorrow marks a new day. With teary eyes, Beiki nodded earnestly and then dashed away like the wind. Logan scratched the back of his head, somewhat bewildered. Yet he dismissed such thoughts and bent down to toss old Dailu into the sea before finding a large lounge chair to recline comfortably upon. Before long, footsteps echoed, and Logan looked up to see Beiki standing before him in a pink bathrobe, her cat-like eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed, radiating cuteness. Logan was instantly captivated, realizing this little one had developed quite well, especially her long legs. Wow! Beiki, feeling the heat rise to her ears under Logan's gaze, shyly remarked, Beiki only has one outfit, meow, so I can only wear a bathrobe. Logan burst into laughter, pointing at his own tattered clothing and exclaiming, ha ha, I don't have a single garment to wear. Beiki's ears turned an even deeper shade of red. All right, go to sleep. I will also take a bath and rest. Okay, meow, Beiki replied, instinctively heading toward the slave quarters below deck. Logan caught her arm, smiling. From now on, you shall reside in a room on the second floor. The Hillbee ship was a luxurious vessel of commercial nature. The first floor housed the grand dining hall and entertainment area, while the second and third floors contained sleeping quarters. The third floor held 4 VIP rooms, and the second floor accommodated 32 standard rooms. The steering room was located on the negative first deck, with the warehouse and slave quarters on the negative second deck. Having previously huddled in the dark, damp, and cramped slave quarters, Beiki instinctively sought to return there. The moment Logan held her back, she realized she was now free. Meow, Beiki exclaimed joyfully and skipped up to the second floor. Logan stretched lazily before heading to the ship's grand bathhouse for a delightful hot shower. Afterward, he donned a bathrobe and ascended to the second floor. Feeling refreshed, he had no intention of occupying the VIP room on the rooftop, as it was likely tainted by the filth of scoundrels. The first room on the left side of the second floor was illuminated, prompting Logan to smile and choose the first room on the right. Upon entering, he was pleasantly surprised. Though it was a standard room, it exceeded his expectations, with patterned carpets, a soft large bed, an en-suite bathroom, a wooden wardrobe containing clean sleepwear, and a table adorned with fresh flowers and books. It was quite delightful. Logan flopped onto the bed, emitting sounds of utmost satisfaction. He then closed his eyes, turned off the lights, and drifted into sleep. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the bright window and illuminated Logan's face, he rolled over. The sun was well up when a knock echoed from outside his door, jolting Logan upright. Rubbing his disheveled hair, he felt somewhat disoriented, in a strict sense. Last night marked the first peaceful slumber Logan had experienced since arriving in the pirate world, leaving him with a sensation akin to mental disarray upon awakening. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed, and Bakey's voice called from outside. "Brother, breakfast is ready, meow." Gradually regaining his composure, Logan shouted, "I'll be right there. Please wait for me downstairs." With that, Logan dressed in the black clothing and pants he had salvaged from his spoils. Along with a pair of black hiking boots, he swiftly washed up, opened the door, and went downstairs. Bakey was diligently arranging the plates. This little one had somehow found another outfit. She wore a white tank top paired with striking black drawstring shorts that accentuated her long legs, rendering her both adorable and alluring. Logan sat across from Bakey, casually popping a piece of fish into his mouth. The delectable flavor and bouncy texture exploded in his mouth, juices bursting forth, causing his eyes to widen as he praised. "Delicious! I didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills." Bakey shyly scratched her ear. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, "This is what my mother taught me." Meow. It's just that Bakey is quite foolish and can only cook fish well. Everything else turns out a mess, meow. Logan waved his hand dismissively, his chopsticks flying as he stuffed his mouth, mumbling, "No worries, I also love fish." Seeing Logan enjoy his meal so heartily, Bakey's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Before long, their delightful meal came to an end. After washing the plates, Logan retrieved 2 shovels from the ship's warehouse and called to Bakey, "Come, I shall take you to a place." Bakey looked up innocently. "Where are we going, meow?" "You'll know once we arrive." Logan jumped off the ship and strode toward the dense forest, with Bakey hurriedly following behind. After approximately an hour of walking, Logan once again arrived at the Yundelik Bluestone Square. The awe he had instilled yesterday lingered, as not a single beast dared approach within 100 meters. Bakey gazed in shock at the corpses strewn across the square, unable to refrain from tugging at Logan's sleeve. Were they the inhabitants of this place, meow? What happened, meow? Suicide, Logan replied gravely. They chose to end their suffering imposed by the world in this manner. Bakey bit her lip, her eyes filled with sorrow and sympathy as she regarded the fallen. Logan lowered his gaze to Bakey, gently patting her head, and stated solemnly, "They do not require our sympathy. They are warriors, even though I do not agree with their method of resistance against the world. They remain warriors, and we must honor them." Bakey chewed her lower lip and nodded in agreement. Logan pointed toward the eastern side of the square, where a vast expanse of forest lay, which he had cleared the previous afternoon. "I owe a debt of gratitude to their king and promise to lay them all to rest. I shall go too." Bakey exclaimed, "Good." Subsequently, Logan and Becky devoted over half an hour to clearing away the trees and boulders he had felled the previous day, leaving behind a vast expanse of clean, level ground. During this endeavor, Logan discovered that his strength had significantly increased, effortlessly lifting thousands of pounds of timber without the slightest hint of fatigue. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, heightening his anticipation for the path of empowerment that lay ahead. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Becky inquired, "Brother, what shall we do next?" Logan tossed her a shovel and replied, "Dig holes. 164 in total. We'll split them evenly." "All right," she chirped. Chapter 40. The completion of the cemetery. Logan and Becky worked with remarkable efficiency, having excavated all the graves before the sun reached its zenith. Logan counted them. Precisely 164. Nodding with satisfaction, he positioned himself at the center of the graves and plunged his spade into the earth for the first time. Becky, puzzled, asked, "Brother, why are you digging another one?" "Who is this for?" "The king," Logan stated, as he continued to toss the soil aside, "that he feels indebted to his people and wishes for me to leave his corpse exposed to the wilderness, allowing beasts to consume him, forever repenting to his subjects. Yet, I believe that a proper burial is a more fitting end for a person." Becky nodded thoughtfully. "I agree. Brother, the king who can repent for his people cannot be all that wicked. A smile graced Logan's face. Before long, an ordinary grave was completed, indistinguishable from the others. Logan discarded the shovel and said, "Let's eat first. We can finish the rest this afternoon." "All right." Becky imitated Logan's action of tossing the shovel aside and joyfully scampered back along the path they had come. Seated at the dining table, Logan held chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other, his eyes gleaming as he gazed towards the kitchen. For the past 10 minutes, an irresistible aroma had wafted from there, rendering him unable to concentrate on anything but the desire to eat. At last, the adorable Becky appeared, donning an apron and a crooked chef's hat, cradling a large pot of stewed beef. The scent was intoxicating. Becky cheerfully served Logan a generous bowl of the stew, which he gazed at with wide-eyed delight. The complex aroma of meat, vegetables, and a medley of spices wafted before him. Closing his eyes, he wore an expression of bliss. "Ah, this fragrance," Becky smiled and said, "Start with the soup." Logan nodded vigorously, inhaled deeply, and after swallowing, gently scooped a spoonful of the broth. The rich, hearty flavor of the meat and vegetables enveloped his palate. Delicious! His eyes sparkled as he discarded the spoon and eagerly lifted the bowl. Consuming the stew in hearty gulps, Becky beamed with happiness and pride as she constantly refilled his bowl. "It's perfectly fine to finish everything. There's more in the kitchen," when the pot neared emptiness. Logan set down the bowl with satisfaction, letting out a contented burp, feeling warm and comfortable all over. "What's this? Becky clearly excels at stewing beef. Why does she insist that her other dishes are a disaster?" Logan teased while picking his teeth, glancing at Becky, who was still eating. Becky stuck out her little tongue and replied, "That's just fish meat. It merely has a pair of horns oh, I see." Logan nodded repeatedly, recalling that the taste of sea creatures depended not on their species, but rather on the shape of their heads. This made perfect sense. After Becky finished her meal, Logan washed all the dishes, then glanced at the large clock hanging in the dining room. "It's time for our afternoon break. Let us reconvene at 2:30. "All right." The two ascended the stairs to their respective rooms for a nap. At 2:30, they both appeared promptly on deck. With a commanding voice, Logan instructed them to head to the Yundalik Bluestone Square. Upon observing the multitude of corpses scattered across the square, Logan felt that the forthcoming task was ill-suited for a young girl like Becky. Thus, he wielded the ice pulse blade to carve out a rectangular bluestone measuring 1 meter in length, 60 centimeters in width, and 8 centimeters in thickness for a tombstone, etching an abstract sun on its front. After completing this, Logan passed the ice pulse blade to Becky and said, "Becky, can you cut out 165 stones like this with my blade?" Becky surveyed the square and replied earnestly, "No problem." However, when she made her first cut, only a faint white mark was left behind. Both stared in astonishment. Becky looked up, her face flushed with embarrassment, just as Logan considered using his abilities to reduce the stone's hardness. Becky surprised him. A multitude of blue arcs of electricity danced around her, enveloping the blade in a crackling aura, transforming the ice pulse into a blade of lightning, with both hands gripping the knife. Becky forcefully sliced along the previous white mark. The sound of sizzling echoed as if a hot knife were gliding through butter. The resilient bluestone offered no resistance and was swiftly carved into a perfectly shaped rectangle. "Brother, brother!" Becky exclaimed excitedly, leaping up and pointing at her creation on the ground, shaking Logan's hand in delight. Logan chuckled. "Well done." "Meow, meow." Elated by Logan's praise, Becky joyfully bounded around the square with the blade in hand. Logan smiled and proceeded to carry the first corpse to the initial grave for burial. Time slipped by unnoticed as Logan and Becky continued their labors by the time the sun began to set. They had finally completed their tasks. 165 new graves stood in orderly rows, and 165 tombstones silently loomed. As dusk fell, a hazy mist began to rise, enveloping the cemetery, while the blood-red sun pierced through the fog, casting a crimson hue upon the tombstones. An indescribable weight pressed heavily upon both of them. The smile that had adorned Becky's face since the afternoon faded, her expression turning solemn as she stood in quiet contemplation. Logan caressed the old king's tombstone, his mood somewhat subdued. "Safe travels, brother." Becky tugged at Logan's sleeve, concern etched on her face. Let us head back. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Logan cast one last glance at the cemetery before taking Becky's hand and disappearing into the dense forest. Dinner consisted of fried fish, those with elongated, soft bodies encased in tough scales, adorned with long whiskers, initially blue when caught, but turning red upon frying. Under Becky's culinary expertise, the peculiar fish transformed into a uniquely flavored, exquisitely delicious dish, especially when paired with a special tartar sauce. It was simply divine. After finishing his meal, Logan felt the heavy emotions carried from the cemetery dissipate entirely, leaving his spirits buoyant. Once the table was cleared, Logan reclined in a lounge chair, savoring the cool sea breeze, and sighed contentedly. This is life. Becky, lying beside him on another lounge chair, turned to gaze at the shimmering sea, her eyes sparkling like stars. To me, this feels like paradise, brother. It's like a dream. Logan laughed heartily, reaching out to ruffle Becky's hair. She squinted in delight and nuzzled against his palm. Becky cherished the warmth radiating from Logan's hand, which enveloped her in a soothing embrace. Brother, will they come looking for us? She suddenly asked, her question seemingly out of the blue. Logan paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized she was referring to the pursuers from the kingdom of Josie. Feeling the slight tremor in Becky's hand, a wave of concern washed over him. It seemed the child was still troubled. Sitting upright, he grasped Becky's hand firmly and declared, Becky, this is not a fragile dream. It is a tangible reality. You are free, forever free. No one can confine you anymore. If they dare to come, we will fight. We will slay them, one by one. Brother, Becky's beautiful eyes glimmered with tears. Of course, to achieve such a feat, we must diligently enhance our strength. Logan scratched the back of his head and winked at Becky. Your potential is immense. This afternoon, your lightning blade even startled me. So from now on, I'll be relying on you to protect me. Becky, with tears still glistening in her eyes, broke into a smile and nodded emphatically. Chapter 41. The Cat Girl Training Plan. Subsequently, Logan and Becky reclined side by side in their loungers, engaging in cheerful conversation. Having encountered numerous jokes and anecdotes in his past life, Logan had an uncanny ability to make Becky burst into fits of laughter with his casual remarks. Time flew by, and the silvery crescent moon emerged from the sea, enveloping the waters in a soft, ethereal glow. Logan stifled a yawn, folded up his lounger, and remarked, It's getting late. We should retire for the night. Remember, we rise at 6 tomorrow for our workout. Becky sprang from her lounger, raising her little fist with determination. Okay, meow. Logan gently patted her head and chuckled, Good night. As he drifted into slumber, Logan felt an unsettling sense of having forgotten something. Though the specifics eluded him, drowsiness washed over him like a tidal wave, and despite his efforts to ponder, he ultimately succumbed to the embrace of sleep. The following morning, before the sun had graced the horizon, a loud knocking jolted the slumbering Becky awake. The little one abruptly threw off her covers and sat up, her round, beautiful eyes wide open, though clouded with confusion. Bang, bang, bang. Meowki, it's me. Open the door. I have something very important to discuss with you. Logan's voice echoed from outside, laced with an unmistakable urgency and anxiety. Upon hearing this, Becky quickly regained her composure, hastily throwing off her covers and leaping from her bed, barefoot and rushing to the door. With a click, Logan's anxious visage appeared before her. Becky was taken aback. She had never witnessed such emotion from Logan before. What could have transpired? A chilling thought crossed her mind, and she grasped Logan's hand, reassuring him, Brother, don't be afraid, meow. Even if many people from the kingdom of Josie come, Becky will surely protect you. You misunderstand, Logan exclaimed, pulling his hand away and gesturing animatedly. Did you see a knife yesterday in the square? A purple one, incredibly majestic and imposing? Becky blinked, momentarily stunned. Oh, so it wasn't a pursuer. Did you see it? She shuddered, suddenly realizing, and shook her head vigorously. No. Meow. Logan's heart sank further. Yet he pressed on. It was right next to the old king. Think carefully. Do you remember seeing it? Becky furrowed her brow, contemplating earnestly for a moment, but finally shook her head. Really no, meow. All right, you can go back to sleep. I'll continue searching, Logan declared, dashing downstairs. However, upon reaching the staircase, he abruptly halted, glancing back at Becky, who peeked out from behind the door. Clearing his throat, he added, young lady, you shouldn't be up so early. With that, Logan dashed down the stairs and leaped off the deck, plunging into the forest. Meow. Becky instinctively looked down and, upon realizing her state, her face flushed crimson, steam almost rising from her head. She recalled that in her haste to answer the door, she had forgotten to wear anything. In that moment, she felt utterly exposed. Meow. The little one blushed deeper with each passing thought, bumping into the door in her embarrassment and diving back under the covers. An hour later, a disheveled Logan returned. Clad in ragged sleepwear and slippers, resembling a zombie as he trudged in, empty-handed. This shouldn't have happened. Where could it have gone? Logan muttered, still in disbelief. He had scoured the Azure Stone Square, even bringing the old king out for questioning. Yet the fabled blade remained elusive, as if it had vanished without a trace. That was my reward, a legendary sword intended for a great swordsman. One of only 21 in existence. Losing it felt like a dagger to his heart. Damn it, just let me find out who is responsible. Logan's demeanor shifted, the atmosphere around him growing tense and foreboding. Brother, please don't be angry, Meow, Becky said, her head down as she presented him with a plate of vibrant red sashimi. Logan, distracted, mechanically took a slice and chewed. The unique salty flavor of the sauce, the tartness of unripe fruit, the crisp texture, and an unknown spiciness, all enveloped by the freshness of the fish, filled his mouth. Logan blinked, and his mood lifted slightly. This is tuna sashimi, Meow. Mommy said that eating this will chase away all bad feelings. Becky explained in a whisper, her head lowered. Logan nodded, his eyes brightening as he grabbed chopsticks and devoured the entire plate in no time. Just then, Becky promptly replenished his plate. 10 minutes later, Logan, feeling satisfied, leaned back and let out a contented sigh. I could see that moment. He noticed Becky's unusual demeanor. She had kept her head down, seemingly too shy to meet his gaze. Her cat ears nearly the color of cooked shrimp, her voice barely above a whisper. Logan recollected the morning's events, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Rubbing his nose, he chuckled awkwardly. Ahem. Becky, I didn't see anything this morning. I was sleepwalking, haha. I didn't notice a thing. Don't take it to heart, okay? Meow, Becky responded softly, her voice barely audible. Logan, feeling awkward, scratched his head, unsure of what to say next, and used the excuse of washing dishes to hastily exit the room. Becky lifted her head to watch Logan's somewhat disheveled, retreating figure, a smile blossoming on her flushed cheeks. When Logan returned, having washed up and changed clothes, he found Becky diligently wiping the table, a faint blush still lingering on her face. Logan let out a sigh of relief, patted the knife at his side, and attempted to appear nonchalant as he called out, "Let us go for a run." Becky, in perfect sync, evaded the topic, shaking her little fist. Okay, Meow. On the beach, Logan guided Becky through warm-up exercises before instructing, run around the island at full speed. Don't stop. With that, he took off like an arrow. Becky cheered, her long legs propelling her forward with such speed that she momentarily outpaced Logan. Surprised, he felt a wave of exhilaration as he watched her dash ahead. The fur tribe are born warriors, seemingly endowed with the powers of various animals. For instance, Becky, as a member of the feline fur tribe, possessed innate agility and speed. Furthermore, her soft fur could generate static electricity, a force Logan had witnessed firsthand. Capable of incapacitating opponents and generating enough heat to easily cleave through the hard azure stone ground. These attributes alone placed Becky's inherent capabilities far above those of ordinary individuals. Not to mention her potential to transform into a moon lion, awakening her feral instincts under the full moon's light, significantly enhancing her strength, speed, defense, and even her aura. In the original tale, Gallet, upon transforming, single-handedly halted an entire fleet, aiding the Straw Hat Pirates in their escape. However, due to their inherently volatile nature, members of the fur tribe must undergo rigorous training to harness this power, without proper training to temper their primal urges. They risk losing their sanity and wreaking havoc until they exhaust themselves. Given Becky's youth and lack of maturity, controlling her wild impulses will be quite challenging. Moreover, should she transform into a moon lion, she would likely become hostile towards Logan, making it impossible for him to safely revert her transformation. Thus, Logan had no intention of exposing Becky to such dangerous power. Instead, he focused on enhancing her physical fitness and her static electricity abilities. As he sprinted, Logan conveyed his thoughts to Becky, who had no objections, and informed him that the effectiveness of the fur tribe's static electricity was contingent upon the quantity of their fur and their physical strength. This implied that physical prowess was the foundation of everything. Taking a deep breath, Logan shouted to the little cat, who was momentarily distracted by a crab shell on the beach, "Concentrate. Full speed ahead." "Don T, stop." Becky shivered, quickly focusing her gaze ahead, channeling all her attention into running. In the next moment, her speed increased yet again. Seeing this, Logan suppressed his amusement, cleared his mind of distractions, and pushed himself to run with all his might. He could not be outpaced by a little girl. After more than 2 hours, the two individuals sprinted at full speed from the eastern coast of Yendelik Island to its western shore. On the island's western side, the forest had vanished, replaced by parched, desert-like soil, utterly devoid of vegetation and suffocatingly hot. The sun hung high in the sky, unleashing a terrifying heat that mercilessly scorched the earth. "Meow, I'm done, Becky. I'm so tired, meow. I just want to rest, meow." Becky, drenched in sweat, gazed blankly at the unchanging dry land ahead, her legs trembling as if they would collapse at any moment. Logan fared somewhat better. Yet his condition was hardly any more favorable. "Don't stop. Keep running. You must run until you can no longer move." Logan surged ahead of Becky, turning back to see her faltering form and gritting his teeth. He urged, "Meowki, you promised to protect me from now on. How can you collapse here?" "Meow, meow." Upon hearing Logan's words, Becky jolted as if electrified, suddenly lifting her head and letting out a loud cry. As if a new surge of energy erupted from within her, instantly revitalizing her spirit. Her eyes sparkled with determination, her feet moved like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, she surpassed Logan. Feeling a gust of wind rush past, Logan blinked in bewilderment, watching as Becky sped away ahead of him, and he touched his lips, marveling at her newfound prowess. How effective! Chapter 42. Youth under the setting sun, however. I cannot concede defeat. Logan gritted his teeth and abruptly increased his speed. Thus, after another hour passed, the two finally spotted the ship, the Hilbers in the distance. A weary smile crept on Becky's face as she prepared to dash forward. But her legs suddenly weakened, and she collapsed heavily to the ground, immediately engulfed by a tide of soreness washing over her body. Logan wished to stop and help her, but Becky stopped him, saying, "Becky brother's limit, meow." Logan nodded and continued running past her, but he too was nearing his limit. Sweat and heat rose from his body, forming a thin mist upon his skin. Logan felt as if his legs were leaden, each step requiring the utmost exertion, and every breath rasped like a bellows. Gradually, his movements grew slower, and every muscle quivered under the strain. After 10 minutes, Logan felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. He was like a machine repeating actions, the intense ache numbing his nerves, and his thoughts began to spiral into chaos. Finally, after another 1,000 meters, Logan stumbled, crashing heavily to the ground, his limbs turning weak and heavy. An overwhelming sense of fatigue washing over him. With a slight smile, Logan acknowledged that this was indeed the limit of his current body. Suppressing his exhaustion, Logan moved his fingers and, casting a glance at a red crab basking lazily in the sun, murmured, "Life thief." A surge of verdant life energy flowed into Logan, alleviating a fraction of his fatigue. He staggered to his feet, entered the forest, and leaned against a large tree to activate his ability. The tree withered, and a rich stream of life energy surged into him, transforming into delicate threads of vitality that continuously nourished his weary frame. Leaning against the trunk, Logan closed his eyes in comfort. Letting out a hearty laugh, he could feel his breath rapidly recovering while gradually growing stronger. What a marvelous world this was! With training, one could become stronger. By pushing past limits, one could attain greater strength. In his past life, reckless running only resulted in muscle degeneration, and mindless sword swinging led to tendinitis. Yet in this world, one could become a master of martial arts and swordsmanship. Logan once again felt the allure of the pirate world. Before long, Logan had completely regained his strength, a small amount of life energy dissipating from his body, which made him click his tongue in regret. Life energy was indeed a precious commodity, capable of not only eradicating fatigue, but also healing various injuries. It was akin to a universal remedy. Suddenly, Logan recalled Tsunade's ability in Naruto called the In Seal, a technique for storing chakra. Perhaps he could develop a similar skill to store life energy. This way, regardless of the injuries he sustained, he could rapidly heal using the stored life energy, and perhaps even further develop the 100 heal technique. If that were to happen, Logan would undoubtedly become a nightmare for any adversary. However, before developing this skill, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Logan drained another large tree of its energy, and, with this newfound life force, sprinted towards Becky, after absorbing a considerable portion of the life energy. Becky was revitalized. "Brother, you're amazing, meow," Becky exclaimed, bouncing around Logan gleefully. She could not see the life energy, only noticing Logan waving his hand, after which her body felt incredibly comfortable, all fatigue and soreness vanishing in an instant. Logan smiled, not intending to keep secrets, and straightforwardly explained, "This is the power of the devil fruit. I am the thief who has consumed the stealth fruit, enabling me to steal anything at will. Just now, I stole the life energy from a large tree and transferred it to you." "Wow, that's incredible, meow." Sparkles appeared in Becky's beautiful eyes. Logan chuckled. "Do you wish to eat a devil fruit too?" Becky nodded vigorously. Becky wants to become stronger, so she can protect her brother, meow. "Huh." Logan ruffled her little head and replied, "All right. However, devil fruits are quite difficult to consume, and once eaten, you can no longer swim. So be prepared." Unexpectedly, Becky suddenly furrowed her brows and asked, "If I eat a devil fruit, I won't be able to swim?" Logan scratched her small, delicate nose. Devil fruits are the products of desires that define nature, and thus, they're despised by the mother sea that if a user falls into the sea, they will become powerless. Then Becky wanted to eat it. Meow. "Why not?" Logan inquired, puzzled. "Is it because you can't swim? Do you enjoy swimming?" Becky nodded, her expression serious, as she said, "Brother is a devil fruit user." Meowed if Becky were a devil fruit user as well. Then if brother fell into the sea, Becky wouldn't be able to save him. Meow. Was that the reason? Logan felt a wave of warmth in his heart, yet he still affectionately ruffled the little one's head and teased, "Silly girl. I've never heard of a devil fruit user drowning in the sea." "Better safe than sorry, meow." Becky remained resolute. Logan felt a hint of helplessness and decided to change the subject. "All right, since you're fully revitalized, let us continue training. Speed is your advantage. You must enhance, and enhance again." "Okay, meow." Just as Becky prepared to take off, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Logan, who was getting ready to swing his sword, asking, "Brother, your breathing technique seems a bit different. Meow. Is that also a power of the devil fruit?" "You're quite observant." Logan relaxed his stance and smiled, explaining, "This is a breathing technique that complements swordsmanship, refining the body, conserving energy, and enhancing focus. In short, it's an extremely effective breathing method. Would you like to learn it?" "Yeah." "Becky can learn too, meow." "Of course." Logan stepped in front of Becky and began to explain the intricacies of the divine breathing method. This technique was quite complex, with each breath's duration and depth being of utmost importance. Learning it was no easy feat, too fast, too slow, too deep, too shallow. Every rhythmic breath had to be precisely timed, like the second hand of a clock, where any misstep would lead to a cascade of errors. Logan had swiftly mastered it due to the experience of the old king, while Becky had nothing but Logan's patient guidance. Logan spent 10 minutes thoroughly explaining the breathing technique to Becky and then dedicated another half-hour to correcting her mistakes. Watching Becky, who seemed to have found a new toy as she breathed rhythmically, Logan cautioned, "You should run a lap while breathing. If you feel any discomfort, you must stop immediately because your body structure differs from that of ordinary people. I worry this technique may not be suitable for you." Becky nodded repeatedly. "Becky understands, meow." Then, waving goodbye to Logan, she eagerly took off running. This child. Logan shook his head in exasperation, then arranged his posture and began his sword training for the day. 1 swing, 2 swings. Thanks to the old king's swordsmanship experience, Logan felt as though each focused swing was leading him into a new realm. The exhilarating sensation of ceaseless growth invigorated Logan, as he sensed that his soaring slashes were about to be unleashed. Time slipped away, quietly amidst the boy's relentless swordplay. 3 hours later. 19997. 19998. The beach beneath Logan's feet was drenched with sweat, as if it could be wrung out for water. He tossed his shirt aside, his sculpted physique glistening with perspiration, each muscle contour embodying the beauty of strength. At this moment, Logan's sword strikes had become incredibly arduous, his body reaching its limits. Yet the boy's movements remained impeccably precise, and his gaze sparkled with determination. 19999. Bang! Suddenly, a figure collapsed not far from Logan. It was Becky. Unbeknownst to her, she had circumnavigated the island at full speed, this time surpassing her previous distance. Logan remained unfazed, his focus unwavering as he executed his final strike. 20,000. Boom! Logan could no longer sustain himself, his body toppling backward to lie on the sand. He tilted his head and met the gaze of another equally weary figure. They exchanged a glance, simultaneously revealing exhausted yet joyful smiles. After resting for a while, Logan propped himself up with his sword and ventured into the nearby forest to procure 2 orbs of life energy. One for himself, and one for Beachy. As his body gradually healed, he reveled in the sensation akin to a luxurious massage. Especially after the fatigue faded, the unmistakable feeling of his body growing stronger was exhilarating. Logan looked up at the sky. The sun had tilted slightly towards the west, but he affectionately ruffled Becky's hair and said with a smile, "Let's prepare a meal," although the life energy had replenished the lost vitality within his cells, rendering him not particularly hungry. The ritual of 3 meals a day was essential to life and could not be neglected. After listening to Logan's explanation, Becky joyfully entered the kitchen. After an eager wait, a plate of delicious salt-grilled mackerel was served on the dining table. The slender silver fish bore brown char marks, with several slashes made by a knife revealing the white flesh underneath. Exuding the unique aroma of fish oil after being grilled, Logan's appetite was piqued, and he eagerly reached for his chopsticks. The fish meat easily separated from the bones, and, as it entered his mouth, a burst of flavor erupted. "Brother, squeezing some lime juice on the mackerel and pairing it with radish puree will make it even tastier. You should also try adding a bit of soy sauce on the side," Becky suggested, giggling as she demonstrated. Completely captivated by the culinary delight, Logan mimicked Becky, squeezing juice over the fish, adding the vegetable puree, and drizzling soy sauce on top. The black liquid flowed from the bottle, gradually staining the white vegetable and spreading across the silver fish. Logan gently picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, then was left astounded, speechless. Wow, this is even more delicious than before. The rich, oily flesh of the mackerel combined with the fragrant skin, paired with the tart lime juice and slightly bitter radish puree, along with the uniquely flavored soy sauce, transformed the mackerel into an entirely different dish. Logan's eyes sparkled, his appetite soaring, devouring the meal with gusto. Though his stomach was not particularly hungry, he simply craved more. After a whirlwind of feasting, Logan patted his belly and declared, "Nap time. We'll rise after 2:30. Okay, meow." In the afternoon, the duo's training was refreshingly simple. Logan continued to swing his sword 20,000 times, while Becky sped around the island. Around 6 o'clock, both Logan and Becky fully recovered under the radiance of life energy. Next came the celebration of a day's training. Logan smiled. "Let us run, young one." As the sun dipped below the horizon, their youthful fervor was in full swing. Chapter 43. Soaring Slash. Time spent in focused concentration always flies by. And in the blink of an eye, a week had slipped away unnoticed. "Brother, lunch is ready, meow." Becky, adorned with a chef's hat, stood at the bow of the ship, raising her small hand and calling out energetically to Logan, who was wielding his sword by the beach. Beads of sweat rolled down his face as he completed his final strike with utmost precision. Wiping his brow, he grabbed his clothes from the sand and walked towards the Hilby's ship. Logan gazed at Becky, who had noticeably grown taller, a knowing smile creeping across his lips. In just 1 week, this little one had undergone significant changes, not only in height but also in strength. A week ago, Becky required over 3 hours to complete a lap around the island, returning exhausted and spent. Yet now, she had remarkably compressed the time to under 2 hours, finishing with laughter and chatter. This was not merely a change in speed. It was a comprehensive enhancement of her physique, evidenced by the nearly doubled amount of static electricity she could now generate. This little one had indeed grown stronger. Of course, Logan's prowess had also seen a meteoric rise. His lap around the island now took less than 2 hours, and his focus sword swings had increased to an astounding 30,000 times over 3 hours. More tangibly, his strength had escalated from lifting several thousand pounds to effortlessly hoisting several tons. Beyond physical prowess, his devil fruit abilities, Conqueror-S Haki, and swordsmanship had all seen substantial improvements. Notably, Logan had reduced the activation time of his life theft ability from 3 seconds to 1, allowing him to accurately steal an appropriate amount of life energy based on his own depletion. However, he still had no inkling on how to develop the advanced techniques of the 6 powers, particularly the life restoration-S shadow sealing direction, nor had his fruit's effective range surpassed 30 centimeters. Yet the advancements in his Conqueror-S Haki had been a delightful surprise. Throughout the week, alongside basic training such as running laps and sword swinging, Logan had ventured into the forest daily to unleash his Conqueror's Haki upon wild beasts. Now, he not only skillfully controlled the intensity and range of his Haki, but could also choose the targets for his Conqueror-S Haki, achieving precise strikes. Undoubtedly, this was proof of his entry into advanced Conqueror's Haki. In contrast, the progress in his swordsmanship was somewhat disappointing. While he had seamlessly integrated the various ordinary sword techniques recorded in the Shinto Raimen style and could effortlessly employ them in combat, the soaring slash still eluded him. A week ago, Logan felt he had brushed against that threshold, yet now he remained on the outside looking in, driving him nearly to madness. For days, Logan had experienced an intense urge for a thrilling battle. Mere experience was insufficient. The daily grind of training was not enough. Only a fight that could exert pressure upon him could propel him further. Unfortunately, on this island, Logan found no opponent capable of challenging him. Becky was not an option, and neither were the beasts. The once mighty ruler of the island, a towering gorilla over 10 meters tall, had been slain by the old king. God knows how heartbroken Logan felt upon first encountering the corpse of that gorilla. He yearned to ask the old king why he hadn't left the gorilla for him. It would have made for such a splendid adversary. Each time he thought of this, a pang of sadness washed over him, leaving even his food less appetizing. Becky, witnessing Logan's disinterest, felt equally downcast, lamenting her own lack of strength to assist her brother. Not daring to disturb the sorrowful Logan, the little one wandered to the stern of the ship, lost in contemplation of the scenery. Suddenly, a small dark figure appeared on the horizon, abruptly breaking into Becky's aimless gaze. Becky paused for a moment, rubbed her eyes, and upon recognizing the silhouette, her little ears perked up excitedly. Logan twitched his ears and looked up to see Becky scampering from the stern towards him, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Brother, there's a ship! A ship! Meow!" Still dazed, Logan asked, "What ship?" "The ship from the Joshi Kingdom." "Meow." Becky's eyes sparkled as her soft tail wagged. "Brother, if you seek a challenge, they will surely fulfill your wish, meow." Upon hearing this, Logan immediately set down his chopsticks, rising to gaze out at the sea, a fierce battle spirit igniting within his eyes. Finally, it had arrived. In the distance, aboard the Joshi Kingdom's black warship, the vice-captain of the Royal Guard scratched his head, casting an impatient glance at the middle-aged man standing at the bow of the ship. "Captain, how could those 4 prodigies possibly encounter trouble on such a deserted island? They are undoubtedly engaged in a hunting game." The guard captain turned back to shoot him a cold glare, his expression stern. "As a guard, your foremost duty is to execute orders without entertaining unnecessary thoughts." The vice-captain let out a disdainful snort and turned to gaze at the azure sea. At that moment, a guard glanced at the captain, then sidled up to the vice-captain, donning a face full of ingratiating smiles as he whispered, "Vice-captain, I heard that it was the princess who implored His Majesty the King to bring Lord Lucy back immediately." Oh, a fervent curiosity ignited in the vice-captain's eyes. Just as he was about to inquire further, the lookout suddenly shouted, "Captain, I have spotted the Duke Rider's vessel, the Hilbys, but there are no 4 lords aboard." only two unfamiliar individuals. The captain's expression hardened as he seized the telescope from the guard beside him, his face darkening instantly. That cat is a slave bestowed by His Majesty the King, and that youth is clad in Lord Lucy's attire? Scoundrels, prepare for battle. The four lords may have been kidnapped. With a swift motion, the captain drew his sword and bellowed. The vice-captain, caught off guard, only reacted when the guard next to him also unsheathed his weapon, prompting him to hastily draw his own sword. Standing beside the captain, the vice-captain was still overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity. They were the kingdom's prodigies. What kind of formidable adversary could have abducted them? The captain remained silent, tossing the telescope to him. Through the lens, the vice-captain discerned Logan's figure, exclaiming in astonishment, "So young! Surely he must have employed some nefarious means?" The captain retorted coldly, "Do not let your guard down. Regardless of his methods, ensuring the safety of the four lords is our duty." His voice resonated, intended for all aboard. The crew responded in unison. Aye. As the two vessels drew closer, Logan could easily perceive the captain's stern visage. 1, 2, 3, 14, 22. Becky diligently counted the number of foes aboard the enemy ship before raising her head to declare, 26 people, meow. Brother, they're the Royal Guard, meow. This time, nearly a quarter has come, meow. You must be cautious. Meow. Are they strong? Logan licked his lips, his eyes narrowing sharply, an overwhelming aura of intimidation emanating from him like a tempest sweeping across the enemy ship. Thud! 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 The guards aboard the enemy vessel fell like wheat being cut down. With only a handful remaining conscious, Becky's mouth fell agape in astonishment, wide enough to fit an egg. Until now, Logan had strategically unleashed his intimidating aura far from Becky to avoid collateral damage, making this her first encounter with its sheer power. While she was awestruck, the enemy ship was gripped by terror. The vice-captain felt as if stars were exploding in his vision. His head throbbed as if struck by a heavy hammer, and he stumbled, desperately leaning on his sword as he collapsed onto the deck. The captain glanced back, realizing he was the only one still standing on the ship. Cold sweat broke forth as the captain's muscles tensed. Gripping the hilt of his sword as he roared at Logan, "Scoundrel! What have you done to my men?" Logan fixed his gaze on the captain, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination, in the face of adversity. Only the truly worthy would withstand his might. If the captain could not endure his intimidating presence, he was unworthy of a duel. Yet now, the middle-aged captain evidently possessed the qualifications to engage him. Logan leapt from the ship, striding onto the shore, slowly unsheathing his icy blade, its edge pointed menacingly at the captain. "Come and fight." The captain cast a glance at the half-kneeling vice-captain, whose eyes reflected sheer terror. "Scoundrel!" The captain cursed, discarding his scabbard. His legs coiled like springs as he leapt from the warship, wading through the sea towards Logan with deliberate steps. With each step, his fury intensified. "Arrogant wretch, I care not what sorcery you wield. Having provoked the kingdom of Josie, you shall face the consequences." Logan smirked. "I welcome it." Becky hurried to the ship's bow, her beautiful eyes fixated on the standoff between the two. Battle was imminent. The captain struck first, his foot slipping forward as he charged, delivering a horizontal slash aimed at Logan's waist. Logan's eyes narrowed, raising his sword to block. Clang! The sound of clashing steel erupted. Logan stepped back, while the captain held his ground. In terms of strength, the captain held the advantage. Logan's body bent slightly, his gaze towards the captain ablaze with fervor. He sensed that the breakthrough in his swordsmanship lay within this battle. "Wretched boy, prepare to perish." The captain's forehead bulged with veins, his grip tightening on the hilt as he lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air, producing a sharp whistle. Logan's pupils constricted, quickly grounding himself, his feet anchoring as he executed a counterattack with a fierce thrust. Bang! A deafening crash reverberated across the shore. The captain was forced back several steps by the rebound, while Logan was sent hurtling into the sandy beach. Watching from the sidelines, Becky gasped, her tiny fists clenched in concern. Yet she did not rush down, for she understood that this was the battle Logan had long anticipated, one that permitted no interference. An extraordinary technique that could deflect my attack. The captain gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the fallen warrior on the beach. His earlier fury waned slightly, replaced by a profound vigilance. As a peal of manic laughter echoed, Logan suddenly sprang up from the ground, his long sword slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. The captain's eyes narrowed, raising his blade to intercept, yet the tremor in his hands revealed a hint of trepidation. Suddenly, Logan smiled, unleashing a flurry of strikes like a tempest. The captain found himself increasingly overwhelmed, as if Logan had transformed into an entirely different fighter after having his head buried in the sand for a moment. With every passing second, his swordsmanship sharpened. Each blow became more formidable than the last. Was this fellow a monster? Finally, after being forced back once more by Logan's relentless assault, the captain observed the gash on his palm, his expression turning grim. "No, if this continues, I shall perish." The captain steeled his resolve, gripping his sword with unwavering determination, unleashing a series of strikes that sliced through the air with deadly precision. For a time, Logan found himself on the defensive. Yet he was smiling. The final barrier to becoming a swordsman of renown was within reach. Each subsequent strike was a challenge to that boundary. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 43 strikes. The captain's heart raced as the intensity of their exchanges escalated. He felt the pressure mounting with each clash, and after 50 strikes, the middle-aged warrior was once again forced into a defensive stance. Logan's lips curled into a radiant smile, his white teeth shimmering with lethal intent. Now, it was his moment to attack. The blade danced like lightning, swift as the wind, its brilliance illuminating the space, and the intent behind it was chilling, a force to be reckoned with. Gradually, Logan sensed that the sword had transcended its mere form, becoming an extension of his arm, an unfamiliar sensation swelling within him as if he had stepped into a new realm. The wisdom imparted by the old king transformed into nourishment, a novel understanding blossoming within him. The seeds buried deep breaking through the surface, reaching for the sky like an immense tree. Logan's eyes sparkled with unprecedented clarity. It is coming. The long blade rose high, its radiant glow coalescing, and at last, he swung down. A dragon's roar echoed. Divine path, dragon's fury, 100 blades, soar. Chapter 44. The Island Current. Alarm bells rang in the captain's mind as he suddenly looked up. The dragon-shaped blade shone like lightning erupting from the void, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, leaving a searing imprint on his retina. The captain was aghast, his soul chilling with fear. He had no time to flee. In that critical moment, the captain barely managed to cross his sword before him, tensing every muscle in his body, hoping to withstand the onslaught. The next instant, judgment has arrived. Boom! Crack! In the wake of such a close-range strike, the captain was sent flying. The blade sliced through his garments, tore into his flesh, and shattered his cherished sword, casting him into the sea in a most disgraceful manner. Blood began to spread, staining the surface of the water crimson. Logan exhaled deeply, barely concealing his excitement. "Brother, you are incredible, meow." Becky leaped from the bow of the ship, joyfully launching herself into Logan's embrace. Logan affectionately ruffled her hair, gently saying, "I'm sorry for causing you worry these past few days. Meow, meow." Becky shook her head vigorously, burying her little face in Logan's chest, stifling her laughter. Huh. Logan's gaze shifted towards the place where the captain had fallen, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This guy still has some awareness? Logan took Becky's hand, heading towards the spot, looking down at the blood-soaked captain from above. "I will not kill you. Return and inform your king not to set foot on this island again." Ew. The captain, disregarding the blood smeared across his face, looked up in horror at Logan's extraordinarily youthful visage. "Who on earth are you?" "You need not know," Logan stated, stepping forward, swiftly hooking his foot to toss the captain's body towards the black warship. Whoosh! Bang! The captain's unerring strike landed squarely upon the head of the dazed vice-captain, who was kneeling on the ground. The vice-captain immediately rolled his eyes and lost consciousness, while the captain, racked by excruciating pain, vomited a copious amount of blood and collapsed onto the deck. "You bastard!" The captain roared in fury at Logan. Ignoring him, Logan leisurely took a seat at the dining table aboard the Hilbys and resumed his unfinished lunch. "Bastard!" Witnessing this scene, the captain was overwhelmed by an immense sense of humiliation and helplessness. However, With no other option, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through his body as he prepared to set sail. Resolute in his determination to return to the kingdom of Josie and report everything that had transpired here to the king. Yet just as his hand grasped the helm, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The sky suddenly darkened without warning. As if night had descended prematurely, the sun vanished, and a shroud of darkness enveloped the earth. Furthermore, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the island. This was soon followed by a series of cracking sounds. As a towering cloud of dust and debris ascended from the heart of the forest, the sound of massive trees collapsing echoed from afar, and numerous animals fled the woods in a frantic panic. It was akin to the apocalypse. The captain was rendered speechless by the spectacle before him, frozen in place. Logan also set down his chopsticks, gazing towards the center of the island with a frown. An earthquake? Just as Logan formed this conjecture, the vessel beneath him began to sway without warning. No, it was not the ship. Logan looked out at the sea, only to witness the once calm surface of the water violently agitated, bubbles rising and frothing as if on the verge of boiling. In fear, Becky clutched Logan's arm, whispering, "Brother." Logan rose from his chair, soothingly ruffling Becky's hair. The sudden abnormality of the island and sea left him uncertain of what was happening. Yet he understood that they could not remain here. His first thought was to escape this perilous sea. But when he turned to look at the ocean, he discovered an array of whirlpools. Both large and small had inexplicably appeared on the surface, posing an extraordinary danger. The captain and his warship were suddenly caught at the edge of a massive whirlpool stretching a kilometer wide, its gravitational pull relentlessly dragging the ship toward the abyss below. Ignoring his injuries, the captain hurled himself against the helm, straining with all his might to resist the whirlpool's force, but to little avail. Veins bulging on his arms, he suddenly lifted his head to look at Logan, his eyes bloodshot. "Save me! I beg you!" Logan cast a glance his way, seized Becky's hand, and leaped from the Hilbies, charging toward the far side of the island. The sea was no longer safe. Their only escape route had been blocked, and the only sliver of hope lay in reaching the island. As Logan rushed into the forest with Becky, he observed that all living creatures were desperately fleeing toward the opposite end of the island. Animals possess a keen awareness of death, and Logan knew that following them would be a wise choice. Yet within a minute, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Numerous animals toppled over as balance was abruptly lost, and Logan quickly secured himself against a sturdy tree, shielding Becky in his embrace. The little one nestled in his arms, suppressing her fear, widened her eyes to take in the chaotic landscape around them. Logan clutched the tree tightly, his brows furrowing as he cursed, "Damn it, what in the world is happening?" As if in response to Logan's lament, a resounding boom erupted from the distant sea, prompting both of them to turn sharply. They beheld a colossal column of water, over 1,000 meters wide, surging skyward, infused with tremendous energy, piercing the heavens like a radiant beam. Faintly, atop the ascending water, a small black that was visible. A flash of insight struck Logan, and his entire body bristled as if electrified. With wide eyes, he murmured in disbelief, "No, it can't be, it can't be. This is an ascending current. How could such a phenomenon occur here?" In the original narrative, the peculiar climate of the Gaia Island Sea was attributed to the presence of a cavernous void deeper than the seabed itself, giving rise to such extraordinary weather. How could this be happening here? A wave of absurdity washed over Logan. Wait a moment, the darkened sky, the island's fissures, the ascending current, Gaia Island. All these events coalesced in his mind, giving rise to an even more terrifying thought. However, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest, and in the next instant, Logan's greatest dread materialized with a series of deafening cracks. The pent-up currents beneath the island erupted with tremendous force, the sound akin to a nuclear explosion, as vast portions of the forested island were launched skyward. The ground trembled, vegetation cried out in despair, and dark fissures spread rapidly like a spider's web. Logan hastily pulled Becky down, lowering their center of gravity while keeping his gaze forward. Through the gaps in the toppled trees, Logan glimpsed the island ascending into the sky. With an enormous, explosive ascending current surging beneath it, Such a sight was likely witnessed only by the Sandian people 4 centuries ago. A bitter smile crept onto Logan's face, his humor a mere defense against the dire situation. Becky was left awestruck by the spectacle. Lying on the ground with her mouth agape, speechless, soon, the island, propelled by the ascending current, burst forth into the White Sea, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness flooded Logan's being. At an altitude of 7,000 meters above sea level, the White Sea was composed entirely of sea clouds and the effective factors within the sea stone, keratin particles known as pyrobroin, rendered it capable of nullifying the powers of those with abilities. Fortunately, the momentum of the ascending current was fierce, propelling the island through the White Sea in mere seconds, charging toward the lofty heights of the White Sea in the blink of an eye. They covered 3,000 meters, and with a resounding splash, Logan opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in a world of white. After a brief period of swaying, the island of Gundrik stabilized. Gently cradled by the soft island clouds, a large, plump rabbit stumbled groggily from the underbrush, collided with a tree trunk, and then, dazed, stumbled drunkenly into a nearby fissure. Logan leaned over the edge of the fissure to take a peek. Discovering the rabbit comfortably asleep atop the soft island clouds, the corners of Logan's mouth twitched slightly. Instead of standing up immediately, he adapted to the thin air at such a high altitude. Once he felt ready to move normally, Logan stood up, dusted himself off, and then pulled Becky to her feet. To his surprise, she seemed to acclimate even better than he did, showing no signs of discomfort in the thin air. Brother, Becky looked up, her little face filled with disbelief as she asked, "Where are we, meow?" "In the sky." Logan paused before adding, 10,000 meters up." The little one nodded in astonishment, thoroughly stunned by the reality before her. Sighing, Logan took Becky's hand and began to walk toward the edge of the forest. The world is vast and full of wonders. Throughout billions of years of evolution, nature has given rise to two unique types of clouds: island clouds and sea clouds. Both are formed from the combination of volcanic ash and water molecules, differing only in density. Island clouds and sea clouds comprise the White Sea and the White Sea, nurturing a unique sky island culture above. As Logan and Becky reached the highest point of this half of Gundrik Island, he gazed out at the landscape, taking in the entire island, but beyond its edge, there was no sight of the azure sea. Instead, a sea of white clouds stretched endlessly. Logan surveyed the area, finding it all a brilliant white, resembling a pure heavenly realm, devoid of any other color. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he pondered whether this was merely a desolate sky island. The pirate world is vast, and it is unlikely that only the few sky islands mentioned in the original narrative exist, leading Logan to believe he was on a sky island not featured in the plot. After examining the area and confirming the absence of any sky island inhabitants, he felt a mix of disappointment and relief. He stepped on the solid ground beneath him, glancing back at the lush forest, contemplating. This half of Gundrik Island is not inferior to the sacred Apaya in the original narrative. If there were truly sky islanders here, such a sizable piece of land would undoubtedly incite war. If a conflict were to erupt, Logan feared that he and Becky might be deemed heretics and face dire consequences. "Brother, look over there, meow." As Logan surveyed the distance, Becky gradually emerged from her shock, mimicking Logan's curiosity as she scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted something unusual. Chapter 45. Targeting the White Sea, Logan formed a circular frame with his hands and placed it before his eyes. Following Becky's gaze to discover a vessel on the beach. "Is that a ship? The Hilbies?" he asked uncertainly. Becky nodded. "It should be meow." A smile of joy spread across Logan's face as he exclaimed, "Wonderful, with a ship. We won't be trapped here." Although the island, thrust up by the rising currents, is replete with resources sufficient to sustain their lives without concern for food or clothing, Logan harbors no intention of living like a savage here for eternity. His true aspirations lie in Qinghai, the battleground where he yearns to conquer. Hand in hand with Becky, he traverses the forest, soon arriving before the vessel known as the Hilbies. However, with great hope comes profound disappointment. The ship is indeed the one they sought, yet it is only half intact. The Hilbies is split in two, its rear section vanished without a trace, and the mast lost to the ether. Moreover, The hull, stranded on the beach, is in tatters, with the deck splintered and a scene of utter chaos. The figurehead has lost its head, rendering it a pitiable sight. Becky, filled with sorrow, calls out and rushes into the ship. Before long, she emerges, a pile of kitchenware precariously balanced atop her head, breathlessly informing Logan, "Brother, the storage is gone." Logan can only smile wryly. It's all right. The forest is abundant with food, with her lips pressed tightly together. Becky, on the verge of tears, replies, "But Becky can only cook fish." Logan bursts into hearty laughter, gesturing towards the vast, white sea before them. "Fish? There is certainly no shortage of that here," turning her head in the direction of Logan's arm. Becky nearly loses her balance as the kitchenware threatens to topple. She gazes at the ocean, entirely composed of clouds, and questions in wonder, are there fish in the clouds? Indeed, Logan chuckles, for this sea is home to a peculiar species known as skyfish. And their flavor is exquisite. He playfully flicks Becky's forehead, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Becky's eyes sparkle with admiration as she gazes up at Logan. "Brother, you are so amazing, knowing even the secrets of the sky." She refrains from asking how he possesses such knowledge, simply reveling in his wisdom. Logan smiles gently, stepping forward to inspect the damage to the Hilbies. After 10 minutes, he stands at the bow, his brow furrowed. The ship is damaged beyond repair, especially considering only half remains. However, having absorbed old Dallas maritime and shipbuilding techniques, Logan muses that, while he may not be an expert, he could perhaps transform this half-ship into a small vessel with some effort. Yet, a man cannot concede defeat, and Logan quickly reinforces his resolve. The primary task for the coming days will be to construct a new small boat. Fortunately, most of the tools for ship repair remain, sparing him the burden of starting from scratch. With his mind made up, Logan leaps from the ship and approaches the curious Becky. He gathers the kitchenware from her head and shares his plan in a few brief words. Then affectionately ruffles her soft, warm hair. "We'll condense our training for the next few days, and once the small boat is built, I'll take you fishing for sky fish." Becky's eyes light up, and she nods vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. In the ensuing hours, Logan and Becky dismantle the remaining rooms on the ship, assembling them into a quaint 2-story cottage. By the time they complete this task, the sun has dipped low, retreating into the white sea, casting a golden-red hue across the vast expanse of clouds. As Logan hammers in the final nail, he gazes at Becky, who is joyfully bouncing amidst a cluster of island clouds, a smile reminiscent of a proud father. "Brother, this cloud is so comfortable. It's even softer than the cotton dried in the sunshine." Becky calls out, waving to Logan, "Come play too. It's so much fun." Logan, feeling a surge of joy, sets aside his hammer and approaches. "I'm coming." Suddenly, the blissful moments slip away as night falls unexpectedly upon them. Logan, patting his empty stomach, inquires, "Is there any food left on the ship?" Becky sticks out her tongue, her small face a picture of disappointment. "Not a single morsel is left." "Ah, I see." Logan muses, tapping his head before a sudden idea strikes him. He strides into the forest and soon returns, shouldering a smooth wooden stick and dragging a small, unconscious wild boar behind him. Becky tilts her head in confusion. "Brother, what are you doing?" With a mysterious smile, Logan replies, "You'll see shortly." He then retrieves a sturdy rope used for raising sails, tying one end to the stick and the other to the small boar. Thus, an exceedingly rudimentary fishing rod is fashioned. Logan hefts the makeshift rod and, under Becky's eager gaze, wades into the sea until the water reaches his calves. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully casts the boar bait into the water. In a miraculous moment, as the boar soars through the air, the tranquil sea begins to ripple, and just as the boar touches the water, a massive maw bursts forth, snapping shut around the boar. Logan's gaze sharpens, his willpower radiating like a heavy hammer striking the sky fish. The creature, overwhelmed by the sudden force, rolls its eyes back and faints, its mouth instinctively opening wide. Seizing the opportunity, Logan yanks with all his might, pulling a gigantic flat sky fish over 10 meters long from the depths of the ocean. Grinning widely, he hauls the hefty creature ashore and strides towards Becky. Upon seeing such a colossal fish, her eyes shine brighter than the stars above. and she dances around the massive sky fish with uncontained excitement, as if she has discovered a long-awaited treasure. "Kalukyu!" Becky exclaims, leaping high into Logan's arms, wrapping her tiny arms around his neck, her delicate face nuzzling against his cheek. Logan chuckles, lightly tapping her head. "This is your first time expressing affection in the way of the fur tribes. All for a fish." He elongates the last word playfully. Becky's cheeks flush, clearly catching the double meaning in Logan's words. The little one, filled with embarrassment, continues to nuzzle against Logan's face. "Oh dear, Becky forgot. I was too excited to remember the fur tribe's etiquette. Please don't be mad. Kalukyu, Kalukyu, Kalukyu," as Becky dances in delight. Logan feels as though his cheeks might catch fire. He hastily pushes her face away and gently sets her down. Her tiny form becomes as pliable as a cat, a testament to the notion that indeed, cats are made of liquid, soft, and yielding in every direction. Once Becky is settled, Logan rubs his slightly flushed cheeks and playfully scolds. "All right, enough of the cuteness. Use your culinary skills to delight me, young lady." He points emphatically at the sky fish on the beach. "Of course," Becky responds enthusiastically, dashing into the makeshift kitchen. Moments later, she emerges fully equipped, brimming with confidence, resembling a general preparing for battle. This is Becky's culinary crusade. With knives clashing, Becky launches an impassioned assault in the kitchen. Logan chuckles, his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely sauntering toward the large, fluffy island cloud. The cloud retains the warmth of the sun, enveloping him in a cocoon of comfort that lulls him towards slumber. Over an hour later, Logan feels a gentle nudging, and in his sleepy haze, he rubs his drowsy eyes, mumbling, "Dinner is ready." Becky chirps playfully, her fluffy white tail brushing against Logan's nose. "Achoo!" Logan sneezes, the tickle clearing his sinuses. And an enticing aroma wafts through the air, enveloping him in a tantalizing embrace. Like a puppet pulled by strings, he follows the scent, drawn towards a grand feast of fish laid out before him. Sashimi, steamed, spicy, grilled, and pepper-salted, an array of delectable dishes. Logan swallows hard, his stomach betraying him with a resounding growl. Becky giggles, gracefully gesturing for him to indulge. "Why, esteemed brother, please enjoy to your heart's content," she declares, a playful lilt in her voice. "I shan't hold back," Logan exclaims, his eyes alight with anticipation as he transforms into a voracious gourmand, diving into the feast. What is this flavor? It is entirely unlike any ordinary fish. It is simply indescribable. Absolutely divine. Becky sat on the other side, having finished her meal early, her small hand propping up her chin, a blissful expression illuminating her face as she gazed at Logan, who was devouring his food. In the days that followed, amidst their basic training, Logan took Becky along to transform the little vessel, the hill beast. Finally, one afternoon, as Logan turned the wrench in his hand, he looked at the small boat. Barely 7 or 8 meters long, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips that I end this life in the last. It was the first time he had crafted such a substantial piece of handiwork. Truly a moment worth commemorating. Becky removed the mechanic's cap and glanced at the somewhat crooked lines of the boat, a glimmer of uncontainable joy flickering in her sparkling eyes. However, this joy turned into radiant starlight upon seeing the white cat perched at the bow of the boat. "There's still plenty of time, meow," Becky exclaimed as she took small steps onto the boat, pointing at the sun, her little face seemingly brimming with anticipation. Logan chuckled, tossed aside the wrench, and gracefully leaped onto the deck. He then turned the helm, shifting the boat's direction. Destination: the White Sea. Set sail. Becky, filled with exuberance, sprang up to raise the white sail. The wind filled the sails, and under Logan's skilled guidance, the small boat sped swiftly into the depths of the cloud sea. In the ensuing chapter of their adventure, titled Mechanical Wilderness, the uncharted expanse of the White Sea revealed its abundant resources. Within mere hours, the small boat trailed behind a haul of over a dozen massive and diverse spoils. Though the vessel's speed decreased significantly, Logan found solace in Becky's infectious excitement. The boat leisurely glided across the boundless cloud sea, enveloped in swirling mists, evoking a sense of drifting through a fairyland. "Brother, look over there, meow." Suddenly, Becky's bright eyes spotted a unique color amidst the overwhelming white, and she eagerly shook Logan's arm. Following her gaze, Logan's expression shifted with surprise as a dim color appeared on the horizon. It was an island, not a cloud of white island mist, but rather a land mass of gray-black soil. Logan and Becky exchanged glances, both capturing a spark of astonishment in each other's eyes. Cloudy Ridge was not an anomaly. There were other islands similarly swept here by the rising currents. Logan hummed a cheerful tune, steering the boat towards this new land. Approximately half an hour later, they approached the shore. Becky leapt ashore with glee, followed closely by Logan, who dropped the anchor. Their curious gazes surveyed this new territory. To their surprise, it was rather desolate. The entire land bore a rigid, grayish hue, while the white island mist flowed like a river, revealing scant vegetation no taller than half a meter. Only sparse weeds stretched from beneath their feet to the horizon. Logan frowned, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. Logically, the keratin particles in the island mist were rich in nutrients, possessing the miraculous power to magnify flora and fauna. It should not be so barren. Becky, noticing the lifeless landscape, wrinkled her nose in distaste, stamped her foot, and remarked, "The ground here is so hard, much harder than where we are, meow." The ground? Logan crouched curiously, lightly touching the earth. Sensing something unusual, he brushed aside a thin layer of soil, revealing a hard, grayish surface that lay exposed before him. "What is this?" A flicker of doubt crossed Logan's eyes as he gently tapped it twice, producing a dull sound reminiscent of metal. Becky inquired with curiosity. "Brother, what's wrong, meow?" Logan remained silent, standing upright to draw his long knife, thrusting the blade forcefully downward. The anticipated ease of slicing through the ground did not occur. The knife tip met the surface with a clang, producing a spark that vanished instantaneously, leaving not a single dent in the ground. Shocked, Becky covered her mouth. She knew well how sharp Logan's knife was. The once yielding stone ground seemed as fragile as tofu before it. Yet now, it was an unexpected situation. "What is this ground, meow?" Becky knelt down, placing her palm on the earth, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. "Iron, meow." Logan shook his head. "It's a metal even harder than iron. My knife can slice through iron. Harder than iron, meow." Becky squatted on the ground, her gaze drifting to the distant horizon, her voice filled with bewilderment. "What is this island?" Logan took a few steps forward, a sense of adventure swelling within him as he grasped the knife's hilt, grinning, a metal lump drifting in the sky. "Doesn't that sound intriguing?" Becky stood behind Logan, her small fists clenched in eagerness. "Meow, meow." Logan turned back, ruffling her hair, and cautioned, "Stay behind me. Don't wander off." Becky nodded obediently. Rather than recklessly plunging into the unknown depths of the island, it was wiser to first ascertain the extent of its periphery. With this thought in mind, the pair chose a clockwise direction to circumnavigate the island. Before long, a derelict warship beached on the shore came into view. The vessel was painted black, its tattered flag drooping helplessly from the broken stern. And the hull was dotted with countless small eyes. Sunlight filtered through from the other side, casting a myriad of white spots upon the sandy beach. Becky's expression turned serious as she cautioned, "That's their ship." Logan grunted in acknowledgement, yet showed little reaction. Just then, a glimpse of stark white caught his eye, emerging from the rear of the ship. It appeared to be. As he drew closer, every muscle in Logan's body tensed. It was a fragment of human bone. Becky, startled, darted behind Logan, her ears standing erect, as if sensing an impending threat. Logan circled to the other side of the ship, his expression darkening. There lay scattered remnants of human bones, blackened and sparse upon the desolate beach. Each bone was similarly covered with countless dark spots, eerie and terrifying, whispering in unspoken horror. Becky's pupils trembled as she clutched Logan's clothing tightly, her voice quivering. The rest of her words faltered into silence. Logan surveyed the ship's hull, clearly showing signs of violent destruction, and glanced at the tattered remnants of fabric clinging to the bones. Despite his rational mind resisting, he couldn't help but nod stiffly, dryly stating, "It must have been them. But what force could turn them into mere bones in just a few days? What were these little black spots?" This island, indeed, held great terror. At that moment, a sudden buzzing erupted, resonating from all directions. Logan quickly scanned the surroundings, but saw nothing. Just then, Becky noticed the ground beneath them trembling slightly and urgently tugged at Logan's sleeve. "It's beneath us, meow." Reacting swiftly, Logan grabbed Becky and leaped to the top of the warship, brandishing his knife downward, his gaze fierce as he fixated on the quivering earth, encouraged by Logan's composed demeanor. Becky briefly overcame her fear and recalled the training they had undergone over the past few days, mustering immense courage to release her grip on his sleeve. She turned, positioning herself back-to-back with Logan, extending her claws into a battle stance, arcs of electricity dancing across her pristine fur. Sensing the change in the crew behind him, Logan smiled with satisfaction. Yet in the next moment, a sudden shift occurred. A mass of black mist surged from the ground, rising into the air like a dark veil, enveloping the warship. In the dim light, Logan finally discerned the true form of their assailants. Bees. This was a swarm of bees. Each no larger than a fingernail, their bodies dark, compound eyes glowing red, and two pairs of wings vibrating at an imperceptible speed, producing a sharp buzzing sound. Their elongated bodies bore raised stingers glimmering with a metallic sheen. Under the gaze of thousands of those blood-red eyes, with countless stingers aimed directly at them, Logan couldn't help but swallow hard, his heart racing. Becky was even more terrified, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She had clearly seen that this swarm had emerged from the ground that even Logan's knife couldn't dent, seemed as fragile as paper against the stingers of these bees. Becky could not fathom the sensation of such sharp instruments piercing her body. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck her as she glanced at the bones covered in those dark spots. Before she could finish her thought, the swarm launched their assault. Buzzing, the swarm dove down like lightning, their stingers slicing through the air, producing a shrill whine. Logan's heart tightened as a flash of white light erupted. He raised his arm, and the icy pulse summoned a blue-white slash to meet the oncoming attack of the swarm. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless sound of metal clashing filled the air as slashes met poisonous stings, igniting brilliant flashes amidst the chaos. The swarm, startled, hastily vacated a wide berth. Seizing the opportunity, Logan swiftly reached back, grasping the weakened form of Becky, and leaped off the battle vessel, sprinting frantically towards the direction of their small boat. What a joke. How could he possibly remain here as a target? He was no fool. The small hole in the ship and the dark spots on the human bones were undoubtedly the work of those venomous stings. Such terrifying penetration power, coupled with an unknown toxin. Should he be struck even once, it would spell doom. He could not afford to be hit even a single time. After sprinting several dozen meters, the swarm finally reacted, realizing that the enemy that had caused them such panic was fleeing. Enraged, the swarm buzzed angrily as they pursued Logan. The dark clouds surged like lightning, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. A warning blared behind Logan, and instinctively, he dodged to the side just as a bolt of lightning struck. A barrage of venomous needles grazed his body, piercing the ground beneath him like a sieve. Becky, watching in terror, quickly shut her eyes tightly and clung desperately to her brother's waist. Though Logan did not witness the destructive force of that lightning, Becky's actions tightened his heart. Under the pressure, his speed increased once more. Yet, despair loomed as the swarm's velocity surged in tandem, unleashing another bolt of lightning. Logan barely evaded, his heart sinking like a stone. He sensed that the swarm was toying with him, deliberately trailing behind, striking with lightning to sap his strength, tormenting his will, intent on not killing him outright, but waiting for him to crumble mentally before slowly devouring him. How cruel! A flicker of anger crossed Logan's face, as a surge of Conqueror's Haki radiated from him. The swarm faltered, the rushing shadow hesitating momentarily, several dark figures plummeting to the ground. However, before Logan could feel elated, the swarm regained its composure, their crimson eyes burning with humiliation, and the strikes of lightning became even more frequent. They would occasionally accelerate, racing ahead of Logan, only to quickly fall back behind him, as if mocking him. Logan's expression darkened. The Conqueror's Haki seemed ineffective. Just what were these creatures? By all accounts, the Haki should exert the greatest suppressive force over animals. Logan was baffled and could only continue to run for his life. The lightning continued to strike down, several times tearing through his clothing, mere inches from his body. Logan's speed broke through its limits time and again in a desperate bid for survival. Yet he was still easily outpaced by the swarm. Logan did not despair. He believed that as long as he kept running, hope would eventually reveal itself. Moreover, clinging tightly to his waist was his only crew member. Logan tightened his grip around Becky's arm, quickening his pace once more. Sensing Logan's determination, Becky sniffled, her gaze gradually shedding weakness and becoming resolute. She slowly released her embrace around Logan's waist, arcs of electricity beginning to dance at her fingertips, ready to deliver a lethal strike to their foes. The conviction to protect one another bound the two of them closely together. Chapter 47. Victory and defeat. Sometimes the heavens show a sense of loyalty, refusing to abandon any soul yearning for survival. Just as Logan had sprinted several thousand meters, a glimmer of hope emerged, albeit in an unfriendly manner. Roar. The wild roar of a beast echoed, stirring the winds of the wilderness and filling the air with a foul stench. A powerful gust rushed towards Logan, yet he did not falter, bending his upper body back with an extraordinary flexibility that surpassed human limits to evade the crushing blow. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce strike landed among the swarm, unleashing a cacophony of explosions. Buzzing, the swarm reformed, dispatching hundreds of its kin to continue the pursuit of Logan, while the remaining majority, their bloodshot eyes gleaming with bloodlust, turned their sharp stingers towards the new adversary. Becky, taken aback, beheld a colossal creature, a black bear, remarkably robust, towering at over 10 meters when standing upright, appearing as a monstrous entity in Becky's eyes. The bear's eyes glowed crimson, its fur resembling iron needles, exuding an aura that was utterly mesmerizing. More terrifying still, in its other paw, it cradled a massive, dull gray beehive, white larvae entangled in viscous pale honey, all being offered to the gaping maw of the blood-red abyss. Buzz, buzz! The swarm descended into madness, the black mist contracting suddenly, coalescing into a great arrow that shot directly towards the bear's vulnerable eyes. The bear dismissed the assault with a contemptuous roar, its mighty paw effortlessly shattering the arrow, scattering the venomous bees. Yet the swarm did not relent. Their crimson eyes flickered with frenzied light, charging fearlessly from all directions, but the bear remained steadfast, immovable, only stirring when the bees attacked its eyes, swatting them away as one would shoo away bothersome flies. For the rest of the time, it allowed the bees to assault its body, the sound of stings ringing out like a cacophony. What good was it when not even its thick hide could be pierced? The bear cast a pitying glance at the swarm, then plopped down, squinting its small eyes as it lazily scooped the sweet honey into its mouth, a gesture that only served to further infuriate the swarm. Their attacks grew more frenzied, enveloping the bear like a relentless black mist, crashing against any weak points on its body. On the other side, the fury of the bear seemed to influence the several hundred venomous bees pursuing Logan and Becky, who ceased their restrained speed and relentless torment of their prey, driven solely by the desire to eliminate the two humans and assist their kin. However, fate had other plans. The male human sprinting ahead appeared to possess some special power, one that struck directly at their brains, leaving them momentarily dazed. In that fleeting moment of confusion, the detested human once again widened the gap between them. Damn! Toyed with by their prey, this ignited an overwhelming rage within them. Buzzing, buzzing, they frantically beat their four wings, leaving faint ripples in the air, shooting towards the human like bullets. Yet, as their focus waned once more, several companions fell from the sky. This cycle continued endlessly, but it mattered not, for within their eyes burned a frenzied crimson glow. They sensed the enemy's strength waning, and the lapses in their awareness growing shorter with each passing moment. The human ahead was nearing his limit. Their morale surged, their nearly invisible wings vibrating with sharp buzzing. Indeed, after such a relentless sprint, the constant high-intensity use of Conqueror's Haki had taken its toll on Logan's mind, leaving him reeling as if a swarm of venomous bees were dancing in his ears. The swarm closed in. Logan clenched his teeth, unleashing another blast of Conqueror's Haki. Darkness enveloped him, his feet stumbling slightly. Meow. Becky exclaimed, swiftly wielding her electrically charged claws to strike down a venomous bee that had seized the opportunity to attack. The bee plummeted, and the swarm's onslaught momentarily faltered. Yet Becky suddenly felt a sharp pain in her fingertip. During that brief clash, one of the poisonous needles had pierced her nail, narrowly avoiding her flesh. A cold sweat broke out on Becky. Thankfully, Logan merely swayed slightly, not falling, and after Becky deflected this assault, he quickly adjusted his stance and sprinted forward. Becky vowed to guard her brother's rear. The electricity crackled fiercely, reflecting in Becky's determined gaze. Logan bit down on his lower lip, blood welling up, stinging his senses and momentarily clearing his foggy mind. He fixed his gaze ahead, swinging his arm back to deliver a sweeping strike, momentarily stalling the swarm's advance. Seizing this brief respite, Logan thrust the knife into Becky's hands, channel the electricity through it, and strike them. Becky nodded gravely, gripping the hilt of the knife as torrents of electricity surged from her body into the blade, its icy white surface glowing intensely, radiating a dangerously potent aura. The swarm momentarily recoiled, regarding the thunderous blade in Becky's grasp with trepidation. They seemed to harbor a profound respect for the power of lightning. Becky conveyed this suspicion to Logan, intensifying the electric current as they faced off against the swarm. Logan said nothing, focused solely on running at long last. Amidst the unchanging gray landscape, a splash of color emerged. The golden and white interwoven hull of a ship beckoned him, accompanied by the smiling visage of a white cat. "The Hillbees too! Get ready to board!" Logan shouted, then silently quickened his pace, preparing to leap onto the vessel. Becky's face tightened, firmly gripping the thunderblade before her, ever ready to thwart the swarm's assault. It seemed the swarm had also sensed their intentions, the black mist surging once more, launching into a frenzied, suicidal charge. A swarm of venomous bees surged forth like bullets, deftly maneuvering around Becky and targeting Logan. Becky's nerves were taut as she swiftly extended her hands, vigorously wielding her blade to slice through one bee after another. It was close. So close. Logan's eyes ignited with fervor, and in a sudden moment, he leaped, his feet leaving the ground as he soared towards the ocean. Meow! A piercing scream echoed behind him as a venomous bee pierced through the electric veil formed by Becky's blade, directly impaling her palm and leaving a horrific gaping wound. The electric current faded, and the icy vein slipped helplessly from her hand. As the bees advanced, a glimmer of determination crossed Becky's eyes. Without hesitation, she bent down to bite the hilt of the icy blade. The shimmering venomous stinger was a mere few millimeters from her soft neck, poised to snuff out a vibrant life in 0.001 seconds. Yet, this minuscule distance felt insurmountable, as if the bee had collided with an invisible barrier, plummeting to the ground. Logan embraced Becky, leaping onto the boat, and upon glancing back, he realized that the swarm had not pursued them, but instead circled ominously above the beach, shifting their formations in a display of furious agitation. Logan found himself engulfed in astonishment. Could it be that these creatures were unable to leave this island? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the faint, weakening breaths of his companion in his arms. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Becky's consciousness was fading, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Blood gushed from her wound, and dark, spiderweb-like veins rapidly crept up her alabaster cheek. Yet even in such dire straits, her mouth remained firmly clamped around Logan's blade. What a potent toxin! Logan's expression shifted, and he carefully laid Becky down on the deck before pressing his palm against her wound. Toxin extraction! 5 seconds later, the poison swiftly dissipated, a dark purple orb floating out from Becky's injury, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Logan stood and moved to the stern of the boat, seizing an empty shark, knocking it unconscious with a single punch, and then activating life theft. A vibrant green energy wafted from the shark's body as it rapidly shriveled, yet remained alive. Logan severed its binding ropes, turned, and infused the rich life energy into Becky. The bleeding ceased instantly. New flesh sprouted rapidly at the wound, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a scab that fell away. Restoring her to her former self, Becky's breaths grew robust, her thick lashes fluttering gently, signs of awakening emerging. Logan exhaled in relief, intending to remove the blade from Becky's mouth, only to find her grip surprisingly strong. Tenderly brushing aside her disheveled hair, he thought, "Poor girl, you've suffered." The rigid lines of Becky's face softened, and as her mouth relaxed, the icy blade fell from her lips. Logan shook his head with a chuckle, ruffling her hair before retrieving the icy blade. Standing tall, he gazed at the persistent swarm, gently massaging his aching temples, his expression growing cold. "I shall see if you truly cannot leave this island." With a disdainful snort, Logan unleashed his blade, its brilliance dazzling, divine path. Dragon's might. The lengthy dragon strike traversed over a dozen meters in a heartbeat. Crashing into the murky darkness, a thunderous explosion erupted as several of the foremost bees plummeted to the ground. Logan's pupils narrowed. How resilient! What on earth are these creatures? A strike capable of severing iron only inflicts such minimal damage. Turning his gaze back to the relentless swarm, which danced mockingly before him. An inferno of fury ignited in his eyes, and the insights of swordsmanship surged forth like a raging flood, his icy slashes pouring out without restraint. 3, 5, 7, 10. The power of each strike escalated, the initial 3-meter length expanding to over 7 meters. While the number of fallen bees continually increased. Finally, after leaving behind hundreds of their kin's corpses, the swarm buzzed and dispersed, regrouping several dozen meters away, darting away like a swift arrow along the same path. Logan watched their retreating figures, a victorious smile gracing his face. However, this smile was short-lived as he sensed a change within his body, wiping the sweat from his brow before slowly sitting on a wooden crate, gently massaging his aching legs. Damn it, the aftermath of a long sprint, repeatedly pushing the limits of speed, has finally caught up with me. Chapter 48. The Strange Island as Logan rubbed his legs. Becky stirred from her slumber. This paradise, meow. She recalled the moment a venomous bee had lunged toward her head, and having witnessed their striking power, she knew that even her defenses would be futile in such a scenario. Thus, she had bitten down on her brother's beloved blade. It is said that in moments of intense pain, one's mouth instinctively tightens, so surely her brother's blade remained intact. Yet, it was with great reluctance that she lamented not being able to accompany her brother on his voyage. Being alone on the Sky Island must be exceedingly lonely. As these thoughts swirled her mind, a profound sense of regret and sorrow flickered in her enchanting eyes. "Oh, Miyauki has awakened." Logan lifted his head and waved at the dazed Becky. "Brother?" Becky paused, a terrifying thought surfacing in her mind. The little one leaped up, throwing herself into Logan's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears. "Brother is dead too. Becky is so useless." Sob, sob, sob. Logan scratched his head in confusion. "Am I dead? How come I'm unaware of it?" After pondering for a moment, Logan concluded that Becky must have misunderstood something, so he forcibly extracted the little one from his arms, pressing his palm against her forehead. Inquiring, "Do you feel warmth?" Becky clutched Logan's hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with tears as she bit her lip, nodding with a choked voice. "Yes, very warm, meow." "Silly girl, when someone dies, they can't feel warmth. You see, we are still alive and well, residing in this legendary place 1,000 miles above the ground." Logan beamed brightly. "Meow." Becky tugged at Logan's hand, resting her little head against him for comfort, relishing the familiar warmth. She then raised her head to survey her surroundings, noticing the crooked little boat, the vast gray island, and a multitude of empty fish hanging behind them. "Still alive, meow." Becky gazed up at Logan, her voice barely above a whisper, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Logan nodded emphatically. "Still alive. Meow, meow, meow." The very next moment, upon hearing Logan's confirmation, tears streamed down her cheeks like a burst dam. The little one desperately wiped her tears, yet they continued to flow abundantly. Logan, bewildered, was unsure why Becky was reacting so intensely, but he recognized that this wasn't the time for questions. He hurriedly attempted to wipe her tears, gently comforting her. He would never understand the immense resolve she had summoned when she bit down on his blade. The sting of the bees had pierced her nerves, leaving her mind blank, devoid of thought. Now, with safety restored, reflecting on the ordeal, her heart raced uncontrollably. Meow, 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 Becky cried, believing she would never see her brother again. She feared not death. It was the realization of never seeing Logan again that sent torrents of tears cascading down her cheeks. The little one sobbed breathlessly, tugging at Logan's heartstrings. Fortunately, after several minutes of his tender reassurances, her cries gradually subsided, and her emotions began to stabilize. Brother, let us return now. It is too dangerous here, meow. Becky wiped her tears and spoke. Logan shook his head, ruffling her hair as he stood, leaning against the ship's railing. Walking to the stern, he extracted a tenth of the life energy from a serpentine empty fish, swallowing it down in one gulp. The aches in his waist and legs washed away like a receding tide, and Logan stretched, his body crackling like popping beans, the sensation utterly refreshing. Once the life energy fully integrated into his being, Logan approached the bow and gazed at the nearby metallic island, exclaiming, Meowki, this is a sacred ground for cultivation. Meow. Becky tilted her head in confusion. Logan raised his blade, grinning, just from that brief escape of a mere 10 minutes. My speed has increased by at least 30%. It's equivalent to the results of rigorous training for half a month. There are great breakthroughs amidst life and death. Becky, with tears still glistening on her face, expressed her concern, but it's far too dangerous. Meow. Logan laughed heartily, exuding confidence. What is danger? What young man on the sea has emerged from peril? Moreover, based on my observations, this swarm is unable to leave the island due to some peculiar reason. Logan winked at Becky with a sense of confidence, saying, as long as we run swiftly, danger shall not catch us. If worst comes to worst, we can always take refuge in the sea. But at that time, my dearest Meowchi will have to rescue this landlocked duck. With a chuckle, Becky was amused by Logan's antics. Wiping away her tears and pouting, Becky won't help you. Let big brother drink water by himself. Oh, you naughty girl, Logan laughed, gently tapping Becky's forehead before turning to grasp the ship's helm. This island ought to have a name. Let us call it the Island of Trials, a gift from the heavens to enhance our strength. Having decided upon the metallic island's name, Logan continued, the journey from Yundelik to here takes approximately 3 hours. From now on, we shall challenge it every other day. But today, let us first ascertain the size of this island. With that, Logan instructed Becky to raise the anchor and set the sails, then took the helm to navigate the small boat in a clockwise manner around the island's perimeter. Before long, Becky pointed excitedly at a spot on the island, exclaiming, look, it's that big black bear. In truth, Logan had already noticed the creature without needing Becky's reminder. During their earlier escape, he hadn't fully seen the bear because it had attacked from the side. Yet the primal dread he felt in its presence was indelibly etched in his mind. Its overwhelming aura was simply too potent. Even now, as it casually sat there, it emanated an insurmountable pressure akin to a mountain. This sensation intensified when compared to the swarm of bees nearby. Logan's body trembled involuntarily. Not from fear, but from exhilaration. He yearned for a battle with the bear, even knowing he stood no chance against it. On the other side, the bear seemed to sense Logan's hostility, lifting its head to glance in their direction, a flash of red gleaming in its dark brown eyes. However, after a brief moment of scrutiny, it disdainfully turned away, focusing on its honey. Its demeanor suggested utter contempt for Logan. Hey, what an arrogant bear! Logan's temper flared. He released the helm, stepped onto the ship's edge, aimed at the bear, raised his weapon overhead, and struck downwards with force. Divine path. Dragon's might. A 7-meter-long, ice-white slash shot forth like a dragon-shaped arrow towards the bear, which was over 100 meters away. The blade's trajectory kicked up dust, causing a noticeable stir among the bees. In the next instant, the blade of light soared through the air with a piercing cry, leaving a straight wave of disturbance in its wake, heading directly for the bear. Yet the bear merely lifted an eyelid, swiping casually with its paw. Clang, boom! It sounded as if the strike had met steel, and with a crisp noise, the blade shattered into countless glimmering particles that danced away on the wind. The bear disdainfully blew at its unscathed paw, then, without another glance at Logan, turned its back, presenting its short tail in a mocking display. The level of mockery was off the charts. Damn it! Logan gritted his teeth in frustration. ready to leap down and engage in a fierce battle. Fortunately, Becky, sweating nervously, managed to hold him back, saying, "Big brother, remember our mission. We can deal with him later." With a huff, Logan reluctantly withdrew his foot and returned to his position at the helm. The small boat began to drift away, while Becky cast a final glance at the bear, which was swatting away flies, and made a face at it. "Stinky bear, one day I will knock you down." "Meow. Big brother, that looks like a wolf." After about half an hour of sailing, Becky pointed to a large rock several hundred meters from the beach. Logan halted, pulled out his binoculars, and his expression instantly turned serious. "Not a wolf. It's a black panther. This creature, including its tail, measured over 20 meters long, standing a daunting 8 or 9 meters tall, with powerful limbs and 4 razor-sharp fangs protruding from its lips. Even at rest, it exuded an intimidating aura that suggested it was not to be trifled with. As if sensing their gaze, the panther's ears twitched and its pale golden eyes slowly opened, locking onto Logan's direction. "Oh no!" Logan hastily lowered the binoculars, his heart racing uncontrollably. Under the panther's cold stare, he felt as if he were gazing into the face of death. This creature was undoubtedly stronger than the bear. Merely a glance from it extinguished any thoughts of resistance. "Big brother, the panther has run away. It vanished in an instant." Becky suddenly tugged at Logan's sleeve, pointing excitedly at the distant rock. Logan paused, following her pointing finger, and indeed, the panther had disappeared without a trace. He raised the binoculars again, but there was no sign of the panther anywhere. "That thing is incredibly fast," Logan exclaimed in disbelief. Becky was even more exhilarated. She had watched the panther vanish with her own eyes and animatedly gestured. It was like a flash of black lightning. Poof! It was gone. Logan licked his lips, his gaze burning with fervor. This island was indeed brimming with secrets. If I could conquer such creatures, I cannot fathom how powerful I would become. As Logan envisioned the future, he continued to navigate the boat. In the following hour, Logan and Becky circumnavigated the island, encountering herds of giant stag and massive horned sheep. They marveled at the vibrant plumage of exquisite peacocks and the majestic sight of golden eagles soaring through the sky. This island was far from the desolate wasteland it seemed. It was home to a plethora of life, resembling a complete ecosystem. However, upon reflection, Logan realized that he had yet to discover resources sufficient to support such a diverse array of creatures. Forests, grasslands, rivers. None were in sight. Only a thin layer of soil covering the barren ground and sparse, half-dead grass. There wasn't a single plant taller than half a meter to be found. How could so many herbivores survive and thrive? Could they possibly engage in photosynthesis? The absurdity of this thought made Logan chuckle to himself. They weren't green, and animals certainly didn't possess chloroplasts. Impossible. Perhaps the island's depths held abundant resources. Hidden from view from the sea, Logan attempted to reassure himself. Chapter 49. Logan versus the swarm. However, pondering this now was futile. The truth would reveal itself in time, and there was no need to dwell on it. Logan gazed at the clouds tinged with the sunset's crimson hue, then turned to Becky with a smile, saying, "Let us head back. Time to go home." Becky cheered with delight. Under the starry sky, after enjoying a sumptuous feast, Logan and Becky fell into a deep slumber. The next day, they dedicated the entire day to intense training on the island. Embracing the philosophy of pushing themselves to the limit, they engaged in extreme long-distance running. Countless squats and push-ups and practice swordplay interspersed with frog jumps. With the life energy as their safety net, they not only saved recovery time, but also avoided any lasting injuries, as if they had activated a cheat code. That night, under the cool and pleasant sky, Becky asked, "Big brother, do we really have to go tomorrow?" Half reclining on her fluffy cloud chair, she gazed back with a hint of worry on her small face. "We were doing so well in our training. I can feel myself getting stronger every day." Logan, wearing a mask made of soft clouds, smiled slightly at her words, responding in a reassuring tone, "Don't worry. Big brother will not put himself in peril. If I can't fight it, I can still run away, right? Moreover, high risks yield high rewards. 10 minutes on the island of trials is worth half a month's hard training." "Enough of that. What sort of weapon do you prefer?" Logan shifted the conversation. Given Becky's remarkable talent with static electricity from the fur tribe, which could easily be applied to weaponry, he believed she needed a suitable weapon to significantly enhance her combat abilities. Becky sighed, realizing she couldn't sway Logan's decision, and replied, "A pair of gloves that can launch blades. That was Mother's weapon, and Becky thinks it's really cool." "Special gloves, you say?" Logan scratched his head, pondering before removing his mask, standing up from the cloud chair, and entering the room. Moments later, he emerged with a regular, unsheathed katana and a pair of resilient black gloves. Becky turned to half lean on the back of the chair. Her curiosity piqued, asking, "What are you going to do, big brother?" "Hee, it's a secret for now." Logan kept his cards close to his chest, casting a fleeting glance at the cloud chair before averting his gaze. Forget it. After all, it was something he had painstakingly crafted, infused with sentiment. It was time for a change. Ultimately, Logan approached a cloud island, extending his hand and silently reciting, "Softness theft," that a white, ethereal orb gradually floated out, which Logan deftly maneuvered into the body of the katana. On the surface, there appeared to be no alteration, yet when Logan gently prodded it, the once rigid blade morphed into a form as pliable as a cloud. In this manner, Logan removed the hilt, reshaping the katana, splitting it in two, and integrating it into his gloves. That a few minutes later, a pair of rugged gloves equipped with clawed edges was completed. However, their appearance left much to be desired. If one could describe the tangled threads, uneven claw lengths, and the two unsightly holes on the back of the gloves as merely a minor flaw, one might question whether they resembled gloves at all, or if they could even be considered weapons. Would wielding them in public not invite laughter from adversaries? They would likely assume he was a beggar, lost and wandering. That Logan's lips twitched as he slumped his once proud posture, enveloped by a somber and gloomy aura. "Indeed, I lack any talent for combat. What is my brother doing?" Becky tiptoed down from the cloud chair, her small face filled with anticipation as she stealthily approached Logan. Meow, a small hand suddenly slapped his back, startling Logan, who hurriedly concealed the item behind him, turning around with a slightly unnatural expression as he scolded, "How can you walk without making a sound?" Becky tilted her little head, peering behind Logan, inquiring, "What about the surprise you mentioned, brother?" "Ah, ha, is there?" Logan chuckled nervously. "By the way, the book says children shouldn't stay up late. You should hurry to bed." "Ah, oh, what is that?" Becky suddenly pointed at something behind Logan, exclaiming in wonder. Logan assumed his secret was out, quickly turning around, only to find the gloves had vanished from his grasp. He swiftly glanced back at Becky, who indeed held the gloves in her hands. "Hey, you dare to deceive me?" Logan reproached her playfully, tapping her forehead. Becky chuckled awkwardly, sticking out her little tongue, then became captivated by the object in her hands. "Brother, what is this soft thing? It feels like a cloud. Meow, meow. It's a katana. Give it a try." With a flick of his finger, the soft orb drifted from the blade. Oh, it suddenly became hard. Meow. Becky widened her eyes in astonishment, tapping the gleaming blade. "I initially intended to craft a weapon for you." Logan cleared his throat, his gaze drifting elsewhere. "But I'm clumsy. I promised to invite the finest weapon master from the sea to make you a set of silver ones in the future. Those will have the best conductivity." Becky cradled the gloves in her arms, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Becky will wait." "Meow, you rascal." Logan paused momentarily, then smiled as he ruffled Becky's silky hair. "Now go to sleep. We'll set sail for the trial island early tomorrow." Meow. The following morning, the two rose early, hoisting the anchor and setting sail for the trial island. Logan gnawed on a golden, oily wild boar leg while expertly steering the ship, his gaze fixed ahead, reflecting the rolling waves. Becky sat at the stern, donning a sun hat, gripping a long fishing rod, cheerfully humming a tune. The journey across the sea was monotonous, yet occasionally encountering empty fish added a touch of amusement. When Logan and Becky finally glimpsed the outline of the trial island, their little boat trailed behind with 4 or 5 unusually long, empty fish, each several meters in length. Logan whistled towards the dark and forbidding continent ahead. "Let us go straight for that swarm of venomous bees. I'll provoke them on land while you wait on the ship." "All right, meow." Becky raised her small white hand, nodding solemnly in agreement. Half an hour later, Logan anchored the boat at the site where the guards of the Kingdom of Josie had met their demise. He didn't drop anchor, but rather parked the vessel close enough to leap onto the surface of the sea. Drawing the ice vein blade, he flicked his finger, and suddenly hundreds of white orbs descended from the sky, surrounding Logan in a stable formation that he named these soft orbs Cloud Soft Armor. This was Logan's second line of defense. Should he fail to retreat to the ship in time, he would adhere these orbs to himself, leaving no area untouched, allowing the venomous bees to experience the sensation of utter helplessness. Of course, Logan would only resort to this tactic in dire circumstances. After all, his purpose for coming was to train. One could only achieve a breakthrough in extreme adversity. Observing the desolate beach a few dozen meters ahead, Logan ripped off his shirt, revealing his muscular torso, and took a deep breath while gripping the ice vein blade. Here I go. With that, Logan crouched, his leg muscles tensing, and propelled himself skyward like a spring. Boom! Logan's body plummeted like a cannonball, obliterating the already battered warship, splintering wood and scattering debris. Emerging from the wreckage, Logan's senses were heightened as he fixed his gaze on the ground. Becky, having abandoned her fishing, leaned over the side of the boat, her eyes fixed intently on the silent ground, her breathing unconsciously slowing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the air filled with the furious buzzing of bees. Reverberating with rage, Logan's expression turned grave as he felt the tremors of the ground, instantly leaping back. In the next moment, a massive cloud of black mist erupted from the spot where Logan had just stood, rapidly unfurling like a dark banner, obscuring his entire line of sight. Good heavens, there are even more than yesterday. Logan's heart raced, his senses sharpened to the utmost as he aimed the blade's tip at the black fog. Buzz! The swarm recognized Logan, erupting in fury. The black mist swirled violently, transforming into a semicircular dome with a radius of over 10 meters, enveloping Logan within. Its density was immense, blocking out all sunlight, and the buzzing noise filled the confined space, effectively sealing off Logan's sight and hearing. The world around him plunged into darkness. Logan squinted in discomfort, his brows furrowing. Yet before he could react, the next second, venomous stingers rained down from all directions like a deluge, their shrill sounds echoing relentlessly as the swarm aimed to pierce Logan, the center of their attack, into a hedgehog. Logan's pupils constricted. It was too fast to react. He dared not hesitate. With a horizontal sweep of his long blade, his feet spun like a top, and a torrent of blade light surged forth. Divine path. Reversal of heaven. Bang, 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 bang. The dazzling blade light collided with countless venomous stingers, igniting a fiery explosion. As dozens of stingers pierced through the billowing white mist, targeting Logan's vital points with deadly precision. Alarm bells rang in Logan's mind, his body bristling with tension, and he rolled to the ground, simultaneously summoning the Cloud Soft Armor to adhere tightly to him. In the next moment, Logan felt light impacts on his forehead, chest, and thighs. Concurrently, the soft orbs that had been impacted vanished, witnessing Logan's survival. The swarm screeched in dismay, and the black mist dome suddenly contracted, followed by an even more ferocious and denser rain of venomous stingers. There was no chance to catch his breath. Logan's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He hastily recalled all the soft orbs, reconfiguring the Cloud Soft Armor. While his mental acuity reached its peak, his long blade creating afterimages as dozens, if not hundreds, of micro-blade lights spiraled upward to meet the relentless rain of stingers. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions resounded continuously, compounding Logan's auditory distress. Hundreds of venomous stingers, cloaked by the explosions, pierced through the smoke like assassins in the night, intent on claiming their target's life. He couldn't block them. Warning signals blared in Logan's mind as he felt a sting all over his body. He grit his teeth and rolled away, launching himself out of the encirclement like a human cannonball. Swiftly rolling several hundred meters away. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Behind him, sharp stingers embedded themselves in a trail, their tips trembling ominously, glinting with a sinister luster in the sunlight, as Logan escaped the encirclement. The swarm surged like a tempest, forming a canopy above him, with dozens of dark lightning bolts composed of venomous bees striking down with great velocity. the buzzing of wings and the shrill cries of their stingers intertwined, producing a sound more piercing than thunder itself. The air seemed to halt, paralyzed with fear at this terrifying onslaught. Becky held her breath, watching this perilous scene, desperately covering her mouth, with only a few scattered remnants of the Cloud's soft armor still clinging to him. There was no time to reconfigure, yet Logan did not succumb to despair. Half reclining on hard ground, he gazed up at the impending heavenly wrath, his eyes narrowing with determination. The overwhelming and unparalleled might of the Conqueror's Haki surged forth, momentarily stalling the velocity of the black lightning. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Logan exhaled softly, clearing his mind of all distractions. With his hands firmly gripping the hilt, his biceps swelled with power, causing the blade to quiver slightly. Divine technique. Breath of the tornado. In an instant, a vortex akin to a gentle breeze emanated from the tip of his sword, swaying like an ant confronting a mighty tree as it advanced towards the tempest of divine retribution above. In the next heartbeat, a sudden shift occurred. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. The wind arose from the edges of the blue-green reeds as the tiny vortex stirred the air, growing ever larger in the face of the wind, quickly expanding into a colossal strike over 20 meters long, transforming into a ferocious gale. The hurricane roared, unleashing a sharp wind from the earth towards the heavens, venting the fury of the wind god. Boom! The tornado effortlessly dispersed the lightning formed by the venomous bees, plunging into the black mist with unyielding force, tearing a significant rift within, before soaring into the sky and erupting with astonishing energy. Chapter 50. Observation Haki. Like the explosion of fireworks, radiant light detonated in the heavens, scattering the vast clouds that stretched for kilometers, momentarily brightening the sun. The power was extraordinary, yet the cost was not to be taken lightly. Executing the strike had nearly drained Logan of 80% of his strength, leaving him drenched in sweat. On the verge of collapsing onto the ground, in this moment, he propped himself up, panting heavily. With wisps of steam escaping from his flaring nostrils, his appearance hardly dignified. However, Logan's eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. That strike marked a significant leap forward on his path to becoming a swordsman. Moreover, the effects of this technique were remarkably evident. The black veil had been torn open, and although some of the venomous bees had fled before the attack, at least 1/5 had been eliminated, leaving the remaining swarm in disarray, buzzing chaotically in scattered clusters. Logan managed a faint smile, yet he remained vigilant. The swarm had not retreated. They had not relinquished their pursuit of Logan as prey. They were merely momentarily startled by his sudden display of power, causing them to momentarily falter. Seizing this opportunity, he endeavored to recuperate his stamina and reassemble his cloud soft armor. Time passed inexorably, and the chaotic buzzing of the swarm gradually settled into a rhythm as they prepared to regroup. By this moment, Logan had regained approximately 50% of his strength. Rising to his feet, he cast his gaze towards the swarm, his fighting spirit ignited. He had refrained from retreating to the city during the previous opportunity for two primary reasons. First, he had not yet reached a desperate situation where escape was his only option. Second, Logan sensed he was on the verge of grasping the essence of Observation Haki. He recalled that in the original tale, Rayleigh had described Observation Haki as a power that allowed one to keenly sense the presence of others. This description was rather vague, yet in the memories of the old king, there existed a clearer elucidation that included the intricate details surrounding the old king's awakening. Logan felt that what he was currently experiencing mirrored the old king's journey closely. Just moments ago, when ensnared within the pitch-black hemisphere, undergoing the relentless assault of venomous needles, both sight and hearing had been profoundly hindered. However, each time a needle approached, Logan experienced a profound sense of trepidation. The area poised to be struck would bristle, a warning ringing loudly, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain. According to the old king's wisdom, this ominous premonition, or sixth sense, was the nascent form of Observation Haki lying dormant within Logan. The ability to distinctly perceive this embryonic form indicated that he was not far from fully awakening Observation Haki. What he needed to do now was to continuously stimulate this sixth sense. Swiftly enhancing this power, transforming its embryonic state into its complete form, and ultimately igniting the full potential of observation Haki. Therefore, rally forth, my industrious bees. Logan directed a provocative gesture towards the swarm of venomous bees hidden in the black mist. Come at me, Buzz! The swarm erupted, nearly half of the venomous bees diving into a frenzied assault. Like a torrential downpour, they descended upon him, resembling a black wall that obscured the sky, crashing down with ferocity. Good heavens, such ferocity! Logan felt his heart momentarily skip a beat, hastily unleashing several strikes that extended over 10 meters, then heedlessly sprinting away to escape the swarm's attacking range. Boom! The black wall grazed Logan's back, instantly stirring a tempest of dust as the steel-forged ground was riddled with countless dark holes, reflecting an eerie light under the sun. The cloud-soft armor on his back was utterly destroyed, and Logan gazed at the pockmarked earth, swallowing hard as a bead of sweat trickled down his brow. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Black smoke spiraled upwards from the ground, coalescing once more into formation, and while Logan was still reeling from the previous onslaught, the half-spherical enclosure rapidly took shape, trapping him within. Light was once again stripped away, and noise filled his ears, yet only a deafening alarm echoed within his heart. Logan chose to close his eyes, surrendering everything to the enigmatic sixth sense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The venomous needles surged through the space, and Logan swung his blade, executing a perfect circular slash that soared into the sky, intercepting every last needle. Divine technique. A single force reversal. An advanced version of the divine technique. Reversal. Its might was significant, yet the toll was visibly taxing that Logan's mind was taut with concentration. His lips pressed together as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The threat of imminent danger loomed overhead, an omnipresent menace that prickled every inch of his skin. This was not solely a physical depletion. It was a mental trial. Only under such dire circumstances, where life hung in the balance, could one rapidly awaken observation Haki. Logan emptied his mind of all thoughts, exerting every ounce of strength to sense the latent power buried deep within. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The venomous needles rained down relentlessly, and Logan continued to unleash circular slashes, sweat soaking his hair, cascading down his cheeks, his skin burning with fever, white vapor rising from his body. Gradually, Logan found himself overwhelmed, barely managing to maintain the blade's glow at a distance of 3 inches from the icy veins, parrying left and right, upward and downward, as the pressure mounted. Were it not for the cloud soft armor, he would have perished countless times over. Yet even so, the specter of death grew ever stronger. At long last, the hairs on his left forearm stood on end, and in the next instant, the alarm manifested itself physically. A searing pain radiating from his forearm, as a venomous needle pierced through the barrier of his blade and struck deep into his left arm, continuing its relentless trajectory into the ground. Damn it! A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Logan's mouth. He grit his teeth, unleashing the Conqueror's Haki, causing a momentary slackening in the swarm's relentless assault. Seizing this opportunity, Logan exerted all his strength to cleave 2 cross-shaped slashes over 10 meters long towards his left rear. Boom! A multitude of venomous bees were sent flying, sunlight filtering through the gap, and Logan hastily escaped the swarm's confinement, sprinting towards the small boat. Seeing this, Becky anxiously maneuvered the small vessel to assist Logan. The toxin invaded his nerves, and Logan's consciousness began to fade, his movements growing increasingly stiff. Behind him, the swarm buzzed menacingly, evidently in hot pursuit. Logan bit down on his tongue, using the pain to sharpen his awareness. The small boat was within reach, and with a mighty leap, Logan stumbled and fell onto the deck. Behind him, the swarm roiled, clearly infuriated. "Brother, are you okay, meow?" Becky anxiously supported Logan, her small face glistening with tears. Logan pressed his dark purple lips together, and with Becky's assistance, he staggered towards a massive, empty shark lying before him. "Knock it out?" Logan weakly instructed. Becky nodded vigorously, delivering a strike imbued with blue light into the empty shark's body, unleashing a surge of electricity that incapacitated the creature. Logan nodded in approval, trembling as he reached out to steady the empty shark, but a torrent of life energy surged into his body, rapidly repairing the cells and tissues ravaged by the toxin. Yet the toxin was relentless. As the life energy surged forth, it continued to assault his body, wreaking havoc upon his cells. Destruction and restoration, annihilation and rebirth intertwined within Logan, inciting waves of unbearable agony. Logan sank to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, yet he did not remain idle. He resolutely fought against the pain, mobilizing his entire being to expel the toxins. Finally, after several minutes, a copious amount of purplish-black toxic blood oozed from the wound. The injury slowly healing, Logan's complexion resembling that of a convalescent. This moment. The empty shark was little more than skin and bones, its marrow drained of all nutrients, devoid of any life energy. Logan struggled to rise, approaching another empty fish, rendering it unconscious before activating his abilities that a torrent of life energy flooded into Logan, his wounds healing at an astonishing pace, his complexion visibly regaining its color. Releasing his hand, Logan clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him, a smile gracing his lips. Although the toxin was fierce and fearsome, the newly repaired cells and tissues were evidently more resilient and powerful, proving to be a blessing in disguise. Meowki, the plan has changed. We may need to stay here for the next few days to catch more empty fish, after speaking, without waiting for Becky's response. Logan energetically charged into the swarm of bees. The buzzing roared like thunder. Beneath the dark hemispherical dome, a torrential rain of needle-like stings surged forth. Logan shut his eyes, relinquished all defenses, and wielded his long knife in accordance with his sixth sense. Boom! 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 Within the confines of the swarm, flashes of fire and plumes of smoke erupted intermittently. Becky, filled with concern, clenched her small fists, turned her head, and stunned the remaining 4 empty fish with electricity, then untied the ropes and steered the small boat into the sea to catch more empty fish. However, she dared not venture too far, fearing she would be unable to assist Logan in time. As it turned out, Becky's worries were well-founded. For the next half-day, Logan would emerge from the confinement dome, pale-faced and in disarray, desperately racing towards the sea roughly every half-hour. Once, with 7 or 8 gaping wounds oozing blackish-purple toxic blood, he reached the shore on the brink of losing consciousness, only to be saved by Becky, who pulled him from the trial island. That time, it took over an hour to drain 2 empty fish, comparable to small sea kings, before he regained his vigor. Yet the danger was indeed perilous, and the rewards were substantial. In that toxic bee dome, where every moment posed a life-and-death crisis, Logan faced an extremely high-pressure environment, where a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Under such immense pressure, his sixth sense sharpened, his perception grew clearer, and there was even a fleeting moment when he counted the number of incoming poison needles. That wondrous feeling was ephemeral, yet it offered Logan tremendous encouragement. Days passed in the blink of an eye. The clouds at the horizon shifted from red to white and back again, and 3 days slipped away in an instant. On the shallows outside the trial island, nearly 100 shriveled corpses of empty fish lay piled together. For 3 days and nights without rest, Becky had nearly cleaned out the nearby empty fish, with the remaining ones retreating into the deep sea, too fearful to show themselves. At this moment, Becky, looking haggard, leaned against the boat's railing, her anxious gaze crossing over the last remaining empty fish to a black hemispherical entity several hundred meters from the shoreline, which was incessantly emitting a thunderous buzz. 3 days had passed. 3 full days. This swarm of venomous bees, like machines, showed no signs of hunger, thirst, or fatigue, completely unwilling to depart. Their crimson eyes sparkled with mania, their rage consuming the last vestiges of rational thought. A mere fragile human, whose laughable defenses could be pierced by a single poison needle. Yet why? Why did he not perish? The buzzing suddenly intensified as they commenced a reckless assault, seeking to tear apart this human who dared to provoke them. Boom! 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 Logan once again intercepted a barrage of poison needles. Beneath his disheveled hair, his bloodshot eyes shone brightly as they fixated on the dark space ahead. Although nothing was visible, he felt as though he absorbed everything into his vision, It was a remarkably unique sensation. Soon. It would be soon. Just a little more. One thrust would break through. A hint of madness flickered across Logan's face as he surged forward into the swarm. For 3 days, he had passively defended himself at the center of the bees' attacks, but this time, he would counterattack. The swarm's blockade was disrupted. Tens of thousands of venomous bees danced chaotically, resembling a relentless barrage of bullets shooting towards him from all directions, leaving no avenue for escape. Then, he would not flee. A guttural roar erupted from Logan's throat as he charged into the onslaught. Countless bees were cleaved asunder, only to be replaced by countless more. The battle ignited with fervor from the outset. Finally, at a certain moment, when Logan was fully immersed in the thrill of combat, he sensed his mind entering a remarkable state. It felt as if he were floating upon a tranquil lake. His thoughts free of distractions, an invisible wave radiated from his body, and in an instant, a deluge of information surged into his mind. Without looking, he could distinctly perceive the direction of the wind. The few clouds drifting above, and the distant sea rising in waves, he could sense everything around him. Astonishingly, despite the flood of information, his mind felt no burden at all. Everything was so effortless. Logan lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. Though the scene appeared chaotic, as if besieged by a relentless wall of bees, within his perception, it was as though time had slowed. Every bee's count, movement trajectory, and energy expenditure lay bare before him. Faced with this sudden shift, Logan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He let out a joyous howl, laughter echoing through the air. Observation, perception, conquer. The culmination of 3 days and nights of relentless trials was vividly displayed in this moment. Buzz, buzz, the bees halted mid-air, their crimson eyes gazing down upon the laughing Logan, their previously furious pupils regaining a flicker of clarity as an inexplicable sense of dread stirred within them. Having lived in this forsaken land for countless years, their keen sense of death alerted them to a subtle change in this human before them. This change instilled a profound fear of mortality. Though outwardly unremarkable, they felt an unnerving chill in his presence. As if everything had been laid bare, the bees hesitated, exchanging glances, none daring to continue their assault. Observing this, Logan's laughter grew wilder. He pointed at the astute, self-preserving creatures and swaggered towards the shoreline, creating an unintentional path through the swarm. The battle was over. Time to return to your respective homes. Logan waved his hand, laughing heartily as he declared he truly did not wish to continue exterminating the bees, for these beings had aided him in awakening his observation Haki, and he was inclined to show them mercy. However, not all bees shared this sentiment. Just a few meters after Logan had walked away, a slightly larger creature among them let out a furious screech. It was enraged. Logan's demeanor had humiliated it. How dare a mere human treat them thus? Wasn't it merely a lethal threat? It had felt that many times from that massive black bear. This time was no different. Those with the audacity to challenge me shall come forth. The atmosphere of violence spread among the surrounding swarm, and in an instant, hundreds of venomous bees stirred restlessly, launching themselves like arrows from the hive. Hurtling towards Logan's back, Logan's smile vanished, his heart calm as a still lake, and without turning, he tossed his long knife backward, grasping it in a reverse grip, thrusting it behind him, spinning it rapidly in an instant. The blade shimmering in the air, the sound of clashing metal rang out incessantly. Logan exerted little effort, merely positioning the blade where it ought to be. This slight adjustment caused the bees to recklessly collide with the knife's edge, their extreme speed resulting in their own demise, an absurdly foolish display. Even those witnessing a fixed match would weep in despair, reverently calling upon their ancestors. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of bees met their end. Their heads severed in unison. Silence, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. The remaining bees appeared to suddenly forget how to fly, their wings collectively ceasing to function, tumbling from the sky. Yet soon, the swarm ascended once more. The buzzing returning, though now it was chaotic, reflecting their inner turmoil, that a glimmer of mockery danced in Logan's eyes as he executed a graceful flourish with his knife before sheathing it. He then turned to the swarm and beckoned with a finger. Buzz! The swarm instinctively retreated several meters, as if faced with an imminent catastrophe. That Logan's expression darkened, an invisible pressure emanating from him, crashing down upon the bees like a missile. Instantly, a multitude of venomous bees plummeted like dumplings, blanketing the ground in a dark shroud. Only a few larger specimens remained, swaying precariously in the air, struggling against the tidal wave of invisible force. Observing this, a smile broke across Logan's somber countenance. The Conqueror's Haki was the most unique form of Haki, unable to be cultivated, relying solely on the continuous conquest of formidable foes for enhancement. Reflecting on a few days prior, when he could only flee from the swarm, he now commanded their fear, triumphing over powerful adversaries had naturally nourished and elevated his Conqueror's Haki. The strong reign, while the weak are left in disgrace. As the victor, I shall now present my demands. Send forth a representative. Logan retracted his Conqueror's Haki and pointed firmly at the surviving bees, declaring his intent. Upon hearing Logan's words, dozens of venomous bees glanced at their fallen comrades on the ground, then cast a fleeting look at Logan before swiftly convening in a buzzing huddle to deliberate. Logan patiently awaited for a minute, and finally, the largest among them, surrounded by its kin, flew towards him. Logan scrutinized it from head to tail. It was 3 times the size of an ordinary venomous bee, with a body that shimmered like dark iron, devoid of fine hairs, and faint dark golden patterns emerging on its back. The stinger at its tail glimmered ominously in the sunlight. Indeed, it was an imposing killer bee. Let us call it the venomous bee leader. Buzzing. The venomous bee leader halted 3 meters away from Logan, its body descending to a level parallel with Logan's gaze. Logan cleared his throat, adopting a stern expression, and remarked, "Why maintain such a distance? Come a little closer." Buzz. The venomous bee leader glanced back at its subordinates, who promptly surrounded it with an air of righteous indignation, resembling a halo encircling a deity. With its followers at hand, it reluctantly edged half a meter closer. Logan stifled a chuckle and took a significant step forward, swiftly reducing the distance between himself and the venomous bee leader. The warm breath brushed against the venomous bee leader's face, nearly causing it to tumble backward. Hiss! Hiss! 2 slightly smaller bees flanked the venomous bee leader, glaring fiercely at Logan in protest. "Ha ha, how amusing." Logan stepped back, chuckling as he nodded at them. The venomous bee leader, seemingly embarrassed, waved its subordinates away and voluntarily approached Logan. "Buzz." Logan could not decipher its words but inquired, "Are you the leader of this swarm? What of your queen?" The venomous bee leader understood Logan's question, and upon hearing the mention of the queen bee, immediately became wary. The other bees surged forward, displaying a united front filled with vigilance. "Hiss! Do not entertain thoughts of the queen bee." Though Logan could not comprehend their words, he grasped their meaning and promptly raised his hand with a smile. "No need for hostility. I was merely asking out of curiosity, with no ill intent. That if you prefer not to speak, then so be it." The venomous bee leader advanced, exclaiming, "Hiss! Spare me the pleasantries. State your terms directly." Logan scratched his head. "That seems unfair. You can understand my words while I cannot grasp yours." "Hiss!" The venomous bee leader pressed closer. Logan waved his hand. "All right, let us cut to the chase. Why condition is..." The bees instantly perked up, their buzzing diminishing in anticipation. "Give me some of your honey." In his previous life, a neighbor's grandfather kept bees and would often invite him to enjoy fresh honey. Just days ago, witnessing the great black bear indulging in honey had awakened a craving within him. Having gone so long without it, Logan found himself quite yearning for that taste. Outdoors, honey must surely be sweeter, right? His mouth watered at the thought, and he gazed eagerly at the venomous bee leader. Yet the venomous bee leader appeared engulfed in disbelief. "Hiss! Just this? This human fought us for 3 days and nights, leaving us nearly decimated, and now he seeks merely a bit of honey. Is a strong one so merciful to the vanquished? Or does this human harbor some unspeakable secret?" Logan, sensing the venomous bee leader's incredulity through his observation, misinterpreted its reluctance to share, and his expression darkened. "What? Are you reluctant?" Logan's right hand rested on the hilt of his weapon, an aura of danger radiating from him. "Buzz." The venomous bee leader, taken aback, shook its head fervently and swiftly turned to issue a command to its subordinates. The bees, obeying the order, began to rapidly burrow into the ground to retrieve honey, leaving the venomous bee leader behind to accompany Logan. The creature rubbed its hands together, circling Logan, appearing rather pleased. Logan scratched his chin, seizing the moment to inquire, "Is your hive built underground?" Hiss. The venomous bee leader nodded. Logan extended his observation ability to perceive the surroundings over several kilometers and asked, "There are no flowers nearby. Why construct your nest here? Isn't it troublesome to gather nectar?" Hiss. The venomous bee leader scratched its head in confusion. "Flowers? What are those? Why would one need flowers to produce honey?" Logan was momentarily taken aback. Why did this creature exhibit such bewilderment? Could it be that flowers were not of paramount importance to them? Was there a different term for flowers in their consciousness? Logan pondered, furrowing his brow, feeling it necessary to clarify this mystery. He looked earnestly at the venomous bee leader. "I need to examine your memories. Do not resist." Hiss. "How?" The venomous bee leader tilted its head, small question marks appearing above it. "Does it entail opening my head?" The mere thought sent a shiver down its spine, and it immediately darted away, eyeing Logan warily. Sighing, Logan glanced at the unconscious bees scattered on the ground and resolutely abandoned the uncooperative leader. However, just as Logan bent down to retrieve one of the fallen bees, a low buzzing arose from the depths of the ground. Suddenly, the earth was upheaved, and dozens of bees emerged, carrying a hive the size of half of Logan's body, racing towards him. That Logan's expression shifted. Did they truly abandon their own nest? Hiss. The venomous bee leader, upon seeing its subordinates, seemed to exhale in relief, swiftly flying over to direct them and placing the hive into Logan's arms. "That is too much," Logan said, cradling the heavy, dark hive, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Where will you reside henceforth?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bees exchanged glances and, ultimately, collectively regarded Logan with a peculiar expression that looked transcended species. Logan felt as though they were, gazing at a fool. Logan scratched his head, dismissing the feeling, yet he sensed that these bees appeared rather indifferent towards the hive. What could be the reason? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind as he set the hive aside and, under the watchful gaze of the bewildered bees, picked up one of the unconscious ones to activate his ability. Memory honey-making extraction. Memory hive extraction. Instantly, a vast array of luminous memory orbs, spanning years, was drawn forth, arrayed before Logan. Many. He was taken aback. Ordinarily, the lifespan of an ordinary venomous bee is merely a month. Yet this was not merely months, but years. How long had this swarm existed? With these newfound questions, Logan activated one of the memory orbs, its essence transforming into a flow of light that surged into his mind. He closed his eyes as a scene gradually unfolded that a venomous bee soared into the island clouds, extracting a peculiar substance, then descended to a pockmarked ground, lying in the sunlight. The dark golden patterns on its back began to shimmer. And moments later, a drop of light golden viscous liquid secreted from its salivary glands, dripping through the holes directly into the underground hive. Thus concluded the entire honey-making process. Logan opened his eyes, astonishment filling his gaze. This bee, this honey, this sunlight. They truly thrived on sunlight. Unbelievable. Chapter 52, a little more please. And that peculiar substance extracted from the island clouds must be keratin particles, right? Keratin particles from sunlight. How on earth did this swarm transform these elements into honey? Logan, with curiosity ablaze in his eyes, leaned closer to the unconscious bee in his palm, extending a finger to prod and scrutinize it meticulously. His observation ability clearly indicated that this bee was not a cold machine, but a living being. Yet, its skin was remarkably tough, gleaming with a metallic sheen, and it did not require sustenance in the conventional sense. Exhibiting no signs of fatigue even after 3 days and nights. The stinger could explode upon impact. These traits bore an uncanny resemblance to mechanical creatures. The more Logan observed, the more questions burgeoned within him. An inexplicable sensation washing over him a few minutes later. Enough thinking, Logan, having gone 3 days and nights without sleep, already had a heavy head, and now, with so many questions added, he felt overwhelmed. He casually tossed the venomous bee onto the ground and waved his hand, returning the drifting memory orbs. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted the large hive at his feet, paused for a moment, and then smacked his forehead in realization. Sleep deprivation truly affects memory. Muttering to himself, Logan bent down once more, extending his hand. Memory hive extraction. A series of luminous orbs leaped forth, arranged before Logan as if awaiting inspection. That he casually tapped one, and a flood of memories surged into his mind, conjuring vivid images of the past. That in the depths of darkness, a venomous bee nimbly navigated through a labyrinthine network of intricate tunnels. Through its perspective, Logan beheld countless colossal beehives, brimming with honey and in the process of being filled. Standing like warehouses 5 meters beneath the Earth's surface, their sheer density and vast distribution spanned an entire beach, covering hundreds of square kilometers. Logan stood frozen in disbelief, akin to being struck by lightning. His gaze vacant as he activated another orb. A venomous bee, having feasted from a honey-storing hive, proceeded to a hive dedicated to nurturing larvae, encountering the plump, cherubic little creatures, transmitting waves of joy through his memories. Logan felt numb, utterly desensitized. He had thought his classmates selling cattle for school was a plight, only to discover that they owned an entire expanse of grazing land. The true fool was, in fact, himself. With a dazed expression, Logan waved his hand to disperse the remaining orbs of memory, then awkwardly picked up the hive at his feet and trudged toward the small boat. Buzzing behind him, dozens of venomous bees exchanged incredulous glances. Unable to believe Logan was simply leaving, would he not even make a further request, perhaps for a bit of honey? His sudden departure filled them, the perceived failures, with trepidation. They had sacrificed too little. In truth, these bees were judging him with a small-minded perspective, for Logan was not one to go back on his word. If he asked for honey, he would indeed take honey. He would never renege. Of course, another small reason for his abrupt departure was that the location of those hives was firmly etched in his mind. In the future, he could simply return to harvest without troubling his venomous brethren. No need to thank me. With this thought, Logan approached the small boat. A weary yet spirited Becky leaped into Logan's embrace, but he set the hive aside, smiling as he ruffled Becky's soft hair, a hint of tenderness sparkling in his eyes. You've worked hard these past few days. You must be exhausted. The little girl shook her head vigorously, wrapping her arms around his waist, inhaling the familiar, comforting scent emanating from him. As long as my brother is well, Becky is not tired at all. Meow. Your voice betrays your fatigue entirely. Silly girl. Logan felt both comforted and pained. Had it not been for Becky's tireless fishing day and night, he would not have endured until now. Brother will let you taste something delightful. Logan smiled gently, cradling Becky in one arm while drawing his long knife with the other. The blade glinted as it flashed. Swish! The hive was instantly cleaved in two, its gray, hardened exterior shattering to reveal the pale, golden core within. A rich, fragrant sweetness wafted into the air. Meow, Becky's little ears perked up instantly, her entire demeanor invigorated. Logan, too, felt a surge of energy, akin to witnessing a hearth on a winter's day. It seems this truly is a marvelous treasure. Logan bent down to scoop up the 2 halves of the hive, offering 1 half to Becky. This is our bounty from these past few days. Savor it well. Meow. Becky took the hive, her bright eyes sparkling with the allure of honey, beaming at Logan with an endearing smile before eagerly seizing a chunk of golden honey and popping it into her mouth. Instantly, her enchanting feline eyes transformed into crescent moons of delight. She was utterly immersed in blissful sweetness. What a greedy little cat! Logan chuckled softly, glancing at the half-hive in his hand. Only a thin layer of dull, metallic substance encased the interior, which was filled entirely with a pale golden gel and viscous honey, making it irresistibly tempting. Slurp. Logan, momentarily losing his composure, wiped his mouth and then grabbed a chunk of honey to savor. So fragrant, so sweet, so warm. It melted on his tongue, transforming into a wave of warmth that flowed into his stomach, flooding his senses with delightful aromas. After swallowing, a sunlit warmth lingered throughout his limbs. And in an instant, all fatigue vanished. Even the energy he had expended began to rejuvenate. Such miraculous honey existed in this world. Logan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he devoured the honey at an astonishing pace. The honey within the hive vanishing before the naked eye. Beside him, Becky was only slightly more graceful than Logan. Their eating habits could be aptly described as a whirlwind. Minutes later, they both set aside the empty halves, exchanging a glance that reflected the vibrant hues of happiness. Burp meow. Becky quickly covered her mouth, smiling shyly at Logan. He laughed heartily, then turned to retrieve 2 lounge chairs from the cabin. Sated and sleepy, they reclined comfortably side by side, each donning a cloud-like eye mask, thoroughly enjoying their relaxation. Meow, purr meow. Soon, the gentle sounds of slumber emanated from beside Logan. He lifted his eye mask to find Becky fast asleep, her cherry lips slightly parted, a drop of crystalline drool escaping. Logan tenderly gathered the stray strands of hair from Becky's forehead, then lowered the eye mask, gradually slipping into his own dreamland. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. Although life energy had been replenished, his spirit had remained in a state of high tension. Now, with the release of that tension, a tidal wave of drowsiness engulfed him. When he awoke, it was to the sun rising for the 3rd time from the east. What a refreshing sleep. Logan stood at the bow, stretching luxuriously as his body popped like firecrackers, an utterly delightful sensation. Brother, you're awake, meow. Becky, who had been fishing at the stern, heard the commotion and immediately dropped her rod. Bounding over. Brother, let us go home. There aren't any fish left here, meow. After several days away, he indeed felt a longing for home. Logan grasped the helm, commanding, crew member Meowki, raised the sails and set sail for home. Meow. By the time they returned to Yundelik, it was already midday. Logan dropped anchor and disembarked, entering the familiar 2-story villa, while Becky selected a fortunate empty fish she had caught earlier to prepare lunch. Subsequently, both Logan and Becky devoted the entire afternoon to rigorous training, running, wielding blades, squatting, and doing push-ups until the moon hung high in the sky. After a delightful dinner, they lay on the soft clouds of the island. Meowki, tomorrow I want to just be lingering outside. Logan spoke softly. I wish to explore the deeper parts of the trial island. What about Becky, meow? Logan sat up, gazing at Becky with bright eyes. You will remain on the beach to train with those venomous bees. Becky fell silent. Are you afraid? Logan gently stroked Becky's head. I will warn those bees to show mercy. I will ensure you do not suffer fatal harm, of course. Some unavoidable dangers are inevitable. Only under pressure can one progress swiftly. That is the essence of training. Meow. Becky tilted her head up, softly saying, Becky is not afraid. Becky is worried about brother, meow. Logan chuckled, patting his bicep. Brother is quite formidable now. Besides, if I cannot fight, I can still run away, right? Meow. Though still slightly anxious, Becky's worries dissipated upon seeing Logan's confident demeanor. To prevent her from overthinking, Logan stood and declared, It's getting late. Let us sleep. Meow. The following day, Logan and Becky once again set foot on the land of Trial Island, returning to the site where the guardianship of the Joshi Kingdom had met its demise. Logan's gaze swept across the desolate ground, finally settling on an unremarkable spot. A smile graced his lips as he approached, extending his hand to activate his ability. Hard ground, steel. A large orb of hardened material floated up from the earth. Logan waved his hand, drawing his ice vein blade and carving 3 deep lines into the ground, then gently lifting one side. The earth was suddenly pried open like a skylight, revealing thousands of bewildered crimson compound eyes below. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the dark curtain lifted, the enraged venomous bees, realizing their home was being destroyed, prepared to launch a vicious attack. Hi there, Logan waved amicably. The swarm's assault halted instantly. This human seems familiar. It has only been a few days. Surely you recognize me? Logan feigned disappointment, sighing, I am so sad. Buzz? The swarm retreated several meters in instant shock. Buzz, buzz. A colossal venomous bee emerged from the obsidian mist, soaring toward Logan. It was the leader of the venomous bees. Sip, sip, sip. Has the honey run out? We can provide you with more. Chapter 53. The Cat and the Bee. Logan struggled to comprehend its meaning. So he directly summoned Becky, stating bluntly to the venomous bee leader, This is my sister, and for the time to come, I require your assistance in her training." The venomous bee leader paused, momentarily taken aback, before erupting into a furious rage, its wings creating afterimages in the air. "Sip? What nonsense is this? Go ask around. Which blade of grass within several hundred miles would not tremble at our presence? We are the venomous bee clan that has dominated this beach for centuries. You dare suggest that we serve as sparring partners for a mere little girl? Dream on, foolish human." "Huh." Logan furrowed his brow, a hint of conqueror's haki leaking from him, as he directed his imposing presence toward the venomous bee leader and its swarm. In an instant, a deep-seated terror enveloped the hearts of all the venomous bees, gazing at Logan as if he were a towering giant, radiating a terrifying aura, and they were but tiny insects cowering at the feet of this giant, ever at risk of being crushed. The venomous bee leader's fury was doused with cold water, causing it to wilt immediately. It stole a glance at the formidable Logan, then at Becky, who stood by, a mix of curiosity and fear in her expression. Suddenly, its lightweight brain sparked with an idea. Perhaps serving as a sparring partner for this cat-human wouldn't be so bad after all. "We cannot defeat your brother, but can we not bully you a little?" With this thought, the venomous bee leader felt a surge of excitement. "Sip, sip?" "We agree." Upon witnessing the venomous bee leader nodding repeatedly, Logan's face broke into a smile, and he immediately released his overwhelming presence. "Quickly summon your little subordinates. I wish to see how you will assist my sister in her training." Saying this, Logan patted Becky's hand encouragingly, casting her a supportive glance before stepping aside. Meanwhile, the venomous bee leader conveyed its intentions to the swarm. The swarm stirred slightly, a dazzling light igniting in the depths of their eyes. "Revenge, brothers!" With a harmonious buzz, the swarm swiftly dispersed, encircling Logan and Becky to form an arena with a diameter of 20 meters. The venomous bee leader, accompanied by a dozen others, leaped from the swarm, confronting Becky at the center of the arena. "Sip!" The venomous bee leader stood aloft, issuing a command, and a flurry of black lightning shot toward Becky from all directions. The speed was so great that it left afterimages in the air. The buzzing sound surged toward her, and Becky's face paled as she hurriedly activated her thunder claws, flailing in a panic. Previously, when fleeing with Logan, she had faced the life-or-death scenario with courage, wielding her electric blades fearlessly to protect him. But now, devoid of that looming threat, her innate fear of the venomous bees surged within her. As a result, her movements became increasingly erratic, her dodges more desperate. Buzz, 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 sip. One venomous bee discerned the opening, diving down with a rush, the electric stinger glimmering ominously, stopping mere millimeters from Becky's brow. In that instant, she stiffened, a sharp pain radiating from her forehead as the specter of death swept over her. Sip, sip. The victorious venomous bee soared into the sky, raising a front limb in triumph. Sunlight cascading upon it, as if cloaking it in a sacred golden armor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dozen venomous bees circled around it, as if in celebration. But on the other side, Becky lowered her head, an overwhelming sense of disappointment and shame swelling within her. She dared not turn around, fearing to see Logan's disappointed gaze. Yet, when the silence lingered, Becky ultimately could not resist glancing back. Logan's gaze was calm, yet imbued with encouragement, akin to a warm sun dispelling the chill in her bones. Logan stepped forward, gently ruffling Becky's hair, his voice soothing. "It's all right to fail once. Even I was once at the mercy of this swarm of venomous bees. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. To pursue a daughter, one must inevitably face her mother. However, Becky, you were rather embarrassed in your defeat." Logan laughed heartily. "In battle, there are only victories and defeats. What is there to be ashamed of? If you lose, you fight again, until complete victory is achieved. That is the spirit of Logan's pirate crew." Listening to Logan's impassioned words, Becky's resolve slowly solidified, her fingers gathering brilliant electric sparks. Meow. Becky will not let her brother down. Trust in the power of perception. It will aid in awakening your observation Haki. Logan smiled slightly, offering a reminder before returning to his original position, waving at the venomous bee leader. The venomous bee leader understood. commanding the swarm to launch another assault. The pitch-black lightning, accompanied by the haunting buzz, tore through the void. Becky suppressed her rising panic, adopting a steady stance, her hands raised in anticipation, her shimmering black eyes attempting to track the bees' movements. Buzz! The venomous bees initiated their assault, closing in on Becky's back with blinding speed. Her ears twitched, and she whirled around, striking out with her claws. Zing! A streak of lightning shot forth, and a venomous bee fell. A gash appearing on its abdomen as it exhaled a plume of dark smoke, its body twitching slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The falling bee sounded the charge, and the remaining dozen bees launched their attack in unison. Meow! A flicker of panic crossed Becky's eyes, but she forcibly steadied herself, maneuvering her form, her claws crackling with scorching electricity, repelling the vicious, venomous bees. However, her speed and combat experience paled in comparison to these bees. Approximately a minute later, the battle concluded when one venomous bee sacrificed a leg to pierce the fabric over Becky's heart. The bees ascended, expressing their exhilaration in midair. Becky gasped for breath, her face ashen. Logan's lips curled into a smile as he approached to comfort her. You did well. There's been significant improvement. As he spoke, Logan beckoned with his finger, and a small green light descended from the sky, merging into the body of the defeated venomous bee lying on the ground. Before arriving on the island, Logan had extracted several square meters of soft light, energy from 50 trees, and 4 sea king-class life forms. All these energies now floated above. Sip, sip. The venomous bee felt a wave of warmth as its fading consciousness returned to its body. The wound vanished, and the pain dissipated. Sip. The venomous bee flapped its wings, soaring into the air, circling around Logan in an exuberant display of gratitude. That moment, another venomous bee approached the leader, presenting a remnant leg before Logan, blinking its pitiful little eyes. Sip. Logan shared a portion of life energy with it. The charred stump healing. Yet the missing limb did not regenerate. That if the severed limb could be found, life energy could restore it, but had been utterly obliterated by the electric shock and was now irretrievable. Logan expressed his apologies. I'm sorry. This is the extent of what I can offer. Becky bowed her head in apology as well. I'm sorry. It was my lack of restraint. Meow. Sip. The venomous bee graciously circled around Logan and Becky before returning to the leader, lifting its scarred limb. The venomous bee leader extended a front limb to rest upon its head. Sip, sip. Well done. Scars are the medals of a warrior. The surrounding venomous bees gazed upon them with admiration. Logan approached with a smile, addressing the venomous bee leader. I shall venture deeper into the island. I entrust Miyauki to your care. Sip. The venomous bee leader patted its chest in assurance. IT then returned to the swarm, issuing a command. The swarm gathered closely, resembling a dark mist obscuring the sky. Observing this scene, Logan was perplexed at that moment. The venomous bee leader flew over, indicating for Logan to watch the swarm. The dark mist began to morph, at times resembling a massive python, at others a ferocious wolf, a powerful black bear, or an ugly toad. For a full 5 minutes, the swarm showcased over 200 different creatures to him. Logan understood. The swarm was cautioning him to be wary of these ferocious beasts. Hey, you all are quite adorable. A warmth blossomed in Logan's heart as he waved his hand, and 2 concentrated green light orbs descended, a gentle rain of life energy cascading down. The swarm tilted their heads skyward, accepting this gift of life, gradually healing their bodies, battling alongside the black bears, and erasing the accumulated hidden injuries within them from long-standing conflicts with nature, thus elevating the entire swarm's vitality to a new level. The leader of the venomous bees rubbed his hands together in excitement, unexpectedly receiving such a grand gesture from Logan in return for his sudden small action. What a good person! Logan's observation Haki clearly sensed the joy and gratitude of the venomous bees, bringing a smile to his heart. However, time was of the essence, and Logan turned to Becky, admonishing her. Miao Chi, while I'm away, do not overexert yourself in training. Understood? He feared she might still practice as intensely as she did when they were together, and such training methods could be perilous without timely replenishment of life energy. Becky understood that her brother also needed to pay attention to his safety. Logan affectionately ruffled her hair and then turned to venture deeper into the island. With her brother striving hard, Becky resolved not to be lazy. The young girl, her expression resolute, bowed to the leader of the venomous bees, saying, "Mr. Bee Leader, please continue to fight alongside me." Hiss, the leader of the venomous bees nodded. And the battle between Cat and Bee commenced once more. Meanwhile, Logan raced across the vast wilderness like the wind. Under the coverage of his observation Haki, he found no signs of life for several kilometers, save for the wild grass. After running for over 2 hours, he finally spotted a few large gray butterflies, each the size of a basin, fluttering past the tips of the grass. Huffing, Logan paused to steady his slightly disordered breath. "Damn it, I must be the unluckiest person alive." He couldn't help but grumble. "With so many fierce beasts around, I haven't encountered a single one." Glancing at the sun, Logan oriented himself and headed north. After another half hour, he finally detected signs of life at the edge of his observation Haki, a spiral-horned sheep. Logan's heart leapt with joy as he licked his lips, altering his course towards the flock. In just a few minutes, he beheld dozens of enormous spiral-horned sheep drinking from a gently flowing river of clouds, each standing over 3 meters tall. Although they were quenching their thirst, their ears stood alert, and one sheep remained vigilant like a dutiful sentinel, on guard against any potential threats. Chapter 54. The wolf pack. Fortunately, the grass here grew exceptionally lush, completely concealing Logan's figure. He crouched slightly, peering through the flock to observe a tranquil patch of wild grass nearby. His observation Haki detected some intriguing creatures. Bah! Suddenly, a piercing wail reverberated through the wilderness as a massive spiral-horned sheep collapsed into the dense grass, falling lifelessly to the ground. The grass bent and snapped under its dying struggles, causing a flurry of movement. A sudden panic erupted among the flock, and before they could reprimand the sentinel, they bolted in every direction. A mournful wolf howl sliced through the sky as a dozen towering, fierce wolves sprang from their hiding spots in the grass, darting towards the flock like bolts of black lightning, shattering the grass as they pursued their prey. Logan licked his lips, a fierce battle intent igniting in his eyes. Wolves hunt sheep. The hunter follows with a hearty laugh. Logan leaped high, seizing the moment to unleash a blade of energy that stretched over 10 meters. Wherever the blade passed, grass was severed, and the air resonated with a dragon-like roar as it cleaved into the earth. Dust billowed, and a dark chasm appeared before the wolf pack. The fastest wolf abruptly halted, a few severed hairs drifting down before its eyes. Whoa! Fear flickered in the wolf's eyes, but that emotion was quickly consumed by a rage that clouded its judgment. Who is it? The terrified sheep had long since vanished from sight. The wolf pack, now restless, prowled along the edge of the chasm, the trembling grass left in the wake of the fleeing sheep, and the lingering scent of lamb meat sizzling on their hungry nerves. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? Awoo! Awoo! The chilling howls of the wolves echoed, their hearts brimming with fury. Once Logan sensed that the hatred had been sufficiently drawn, he picked up the unfortunate sheep that had been killed, swaggering out of the grass and standing before the wolf pack. "Defeat me and reclaim your prey." Logan tossed the dead sheep behind him, provocatively beckoning the wolves with a crooked finger. Grr! A dozen pairs of fierce, golden-brown wolf eyes fixated on Logan, thick drool dripping from their dark jaws. An overwhelming murderous intent rendered the surroundings eerily silent. The wilderness was hushed, save for the sound of the wind rustling through the grass. Unfazed, Logan met the cold, ruthless gazes of the wolves and clenched his fists. Indeed, for this battle, he would not wield a blade but engage in a fierce clash of fists and flesh. Logan's observation Haki had awakened, and the next crucial task was to awaken his armament Haki. Thanks to the theoretical knowledge from the old king, he no longer needed to fumble through it slowly. He simply needed to engage in numerous battles filled with pressure. A passionate clash filled with blood and sweat would pave the way to the awakening of his armament Haki. Of course, Logan was not reckless. After more than half a month of training, his physical strength had reached the threshold for cultivating armament Haki. Moreover, the old king's memories contained some techniques related to martial arts. preventing him from fumbling in the dark when fighting with his fists. Most importantly, Logan was no fool. He would not seek out particularly formidable beasts from the outset. The wolf pack before him served as an excellent practice target, capable of providing him with the pressure he sought without overwhelming him to the point of despair. They were the perfect whetstone for honing his martial arts and awakening his Haki. As Logan contemplated this, the wolf pack suddenly shifted. The scattered wolves formed two lines, parting to allow a colossal black wolf, towering at 3 meters, to stride forth from behind the pack. The two rows of large black wolves bowed their heads in deference to this extraordinary alpha wolf. This was the Wolf King, typically stationed at the rear of the pack to command their hunting and fighting. Yet now, it stood before Logan. Do you look down on me? Logan thought to himself, a smirk crossing his face as he tensed his back muscles, ready to unleash a thunderous strike. Unlike the other wolves, the Wolf King's eyes held little anger at the prospect of losing a meal. Instead, they gleamed with a playful curiosity at this unfamiliar plaything before it. Just a bunch of weak sheep, easily captured whenever desired. But this fellow before me, with tender flesh, appears quite delectable. The Wolf King slowly licked its lips, its greedy eyes filled with wildness and brutality, as if regarding a struggling lamb. Logan felt somewhat uneasy under that gaze, so he took the initiative to strike first. Divine Void Flash. This was a technique recorded within the Divine Thunder Gates martial arts, which, when combined with sword techniques, could unleash immense power. The method of exertion was akin to the shave within the 6 styles, utilizing explosive reaction forces generated by rapid footfalls on the ground to achieve swift movement. On his first attempt, Logan's speed did not improve significantly. In fact, he wasted considerable energy. This resulted in him being easily evaded by the Wolf King when he charged in, only to receive a powerful headbutt that slammed heavily into his waist. Boom! Logan was sent flying, and in a daze, he seemed to hear the sound of bones cracking. Spit! Logan pushed himself up with his arms, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his gaze fiercely locked onto the Wolf King. This creature possesses immense strength. The Wolf King lifted its head slightly, exhaling 2 puffs of white breath, disdainfully gazing at Logan from afar. Grr! The Wolf King deemed it beneath itself to continue fighting and ordered its subordinates to charge at Logan. Damn it! Who does it think it is looking down on me? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Logan once again activated Divine Void Flash. Bracing himself for the confrontation, the fiery collision of his fists against the hard skulls of the wolves echoed. Their heads felt like iron, sending shockwaves through Logan's fists. Sizzle! As Logan unleashed a punch, his old strength had waned, and new power had yet to arise that a cunning wolf, utilizing its companion as cover, ruthlessly slashed Logan's chest. Scalding blood gushed forth, splattering the wolf's head and face. The scent of blood ignited their ferocity, and the wolves' aggression surged, their assaults growing increasingly brutal. Logan's complexion paled as he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and fended off 2 frenzied wolf heads. Quickly using life energy to heal his wounds, the Wolf King's nostrils flared. Although it could not see the glowing orb of life energy, it detected a fragrance more refreshing and sweet than that of a newborn lamb in that fleeting moment. The Wolf King's gaze fixated on Logan, whose injuries were rapidly healing, its eyes narrowing slightly as a peculiar grin appeared on its face. Meanwhile, the pack of wolves, momentarily stunned by Logan's swift recovery, quickly resumed their frenzied assault, driven by the lingering scent of blood. Logan exhibited unyielding courage, employing unfamiliar martial techniques to confront the ferocious pack of wolves. Bang! 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 The dull thud of collisions reverberated across the wilderness. Occasional spurts of blood erupting forth. There were wild wolves aplenty, yet more often it was Logan's blood that flowed. This wild melee raged for over 10 hours, the sky now completely shrouded in darkness. With a bright crescent moon hanging high in the heavens, across the desolate landscape, several mangled corpses of wolves lay strewn upon the ground. Yet, many more wolves, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, fixated on the solitary human encircled by them. Logan's attire was utterly tattered, with only a few ragged strips of fabric shielding his vital areas. His exposed skin bore numerous bruises and bleeding wounds. Nevertheless, Logan's eyes sparkled with a brilliance that outshone the stars above. With the wisdom of the late king coursing through him, coupled with the relentless intensity of battle, he advanced rapidly in skill. Once again, Logan harnessed a sphere of life energy, feeling the searing blood and abundant vigor within him, and could not help but let out a long howl. The moment of the hunt has awakened. As his words echoed, several distinct fissures appeared in the ground beneath him, and Logan's figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, a wild wolf sensed impending doom and attempted to flee. Yet it was too late. Logan's figure materialized suddenly above its left shoulder, his right fist pulled back, gathering explosive power before crashing down onto its spine. Boom! The sound of shattering bones rang out. The wolf, with its spine shattered by Logan's force, was not yet dead, merely collapsing heavily to the ground. Pink foam bubbling from its darkened maw, its once ferocious eyes now brimming with fear and despair. Witnessing this scene, the Wolf King's eyes darkened, and with a howl directed skyward, the remaining wolves swiftly coalesced into a circle. A dozen pairs of ears perked up, their green eyes locking onto Logan's form like searchlights. Ah, akin to a hedgehog, how difficult it is to strike. Logan chuckled softly, scratching his head, then shifted his gaze to the Wolf King, who had detached from the pack, standing guard outside the circle. The Wolf King seemed momentarily taken aback, as if surprised that Logan would focus his attention on the Wolf King. It naturally possessed the confidence to confront any challenge. Although Logan had progressed swiftly, easily dispatching its minions in a short span, the Wolf King did not believe he could defeat it. This was the self-assurance of a king. Howl! The Wolf King's foreboding slightly crouched, its brutal gaze fixated on Logan, a glimmer of greedy possessiveness flickering in its eyes. Logan felt a disquieting sensation under its repugnant stare, prompting him to strike first, just as he had when he first encountered the Wolf King. Void step. Logan's figure vanished abruptly, the Wolf King reacting with remarkable speed, leaping left and raising its massive paw to strike down. Bang! The wolf's claw collided fiercely with Logan's fist, unleashing an invisible shockwave that sent grass and leaves tumbling. Logan was momentarily astonished. Observation Haki? No. Could it merely be instinctual animal intuition? A hint of astonishment appeared in Logan's gaze as he regarded the Wolf King. This creature truly lived up to its title as the Wolf King. Chapter 55. The Wolf King. The Wolf King's fur bristled, shimmering with an unusual luster beneath the moonlight. Howl! The Wolf King suddenly opened its jaws wide, terrifying energy gathering within its maw, and Logan sensed the impending peril. Hastily retreating, boom! A white-hot beam of energy, 50 centimeters in diameter, erupted violently from the wolf's mouth, narrowly grazing Logan's hair before crashing into the ground far off. Bang! Sizzle! The earth, harder than metal, instantly formed a bottomless black pit, with scorching white smoke billowing from its edges. Logan touched his singed hair, unable to suppress a gulp, his mind momentarily fogged. What on earth was that? A laser. Howl! The wolves, witnessing the Wolf King unleash its power, suddenly howled at the moon, their shrill voices tinged with excitement. Logan snapped back to reality, rubbing his face and employing breathing techniques to calm his racing heart. He noted that after firing the laser, the Wolf King's fur had dulled somewhat. Glancing up at the moon, he observed it was not full, but rather a bright crescent, with wisps of cloud obscuring it slightly. Surely, such peculiar conditions were not necessary. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Logan licked his lips, his fighting spirit surging forth, as he dashed forward, appearing before the Wolf King. Crash! With terrifying penetrating force, his fist struck the Wolf King's head. A thunderous sound, akin to a bell tolling, echoed across the wilderness as the Wolf King was propelled backward, skidding several meters, its sharp claws scraping against the ground and igniting sparks. Gore! The Wolf King shook its head, a flicker of pain flashing across its cold, indifferent pupils. It had been many years since it had tasted such a sensation. Veins of brutality emerged in its ferocious gaze, and with sudden vigor, the Wolf King lunged toward Logan, its massive jaws poised to tear him apart. A fine challenge. Logan did not evade, propelling himself forward, delivering another punch. The Wolf King met the attack head-on, then swung its paw. Larger than Logan's head, down upon his waist, the air howled as Logan raised his right leg, colliding fiercely with the wolf's claw, heat and brutality intertwined, the eyes of man and beast locked in a fervent battle. As the violent clash erupted into a frenzied exchange, bang, bang, boom, the man and wolf swiftly exchanged positions, fists colliding repeatedly with wolf's head and claws, the tempo of attack and defense escalating, even creating afterimages. Howl! The distant wolves blinked, wide-eyed in disbelief at the spectacle. This human could actually contend with their king to such a degree. How could it be that he had been so beleaguered by them in the daylight, yet now stood as an equal to their king at night? This rate of progress was simply outrageous. Boom, boom, boom. In the heart of the battle, waves of energy erupted, sending gusts of wind that uprooted trees and plants. Fissures of darkness spreading across the ground. The wind struck their faces like daggers, and the wolves silently retreated several hundred meters, gazing at the battlefield from a distance. Time fled swiftly under the increasingly tense gazes of the wolves. Hours passed. Ha! Ha! Logan violently unleashed the battle fervor within his chest, lost in combat, unaware of how many punches he had thrown or kicks he had landed, when he finally separated from the Wolf King. His entire body radiated a wave of intense heat. Meanwhile, the Wolf King was not faring much better, its fur disheveled, a long crimson tongue lolling from its mouth, exhaling white steam, resembling a wild dog spent from fervor. At this thought, Logan couldn't help but chuckle softly. The panting Wolf King understood Logan's mocking demeanor, its wolfish eyes narrowing in pure fury. How dare this mere prey mock the noble king? Such insolence was utterly unforgivable. Howl! The Wolf King regained its composure, the ground trembling beneath it as its colossal frame lunged toward Logan like lightning, its massive paw descending to crush him. The forceful wind rushed toward Logan, yet he remained unfazed, his legs propelling him forward, his back straightening like a fir tree, clenching his fist and drawing back slowly, immense power gathering within. The wolf's claw brushed against Logan's hair, and with eyes narrowed, he suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing right before the exposed chest of the Wolf King. Roquin. The accumulated power surged forth, a magnificent shockwave violently penetrating the Wolf King's body. Bang! A sound akin to a drum reverberated. As the Wolf King's back arched high, its fur erupting, visible shockwaves bursting forth. The Wolf King's blood-red eyes bulged, its elongated face contorting in agony as it spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Logan skillfully evaded, watching as the severely injured Wolf King collapsed to the ground, a radiant smile spreading across his face, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth. After the intense hours of combat, Logan had progressed remarkably. His martial skills nearly honed to perfection, fully grasping the Wolf King's strength and speed that in fact, he could have dispatched the Wolf King with a single blow 10 minutes prior, but he had been eager to witness the might of its laser attack. Regrettably, the Wolf King's fur had not regained its unusual luster and appeared somewhat dulled. It seemed that the attack had taken a substantial toll, and at least for tonight, it would not manifest again. Alas, what a pity! Logan gazed down at the dying Wolf King. This creature on the brink of death still bore a fierce demeanor, blood pooling between its teeth, yet its eyes remained filled with ferocity and rage. Logan shrugged, stepping closer to the Wolf King. The victor claims all. Logan intended to unleash his abilities to comprehend the nature of that laser attack. However, at that moment, a chorus of anguished howls erupted. The vegetation swaying as a dozen black wolves sprinted from afar, surrounding the Wolf King with extraordinary speed, forming an impenetrable guard. Logan came to a halt, his gaze fixated on them with a curious intrigue. It was evident that they were gripped by fear, trembling subtly beneath the low growls of threat, their majestic bodies shivering as though drenched in icy water. Yet, despite their trepidation, they resolutely shielded the dying Wolf King behind them, their eyes glinting with malice as they glared at Logan. Scratching his chin, Logan seemed to ponder something, suddenly surveying his surroundings as if in search of an elusive object. Ah, found it! The ice-veined blade shimmered with a cerulean glow under the moonlight. Conveniently positioned behind the wolf pack, and Logan easily spotted it, He strode towards it, causing the wolves to become immediately alert. One by one, the black wolves crouched low, their pale fangs bared behind dark lips, emitting a threatening growl from deep within their throats. Unfazed, Logan swaggered past the pack, retrieving the fallen ice-veined blade from the ground. Throughout this entire ordeal, the wolves' eyes remained trained on Logan, their nerves taut, their forms shifting in accordance with his movements. Meanwhile, Logan's gaze was sharp, locking onto the wolves as if he intended to pierce through their innermost secrets. He silently resolved upon a notion, slowly drawing forth his long blade. An unparalleled aura of sharpness rising in the eye in an instant. It was as if a needle had pricked them. A flicker of terror ignited within the wolf's pupils. Two choices. Logan extended 2 fingers, a smile gracing his face akin to the biting chill of the winds sweeping across the tundra. First, abandon the Wolf King, and you shall live. Second, stand with the Wolf King, and perish together. As he uttered the final word, a commanding presence surged forth, combined with the frost-laden long blade, transforming Logan into a veritable harbinger of life and death. Whimpering, one wild wolf collapsed on the ground, its tail tucked between its legs like a frightened dog, its body trembling violently, its eyes filled with dread and despair. The remaining wolves, equally shaken, faltered in their defense of the Wolf King, their formation becoming disarrayed, revealing several conspicuous gaps. Through these openings, Logan caught sight of the Wolf King and couldn't help but blink in surprise. The Wolf King lay there, gasping for breath, occasionally spewing forth blood mixed with visceral fragments, appearing utterly wretched. Yet, its gaze remained ferocious, glaring at Logan with an intensity that suggested it would gnaw at him with its eyes until its last breath. Indeed, one could say it was worthy of its title as king. Logan silently marveled at this, though his expression grew increasingly frigid. The cold blade rose, its deadly brilliance glimmering ominously. Logan issued his ultimatum: life or death. Another wild wolf succumbed to Logan's overwhelming aura. Yet instead of collapsing, it let out a whimper and scrambled away in a frantic escape. Excellent. Life is one's own. Fleeing does not equate to shame. Oh no, not for a wolf. A chilling smile crept across Logan's lips, the radiance of his blade intensifying further. That Logan's keen eyes detected yet another wolf wavering, its gaze darting toward the distance. Just as Logan was about to speak, a sudden howl shattered the atmosphere of terror he had crafted. Turning towards the sound, he beheld the Wolf King, unsteadily rising to its feet, howling at the moon. Under the Wolf King's call, the pack trembled and joined in the chorus of howls. This collective sound seemed to possess a mysterious power. Slowly, their bodies ceased to tremble, the desire to flee extinguished, and those who had collapsed gritted their teeth and rose once more. In no time, the wildness and ferocity of the pack were rekindled, their veins once again coursing with savage and cunning blood. Amidst Logan's piercing gaze, the howls gradually subsided. The Wolf King emerged from the pack, exuding a remarkable presence, its eyes ablaze as though kindled by fire. Intent on incinerating Logan, it could not bear the sight. A human was audaciously toying with its kin, and as the king, it felt powerless, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. It could not accept this. As a king, it could not perish in disgrace. At the very least, it must claim a piece of flesh from its adversary. Deep within the Wolf King's blood-red pupils, a flicker of royal brilliance erupted. Beneath the bright moonlight, an extraordinary radiance began to shimmer amidst the Wolf King's wild, flowing fur. The wild wolves howled at the moon in unison, as if rallying for battle. Chapter 56. The past, a terrifying energy coalesced within the Wolf King's gaping maw. And even a slight leak of this power unleashed a scorching wave, evaporating clouds and scorching vegetation. The Wolf King stood tall, its powerful neck held straight, its crimson eyes reflecting the distant figure of a human. A thunderous howl erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder, carrying with it an air of fatal determination. The colossal energy compressed to its zenith transformed into a slender, searing beam, hurtling forth. This time, the might of the attack was magnified several-fold. Logan licked his cracked lips, neither dodging nor evading. He took his stance, gripping the blade firmly, channeling all his strength into a resplendent blade glow that fused with the weapon, betraying not a hint of its power. As his body sank slightly, the blade felt as though it had gained 1,000-fold strength in an instant, weighty and formidable. Here it comes. The lethal beam surged forth, enveloped in a destructive heat, traversing the very fabric of space. Logan's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, his spirit reaching its zenith in that fleeting moment. Divine path, extreme, bearing the celestial phoenix. Logan's muscular arms bulged as he swung the long blade to meet the oncoming fiery beam head-on. The two bursts of light collided, and for a brief moment, the world fell into silence before a clear, melodic cry of a phoenix pierced the air as Logan's blade transformed into an ice-blue phoenix, enveloping him protectively while entwined with the scorching beam. At last, they reached a critical point. With a thunderous explosion, it sounded as though two suns had erupted simultaneously, illuminating the darkened sky, causing the very earth beneath to tremble. A terrifying wave of heat and energy surged forth, visible shockwaves radiating from the epicenter in all directions. In the wake of this annihilation, vegetation was reduced to powder and the ground cracked in despair. The Wolf King's pupils constricted in fear, yearning to flee, but in the next moment it collapsed, its massive form seeming to shrink several sizes, its fur dull and lifeless, its body convulsing with weakness, blood pouring forth from its mouth. The cost of unleashing the laser cannon was far more arduous than Logan had anticipated. Its activation conditions were exceedingly stringent. Primarily, the Wolf King had to be in peak condition. However, prior to this, the Wolf King had been on the brink of death. The reason it could successfully unleash this superlative laser cannon was not only due to the presence of the pack, but also because it had exhausted its very life force. Lying on the ground, the Wolf King's eyes held neither despair nor dread. It had contemplated this very outcome when it prepared to unleash its attack at this moment. It lay quietly, feeling the warmth of life gradually ebbing away. Its dimming gaze fixed serenely upon the blinding light at the explosion's center, calmly awaiting the impending wave of destruction. Suddenly, the Wolf King sensed a shadow blocking its vision, a figure appearing before it. The trembling silhouette casting a shadow over half its face. Following that, a second, a third, and a fourth shadow emerged, increasingly numerous figures forming a wall, tightly interlocking to shield the Wolf King entirely. Under the cover of these shadows, the glimmer in the Wolf King's eyes stood out starkly. With great effort, the Wolf King lifted its head slightly and let out a howl towards the trembling pack, which quaked in fear. Though weak, it bore an undeniable authority. Upon hearing the command, the pack seemed to be injected with a surge of adrenaline, straightening their spines, standing tall, and raising their proud heads to face the threat of death. "Well done!" A clear voice rang out suddenly, followed by a figure materializing before the pack, who, with a casual swing of their blade, faced the oncoming shockwave. A blade of light sliced through the air for dozens of meters, directly striking the shockwave. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed, as the terrifying shockwave and the immense blade of light both dissipated into nothingness. The air rippled. The wolves crouched low, pained expressions etched across their elongated faces. Once the dust settled, the wild wolves shook off the debris clinging to their fur, raising their heads to behold a sight that sent their hearts into a frenzy. That human, that demon-like human, stood before them, brandishing a long blade and wearing a chilling smile directed at them. The wild wolves hastily attempted to flee, but upon suddenly recalling the presence of their king behind them, they abruptly halted, their limbs trembling and their scalps prickling as they fixated on the ground. Logan, convinced of his warm smile, could not help but touch his face upon witnessing the wolves' expressions, which resembled that of encountering a ghost on a dark path. He lowered his gaze to his own appearance. Ahem, it was evident that he did not present a favorable image at the moment. His clothing was utterly ruined, reminiscent of a classic scene of strolling with birds under the moonlight. A chill ran through him, and even someone as seasoned as Logan felt his cheeks flush. Meanwhile, the wolves, noticing Logan's movement, instinctively took a collective step back, shivering. Logan scratched the back of his head, deciding to dismiss his attire as plight. and raised his gaze over the pack to look at their king behind them. But a smirk graced his lips as he called out, "Hey, if you don't step aside, your king will perish." The sentiment behind his words implied that if they did make way, the king would not survive. Yet the wolves exchanged glances, deeming Logan's proclamation as mere nonsense. Logan's observation Haki sensed their emotions, causing his lips to twitch slightly. He resolved to forego further argument and decisively unleashed his conqueror's Haki. The overwhelming aura struck each wolf with precision. Thud, thud, thud. The wolves collapsed one by one, losing consciousness. Logan withdrew his conqueror's Haki, somewhat surprised to find the lone remaining conscious creature among them was the Wolf King. Is it truly worthy of the title? This was the second time such a thought crossed Logan's mind as he stepped toward the Wolf King. The calmness that once resided in the Wolf King's eyes had vanished, replaced by a fury of bloodlust and disbelief. To the Wolf King, the intensity of the overwhelming force should have easily annihilated the entire pack, making it inconceivable for Logan to have survived. Yet, the reality was that this detestable human stood alive before him. The Wolf King's eyes threatened to burst with rage, bloodied tears streaming down its cheeks, its crimson-stained fangs grinding together as if they yearned to leap forth and utterly rend Logan apart. Logan crouched down, gently stroking the Wolf King's head. He could easily sense the profound rage coursing through the Wolf King, yet the injuries within its body prevented it from rejecting his touch. Logan chuckled softly. "Rest for a while. Everything will be well once you awaken." The Wolf King sensed an unusual undertone in those words, struggling desperately. However, Logan's gaze hardened, and his conqueror's Haki surged forth, crashing heavily into the Wolf King's mind. At such a close distance, and with such a vast disparity in power, even the Wolf King's resolve to resist faltered, causing him to roll his eyes and succumb to unconsciousness. Thus, the entire pack was vanquished. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the mournful wail of the wind sweeping across the desolate wilderness. Logan gestured, summoning a vibrant green energy that descended into the Wolf King's body. The rich vitality began to mend the grievous injuries within the king, and its faint, shallow breaths grew slightly stronger. Although it would not heal the Wolf King immediately, it would preserve its life. This was precisely the outcome Logan sought as he extended his hand toward the now-safe Wolf King, activating his ability, Memory Theft. In the next moment, hundreds of orbs of light began to leap from the Wolf King, swirling around Logan. He was taken aback, having utilized the memory theft technique numerous times. Logan had developed a rough understanding of the time encapsulated within the stolen memories. What lay before him encompassed at least a century's worth of history, were the creatures on this island truly capable of such longevity? The venomous bees were no exception, nor was the Wolf King. Logan's expression shifted slightly as he reached out to touch the first orb of light, pondering, "I wonder what secrets you all hold." The first orb transformed into a torrent of memories flooding into Logan's mind. That it depicted the Wolf King as a newborn, akin to an adorable puppy, being led by its mother to hunt. Frolicking and playing without a care in the world that was rather heartwarming. Empathizing with the scene, a warm smile spread across Logan's face as he returned this memory to the Wolf King. He proceeded to explore the second, third, and up to the 10th orbs, all of which depicted mundane moments devoid of significance. However, upon unlocking the 11th orb, the narrative took a turn. The Wolf King, now a young adolescent, still bore traces of youth upon its face. The pack had successfully hunted a wild buffalo and was in the midst of their feast when two fierce tigers launched a sudden attack. It was a massacre. The wolves stood no chance against the tigers, suffering heavy casualties in mere moments. With dismembered bodies strewn about, through the memory, Logan could almost smell the overwhelming stench of blood. The tigers trampled upon the Wolf King, voraciously devouring the buffalo before all the wolves, and after finishing, did not leave but crushed the young king's skull underfoot before roaring menacingly as they plunged into the pack. A cacophony of wails erupted. Humiliation, fury, and hatred surged in the young Wolf King's mind as it longed to retaliate and tear them apart with its fierce teeth. Yet its mother intervened, biting its neck and hiding it within a dark underground burrow, pressing her body firmly atop it. Thus, the Wolf King lay trapped in the darkness, listening to the anguished cries of its kin and the triumphant roars of their assailants. Time passed, and the sounds gradually faded into silence. The Wolf King effortlessly pushed aside the cover above, a pungent wave of blood filling its senses as it beheld the gruesome scene before it. Blood-soaked ground, severed limbs, and shattered wolf heads that it spotted its mother. Torn apart, her body seemingly glued to the cover above. Her skull was shattered, her teeth clenched tightly, her tongue severed, and she had not uttered a single sound, even unto death. The Wolf King was consumed by grief. Howling to the heavens as the moonlight cascaded upon it, its fur shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Chapter 57. Subduing the wolf pack, the memory abruptly ceased. Logan returned to himself, wiping away tears that had somehow streamed down his face, letting out a weary sigh. Delving into another's memories, especially when they reside within one's own mind, has its drawbacks. The sensation of empathy can be overwhelming, as if one has personally experienced the trials of the memory's protagonist. Such was the case with joyous memories, yet the despair and oppression of a massacre were indescribably burdensome. Logan slapped his cheeks, exhaling deeply to alleviate the heaviness in his chest, with his heart finally calm. He could stabilize his emotions and focus on other matters. The situation was clear. The Wolf King had awakened during this harrowing period, manifesting a powerful laser cannon. This cannon was a precious legacy embedded within the bloodline of the Wolf clan. Awakened only by true heirs of the clan, a gift from the moon, it was akin to possessing the Conqueror's Haki, a rare endowment among millions. Furthermore, this laser cannon possessed two attributes. One, a scorching type generated by the moon reflecting sunlight, and the other, a chilling type born from the moon's own frigid essence. The Wolf King had awakened the scorching variant. Naturally, it was unclear what it was called. The Wolf King merely wielded this power instinctively. Having clarified this point, Logan etched the information from the memory onto the ground with the tip of his blade, subsequently returning the memory, since the memory was stolen. It would leave no trace in his mind. Once returned, it would vanish entirely, and he too would forget. After returning the memory, Logan contemplated the information inscribed on the ground. Nodding thoughtfully, he then proceeded to examine the remaining memories. Much like a protagonist in a web novel, the Wolf King bore the weight of profound enmity, wandering alone across the wilderness, reveling in moments of joy with no wolves to share them with, and silently retreating to lick its wounds when hurt. Gradually, however, more wolves began to surround it. 1, 2, and a new pack began to form. After an hour of immersing himself in the Wolf King's memories, Logan gained a deeper understanding of this trial island through the Wolf King's perspective. Indeed, this place was home to a multitude of creatures, whose sources of energy came not only from hunting, but also from sunlight, moonlight, and the keratin particles within the island's clouds. The wild wolves could replenish their energy by basking in the moonlight. The beasts on this island enjoyed remarkably long lifespans, through the Wolf King's eyes. The old Wolf King had lived for at least 200 years, though the reason for such longevity remained a mystery. Furthermore, the island's inhabitants could not leave, with the cause still unknown. In addition, the mighty beasts on the island each possessed their own territories, ranked by strength from the beach to the island's center. The territory of the bee swarm extends to the outermost beach, where one can also find small creatures such as wild rabbits and field mice. Adjacent to the beach lies the domain of the wolf pack, accompanied by formidable beasts like bison and hyenas. Deeper within the island roam massive predators, such as black bears, leopards, and tigers, each towering over 10 meters in height. Approximately 50 of these colossal beasts inhabit this island, as for the innermost depths of the island. The memories of the Wolf King reveal no records whatsoever. It is a realm of utter desolation, where even the most formidable creatures dare not venture, and even the sovereign of the skies. The golden eagle circumvents its vicinity. The ferocity of the beasts, shrouded in mystery, casts a spell upon Logan, leaving him parched and igniting a fervent flame within him. Logan has encountered black bears and leopards before. The chilling aura that emanates from them is etched vividly in his memory. Upon comparing his current prowess, he realizes he is not yet their match. Yet this does not deter him from setting them as his aspirations. However, Given the vastness of the island, solitary endeavors will not suffice. He requires allies. The bee swarm, known for its speed and stealth, would make a commendable ally. Nonetheless, when faced with true predators, they do not dare trespass into their territories. It is only the black bears that frequently intrude, pilfering their nurtured hives, inciting a brief moment of defiance among the bees to fight back. Yet even then, should the black bears unleash their wrath, the bees would be utterly outmatched. Thus, Logan must seek other companions. The wolf pack presents a promising option. With formidable strength and a rebellious spirit, the Wolf King often leads his pack into the territory of tigers for guerrilla attacks. Displaying remarkable ferocity, not only is he a reliable guide, but accompanying him also brings prestige. What? You say the Wolf King may not heed your commands. Logan dismisses this concern entirely. He gazes around at the luminous memories surrounding him, contemplating before returning them all to the Wolf King. Initially, he had contemplated erasing the Wolf King's memories entirely, fabricating a scenario in which he heroically rescues the nearly extinct Wolf King to gain his favor. However, upon reflection, this course of action felt disingenuous. Whether the Wolf King would appreciate it was uncertain, and what of the other wolves revealing the truth? Moreover, why should he go to such lengths to appease a mere wolf when he possesses the strength to easily overpower it? Consequently, Logan resolves to let his fists do the talking. Though wolves are notoriously difficult to tame, Logan is confident that if he demonstrates virtue, the Wolf King will eventually awaken to the truth. With this thought, Logan unleashes his overwhelming presence, awakening all the wolves as the pack rouses. They leap to their feet, gathering in unison, glaring at Logan as if they were wrong spouses. At this moment, the Wolf King awakens, his eyes glowing with a fierce red glare directed at Logan. Logan smiles, stepping back slightly, and with a beckoning gesture, he releases all remaining life energy he had brought with him. The life energy of a colossal sea creature and half a great tree surges into the Wolf King's body, while the remaining energy transforms into a gentle rain, merging with the pack. Initially, they misconstrue this as an attack from Logan, instinctively assuming defensive postures. However, as the first drop of life energy seeps into their bodies, a warm current flows through their limbs, a symphony of crackling sounds resonates within, and the pack instinctively closes their eyes in bliss, unable to suppress their contented purring. The sensation is akin to lying upon a smooth stone beneath the full moon, basking in the tranquil sea of moonlight, utterly refreshing and invigorating. Their injuries healed, their bodily functions restored to peak condition, the wolves gaze at Logan with astonishment. Who is this man? The Wolf King struggles to conceal his shifting expressions, but his dark muzzle betrays a hint of a smile, and his eyes narrow with intrigue. This sensation is indescribably pleasurable. In less than a minute, the Wolf King's mortal wounds are fully healed, and he strides before the pack with renewed vigor, surveying Logan from a position of authority. How? Human, what do you mean by this? Though the Wolf King's eyes still harbor a trace of savagery, he no longer wishes to engage Logan in battle. He has tasted death once and has no desire to experience it again. Although he is unafraid of death, he cannot perish before avenging his great grievance. Logan, unable to comprehend the Wolf King's words, calmly declares his terms. I require your allegiance. How? The Wolf King erupts in fury, crimson veins coursing through his eyes. Submit to a human? He would rather perish. As a king, he cannot accept the humiliation of bowing before an enemy. Though the notion of dying before avenging his vendetta leaves him discontented, he has his principles, beyond which he will not tread. Logan's gaze darkens slightly as he lowers his blade, clenching his fists, and coldly states, "It seems you still do not grasp the situation." With a fierce howl, the Wolf King launches an assault, pouncing towards Logan. Unrelenting, Logan retaliates with a powerful punch. Crack! The Wolf King's massive form is sent flying several meters, his fangs shattering, saliva and blood spraying forth. After several attempts, he finally regains his footing, shaking his bewildered head. His eyes filled with stars. Simultaneously, his mind is nearly overwhelmed with shock. Just hours prior, they were evenly matched, yet now he has been struck down by a single blow. Is he a monster? Nevertheless, even if he is a monster, he will never submit. The Wolf King steels himself, his hazy gaze catching Logan's sudden disappearance. Before sensing an impending threat from his left side, he attempts to evade, but Logan arrives even faster than anticipated. Bang! The Wolf King's hefty body crashes to the ground, and Logan swiftly ascends, delivering a flurry of punches to his abdomen. Will you submit? How? Will you submit? How? Will you submit? How? Despite the Wolf King being battered and bloodied, the ferocity and defiance in his eyes remain unwavering. The surrounding wolves, witnessing their king's brutal beating, rush forward to intervene, only to be halted by a single glance from Logan. Boom! Logan strikes again, causing a spray of blood. Locking eyes with the Wolf King's unyielding gaze, momentarily taken aback, he then rises from the Wolf King, wiping the blood from his knuckles as he steps aside. Logan muses, "Very well, since you refuse to submit, I shall let it be." The Wolf King rolls over, lying on the ground, gazing up at Logan with a bewildered expression. "I asked it. Shouldn't you have killed me? I was prepared for death. Yet you simply dismiss me with a light remark. Did I endure this beating for nothing?" While the Wolf King contemplates in confusion, Logan continues, "If a master-servant relationship is unfeasible, then let us be friends." Upon hearing this, the Wolf King furrows his brow in perplexity. Friends? What is that? Having experienced the tragic annihilation of his clan from a young age, bearing the weight of deep-seated enmity, he has forged a wolf dynasty through sheer force. His past is fraught with violence, bloodshed, treachery, and betrayal. The Wolf King has never known friendship, nor has any wolf dared to befriend him. Thus, he is entirely ignorant of its meaning. Logan, unfazed by this revelation, approaches the Wolf King and elucidates the concept of friendship, concluding with, "You seek vengeance against those two tigers, do you not? As a friend, I can share my strength with you and will assist you unconditionally." Chapter 58. The feast. Upon hearing these words, the Wolf King's heart stirs, and his gaze toward Logan shifts noticeably. He remains largely unmoved by Logan's earlier sentiments of brotherhood through life and death. A cunning and brutal ruler of the wilds. He harbors skepticism towards such notions. However, he cannot disregard Logan's final statement. The grievance of his clan's massacre is a deeply rooted obsession within the Wolf King. He will not rest until he personally avenges the two tigers. Yet he also recognizes that he cannot vanquish his foes alone. Even his prized laser cannon can merely breach the tiger's skin, inflicting little damage. Thus, each year he leads his subordinates to the tiger's territory, not for conquest, but to vex them, ensuring they understand that a pair of venomous eyes are ever watchful over them. Yet this strategy can only go so far. Absent any unforeseen developments, the Wolf King might continue this way until he either perishes of old age or is captured and devoured by a tiger. However, now, an unforeseen variable has emerged. The Wolf King licks his bloodied lips, his gaze fixed intently on Logan. This human may not yet be capable of defeating a tiger, but his potential is undeniably terrifying. In just a day and a night, he has evolved from a clumsy novice, cornered by a few wild wolves, to a stature that even the Wolf King must now regard with awe. Moreover, the seemingly prescient ability he exhibited was far more formidable than his sense of crisis. It was almost palpable. The Wolf King cast his gaze downward, suddenly contemplating that the proposal of friendship might not be such a bad idea after all. Logan lifted his eyes to the sky, where the horizon was already tinged with the pale light of dawn, marking the passage of yet another night. That a flicker of concern for Becky stirred within him, prompting him to glance at the contemplative Wolf King and challenge, "Hey, have you been pondering for too long? As the Wolf King, you should display a bit of decisiveness." A low, impatient growl escaped the Wolf King, who internally acknowledged his own hesitance. After all, he was a defeated one, lacking the authority to reject the conditions set forth by the victor. The Wolf King steeled himself, rising from the ground and shaking off his thick, long black fur, now towering over Logan with an imposing glare. However, his pitifully grotesque visage, reminiscent of a pig's head, rather undermined this noble demeanor. Logan extended his hand with a smile, introducing himself. "I am Logan. I look forward to your guidance in the future." The Wolf King paused for a moment, then, snapping back to reality, emitted a low growl and touched Logan's hand with a front paw. Logan erupted into laughter as he then located the disfigured ram that had been destroyed in their battle, using a knife to skin it and fashioning a rudimentary sheepskin skirt. Upon completion, he turned to the Wolf King with an apologetic expression. "I am sorry for taking your prey." Before the Wolf King could respond, Logan quickly added, "Wolf King, would you escort me a ways?" His expression suddenly shifted to one of feigned vulnerability, one hand resting on his waist and the other on his leg, conveying a sense of weariness. The Wolf King rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that Logan had not appeared so weak during their earlier confrontation. Nevertheless, he said nothing further and howled to the pack, summoning a massive black wolf over 2 meters tall, which came rushing toward him. The Wolf King pointed with his right paw at the great black wolf, indicating Logan should mount it. All right then. Logan did not expect to ride the Wolf King himself. Instead, he joyfully leaped onto the back of the large black wolf. The wolf's pupils quivered, a tumult of emotions surging within, a discomfort at being ridden for the first time, a fury at being trampled upon, but more overwhelmingly, a fear of the slayer. Noticing the black wolf's agitation, Logan gently stroked its soft fur, soothingly murmuring, "Do not be afraid. Once we reach our destination, I shall reward you, ensuring your utmost delight." Reward. Could it be that kind of reward that makes a wolf feel as if it were basking in moonlight? The black wolf immediately ceased its fear, even pawing at the ground with anticipation, letting out an eager snort. The Wolf King's ears perked up. His own injuries had yet to heal, and he too desired a reward. Ugh! Grasping the black wolf's neck fur, Logan guided his steed to turn toward the Wolf King and the pack, proclaiming loudly, "It was my fault for letting your sheep escape. As an apology, I invite everyone to a barbecue. Those who wish to eat, follow me." With that, Logan squeezed the wolf's belly, and the black wolf surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. The pack of wolves exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what a barbecue entailed, but upon hearing the word eat, they eagerly licked their lips. Yet, they dared not make a decision on their own, their eyes fixed expectantly on the Wolf King. The latter cast a glance at the feckless wildlings, snorted lightly through his nostrils, and then strode with a noble gait in the direction Logan had taken. The pack erupted with enthusiasm, howling as if invigorated, racing after him. The black wolf's speed was indeed remarkable, and its endurance was exceptional. The only downside was that it was a tad bumpy. Over an hour later, the sky brightened, and Logan's observation Haki detected the familiar beach. A swarm of black bees hovered in clusters over the sunlit shore, their purpose unknown that a beautiful cat-eared maiden sat at the ship's railing, swinging her slender, snowy legs, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly, a plume of smoke billowed in the distance, catching the attention of the cat-eared maiden. Buzz! The swarm took to the skies, their eyes warily scanning the rising smoke. They sensed the scent of danger. However, before they could ascertain the identity of the threat, a familiar voice echoed from afar, "I'm back." It was Brother Meow. Becky's face lit up with excitement as she leaped from the ship's railing onto the beach, sprinting toward Logan like a flash of white lightning across the dark earth. "That's my sister," Logan exclaimed, playfully smacking the black wolf that had assumed a battle stance, his voice booming. The Wolf King slightly curled his lip, suddenly accelerating, seemingly intending to intercept the rushing Becky, ready to assert his dominance. Logan called out, "I'm the one who will be cooking for you all later." The Wolf King silently decreased his speed, subtly shifting aside to clear a wide pathway for Becky to reach Logan. "Lower your head," Logan commanded, patting the black wolf's head, which complied promptly, allowing a white figure to leap over it. Logan caught Becky as she jumped onto him, grinning. "You've improved quite a bit." Seeing Logan unharmed eased the heavy weight from Becky's heart, dissipating all her worries and wild speculations. "What happened? Are you hurt? Did you get poisoned?" Logan suddenly noticed the bandage wrapped around Becky's arm, inquiring with concern. Becky shook her arm with a smile. "The poison bee leader gave me royal jelly to detoxify." "So Becky is perfectly fine." Logan sighed in relief, recognizing his concern had been misplaced. However, he could not ignore the weariness etched on Becky's face. She must not have slept well last night. He said little, merely ruffling Becky's small head. "No need to worry, sis. Moreover, there's no need to overexert yourself in training. Your health is paramount." Becky proudly lifted her chin. Becky can now easily fend off 100 poison bees. Is that so? Logan replied with a feigned expression of surprise, praising, that is truly impressive. However, Becky's pride quickly faded, her little head drooping once more. But my observation Haki hasn't improved at all. Such progress is not achieved overnight. Steady and deliberate advancement is what truly matters. As they conversed, the wolf pack had already arrived at the beach. Logan dismounted from the wolf, observing numerous large platters arranged on the sand, where over 3,000 poison bees indulged in their feast. Upon recognizing Logan's presence, the poison bees relaxed their vigilance and returned to their platters. Only the poison bee leader flew over to Logan. Do you also eat meat? Logan inquired with curiosity. Sizzle. The poison bee leader circled Becky, then raised a foreleg, offering a small piece of meat to its mouth, instantly displaying an expression of sheer bliss. Logan gave Becky a thumbs up, then glanced toward the shallow sea, where 3 large fish lay, each exceeding 10 meters in length, likely caught by Becky. Logan addressed the poison bees with a smile. I'll make sure you feast to your heart's content. Go fetch some honey, for we shall commence a banquet. Sizzle. The poison bee leader eagerly responded, leading 1,000 poison bees underground to gather honey. Logan boarded the small boat, extracting 1/10 of a large fish's life energy, which he divided into 3 portions, then flicked his fingers, sending each one into Becky, the Wolf King, and the Black Wolf. All 3 closed their eyes in contentment as their injuries visibly healed at a remarkable pace. Soon, Becky radiated vitality as she unwrapped her bandage. The Wolf King regained his proud and aloof countenance, and the Black Wolf leapt joyfully. Logan chuckled, returning to the cabin for a shower and changing into clean clothes. Upon emerging, he waved Becky over, gesturing toward the Wolf King and the 12 black wolves behind it, saying, These creatures will be our allies from now on. They came with me for your culinary skills. Becky's cheeks flushed with pride as she rolled up her sleeves and approached the fish, declaring, Leave it to Becky. Logan waved for the Wolf King to have fun, then assisted Becky in preparation. The swarm of bees busily transported honeycombs, opening them like lids to reveal the golden, fragrant treasures within. The Wolf King's throat moved as he cast a sidelong glance at the poison bees, then reclined on the beach, feigning slumber, while the pack imitated him, lying down as well. Yet their gazes occasionally darted toward the swarm, drawn by the tantalizing aroma of unfamiliar food wafting toward their nostrils. The creatures in their midst were incessantly salivating, their eyes tinged with a hint of green. However, under the formidable presence of Logan and the Wolf King, they refrained from seizing the food, instead choosing to obediently stay behind the Wolf King. Yet soon, their keen sense of smell was ensnared by a more enticing aroma wafting from small boat in the shallow sea. The pack of wolves stirred restlessly, yet none dared to act. One, out of fear, and the other, knowing it would be futile. Each time they contemplated plunging into the sea, an invisible barrier loomed before them, impenetrable no matter the force exerted. Fortunately, this tantalizing scent did not torment them for long. Over an hour later, Logan and Becky presented 3 meticulously prepared sea kings upon a beach. Half were roasted, the other half stewed, creating a lavish spread that filled the shore, the fragrance so rich it made one's mouth water. The Wolf King opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. The wasps began to converge from all directions. Logan seized a piece of meat with bones and proclaimed, in celebration of the profound friendship forged between the Logan pirate crew and the Bee clan, as well as the Wolf clan, let us revel. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A wolf. The wolves, swept up in the jubilant atmosphere, howled excitedly towards the heavens. Chapter 59. In search of the tiger beast, the steaming delicacies from the sea, paired with the sun-kissed brews from the earth, were an overwhelming revelation for the wolves, who had only ever known the taste of raw flesh. How delightful the flavor of fish could be. How astonishing it was that food could be roasted. How sweetly fragrant honey could be. This lively triad of festivities continued from dawn until the solitary hour of dusk. The wasps lazily settled upon the blades of grass to rest, while the wild wolves reclined on the beach, their bellies full, emitting contented grunts. Logan approached the Wolf King, smiling. Let us rest here tonight. Tomorrow, accompany me in seeking out those 2 ferocious tigers. the Wolf King opened his eyes. A glimmer of confusion flickering within him. It seemed that Logan's strength was yet insufficient. Pursuing vengeance against the tigers at such a time appeared to be a most irrational choice, akin to courting death. Logan sensed his thoughts and beamed. I am in pursuit of a power known as Armament Haki. I can feel it after our battle yesterday. I am but a paper's width away from it. This barrier must be shattered in combat against stronger foes. I shall not perish. I will only grow more formidable through battle. Logan spoke with unwavering conviction, as if proclaiming that the sun must rise from the east. The Wolf King paused, momentarily taken aback, before nodding slowly in agreement. He then turned away, closing his eyes as if to drift into slumber. Logan smirked and returned to the ship. Yet, just as his figure vanished within the small boat, the Wolf King suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of bewilderment clouding his gaze. Why was it that he would not die? What gave him such certainty? Had he grown so weak over the years? He recalled the days of his youth, when he, a lone wolf, dared to challenge packs of hyenas many times his size. He remembered leading a few pups to confront rival wolves who sought to encroach upon their territory. He remembered how brave and spirited he had been then, why had he become so cautious now? When had this change taken root? The Wolf King's gaze fell into contemplation. Eventually, a pair of brutal, menacing eyes radiating boundless malice surfaced in his mind, sending chills down his spine. The Wolf King gasped. Yes, it was indeed then he had established his own wolf dynasty upon this land, vanquished all defiant wolf kings, and rallied hundreds of powerful wolves to march boldly into the territory of the tigers. Yet, in mere moments, his pride was torn asunder by the tigers, his authority shattered. Most of his followers perished in that battle. From that day forth, the Wolf King no longer dared to confront the tigers directly, resorting instead to guerrilla tactics with his pack. Claiming to seek vengeance against the tigers was merely self-deception. The Wolf King couldn't help but ponder. If he had not given up then, if he had relentlessly pursued battle with the tigers, what would the outcome be now? Would he have been slain by the tigers? Or would he have slain them instead? He gazed upward at the moonlit sky, his heart awash with confusion that a night passed in silence. The following dawn, Logan awoke early, stretching upon the deck, spotting the Wolf King gazing up at the sky. He cheerfully greeted, "Good morning." The Wolf King slowly turned his head, offering a slight nod. Logan, oblivious to any unusual demeanor, remarked, "I shall go catch a few sky fish to replenish my milk supply." The Wolf King, disinterested, lowered his head, his elongated snout resting against the cool ground. Logan shrugged and set off in his boat. After more than 3 hours, Logan returned, hauling 2 20-meter-long sky fish. Above, the sky was adorned with an invisible canopy of vibrant life energy. There lay the essence of no less than 15 large sky fish. For breakfast, Becky prepared 1 fish, creating over 100 servings of honey-glazed fish fillets, the aroma so intoxicating it nearly made Logan swallow his own tongue. However, the Wolf King remained in his listless state, hardly consuming any breakfast. Logan finally noticed his unusual behavior and jested, "Surely the mighty Wolf King is not afraid." The Wolf King shot him a glance. His reaction bland, offering no rebuttal. This. Logan nearly choked, hastily gulping down a large mouthful of water to recover. He quickly pulled a large black wolf aside, whispering, "Did your king ever act this way when venturing into tiger territory?" The large black wolf shook his head vigorously, concern etched on his face as he glanced at his king. The king had never displayed such a lack of morale. What was to be done? The Wolf King suddenly stood, moving to a distant spot away from the others, lying down with vacant eyes, staring into nothingness, lost in thought. Logan swallowed the last bite of fish, observing the seemingly despondent Wolf King. Scratching the back of his head in frustration, if only he could read minds at this moment, he would know what this creature was truly thinking. How vexing. Why was he concerned about the mental well-being of a wolf? Until the wasps tidied up the utensils and the sounds of a skirmish with Becky reached his ears, Logan still had not devised a solution. Damn it, enough! Logan slammed his thigh and stood up, casting a cold glance at the Wolf King, huffing, "You coward! Sit here for eternity if you wish. I shall seek them out myself." With that, Logan returned to the ship, gathering some provisions, fresh water, and clothing into his pack, bidding Becky farewell before striding into the depths of the island without a backward glance. The Wolf King slightly lifted his head, his eyes moving like clay sculptures. Beyond that, he made no further movements. The pack of wolves, now alarmed, gathered around, their voices a blend of concern and respect. "Whoa, how am I faring as your king?" The Wolf King suddenly queried, his voice raspy. The pack erupted in excitement. A middle-aged black wolf hastily responded, "Whoa, our king is powerful and wise." Another black wolf chimed in, "Whoa, our king is filled with courage. He is my role model." The Wolf King turned his gaze upon them, recognizing one of them that I in that fateful battle against the tigers. The wolf's father had perished forever. With a heavy heart, the Wolf King lamented, "Whoa, my blind arrogance led to the demise of your father. For so many years, I have dared not confront the tigers again. What courage do I possess?" The pack shook their heads, fervently replying, "Whoa, countless wolves have been persecuted and decimated by the vile tigers, yet only our king dares to invade their territory, baring our fangs to them." The wolf whose father had perished stepped forward, bowing his head. "Whoa, my father said before he died, in the next life, be a wolf that becomes king. I know not what weighs upon your heart, but please believe, we shall forever be your wolves." The Wolf King's gaze trembled. Since that day of defeat, burdened by guilt and self-destruction, he had felt he owed his subordinates, believing they had drifted away from him, and he had not dared to share his heart with them again. This time was different. That it was the first time he realized how deeply his wolves believed in him. It dawned on him that his wolves had never abandoned him. The confusion in the Wolf King's eyes began to dissipate. What of past defeats? Dwelling on the past is meaningless. What I must focus on is the present. The Wolf King shook off his lethargy, the light in his eyes radiating confidence and brilliance, exuding an aura befitting a monarch. In the distance, the leader of the venomous bees abruptly halted his actions, casting a gaze filled with suspicion towards the Wolf King. After a moment of careful sensing, he shook his head and resumed commanding the venomous bees to attack Becky. The Wolf King turned his attention towards the direction in which Logan had departed. Feeling a long-lost warmth surge within his veins, "My prey, how could I allow you to claim it all for yourself?" A few excited rumbles of thunder rolled through the Wolf King's throat as he suddenly dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow. However, he quickly returned, issuing commands to his pack to go hunt and prepare a grand feast for the king's victorious return. The pack howled with excitement and rushed into the vast wilderness. Meanwhile, Logan walked along, kicking the gravel by the roadside, feeling somewhat vexed. He had not anticipated the Wolf King to be such a coward, a timid creature. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a cloud of dust suddenly appeared behind him. Logan's keen observation caught a familiar presence. The Wolf King? Narrowing his eyes, Logan turned around, crossing his arms. The swiftly racing Wolf King spotted Logan and came to a halt before him. "Howl!" Logan scoffed. The ferocity of the howl was indeed impressive. Where was this vigor before? Aware of his own fault in the matter, the Wolf King refrained from retorting in the face of Logan's indifference. "Gore!" The Wolf King slightly lowered his head, stepped forward, and glanced back at Logan, signaling him to follow. "Come with me. I know where the vicious tiger is." Logan's eyes gleamed, and in an instant he appeared atop the Wolf King's back, gripping its neck fur. The Wolf King stiffened, on the verge of anger, but heard Logan's low voice. "Who prompted you to act petulantly this morning? This is merely a punishment among friends. Besides, I run slowly and cannot keep pace with your speed. It would be regrettable if we missed our opportunity." What a flimsy excuse. A flicker of irritation flashed in the Wolf King's eyes, but ultimately he let out a heavy grunt, choosing not to dislodge Logan. Thus, the man and the wolf raced across the wilderness, akin to a black arrow soaring towards the territory of the vicious tiger. One cannot help but acknowledge the prowess of the Wolf King. His speed was unshakable, providing an exceptional riding experience. After 2 hours, they finally reached the edge of the vicious tiger's territory. Fortunately, they had not encountered any unwary miscreants along the way. Logan stood atop the Wolf King's back, gazing into the distance, where the scenery remained as dismal and desolate as ever. However, the clouds here were more abundant. From afar, he could even see 2 sizable rivers of clouds. After observing for a moment, Logan sat down. Are there any other noteworthy beasts aside from the two vicious tigers? The Wolf King nodded. Logan stroked his chin. Are they all under the command of the vicious tigers? The Wolf King nodded again. The territorial instinct of fierce beasts is remarkably strong, especially for a beast king like the vicious tiger. It would never permit other ferocious creatures to dwell within its domain unless they pledged allegiance. Thus, a question arose. Should we confront the vicious tiger directly, or should we first eliminate its allies? Chapter 60. The Battle with the Tiger King. Roar! The Wolf King clawed at the ground, unhesitatingly opting for the first choice. Logan understood the Wolf King's intention, a spark of excitement lighting up his face. Great minds think alike. With that, the Wolf King sprang forward like a black spear, radiating unmatched brilliance as he charged towards the lair of the vicious tiger. The Wolf King was well acquainted with the terrain. Aside from a few giant-mouthed lizards, they encountered no significant obstacles. Instead, herds of sheep and deer were plentiful, but upon sighting them, they fled in terror as they delved deeper. The landscape became increasingly desolate, resembling a forsaken land devoid of life. Approximately half an hour later, Logan caught sight of a small hill in the distance. Yet at that moment, the air around them suddenly shifted. As if someone had abruptly siphoned away the oxygen, and the atmospheric pressure became unnervingly low. It felt as if an ancient, ferocious beast had fixed its gaze upon them, evoking a primal fear that sent chills down their spines. Logan's breath momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. The Wolf King came to a halt, its body trembling involuntarily, fiercely clenching its sharp teeth, and its wolfish gaze slowly turned crimson. Is this the aura of dominance? Logan pondered, feeling the weight of the pressure, ultimately concluding that it emanated from a formidable entity. Realizing this, Logan attempted to unleash a fraction of his conqueror's Haki. Instantly, the invisible pressure dissipated, and the atmospheric pressure returned to normal. Yet Logan furrowed his brow. The absence of crackling black-red lightning indicated that this aura was not the conqueror's Haki. Could it be the legendary aura of a ferocious beast? But what kind of beast possesses such an overwhelming presence akin to the conqueror's Haki? Just then, the Wolf King suddenly assumed a combat stance, baring its sharp fangs and fiercely staring at an empty expanse ahead. Logan activated his observation Haki and immediately sensed a terrifyingly powerful presence rapidly approaching them. In the blink of an eye, that presence traversed hundreds of meters, revealing a majestic figure before Logan's sight. What a formidable beast it was, with a snowy white base adorned with ebony patterns. Standing over 10 meters tall, it charged forth as if a mountain were descending upon them, darkening the sky and shaking the earth. The oppressive aura of death from the king of beasts bore down upon them. Logan took a step forward, unleashing a torrent of Conqueror's Haki, transforming it into a colossal hammer aimed at the Tiger King. Roar! A deafening roar erupted like thunder, and a fierce wind surged forth as the Tiger King's savage aura soared, colliding violently with the Conqueror's hammer. Within mere seconds, both the Conqueror's Haki and the aura of the ferocious tiger dissipated simultaneously. The Tiger King paused momentarily, casting a disdainful glance at the two insignificant beings before him. As Logan clenched his fist, ready to charge forward, a shadow suddenly zipped past him. It was the Wolf King. Like a jet-black spear, it lunged fiercely towards the Tiger King. Boom! Bang! The Tiger King merely raised its furry paw, swatting the Wolf King aside as if it were a bothersome fly, sending the Wolf King hurtling back with even greater speed than before. Logan's pupils dilated, and with quick reflexes, he grasped the Wolf King. However, the immense force transmitted to him made him stagger backward, his legs carving deep grooves into the earth. Gasping, the Wolf King spewed forth torrents of blood mixed with shattered internals. Logan hastily laid the Wolf King down, quickly assessing its injuries, and his expression shifted drastically. Its bones were shattered beyond recognition. One eye was ruptured, causing its entire head to droop to one side. The injuries were far more severe. Within its body, its heart had been pierced by a shard of bone, and most of its organs were ruptured, leaving its body as limp as a deflated doll. The power of a single strike was truly terrifying. In the distance, the Tiger King's enormous, blue-green eyes narrowed, exuding a palpable malice. It recognized the Wolf King's identity. After all, since the establishment of the island's hierarchy, only this one wolf had once commanded the entire wolf pack and dared to challenge its authority with such audacity. However, over the years, the Tiger King had grown indifferent to the thought of killing the Wolf King that on one hand, it was deemed tedious. On the other, the Tiger King considered the Wolf King a source of amusement. Every year, this creature would sneak around its territory, engaging in petty antics, only to flee in panic upon sensing its presence, adding a touch of excitement to its otherwise mundane existence, to be frank. It had no desire to kill the Wolf King, but that was only under the condition that the latter did not act foolishly. Now, with the Wolf King daring to bear its fangs directly at it, the Tiger King had no choice but to eliminate this threat. Observing the Wolf King's pitiful state, the Tiger King shifted its focus to Logan. Though it had never encountered such a creature before, there was an uncanny familiarity, as if it were etched in its very bloodline. Was it called a human, perhaps? A flicker of curiosity crossed the Tiger King's gaze. Sensing the Tiger King's scrutiny, Logan's body tensed. Yet, witnessing the Wolf King's dire predicament, he paid little heed to his apprehensions, urgently channeling vast amounts of life energy into the Wolf King's body. Gradually, the Wolf King's injuries began to mend, its heart beating strongly once more. The Wolf King pushed away Logan's hand that rested upon its face, leaping to its feet, its eyes ablaze with crimson, revealing a hint of astonishment. This creature has grown even stronger than before. In the distance, the Tiger King stared wide-eyed at this scene. It survived. It glanced at Logan, realizing that a surge of life energy had suddenly filled the Wolf King's broken body. It must have been this human's doing. Logan lifted his head, locking eyes with the Tiger King. A sharp glint flashing in his gaze, he stepped forward, blocking the Wolf King, who was eager to charge ahead, and declared in a low voice, "This time, I will take the lead." As the words left his lips, Logan's figure abruptly vanished from his original position. The Tiger King's deep blue pupils constricted, and its massive body twisted to the side with unimaginable speed. Then it suddenly unleashed a colossal paw, crashing down with ferocity. The howling wind roared, and the compressed air emitted a piercing shriek. At that moment, Logan's figure reappeared beneath the tiger's paw. Damn it! Looking up at the mountain-like claw descending upon him, Logan felt a surge of dread, hastily stepping aside, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Dust and debris erupted as the tiger's paw struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater with a 5-meter diameter. As if an earthquake had struck, the earth buckled and cracked, splintering outward like a spider web. Chapter 61. The Armament Haki. Logan retreated repeatedly, the ground collapsing behind him. Witnessing such catastrophic destruction, reminiscent of a natural disaster, Logan could not help but gasp. This was a surface harder than iron, yet it could sustain such damage. What immense power must that be? As Logan pondered, a pair of lantern-sized crimson eyes ignited amidst the dust. In the next instant, a gigantic paw broke through the smog and lunged at him once more. The 5 razor-sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light, and the fierce wind, summoned by its terrifying strength, cleared the dust as it ruthlessly struck toward Logan. Logan dared not meet it head-on. In a flash, he drew his long blade from his waist and fiercely slashed at the Tiger King's claws. Clang! A sound akin to metal clashing resonated as scorching sparks erupted between the claws and the blade. Goodness! Feeling the overwhelming force transferred through the long knife, Logan's complexion changed drastically, nearly coughing up blood. Roar! The Tiger King gritted its teeth and exerted force, sending Logan flying. In a daze, Logan felt as if he'd been struck by a speeding train. An unyielding, colossal force surged through his body. Bang, bang, bang! In a daze, he bounced several times upon the hard ground before crashing down heavily. The Tiger King did not pursue him this time. Its massive, imposing figure slowly emerged from the dust, gazing down at Logan with disdain. Uffed! Logan struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood, feeling pain coursing through his entire body, especially in his right arm, which hung at an odd angle, clearly broken. He switched the knife to his left hand. channeling life energy into his body, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. A flicker of surprise crossed the Tiger King's face, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor, exuding the oppressive aura of a superior being. Its presence overwhelming. As Logan's injuries healed successfully, the Tiger King provocatively licked its right paw before him on the other side. Logan exhaled slowly, gripping his knife tightly, his arm muscles bulging, tearing through his sleeves. His aura shifted to a calm steadiness, as if the air around him had ceased to flow, becoming eerily silent. Then, in the midst of this stillness and impending motion, Logan flicked his wrist gently. Causing the blade's tip to quiver slightly, a minuscule glimmer of blade light drifted forth, swaying gracefully ahead. Divine path. Breath of the tornado, Logan uttered softly. The Tiger King furrowed its brows in confusion. Such a minuscule attack. What could it accomplish? Yet before the Tiger King could fully contemplate, that diminutive blade light suddenly expanded. Like a mythical beast commanding the winds, wherever the blade light passed, it transformed the air into a tempest, swiftly conjuring a colossal tornado. Everything around was uprooted, sand and stones swirling violently within the dominant gust. Above, the sky churned with dark clouds, a boundless wave of gray surged, resembling a gigantic dragon, while simultaneously, a visible vortex of wind rapidly formed. The Tiger King's pupils constricted, detecting a hint of danger. However, its pride as a ruler compelled it to remain unyielding. Roar! The Tiger King howled skyward, gathering the raging winds within its mouth. And in an instant, it formed a blue projectile entirely composed of fierce wind. At the moment the wind bullet took shape, the Tiger King's eyes narrowed, its mouth abruptly closing. Then it opened wide once more to face the oncoming tornado. Boom! A magnificent blue beam erupted from the Tiger King's mouth, colliding violently with the spiraling wind. In that instant, the heavens and earth dimmed. The next moment, a shrill wind roared, as turbulent air surged violently in all directions. The very fabric of the world seemed on the verge of overturning, engulfing everything in its wake. Witnessing this scene, Logan's expression changed drastically as he quickly dashed to the Wolf King's side, pouring life energy into his body to replenish his losses, coalescing into a dazzling blade light within the sword. Logan positioned the blade horizontally. Divine path, supreme endurance of the celestial phoenix, an ice-white blade light resembling a phoenix appeared, its magnificent wings cascading down, shielding Logan and the Wolf King beneath. In the next instant, whoosh! The roar of the tempest resonated throughout the heavens and earth, silencing all sound, nearly shattering eardrums. The tangible hurricane collided, transforming into minuscule wind blades capable of shredding everything, coalescing into a blue tidal wave that swept across the land. The ground cracked and crumbled, reduced to powder, swept away by the blue deluge. Above, the clouds were torn asunder by the gale, illuminating the sky. After an indeterminate amount of time, the storm gradually subsided. A man and a wolf emerged amidst the devastated landscape, their bodies riddled with wounds, blood seeping outward. However, these were mere superficial injuries, appearing far more alarming than they truly were. Logan performed a brief healing, then gazed around, his face twitching as he felt an overwhelming shock from within. The world lay in complete silence. Within a radius of several kilometers, the ground had been lowered by over a meter, forming a vast circular basin. The Wolf King was equally astonished, unable to suppress a gulp. His gaze toward Logan filled with genuine gratitude. Roar! Just then, a low growl filled with rage shattered the silence. Logan and the Wolf King jumped in alarm, immediately tensing, as if facing a formidable foe, raising their heads to the source of the sound. Upon looking, the Wolf King's expression remained unchanged. Yet Logan was once again struck with profound astonishment. It was not that the Tiger King was unscathed, but rather that it had transformed entirely black. Armament Haki, Logan murmured in disbelief. The Tiger King stood proudly upon the ground, resembling a fearsome deity of death, its hardened black form gleaming under the sunlight. Blood trickled down its body, splattering onto the earth with a rhythmic patter. Regaining his focus, Logan's gaze locked onto the Tiger King's blackened form, he could not ascertain if it was indeed armament Haki. The reason he could swiftly discern the Wolf King's danger perception was not observation Haki, nor quickly identify the Tiger King's feral aura as Conqueror's Haki, was that he inherently possessed both. However, at that moment, he lacked armament Haki. The only way to determine whether the Tiger King's power was armament Haki was singular. Logan sheathed his blade, his eyes igniting with fervor. In the next instant, Logan's figure vanished from sight, reappearing suddenly before the Tiger King. Meeting the latter's bewildered gaze, he unleashed a heavy punch. Experience it firsthand. Chapter 62. Our Battle Clang. A sound akin to a colossal bell resonated throughout the world. The immense force struck unexpectedly, causing the Tiger King's face to twitch, its head, larger than Logan's entire body, jerking violently to the side, nearly causing it to stumble. Caught off guard, the Tiger King turned its head, retracting the armament Haki, shaking its unscathed jaw, fixing its cold, malevolent gaze upon Logan, akin to a vengeful specter from the underworld. Logan met the Tiger King's sinister gaze unflinchingly, wearing a calm and composed expression. Yet inside, his heart roiled with tumult. The sensation from that moment, combined with the memories of the old king, confirmed it without a doubt. The pitch-black substance was undoubtedly armament Haki. Now, Logan's gaze towards the Tiger King transformed entirely. With a feral aura reminiscent of Conqueror's Haki and a danger perception akin to observation Haki, he now faced genuine armament Haki. Coupled with its immense size and terrifying strength, this creature could easily command a bounty surpassing 10 billion in the depths of the ocean. Logan licked his lips, an uncontrollable tremor coursing through his body. This was not fear, but exhilaration. The fastest way to awaken armament Haki was through continuous battle. Yet there was an even quicker method, taking blows from armament Haki. Now the prospect of acquiring armament Haki seemed within reach. Logan gazed at the Tiger King with eyes aglow. Noticing his fervent gaze, the Tiger King felt a wave of displeasure surge within, its powerful paw enveloped in armament Haki, crashing down suddenly. Logan swiftly evaded, the swirling dust enveloping him as he dashed atop the Tiger King's claw, propelling himself forward and, in the blink of an eye, leapt once more towards the Tiger King's visage. He unleashed a punch, only to find it met with emptiness. The Tiger King abruptly swung its head, delivering a heavy blow to Logan's waist. A crisp crack echoed, and Logan realized his spine had shattered. Vital energy surged within him, healing his injuries as he charged forward again, delivering a kick to the Tiger King's foreleg, then darting beneath it to strike its belly. The Tiger King staggered back, the dull clang of a bell ringing in the air. After several lessons learned, Logan, utilizing his highly agile Void Flash, consistently repositioned himself before the Tiger King's attacks could reach him. Enraged, the Tiger King, although hardly harmed by Logan's strikes, found the incessant annoyance akin to that of a bothersome mosquito. At that moment, the Wolf King, observing Logan's exuberance, felt an irresistible urge and howled as it charged forward. The Tiger King's eyes turned crimson, abandoning Logan to lunge fiercely at the Wolf King. With a resounding crash, the Wolf King's body disintegrated mid-air, blood spraying forth as remnants scattered. Logan, startled, hastily summoned a surge of life energy. The Wolf King collapsed, having narrowly escaped death, its eyes wide with shock and dread. Suddenly, as Logan momentarily lost focus, the Tiger King took advantage, its thick, dark tail sweeping across like a massive beam. Logan could not evade in time and was sent flying. His bones shattered, excruciating pain coursed through him, yet a spark ignited in his eyes. That very strike had stirred the latent power of armament Haki within him. Seizing the moment, after healing his injuries, Logan unleashed another Void Flash, launching himself forward with fists and feet. However, the Tiger King seemed to have found a strategy to counter Logan's vexatious tactics, ignoring him entirely and fixating on the Wolf King. The Wolf King was far easier prey. Moreover, it understood that if the Wolf King were to falter, Logan would undoubtedly intervene, at which point opportunities for the Tiger King would abound. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. Within a mere half hour, the Wolf King had teetered on the brink of death thrice. Logan, too, had been critically wounded by the Tiger King. "How dare you?" Logan's face hardened as he drew the ice vein blade. The Tiger King's ears perked up, warily eyeing Logan. The distinction between wielding a blade and not was monumental for it. Without the blade, Logan's attacks were akin to mosquito bites. With it, they were as damaging as the strikes of a fierce bird. Noticing the Tiger King's tense demeanor, Logan smirked, then vanished in an instant. The next moment, he materialized behind the Tiger King, unleashing a 10-meter-long concentrated blade of energy. The Tiger King swung its tail, covered in armament Haki. Like a steel whip to counter, clang. The two forces clashed in midair, and after a few seconds, the black tail surged with strength, dissipating the blade of energy. Yet during this moment, Logan swiftly flashed beneath the Tiger King. The Tiger King felt an unsettling chill beneath it. Alarmed, it attempted to evade while cloaking itself in armament Haki. However, it was too late. A resounding thud echoed as blood gushed forth for the Tiger King's undercarriage. Roar! Roar! A roar filled with rage and agony erupted, echoing across the wilderness. The Wolf King, witnessing this scene, instinctively tensed its hind legs. Meanwhile, Logan emerged from beneath the Tiger King, flashing to a distance of several dozen meters. Then, gripping his blade, wiped the crimson liquid from his face, cursing, "Damn, it's still tough, only managed to sever half." Roar. Upon hearing Logan's words, the Tiger King's fury reached its zenith, its bloodshot eyes fixated on Logan, its powerful legs coiling with tension. It lunged at him with a speed that defied imagination. Almost as if teleporting, Logan's observation Haki sensed its movement, yet his body could not respond in time. The result was a devastating collision that sent Logan flying. But it did not end there. The Tiger King lunged again, the ground shattering beneath its feet, rapidly closing the distance to Logan. Then, with a fierce claw, it struck down. Boom! Logan fell like a meteor, crashing into the earth. Embedding himself deeply within .1, I exploded from the impact. Both arms suffered compound fractures, and his back was a bloody mess, white bone shards exposed, scraping against the hard debris. The searing pain and near-fatal injuries almost caused Logan to lose consciousness. Just as he sought to harness life energy for healing, the skies suddenly darkened. No, it was the Tiger King descending. This strike would surely be fatal. Logan exerted every ounce of strength to activate his fruit ability. He siphoned the hardness of the metal beneath him, then explosively pushed himself, sinking into the ground while activating his power, managing to evade the center of the Tiger King's attack just in time. Bam! The earth cracked. Terrifying shock waves struck Logan, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. Seizing the moment before the Tiger King could pursue, Logan urgently summoned life energy to mend his wounds, then leaped from the ground. He came face to face with the Tiger King's furious gaze. Taking a deep breath, Logan sheathed his blade and clenched his fists. "This is our battle. Do not involve the Wolf King." "You scoundrel!" A dark hue slowly coalesced upon his fists. Chapter 63. The Wolf King's moment of glory. Armament Haki. The Tiger King's relentless, wrath-fueled assaults finally compelled Logan to awaken this formidable power, a fusion of spirit and flesh. Yet this power remained weak, the darkness of Armament Haki barely clinging to his surface, insubstantial as clouds, and in scant quantity, just enough to wrap around a fist. Nevertheless, awakening had occurred. Growth was merely a matter of time. Roar! The Tiger King glared at Logan. Its massive form leapt forth, like a mountain crashing down. Logan grinned. Unflinching, his legs slightly bent, he launched himself like a cannonball. Then he threw a punch. Boom! Almost instantaneously as the sound echoed. Logan was sent hurtling back at an even faster pace. The sound of cracking bones resonated as blood erupted from Logan's arm. His bones utterly shattered. The disparity between armament Haki levels was evident. His was too feeble, shattering upon contact with the Tiger King's Haki, providing neither defense nor offense. Yet Logan remained undeterred. After mending his injuries, he once again wrapped his armament Haki and engaged in a fierce clash with the Tiger King. Bang! 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 The thudding echoes resounded. Logan, akin to an ant shaking a tree, or a mantis blocking a chariot, bravely striking against an unyielding stone. Time and again he was struck down, crushed, enduring unbearable agony, yet within a short span. His boiling blood splattered across the land for miles. Despite this, the dark flames of determination burned within Logan's eyes, igniting an unwavering resolve to press on. The Wolf King, moved by the sight, stepped forward multiple times, yearning to assist Logan, yet each time restrained itself. It understood that intervening now would only distract Logan, offering no aid, but potentially endangering him. The Wolf King anxiously gazed towards the sun, hoping for the moon to rise swiftly. At last, as day turned to night, an endless darkness enveloped the earth. After yet another repulsion of Logan, the Tiger King's claws felt a twinge of pain, stirring a sense of irritation deep within. Its gaze towards the human, now laced with a profound murderous intent. Though it relished the hunt, it despised pests that could not be exterminated. Contrarily, Logan reveled in the struggle. After enduring relentless blows for half a day and bolstered by the old king's wisdom, his armament Haki progressed rapidly, now able to envelop his entire body. Moreover, he had mastered the techniques of wrapping and hardening his Haki, even brushing against the concept of external manifestation, clenching his fists. Now fully cloaked in solid armament Haki, he gazed at the looming terror before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Tiger King sensed the provocation, fury igniting within. Its massive red eyes flared with murderous intent. Roar! The Tiger King let out a deafening roar, its aura surging, the terrifying armament Haki converging upon its right paw, the flowing power warping surrounding space, momentarily making its gigantic claw seem even larger. Logan licked his lips, his body slightly sinking, as he slowly drew back his right fist, a domineering aura radiating forth. In an unseen realm, two terrifying figures seemed to materialize, standing upon the earth, head to head, fist to fist, engaged in a life-and-death struggle. A gust of wind rose, swirling the clouds above into a fierce tempest. The Wolf King, caught in the mounting pressure that targeted both soul and flesh, was forced back several meters, yet it did not waver. Instead, the ferocity in its eyes remained fixed upon the Tiger King, hot breath escaping between its pale fangs. Meanwhile, beneath the Tiger King, vast chasms of darkness appeared, and in the next instant, its massive body soared into the sky, its fearsome claws descending upon Logan. A terrifying sense of oppression loomed like a colossal mountain pressing down, and Logan let out a furious roar as immense power surged into his right fist, ultimately erupting at a critical moment. A visible wave of dark energy shot skyward, intertwining in the air and transforming into a column of explosive power, charging fiercely towards the terrifying tiger claw that descended like an avalanche. Armed Wuluin pillar, crushing mountain, boom! A tempest arose, and the destructive force morphed into waves, sweeping everything in its path. Logan hurriedly enveloped himself in armed color, rolling on the ground to dissipate the damage. The Tiger King, however, was thrown into the air by the explosive force, crashing heavily onto the ground hundreds of meters away. Moments later, as the storm subsided, the Tiger King felt the chill of the earth beneath him, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his tiger eyes. An overwhelming disbelief coursed through him, rendering him momentarily unable to rise. Though uninjured, the memory of that human's desperate escape lingered vividly. How could he achieve such power now? Why? The Tiger King was perplexed. Just then, an icy sense of danger gripped him, his back fur standing on end. In the next instant, a blazing beam of light, over a meter in diameter, surged towards him. Skimming the ground, the terrifying heat melted the earth, leaving a deep trail of magma in its wake. The Tiger King's eyes widened in horror as he rolled away in a panic. However, it was too late. The searing laser cannon struck his tail in an instant. Boom! The explosive heat, capable of melting metal into magma, erupted, leaving a gruesome gash in the Tiger King's tail. Witnessing this scene, Logan, who had just risen, was too stunned to brush off the debris clinging to him, staring dumbfounded at the Wolf King. This guy has certainly survived countless deaths. At this moment, the latter slightly raised his chin, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. A searing aura emanating from his mouth and nose, his body seeming to swell in size, white steam swirling around his limbs, resembling a beast from the depths of hell. Yet, in less than 3 seconds, the Wolf King suddenly lost his footing, stumbling to the ground as his inflated form shrank back down. Logan was startled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. So it was a self-destructive ultimate move. If this were a one-on-one fight, he would have bitten off a piece of flesh from a human's tail, only to end up like a dying dog himself. It's a miracle he isn't dead. But who said Logan was there to let that happen? A surge of life energy enveloped the Wolf King's deflated body, causing it to swell again like an inflated balloon, revitalizing him in an instant. Meanwhile, the excruciating pain from his tail made the Tiger King spring to his feet, unleashing an enraged roar. He focused his gaze and saw that his once proud, thick tail was nearly severed in half. The wound a gruesome sight, exposing white bone and charred edges, a truly pitiful state. Even more infuriating, he caught a whiff of a burnt aroma. Roar! The Tiger King erupted in fury, his crimson eyes locking onto the distant Wolf King. The latter let out a huff, proudly lifting his head, nostrils flared towards the Tiger King, flicking his massive wolf tail in a blatant display of provocation. Chapter 64. The Tiger King, a phantom beast? Goodness, he's getting cocky. Absolutely cocky. Logan's lips twitched at the sight of the arrogant Wolf King, feeling that this creature was in dire need of a good beating in the next moment, as if responding to Logan's thoughts. The Tiger King charged forward with terrifying might towards the Wolf King. Roar! As the Tiger King ran, azure wind bullets compressed from the gales formed a massive beam of light, sweeping everything in their path. Oh, the Wolf King was startled into a frenzy. Losing all composure, he sprinted away, and just as the wind beam was about to catch up, he unleashed his full potential and leapt upward. Boom! The gale shattered the ground, dissipating into nothingness. The Wolf King landed heavily, exhaling a cloud of white vapor, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Watch out! Logan's shout echoed behind the Tiger King, and the Wolf King abruptly looked up, seeing the shadow of the Tiger King's paw descending like a dark cloud. The Wolf King's expression changed dramatically. Just as he was about to be struck, a terrifying force suddenly slammed into the Tiger King's side, knocking him stumbling several steps sideways. Moving him dozens of meters away, Logan appeared mid-air, kneeling on one knee, shaking his swollen fist. Silly wolf, did you really think you were invincible? Conserve your energy. Whoa! The Wolf King, aware of his own shortcomings, dared not retort. He quickly returned to a focused combat stance, baring his teeth at the Tiger King. Ha! Good. Logan laughed heartily. Let's go together. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a streak of black light, charging at the Tiger King's face, while the Wolf King inflated his body, becoming a black line that circled around to strike from behind. Two creatures, which he deemed mere insects, revealed their fangs towards him, and the Tiger King let out a furious howl, once again condensing azure wind bullets. Both Logan and the Wolf King narrowed their eyes, bracing for the imminent attack from the Tiger King. However, a miraculous scene unfolded. After the Tiger King closed his mouth, he did not open it again, instead swallowing the wind bullets whole. In the next moment, an invisible azure wind enveloped the Tiger King's body. As if he donned azure armor, a resonating hum, akin to the buzzing of a million bees, erupted suddenly. A shade of azure appeared in the Tiger King's crimson eyes, swirling like a tempest, with wind escaping from his lips, transforming into azure tendrils that wrapped around his four paws. As the Tiger King stepped forward, the surrounding air momentarily stilled. In that moment, the only being that stood tall was the tiger, resembling a divine beast from ancient times that commanded the winds. Logan's flight was abruptly halted, staring in awe at the unfolding spectacle. This is a phantom beast. Before Logan could recover from his astonishment, an ear-piercing wolf howl shattered the space. Whoa! Logan snapped back to reality, glancing at the Wolf King, his eyes widening. The Wolf King had not even made contact with the Tiger King. He had merely been brushed by the azure tendrils, yet countless wounds erupted on his body, as if he had been slashed by innumerable tiny blades. Roar! At that moment, the Tiger King's animosity towards the Wolf King surpassed even that directed at Logan. Upon seeing the Wolf King, he erupted in rage, swinging his injured tail down upon him. The armed tiger tail was jet black, the sharp azure wind howling, and the Wolf King let out a pained howl, desperately fleeing. However, his movements appeared painfully slow compared to the Tiger King's. My goodness, Logan had no time to think, swiftly shifting to the Wolf King's side, his arms enveloped in armed color, just managing to raise them. Bang! Boom! The terrifying force pressed the Wolf King down, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear in the ground, which then sank heavily. Logan stood atop him, arms shielding his head, his legs bent under the pressure. The sharp winds relentlessly sliced through his armed color, carving fine scratches in an instant. The armed color surged back into his arms. But the Tiger King was also exerting force, the sound of the fierce cutting growing increasingly piercing. Awoo! The Wolf King's head was forced into the ground, his sturdy skull shattered, his head caving in painfully, nearly rendering him unconscious, with only faint whimpers escaping his lips. Logan sensed the Wolf King's injuries rapidly worsening. Damn it! Flames erupted in Logan's pupils, a surge of immense power flooding into his arms as he abruptly thrust upward. The massive tiger tail was flung away, causing the Tiger King to stumble slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Logan quickly grabbed the Wolf King, retreating rapidly. During the retreat, Logan activated his ability, stealing the Wolf King's fatal injuries and hurling them towards the pursuing Tiger King. The latter's danger sense flared, and he hurriedly sidestepped to evade. Unfortunately, this was a tracking attack. Logan deftly multitasked, controlling the deadly energy while simultaneously replenishing the Wolf King's vitality. Awoo! The Wolf King lowered his head in gratitude, nudging Logan's palm, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Logan casually patted the Wolf King's head, observing the Tiger King dodging left and right not far away, his expression grave. Without armed color, it would be difficult to breach his layer of wind armor. The Wolf King nodded, a hint of melancholy flickering in his gaze. Logan continued, "Since that's the case, I will impart the method of cultivating armed color to you." The Wolf King was momentarily taken aback, not quite comprehending. "Stop dawdling. Time is of the essence." Logan directly pulled the Wolf King's head closer, whispering in its ear, "Armed color is the manifestation of will and belief through a powerful physical form. Your physical strength is already sufficient, and you certainly lack neither will nor belief. The only missing link is the connection between the two." The Wolf King nodded, somewhat understanding. Logan wasted no time, swiftly explaining how to establish that connection, how to awaken the armed color. After listening, the Wolf King nodded earnestly, clearly having grasped it. "Excellent." A smile spread across Logan's face. The Wolf King, being a leader among wolves, possessed a talent that surpassed many who had spent years trying to understand the bloodline techniques. "Let us first engage in some practice to allow you to acclimate." Without any prior greeting, Logan unleashed a punch imbued with the formidable power of Armament Haki directly at the Wolf King. Bang! The Wolf King was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, his mind in a state of bewilderment. In fact, it was not only the Wolf King who was taken aback. The Tiger King was equally stunned. Internal strife, the Tiger King hesitated for a moment, nearly caught off guard by a lethal energy orb aimed at his rear, but managed to leap upward just in time to evade the impending blow. Logan cast a sidelong glance at the Tiger King, deftly maneuvering the deadly energy orb while striding toward the Wolf King with clenched fists. The swiftest way to awaken the Armament Haki is to endure its punishment. Only through such first-hand experience can one truly harness its power. Rise. Your time is fleeting. Chapter 65. The Tiger King becomes the eunuch the Wolf King, shaken from his stupor, swiftly regained his footing and leaped back to his feet. Howl! The Wolf King assumed a stance of readiness, calling out to Logan to signal his preparedness. Logan smiled, unceremoniously delivering a powerful punch. This was followed by a second and a third. The ebony fists, infused with Armament Haki, rained down upon the Wolf King with the ferocity of a tempest, lifting him from the ground and then driving him back into the earth. Logan exerted minimal force. Yet the tingling pain was enough to render the Wolf King nearly delirious. Bang! 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 The resounding thuds of flesh meeting flesh echoed violently in the air. While the battle raged fiercely, the Tiger King, struggling to evade, was consumed by an overwhelming fury. These mere ants had not only forced him into such a pitiful state, but now dared to impart lessons before him. Where was the respect for the Tiger King's authority? Enraged, the Tiger King's azure battle armor swelled ominously as his massive form charged recklessly toward Logan and the Wolf King. On the other hand, Logan halted his assault, his eyes narrowing with a glint of cold determination. With a flick of his fingers, the lethal energy orb surged into the Tiger King's body. Boom! A spray of blood erupted from the Tiger King's forehead, causing him to stagger, a look of agony etched across his face. Yet, that was merely a superficial wound. What was fatal for the Wolf King amounted to nothing more than a minor injury for the Tiger King. The pain ignited the Tiger King's ferocity, propelling him forward with even greater savagery and speed. Logan positioned the battered Wolf King behind him, instructing, "Hold back for now. Retreat to a distance. Wait until you sense the awakening of your armament Haki before rejoining the fray." The Wolf King nodded and swiftly darted away, his fangs exuding a searing aura. The activation of the blazing laser cannon required an abundance of moonlight and life energy to propel it. In the past, the Wolf King would have hesitated to use it multiple times, but with Logan present, there was nothing to fear. The Wolf King halted several hundred meters away. Logan remained in place, his body rapidly enveloped in the dark hue of Armament Haki. Licking his lips as he readied his fists, a brilliant light ignited in Logan's eyes as he launched himself toward the Tiger King. The Tiger King roared, his azure armor expanding outward by 4 meters in an instant. A tempest of cutting winds enveloped Logan, the sharp sound of slicing air filling the space. Logan maintained his armament Haki while throwing a punch. Bang! The clash of armament Haki reverberated with a sound as heavy as a bell tolling. Logan felt a tingling sensation in his fist, while the Tiger King grinned coldly, swiftly swiping with his claws. Bang! Logan raised his right leg to block. Another wave of tingling sensation coursed through him. Damn, this is tough. Logan inhaled deeply, his figure flickering around the Tiger King, his dark fists relentlessly striking out. Ever since the Tiger King entered the Wind Demon state, his perception and reflexes seemed to have vastly improved, allowing him to anticipate most of Logan's attacks. Gradually, Logan's reserves of armament Haki began to dwindle, and after delivering another punch, he swiftly leapt away, dispelling his Haki, landing on a nearby patch of ground. Logan looked up to see the Tiger King maintaining his armament Haki with apparent ease, igniting a surge of frustration within him. The correlation between Haki reserves and stamina was evident, and it was becoming clear that this creature possessed significantly greater endurance than Logan. Roar! At that moment, a howl echoed from the distance, startling Logan. He turned to see the Wolf King, resembling a small sun, radiating crimson heat that dispelled the surrounding darkness. The Tiger King's expression, however, was far from pleasant. His long, scabbed tail twitched involuntarily as his gaze locked onto the Wolf King, emanating an aura of murderous intent. As if he were poised to tear him apart at any moment, Logan's mind raced, and he suddenly drew his sword, slashing toward the Tiger King's neck. Clang! The blade sliced through the tempest, leaving a white gash upon the Tiger King's armored neck. Roar! Provoked by the insult, the Tiger King turned his head, his blood-red eyes fixated on Logan. "Hey, big kitty, come chase me," Logan taunted, turning away and mockingly patting his backside of the Tiger King. The Tiger King froze momentarily. Then another blade of energy came hurtling toward him, and the Tiger King, furious, swatted it away. When he looked again, he saw Logan twisting his hips and waving his sword in a mocking dance. Veins of fury erupted on the Tiger King's forehead, cheeks, and neck. Roar! The air was filled with a deafening roar of unbridled rage as the Tiger King could no longer contain himself, lunging at Logan with a fierce swipe. Logan nimbly dodged, then playfully slapped his backside twice, dancing wildly between life and death. The Wolf King watched in stunned disbelief, nearly losing control of the blazing laser cannon in his mouth. For drawing such ire, I, the Wolf King, would gladly deem you the strongest. Right now. A sudden roar interrupted the Wolf King's admiration as his eyes narrowed in determination, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a terrifying stream of scorching laser energy toward Logan. At that moment, the Tiger King charged forward, blinded by rage, intent on pulverizing the human before him into a fine paste. Yet he failed to notice the peculiar smile that crept across Logan's face. With a swift motion, Logan unleashed a technique, causing the hard ground beneath the Tiger King's right paw to collapse. In rapid succession, Logan's figure flickered, repeating the maneuver. Within 2 seconds, all 4 of the Tiger King's paws were ensnared in the earth. Having completed this, Logan instantly flashed 100 meters away, dusting off his sleeves, concealing his prowess. That moment, the scorching laser beam was less than 20 meters from the Tiger King. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. The piercing threat made the Tiger King's pupils constrict in shock, momentarily overshadowing his fury. With a surge of strength, he thrust his front paws against the ground, pushing upward. However, the force was too great, and his hind paws sank deeper into the earth, causing the Tiger King to rear back, his entire body toppling over. But just then, the blazing laser beam struck. What was meant to smash into the Tiger King's face now narrowly grazed beneath him. Boom! The scorching laser cannon detonated in the distance, instantly melting the ground into boiling magma, and the fiery explosion shot skyward, sending waves of heat that could be felt even from afar. Logan stood dumbfounded, utterly astonished, not by the explosion, but by the fact that the Tiger King's recent laser beam had severed his own appendage, releasing a faint scent of charred flesh into the air. Logan glanced over to see a small blackened remnant fused with the charred fur of the Tiger King. The Tiger King had become a eunuch. Instinctively, Logan squeezed his legs together, suppressing a wave of revulsion as he gave a thumbs up to the Wolf King, who was still oblivious to the chaos unfolding hundreds of meters away. Wolf brother, you're incredible. Chapter 66. Strategic retreat. At that moment, the Tiger King crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Completely incapacitated, the Tiger King wore a dazed expression, slowly extending a trembling paw to inspect his groin. Emptied, it was gone, truly gone. Perhaps it was the belated surge of pain that coursed through his nerves at that instant, as the Tiger King's expression morphed into one of terrifying rage. An indescribable aura began to emanate from him, and under its oppressive weight, the air around him seemed to lament. Sensing the shift in the Tiger King's pressure, Logan's expression changed, a profound sense of danger igniting within him as he swiftly flickered back to the Wolf King's side. Be cautious, Logan warned in a low tone, his long knife gleaming brightly as a resplendent ice-white phoenix materialized, enveloping both him and the Wolf King in a protective embrace. The Wolf King, still trying to grasp the situation, tilted his head in confusion at Logan. The latter met his gaze with utmost seriousness. The Tiger King has been rendered impotent. How? The Wolf King reacted with remarkable speed, his ears perking up instantly. Yet, rather than fear, a thrill of excitement flickered across his elongated face. Logan smirked teasingly. Now, that mother tiger is bound to go berserk. The Wolf King remained unfazed, puffing out his chest as he gazed into the distance at the Tiger King. Their eyes locked, the latter's gaze imbued with a chilling murderous intent, reminiscent of 2 blood-red lanterns. The Wolf King shuddered slightly, yet upon glimpsing Logan's silhouette, his courage surged back, even daringly swaying his hips in provocation towards the Tiger King. Logan's eyes twitched at the corners. This fellow truly had no fear of death, but in the next instant, Logan's spirit sharpened. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, a tempest enveloped the Tiger King, tearing the ground asunder and sweeping across the 9 heavens. The formidable winds expanded instantaneously to a radius of several kilometers. The force of the sky-sustaining phoenix was directly propelled hundreds of meters away. As Logan gritted his teeth, straining to lift his head and gaze into the distance, that moment, the Tiger King was shrouded in a dense whirlwind, rendering its form indistinct, with only its 2 crimson pupils gleaming with a bloodthirsty light in the darkness. Roar! The howl reverberated through the air, fracturing the very earth. The might of that single roar was astounding. Cold sweat erupted from the Wolf King's body, and he couldn't help but glance at Logan, who was bracing against the pressure, pondering within. Can he withstand it? He did not know, nor did Logan. In that fleeting moment, within his observation, the Tiger King's life energy surged 5-fold. What this entailed, Logan could not articulate. But he understood with certainty that he was no match. He silently increased his grip, the brilliance of the sky-sustaining phoenix shining even more brilliantly. Roar! The Tiger King commenced its assault, the ground beneath its feet crumbling, as the swirling winds coalesced behind it, ultimately transforming into a pair of immense dark green wings. The Tiger King had taken flight. Logan's eyes narrowed. The Tiger King appeared as if it had shrunk, its body emaciated, resembling a desiccated corpse. Yet the Tiger King's eyes emitted a dazzling radiance, turning as though they were two blazing fireballs. Simultaneously, its aura was unprecedentedly formidable. Whoosh! The Tiger King's form vanished in an instant. Here it comes. Logan's expression changed drastically, his entire body tensing. In the next moment, the Tiger King's body tore through the void, its wind-laden claws crashing down upon the defensive shield formed by the sky-sustaining phoenix. Crack! Fine fissures appeared on the sky-sustaining phoenix, icy white specks scattering in the air. Logan's body bent, and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. Logan's complexion shifted violently. Damn it! Logan braced his long blade firmly. But the Tiger King's onslaught was akin to a tempest. In mere seconds, the sky-sustaining phoenix was on the verge of collapse. Dig! Blood trickled from the corner of Logan's mouth as he bellowed at the Wolf King. The Wolf King paused for a moment, then swiftly reacted, burying its head and furiously clawing at the ground. Thanks to Logan's abilities, in the blink of an eye, the Wolf King had excavated a pit over 10 meters deep. Awoo! The Wolf King called for Logan from beneath the earth. Taking a deep breath, Logan's arms suddenly trembled, a tremendous force bursting forth, momentarily stalling the Tiger King's assault at the cost of fracturing his wrist. Seizing that fleeting moment, Logan instantly leapt into the pit, urging the Wolf King to dig downwards with great fervor. For every 10 meters they advanced, Logan would collapse and seal off the path behind them, piling all the debris atop. In what felt like a breath, Logan and the Wolf King disappeared underground. Burrowing several hundred meters deep, above ground, the Tiger King seethed with fury, its crimson eyes glinting with predatory hunger. Without hesitation, it flapped its massive wings, sharp claws augmented by the fierce winds, akin to the finest tunneling machine, its colossal form swiftly vanishing beneath the earth. The Tiger King's senses remained locked onto the Wolf King, like a gargantuan groundhog, as the once solid earth crumbled before it like fragile tofu, leaving behind a vast, dark tunnel. Sensing a slight tremor above, Logan activated his observation Haki, instantly alarmed. Dig faster, the Tiger King is coming down. The Wolf King jolted, its speed dramatically increasing, its forepaws leaving mere afterimages. Fortunately, due to Logan's abilities, their digging speed surpassed that of the Tiger King. Logan exhaled in relief, reassuring the Wolf King. Don't worry. Its current state should have a time limit, and I estimate its consumption will be substantial. When its dominance wanes, that will be our moment to strike back. At these words, the Wolf King nodded, a glint of cold light flashing in its eyes. The chase ensued intensely beneath the ground. As the distance from their foe widened, a tide of rage surged within the Tiger King. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in its mind, and it opened its maw wide, terrifying energy coalescing within, then abruptly unleashing. Boom! The entire underground trembled as a nearly 100-meter-long dark tunnel emerged before the Tiger King. Witnessing this, a surge of murderous intent flickered in its pupils. The Tiger King eagerly flapped its wings and shot forward. Then it repeated the process. The distance between the Tiger King and Logan grew ever smaller. Logan, having maintained his observation Haki, also recognized this. His expression darkened. Cursing, this bastard is playing by its own rules, using a big move to carve a path. But in a moment, Logan understood what it meant for misfortune to strike when it rains. With a clang, the Wolf King's claws collided with something solid, and despite several attempts, it could not budge it. Awoo! The Wolf King lifted its head, its innocent gaze directed at Logan, but Logan's expression was equally grim. For his fruit ability had faltered. Seeing the dark hue emerging from the ground above, Logan crouched down and touched it with his fingers, and a wave of faint helplessness washed over him. Chapter 67. The Wolf King's Armament. Breaking into the great sword master, Sea Prism Stone. Beneath the depths of the earth lay Sea Prism Stone. Logan's heart was filled with suspicion. However, there was no time for such thoughts now. Debris rained down from above. The Tiger King was only a couple of blasts away from them. Logan made a swift decision, unleashing a solid blade of light towards the right. Dig this way. The Wolf King instantly shifted direction, and Logan took one last glance at the Sea Prism Stone below before following closely behind the Wolf King. It is worth noting that during this period, the range of his fruit ability had significantly increased, expanding from an initial radius of 30 centimeters to 3 meters. Moreover, this range was still gradually growing. Above, the Tiger King seemed to have detected Logan and the Wolf King's change in direction, its previously aimed devastating wind projectile redirecting downward. It was attempting to intercept them ahead. Damn it! Realizing this, Logan swore vehemently. After some thought, he decisively turned back. Above, the Tiger King followed suit, unleashing a powerful strike to the left. Logan then altered his course once more. Right, left, in the span of a single hour. Both sides had shifted directions over 200 times. Roar! The Tiger King appeared infuriated by Logan's incessant changes in direction. The terrifying roar resonated through the thick earth, clear in Logan and the Wolf King's ears. The man and wolf exchanged glances, each catching a glimmer of amusement in the other's eyes. The thrill of the chase was rather exhilarating, wasn't it? Yet, despite their amusement, their vigilance remained unwavering. For Logan's observation, Haki detected astonishing changes occurring within the Tiger King. Just as Logan sensed, the Tiger King's sharp claws were deeply embedded in the tunnel wall, its mouth wide open, revealing teeth as sharp and fearsome as blades. An endless tempest gathered within its maw, coalescing into a wind core the size of a grain of rice, while its massive wings unfurled to over 40 meters. Gradually shrinking, the overwhelming force of the wind, imperceptible in its might, surged along its body, converging into the Tiger King's mouth, merging with the minuscule wind core. The wind core swelled, growing from the size of an apricot to that of an apple. When the wind core reached the size of a watermelon, the Tiger King's wings had already diminished considerably, and its own aura had receded significantly. However, the dense, darkly glowing wind projectile forming within the Tiger King's mouth seemed poised to rend space itself, devouring all in its path, exuding an aura of death. The Tiger King's body trembled, knowing it had reached its limit, thus ceasing to gather power. Its savage gaze fixated upon the ground, as if it could see the two figures it longed to annihilate through the earth. Wounded and in agony, the Tiger King's expression twisted into a snarl. Then it suddenly clamped its mouth shut, only to open it instantly. Boom! The ferocious wind cannon erupted forth, expanding explosively upon release. It transformed into a colossal wind pillar with a diameter of 20 meters, ruthlessly crashing downward. Crackle! Almost without resistance, the hardened earth was instantaneously reduced to dust as the monumental wind cannon regarded the ground as naught, hurtling with tremendous speed towards Logan and the Wolf King. Yes, it was a strike, aimed to crush them like a mountain, turning man and wolf into mere puddles of mush. Sensing the terrifying might descending from above, Logan's complexion paled drastically as he hastily summoned the sky-sustaining phoenix. The Wolf King swallowed hard, its forelegs trembling slightly. In the very next instant, as the sky-sustaining phoenix materialized, the colossal mountain forged from the obliterating wind descended. The immense pressure forced Logan and the Wolf King to their knees, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The Tiger King's attack had an extensive range, yet they were still at least 3 meters away from the edge of the strike. What was once an inconsequential 3 meters now felt like an insurmountable chasm. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the conduit phoenix emitted a groan of unbearable strain. Logan gritted his teeth, his powerful heart beating at an extraordinary pace, pumping forth copious amounts of scalding blood to replenish his body. A multitude of blade-like energies surged towards the conduit phoenix, only to shatter, then replenish, and shatter again. In mere seconds, the conduit phoenix had been shattered 10 times. Sweat poured down like rain, soaking Logan's clothes completely. Suddenly, a gaping wound appeared on the conduit phoenix, and a terrifying gale shot through the breach like an arrow. Howl! The Wolf King's forepaw was pierced, and the resulting blast of wind instantly sliced through flesh, carving deep gashes into its snowy bones. More horrifying was the fact that the wind spread rapidly like a relentless parasite, creeping up its forepaw and into its body. The Wolf King's eyes bulged, its anguished howl echoing through the depths. Quickly, learn the armament Haki, you fool! Logan roared, muscles taut, desperately resisting the pressure above. He could not spare any strength to channel life, energy, nor to assist the Wolf King. He could only lend his aid in this nearly hopeless manner. Howl! He watched helplessly as the flesh and blood of his entire foreleg were stripped away, leaving behind a skeletal remnant hanging limply by feeble connections. The Wolf King was enraged, and unparalleled fury awakened the dormant power within it, and a shadowy hue materialized upon its form. With a thunderous roar, the Wolf King enveloped its teeth in Armament Haki, biting down against the rampaging wind. Fur flew and blood splattered. As the Wolf King extinguished the last vestige of the gale, half of its face was left a bloody mess, its muzzle grotesquely disfigured. A sight both terrifying and tragic. Its entire body lay weakly upon the ground. The pain that had been temporarily suppressed by rage now surged throughout its being, yet it bore the agony in silence. Its blood-stained eyes fixed upon the figure pushing against the onslaught ahead, a flicker of despair surfacing within. "Well done, Wolf King!" A sudden shout rang out, resonating with steadfast resolve amidst the darkness of the underground and the cacophony of the howling winds. "Now leave the rest to me," Logan bellowed, summoning his strength, astonishingly lifting his blade a mere millimeter against the mountainous pressure. How could he falter here? Nelson's wishes, Nelson's dying wish, I have yet to fulfill. I cannot fall here. Logan's heart roared. The dark armament Haki coursing through his body flowed into his hands, then enveloped the long blade, gradually extending towards the conduit phoenix. Armament Haki flying slash. This marked the entry into the realm of the great swordsman. Cloaked in dark battle armor, the conduit phoenix emitted a melodious cry, its form solidifying, stabilizing amidst the tempest. Chapter 68. The Wheel of Fortune turns. Seizing this moment, Logan instantly summoned all the life energy from the heavens above, transcending the limitations of the earth, and concentrated it around himself. The life energy was dwindling, reduced to merely 2 portions of empty, fish-like sea kings. Logan refrained from healing the Wolf King. It was not mortally wounded, and would not perish. On the contrary, if he could not hold on, they would both surely die. The Wolf King understood this too. Thus it bore the pain in silence, lest it distract Logan at this moment. Above, a pair of crimson eyes emerged, as the Tiger King continued to unleash a vast column of howling wind from its maw. Noticing the shift in Logan's power, its gaze sharpened, an inferno of rage igniting within. Just a mere human, how could he achieve such feats? A glimmer of malice flickered in the Tiger King's eyes, its wings retracting, transforming into a surging tempest that converged towards its mouth, ultimately coalescing into a terrifying gale aimed directly at Logan. Crashing down with ferocity, blood began to seep from the Tiger King's body, yet it remained unfazed, its expression twisted with ferocity, its blood-red eyes ablaze with deep-seated resentment. This moment, it yearned solely for the complete annihilation of Logan and the Wolf King. Below, the intensity of the wind's onslaught surged to another level, and the pressure on Logan escalated dramatically. The recently solidified armament conduit phoenix now wavered precariously. Crack, crack, teeth shattered. Logan lifted his head, his fierce gaze piercing through the horrifying assault. Locking eyes with the Tiger King from afar, the overwhelming conqueror's Haki surged upwards, striking directly at the Tiger King's face, which did not yield, as the majesty of the Beast King radiated forth. Clashing with Logan's conqueror's Haki, boom! An invisible shockwave erupted, swept away by the terrifying gale that Logan's attention was drawn to the Tiger King's wings, which were gradually retracting and the blood seeping from its body. He understood. The moment those wings vanished would be the moment to counterattack. What lay ahead was a war of attrition, to see who would falter first. Logan's gaze hardened, his conqueror's Haki rising slightly. momentarily pushing back the Tiger King's ferocious aura. The Tiger King snorted disdainfully, fortifying its resolve, disregarding the pain coursing through its body, and once more amplified the output of its colossal gale. Crack, crack, distinct fissures appeared upon the armament conduit phoenix. Logan grunted, quickly replenishing the armament Haki. Though he was now wounded and nearing exhaustion, he refrained from utilizing the life energy. The 2 portions of empty fish life energy were only sufficient to heal him twice from severe injuries. A precious resource he would not expend unless absolutely necessary. However, just as Logan intended to engage in a protracted battle, the Tiger King's gaze flickered. It ceased the energy output from its wings, and its expression suddenly hardened. In the next moment, its body rapidly shriveled, its fur withering as if it had aged decades in an instant. Moreover, bursts of blood erupted from its body, almost instantly dyeing it a crimson hue. Upon witnessing this scene, Logan's heart sank with foreboding. The ensuing events would prove his fears were well-founded. The majestic gale column began to contract slowly around Logan, and with each meter it shrank. The pressure multiplied exponentially. Alarmed, Logan hurriedly steadied his mind, fiercely maintaining his defenses, yet the pressure mounted as if measured in mountains, bending Logan's form, large droplets of blood oozing from his skin, the layers of the armament conduit phoenix crumbling. Teetering on the brink of collapse, it was only due to the incredibly sturdy sea stone not far beneath the ground beneath Logan's feet did not give way. Veins bulged on Logan's face. Bloodshot eyes filled with rage, and his internal power was nearly depleted, yet he still refrained from using life energy. He was waiting. At this moment, above, the Tiger King was equally unwell, its lifespan rapidly diminishing. The sensation of being torn apart from within was unbearable, yet it fixed its gaze on Logan, resolutely continuing the contraction of the column. 17 meters, 16 meters, 15 meters. Finally, at 15 meters, Logan's defenses were utterly shattered, and the terrifying gale cascaded down upon him like a mountain of blades. The Tiger King's eyes lit up with joy, yet it too could no longer hold on, unleashing all its pent-up winds in one massive eruption. Boom! The sharp, intense gale exploded forth, creating a vast void with a diameter of 100 meters in the underground. As the storm dissipated, the Tiger King fell to the ground, its withered claws landing upon the hard sea stone. In that moment, its condition appeared dire, a thick stench of blood wafting through the air, its entire body resembling something pulled from a pool of blood. The once mighty wings of the gale had now shrunk significantly, awkwardly draped across its back. Yet the most tragic sight was its mouth. Half of its lip had vanished, all of its teeth obliterated, its tongue severed halfway, the flesh a gruesome mess, a truly pitiful sight. However, its eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Surveying the area with its blood-stained gaze, it found no trace of the 2 pests, evidently reduced to mere dust by the gale. Just as it thought this from afar, beneath the remnants marked by the gale, a furry paw suddenly emerged from the rubble. Moments later, the unscathed Wolf King burst forth, shaking off the debris that had pinned it down. The Wolf King sniffed the air, swiftly darting to another nearby pile of ruins, unearthing the pale and exposed Logan. Oh my goodness! I nearly suffocated. Slumped on the ground, Logan patted his chest, speaking as if he had just escaped death. Truly, it was a narrow escape. The instant the conduit phoenix vanished, Logan's flesh had been instantly reduced to powder, experiencing firsthand what it meant to be cut to pieces, a pain that pierced to the very core. In a most literal sense, thankfully, the Tiger King had unleashed all its power in that moment. Had he held on for even a second longer, he would have surely met his end. In truth, Logan had been gambling, betting that the Tiger King would launch its final attack the instant his defenses crumbled. Only then could he maximize the use of the remaining life energy. He had no choice but to gamble. In that moment, he could not withstand any longer, and rather than waste the last of his life energy on defense, he chose to fight recklessly for survival. It has been proven that his gamble was indeed correct. Logan and the Wolf King exchanged a glance, and within each other's eyes, they perceived excitement, nostalgia, relief, and a flicker of deeply buried rage. In unison, man and beast turned their heads to gaze at the Tiger King. who stood in a daze in the distance. Although they were both fatigued, their stomachs growling with hunger, and devoid of life energy to mend their wounds, one could not deny that the Tiger King bore the brunt of the injury. Logan sheathed his weapon, the scabbard having been destroyed by the recent tempest, leaving only the ice-veined blade glistening as if brand new. He then rose, clenched his fist, and produced a cracking sound, the dark, lustrous color of his armament swiftly enveloping him. The Wolf King bared its teeth, revealing its ebony fangs. The time for vengeance had arrived. Logan roared, transforming into a streak of black as he charged towards the Tiger King. Chapter 69. Who else? However, just a few steps in his sprint, Logan felt a wave of weakness wash over him from the ground below. His face paled instantaneously. This is bad. The sea floors stone. He had completely forgotten about that. Logan abruptly halted, casting a deep glance at the Tiger King, before signaling to the Wolf King to to the ground. With that, Logan swiftly pivoted, snatching up the ice-vein blade, and began to run along the straight wall in a manner that defied logic. Upon closer inspection, each step he took left deep imprints on the hard surface, and before physics could react, he propelled himself forward. The Wolf King, witnessing this, did not hesitate to follow suit, its claws leaving profound marks on the wall. Roar! The Tiger King, regaining its senses amidst shock, felt an overwhelming pain coursing through its body. Yet it could not mask the fury brewing within. This king of the wilderness, with eyes aflame, immediately flared its wings, stirring up a tempest as it ascended in pursuit. As Logan ascended through the tunnel violently breached by the Tiger King, he glimpsed a glimmer of light. Was it already afternoon? Standing once more upon the desolate ground, Logan rubbed his forehead, feeling a sense of disorientation. The darkness of the underground made the passage of time seem chaotic. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged from below. The Tiger King was on its way up. Logan and the Wolf King exchanged knowing glances, instinctively leaping back to allow the Tiger King passage. Roar! The Tiger King soared into the sky, its bloodshot pupils fixated on the Wolf King, as it dove downwards with a flap of its wings. Lacking the armament color, the Tiger King's grievous injuries meant it could not sustain this power for long. Nevertheless, the chaotic wind still exuded a formidable pressure. The Wolf King, ever obstinate, enveloped its entire head in dark armament color, its eyes gleaming with excitement, seemingly intent on confronting the Tiger King head-on. Logan's mouth twitched as he shouted, "Take it easy. If you get hurt, it'll be serious, and we won't be able to heal it." The Wolf King paused, beads of cold sweat forming on its brow, awkwardly scratching its head. Upon seeing the diving Tiger King, it abandoned the notion of a direct confrontation, swiftly turning to flee. The Tiger King gave chase, a dangerous omen shimmering behind the Wolf King. Logan refrained from intervening. This was the moment to gauge the Wolf King's progress. The Tiger King advanced, fueled by rage, but its injuries had significantly hampered its speed. Each thunderous paw strike barely missed the tip of the Wolf King's tail. After more than 10 minutes of pursuit, the Tiger King's injuries began to take their toll, causing a slight delay in its movements, which the Wolf King keenly exploited. The glint of brilliance flashed in its eyes, and after evading a strike, it abruptly reversed direction and leapt high. Howl! The armored headbutt slammed down onto the Tiger King's soft abdomen. The Tiger King's eyes widened, a trickle of blood escaping its mouth. As its massive form bent downwards, propelled by the sheer force of the impact, skidding through the air for over 100 meters, the Wolf King landed gracefully, extending its forepaws, a gleam of exhilaration illuminating its face. The Tiger King, teetering in midair, exhibited a trace of pain and disbelief. "Well done." Logan clapped and laughed heartily. One should never forget their comrades in times of joy. The Wolf King excitedly wagged its head at Logan, signaling its desire to join in. Logan, of course, did not decline, stepping forward, his figure flickering several times before appearing directly above the Tiger King. The robust armament color surged through his right fist, drawn back. And unleashed, boom, an overwhelming force. It was akin to a meteor striking the face. The Tiger King's colossal form created multiple sonic booms as it crashed heavily into the ground. The earth trembled, its plates rising and falling. Without pause, Logan followed suit, wrapping his arms around the Tiger King's tail. then swinging it as one would a tattered sack, thrashing it left and right. Boom! 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 The sounds reverberated like explosions. The Wolf King stood agog. "What are you doing just standing there? Hit it!" Logan slammed the Tiger King back into the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow, and shouted to the Wolf King. That moment, the Tiger King lay dazed, feeling as if the world were spinning, unable to find a stable point in its vision. Was it one wolf or two? As it pondered, a tremendous force suddenly struck its face. The excruciating pain brought the Tiger King back to consciousness, allowing it to grasp the dire situation. The powerful and noble king of beasts, and being humiliated. Enraged, the Tiger King yearned to roar. Bang! A paw slammed into its face, followed by relentless wolf claws and fists, each blow inflicting pain. Such a scenario would have been unimaginable in the past. Bang! 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 The one-sided beating continued for a solid half-hour, the ground within 1,000 meters stained with the Tiger King's scorching blood. Each time the Tiger King attempted to summon the wind and retaliate, Logan mercilessly shattered its efforts. Of course, both Logan and the Wolf King bore numerous small wounds, but in comparison to the Tiger King, they were negligible. Gradually, the Tiger King's breath began to weaken, the surrounding tempest calming. This fellow was running on fumes. Logan halted the Wolf King's assault, planting his foot atop the Tiger King's head. "Do not kill it. I still wish to extract some information from its mind." The Wolf King delivered a final kick to the Tiger King, then stepped aside, curiously observing Logan's actions. Logan leaned down, smiling at the Tiger King's fearsome visage. "Relax. Big kitty." With that, Logan delivered 3 heavy blows. The Tiger King grunted in agony, desperately attempting to lift its head, but ultimately succumbed, rolling its eyes back in a faint. Simultaneously, the tempest dissipated completely. Logan exhaled deeply, feeling a profound sense of exhilaration. After a day and a night, transitioning from a desperate escape to standing triumphantly over his foe, his heart brimmed with accomplishment, although the means of achieving it, involving countless sit-ups, were somewhat undignified. Yet he now felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Who else?" However, the embarrassment ultimately quelled his youthful bravado, and Logan refrained from vocalizing his triumph. He wiped the blood-stained soles of his feet on the Tiger King, then activated his abilities. Massive orbs of memory began to emerge from the Tiger King's body, arraying themselves before Logan. Judging by the quantity, it appeared to contain around 150 years of memories. "Another immortal creature," Logan quipped, starting to sift through the memories one by one. The life experiences of the Tiger King turned out to be unexpectedly mundane. It had no parents and had been alone since the dawn of its memory. Weaker creatures dared not move in its presence. Thus it lived without care. At the age of 20, it encountered the love of its life, a female tiger. From that point on, the two tigers hunted and frolicked together in the wilderness. At 50, it annihilated a pack of wolves, but out of a twisted sense of humor, spared a lone pup hidden away by its mother. Upon reaching this part, Logan discreetly glanced at the Wolf King. He then resumed perusing the memories. Chapter 70. Let us visit the new widow. 5 years later, the two tigers enjoyed a carefree existence in the wild. T60. The Tiger King naturally awakened its bloodline ability to control the wind. Yes, it was the very power the Tiger King had wielded previously. The wind from the tiger, transformed by its bloodline into a forceful gale, wild and ferocious. Logan's mind stirred as he extended his hand toward the Tiger King, activating his ability. Theft. Wind manipulation. As the words fell, several resilient threads of theft shot forth from Logan's fingertips, penetrating the Tiger King's body, fervently searching. There was potential. Logan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he intensified the output of his fruit abilities. Approximately 10 seconds later, the threads of theft finally located their target and ensnared it tightly. Logan pulled forcefully. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It was not until a full 20 seconds had elapsed that the swirling azure light, reminiscent of the eye of a tempest, detached itself from the body of the Tiger King. Logan licked his lips, his gaze ablaze as he absorbed the wind control talent. The azure orb entered his body, swiftly transforming into an imperceptible breath of wind that merged with Logan's bloodstream, integrating into something deeper. An extraordinary sensation of comfort enveloped Logan, akin to emerging from stifling, uncomfortable room into a refreshing breeze. Eliciting involuntary sighs of pleasure, it felt as though a layer of dust had been swept away, revealing the exquisite essence within. A sense of unparalleled exhilaration surged forth from his very veins. One word, bliss. This sensation lingered for a full 10 minutes. Gradually, Logan's body returned to normal, yet he sensed something new coursing through his blood. With a mere thought, an intangible aura emanated from his bloodstream. Transforming into a wisp of azure wind as it passed through his skin, it was not substantial, merely a gentle breeze, yet it was visible to the naked eye. The Wolf King stared in astonishment. This power was all too familiar. How? The Wolf King barked at Logan, confusion etched across its face. Logan retracted the azure wind and chuckled. This power is splendid, but it belongs to me now. Although the Wolf King was bewildered. It understood that the power the Tiger King once cherished had vanished, and Logan, without a doubt, had grown stronger. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a cause for celebration. With that thought, the Wolf King excitedly wagged its tail, only to abruptly halt, realizing the embarrassment of such an action. Meanwhile, Logan continued to delve into the memories of the Tiger King. At the age of 70, the Tiger King had slain the previous ruler of this land, the Titan Python, successfully ascending to the throne of T90. Under the deceitful guidance of the Golden Eagle King, he unwittingly ventured into the depths of an island known as the Death Abyss, where he was engulfed by a massive, horned shadow. The profound terror stemming from his bloodline rendered the Tiger King incapable of any resistance, leaving him paralyzed on the ground, ultimately surviving by mere chance. As Logan witnessed the Tiger King's memories within his own mind, he experienced the emotions of that moment as if he were reliving it. The sensation of having one's throat constricted, as though suffocating, caused his heart to momentarily cease, and when he regained his composure, he found himself gasping for air, as though pulled from the depths of water. What lurked there? Logan instinctively cast his gaze toward the depths of the island, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. He turned to the Wolf King and inquired, "What lies in the depths of the island?" The Wolf King, initially engrossed in Logan's mysterious actions, froze upon hearing his question, its eyes betraying a profound fear, as if it had encountered a specter. Logan was genuinely taken aback. The Wolf King was known for its defiance, unafraid of the world. Yet now, merely hearing a name associated with death instilled such terror. What could possibly be there? Logan's curiosity was piqued. However, the Wolf King shook its head vigorously, nearly dislodging it from its body. It was not that it refused to speak. It simply did not know. The Wolf King had never ventured to the island's deepest recesses, having never even crossed into the Tiger King's territory. Yet inexplicably, any glance toward the island's depths invoked an overwhelming dread, rendering them incapable of any offensive sentiment. This was not a matter of strength. On this island, even the mightiest Tiger King or the feeblest caterpillar would feel the same trepidation. Logan's intrigue deepened as he gazed into the island's depths. Driven by a desire to explore, he yearned to uncover the primordial beast that had long inhabited that realm. However, not at this moment. Through the Tiger King's memories, Logan had learned that there were a total of 13 king beasts of equal caliber on this island. They divided the vast territory from the beach to the island's depths among themselves, as for why. Even the domains of the poison bees and the Wolf King were, in a strict sense, the backyards or kitchens of these king beasts. The Black Bear King could effortlessly invade the territory of the poison bees to seize honey, as if treading in a realm devoid of bees. The Tiger King would also take interest in hunting bison within the Wolf Clan's territory, toying with the pack. The reason smaller animals continued to survive was merely to serve these king beasts. The territory referred to by the Wolf King as that of the Tiger King specifically indicated the area where the Tiger King preferred to dwell, as its formidable aura naturally established an inviolable domain. In truth, apart from the most profound forbidden area, the entirety of this island belonged to the powerful king beasts. Logan aspired to conquer them all. The Tiger King seldom clashed with the other king beasts on the island. However, Logan speculated that the Wolf King possessed a gift from the moon, namely the blazing laser cannon, while the Tiger King wielded the bloodline talent of wind control. Thus, it was unreasonable for the other king beasts to lack a single talent skill. Consequently, Logan's ambition was to seize the talents of all these king beasts. Of course, the Wolf King was not a king beast, yet it was indeed qualified to become one, having once unified the entire wolf clan single-handedly. It was also this very Wolf King that dared to lead the pack into the Tiger King's territory, launching an assault against the latter. Had the Wolf King succeeded back then, it would have been crowned a true king rather than merely being acknowledged by a handful of wild wolves. Naturally, with the Tiger King now defeated, Logan and the Wolf King were the new rulers. However, their victory was not entirely glorious. It was supported by a vast reservoir of life energy, facilitating their relentless training regimen, compounded by the Tiger King's own self-destructive actions leading to this outcome. In reality, Logan and the Wolf King's momentum was not as formidable as it appeared. This indicated that upon realizing the Tiger King's fall from grace, more king beasts would covet the Tiger King's territory. Actively intervening, Logan welcomed this prospect with open arms. As long as he possessed sufficient life energy, he feared no king beast. This also spared him the trouble of seeking them out individually. However, it was preferable for the king beast to approach one at a time. He worried that an overwhelming number might inflict fatal injuries beyond recovery, leading to an unsightly demise. Well, it was still a bit premature to contemplate such matters. For now, he should finish observing the remaining memories of the Tiger King. With that thought, Logan activated the next memory orb. The ensuing decades bore little of note, consisting of the mundane existence of a ruler, occasionally clashing with a golden eagle or a black panther. Logan found himself growing drowsy. However, when he glimpsed the Tiger King's memory from a week prior, his eyes widened slightly. The tigress was pregnant, and she had suffered a miscarriage. The culprit turned out to be none other than the Golden Eagle King. Once again, it was that same eagle. Logan distinctly remembered it as the one that had deceived the Tiger King into the death abyss all those years ago. Having caused continuous friction over the decades, T.O. think it was involved again. The enmity had deepened. The Tiger King instantly transformed into a whirlwind, pursuing the Golden Eagle for a fierce battle of 300 rounds. Yet, he had forgotten about his wife, who had been ambushed by the Golden Eagle, leading to the miscarriage, leaving her on the brink of death due to the Black Panther King's opportunistic attack. This was indeed a conspiracy between the Golden Eagle King and the Black Panther King. Although the Tiger King eventually exerted his utmost effort to repel them, the tigress remained gravely injured. Upon reaching this point, Logan found himself perplexed. With his wife in such peril, how could he dare to engage in battle with us for an entire day and night, without fearing that the Golden Eagle and Black Panther would plunder their home? However, as he continued to observe, Logan soon understood. Because they, well, were just too weak. When they had first intruded, their auras were pitifully feeble, and among them was a presence that had previously provoked him, the aura of the Wolf King. Infuriated, the Tiger King, along with the tigress, assumed their home was under siege, believing that any insignificant creature dared to trample upon them. Thus, the Tiger King imposed a military decree upon the tigress, vowing to resolve the issue with Logan and the others within 10 minutes before returning to safeguard her. Yet, what the couple had not anticipated was that their adversaries had an unfair advantage. Not only were they performing relentless sit-ups, but their strength was increasing at a meteoric rate, soaring beyond control. Even more infuriatingly, their enemies had severed the Tiger King's lifeline twice. This was utterly intolerable. In a fit of rage, the Tiger King became so consumed by fury that it forgot everything else. Fixated solely on the intent to brutally slay Logan and the Wolf King, leading to its own downfall, a dramatic turn of events. Logan, stifling a laugh, reviewed the final fragments of memory. Subsequently, he retained certain valuable recollections, particularly those concerning the 12 other Beast Kings. Indeed, the Tiger King and Queen could only be classified as a single Beast King, as the Queen had yet to grasp the innate bloodline talent, rendering her no match for the Tiger King's prowess. Beyond the information regarding the Beast Kings, Logan also preserved insights related to the wind control talent. Although the Tiger King had limited intellectual capacity, it had developed a formidable Gale bullet based on memories from its bloodline. Logan decided to rename it the Tiger King bullet to honor the Tiger King's significant contribution, along with the self-destructive wind demon form. However, its achievements in other areas were rather meager. Yet, with nearly a century of experience, Logan was more than willing to absorb this knowledge. After assimilating these two segments of memory, Logan felt a sense of satisfaction. Albeit tinged with disappointment due to the lack of further information about the island, the Tiger King was no scientist. Despite existing in this extraordinarily unique land, it harbored no desire to uncover the Earth's secrets. It merely wished to be a sovereign who enjoyed a quiet life interspersed with moments of amusement. Nevertheless, Logan did glean some insights by comparing the memories of the Tiger King and the Wolf King. He discovered that carnivorous creatures seemed incapable of replenishing their energy directly from nature's forces. They required the consumption of herbivores to address their sustenance needs, which was quite similar to ordinary ferocious beasts. However, upon observing the Wolf King, Logan felt this conclusion might not be entirely accurate, as this creature could absorb energy from moonlight, a capability not shared by other wild wolves, including the Tiger King. This conundrum was vexing that it appeared that the island was devoid of any scientific rationale. Logan scratched his chin, pondering that the sample size was too limited. He had only witnessed the memories of the venomous bee, the wild wolf, and the Tiger King, in stark contrast to the hundreds of thousands of species inhabiting this island. This was indeed insufficient, but he resolved to review the memories of all the island's creatures whenever the opportunity arose. Convinced that patterns must exist, initially, Logan believed this island was a testament to nature's sublime artistry. However, his perspective had shifted. Deep within the island's core, he had encountered sea-floor stone, an expanse of it, with an exceptionally high purity level, evidently mined and refined through special processes. Perhaps this island was an experimental domain. Could it be the work of Dr. Vegapunk? Logan mused, stroking his chin in intrigue. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. The current Vegapunk was likely still engaged with MADS or had already been subsumed by the world government. Logan could not recall the specifics, but understood that Vegapunk's technology was far from achieving such feats. The beasts here exuded a flavor reminiscent of seraphim, the very essence that the Navy leveraged to dismantle the warlord system. Regardless of beast, each was remarkably resilient, boasting formidable offensive capabilities. Furthermore, these creatures possessed bloodline talents with inexplicable awakening catalysts, some, like the Wolf King, awakening amid emotional turmoil, while others, like the Tiger King, awakening naturally. Regardless of the mechanism, all exhibited a rich, fantastical quality, perhaps rooted in bloodline factor research akin to that in One Piece. Nevertheless, these awakened beasts, akin to the seraphim, were a distinct breed, and the perfected version of Vegapunk's seraphim would not be realized for another 20 years. Even as an experiment, the true endeavor would only commence following Bartholomew Kuma's voluntary sacrifice a decade later. Thus, Logan boldly conjectured that this place had no ties to Vegapunk. Was it